So there you go.
Terry stream that I always take part in, but it's always 8 o'clock on a Friday morning, not 11:15.
Wait. Time out. Whoa. We got a problem here. Two things. One, for the record, I already posted the Ozzie perspective link in my chat. Two, what the fuck is John Stock doing over there? He hasn't even been over here and said what's up to me yet. Wait.
Whoa.
Time out. Wait, Terry, you're not playing my stream, are you?
No, everyone can hear you though.
Wait. If that's the case, wait. Why am I listening to me on your live stream right now? Why are people hearing me twice right now? I don't understand what's happening.
Because I'm in Discord.
Oh, wait, whoa.
Wait a minute. Now we can get other people from my Discord.
Oh, I would love to see. I would love to see who has entered your Zoom chat right now during my live stream. Who?
We've got Farmer, we've got Davros, we've got John Stock, got True Blue.
Hey, fine in it.
Got We Need Critical Thinking, got Sam Cam. Professor Bell dropped in to let me know what's going on for the ranking.
Wait. Peter, wait. Peter, time out. How are you in my chat and over in the Zoom? We got a problem here. Okay, wait. Ding dong. What the fuck?
Hi, Terry. Wonder where you were.
Oh, hi. See? Where is everybody?
Hang on, Pip.
Where's Pip? that was. Oh dear, I'm confused now. This is not what I planned.
Planned?
Yeah, I've always got a plan.
We'll get muddled up in Windows here.
Okay, how about this? How about I just end my live stream? So Terry Davis in the. Why am I seeing farmers over there?
Wait,
why does farmers just leave?
That's not farmers. That's not farmers boy.
It says farmers boy.
Oh, you got Blue over there too. Hi, Blue. Hi, Laurie.
Blue? Wait, Blue better
Terry,
not talk.
don't forget to come to your Discord.
Oh, my Discord. Yeah, I can go back to my Discord.
I think that may be a good idea, Terry.
Oh, it's nice over here.
Okay, I'll go back to my Discord.
There's plenty of room in here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice and roomy.
Yeah, there's room over in my Discord now, Sean. Isn't anyone still over on Sean's?
Hang on, let me find that. Right.
Someone's feeding back.
Yeah, it might not work with everyone.
Okay, is that better? Sorry, that might have been me.
It only works with some people.
So, am I better now, Peter?
Yes, Mippet, you are.
Oh,
Yes, that's better.
Thanks, Luke. Or Paula, I should say.
No, Globey, it was Globey.
Oh, it was Globe. Okay, yeah, you're a bit little on my screen.
Laurie, come over here too.
Named the Ballbuster.
Yeah. And I see, yeah, bugger, it was me. I know who that is. Alright, I'm going to mute and because you're actually on YouTube.
Yes, we are on YouTube.
Alright,
We are on the tubes.
See you over there.
Everyone's muted over on Sean's now.
That was funny.
No, he's still displaying mine. So what's he
He's
doing?
talking about you.
Do they want links so they can be in here as well?
No, Sean's dropping the links.
Oh, has he got a link, has he? Who did he pinch a link off?
Just YouTube.
Yeah, but has he got the key to the special place?
No.
Yeah, he's not that special.
Mutiny. People flush mutiny.
Mutiny, Mr. Christian. Mutiny. I wasn't sure whether it was just a YouTube cock up or something that's like, hang on, he's streaming like 9 or 10 hours earlier than usual.
Yeah. Well, I thought I'd try it, but I didn't realise I'd be in the middle of everyone else's stream. But we've got Ranty and Professor Phil going. So I better
Yeah,
get
but Ranty's not important.
No, but Professor Phil is.
Well, yeah, but I don't quite know what he's doing going over there. I mean, just ignore them. Silly buggers. Oh, that's my turn to be yawning. Well, it's 11:20 at night, you know.
Sean's finishing, Terry.
Oh, yeah, I just went over there. Yeah, I'll play Sean's finishing thing. There.
Shut up.
Trippin' Fool says I'm on time.
Maybe a little early. Yeah, a bit.
Where's Aaron when you're early, Terry?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, isn't that another $200 because you're early?
Yeah, he owes me a bit.
Oh, let's go and get a drink.
That's a long outro, this for Sean.
Oh, his new outro does go a long time. It's pretty cool though.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. See.
Do you have us muted, Terry, or our voices going out?
There you go. You're not muted now.
Okay.
It was just so that I knew, like I wouldn't want to start talking about this rash that's starting to develop a lot. I mean, whoops!
Haven't you cleared that up yet? I told you to go to the doctor.
I got the cream, Terry. But it's the burning sensation afterwards that I can't stand.
Vroom Fondle said we can hear you.
You're gonna stop putting dinker rub on your balls, baller.
Oh!
Sean's not playing the extended version of his outro.
No, this is
Oh,
a,
this will go on for bloody ages.
yeah, this is normal.
No, it will. It'll go on for. It's like his intro could take 10 minutes. And then this will just go on.
And on and on. Sean, can't you play it a bit shorter?
Purple
Like
rhymes with
abbreviated.
oranges out there. Hello.
Yeah, Purple, I just gave you your spanner back. Sorry that I had to cull the
It's
spanner.
not talking to us though.
UCP, Sam.
That's a sugar. Looks like it's been a few coronavirus cases near me. Okay.
Yeah, I heard on the radio this morning over in America that the toilet paper, the flour, and bacon.
Well, I'm going to pop out and do a little bit more, do some shopping tomorrow, and I strongly suspect that everything will be absolutely fine, like it was last week. But yes,
Yeah,
I'm
Blue.
just
I'm
seeing here on the
gonna have to replay a little bit of that, Blue.
Yeah, that video's bang out of order. No, I've just noticed that there's a few patients that come down with coronavirus at Wickham Hospital. Stoke Mandeville Hospital. That's not a million miles away from me.
Have you got that video set up, Terry, or do you want me to grab it for you?
The Team Skeptic one.
No, the Sleeping Warrior one.
Oh, the Sleeping Warrior one. Didn't I put that away or from yesterday?
Oh, I can't
I
remember.
remember.
I'll start grabbing it just in case.
No,
I didn't
Sean's
put
made it over. Hello, Sean. Fancy
Hey,
seeing you.
Sean. Hey, stranger. Long time no speak.
Yeah.
Everyone's got the key to the special place that are usual panel members. Don't know about Laurie. If you haven't got the key to the special place, let me know. No, I can't find it. I thought I might have had it put away.
It's all right. I've got it ready to go here, Terry.
Okay.
I'll drop it in the internal chat
Bloody
on.
Chemo's bloody still spying on Gem Panda's server with this shit that he keeps posting. Jeez, I don't know. Oh, okay. Jose.
There you go.
Yeah, Jose, I've got to give you your spanner back.
Jose!
Jose G. John Gonzalez.
So you grew at me, Sean.
We have an Arthur, F-U-K-S-A-Y-K.
Yeah, Arthur's good. I can vouch for Arthur.
Oh, you can
Yeah,
vouch for Arthur.
Arthur's good people.
Okay, there you go, Arthur.
Chat.
Don't know about that, Sean G.
I
though.
can't give
He's-
Jose a thing because I can't find him in my Discord anymore for some reason. Wonder why that is, Jose.
Oh, the bots are fixed now, Jose, too.
Yeah, I had to reset the channel because it was from that time. I reckon it was from that time when you got struck, and it was further up the list. So I reckon it got there's some sort of programming inside the coding stopped it from being shilled. So I reset it, a new channel, further down the list, and it seems to work fine now. So that's fixed. We'll go over to. I'm just going to listen to a little bit of Professor Phil and see what he's doing.
Universe that you're imagining in your head contained, Phil. Is that how you're coming up with the pressure in space?
No, we know what the pressure is in space because we can measure it. We don't have to guess any of this stuff. We're not guessing it. We don't need to guess it. What for? We can measure it. Okay, so next one. No R value. Just drop that. We have an R value. We've got a big, massive Earth that
How do we know you're not
our
Welsh,
flat plane is on
Farmer?
top of. Okay, there is an R value. Just because we don't know what it is
I'm not
doesn't mean
Welsh.
that we're
Oh,
saying
okay.
that there isn't. The ballers have their
Do I sound
idea
anything
about
like
what
the
the
creepy
R value
blinder?
is, but don't go and say that it's not there. It
So-
just makes us look dumb, and they just laugh at us.
So
okay?
hang on,
Stop it.
just one thing. So the R value, that's the radius value, yeah.
Yes, the radius. Yeah.
So why would we need a radius value?
Because the reason we don't actually have to know what the radius is, it would be nice to know, but we can calculate it from the gravity. Okay, we can calculate what the radius is based on the gravity. So we pretty much know, we can pretty much work out what the radius is, and that's fine. That suits us fine. We don't have to argue with it.
But doesn't a radius give you a?
We don't need the argument. We don't need them to come back and say, oh, well, your Earth's not flat because of this.
But what shape does the radius give?
As long as the center of mass is the thing is large enough so that its center of mass makes it possible for gravity to be 9.8 meters
Sean,
per
you got
second
the
squared.
key to the special
That's all we
place if
care
you want
about.
to come in here.
I've got a couple of super chats I just need to shout out. So from James
And I
Richards,
resent an
is
invite
a
to
negative
Discord for
pressure
you,
still
Jose.
pressure? Doesn't the spaceship
No
leave?
such thing as negative pressure.
Doesn't the spaceship leave the air gas into negative pressure?
No such thing as negative pressure.
From JQ, what's the pressure in? What's the pressure is space pressing on, Phil?
Huh?
Sorry, it should be. What's
Pressure
the
just
pressure?
comes from gas molecules that are in space. They have energy. They bang into each other. They bang into other things. They create pressure.
Okay, so again, going back to the radius, though, I mean, would the radius give you a shape, or I mean, does it have to be a shape? If you're saying that flat earthers would need a radius.
I'm
Lindsay
saying
wants
that
to
we.
swap
I'm
their wrench
saying
for a
if me as a flat earther,
What's a
I'd be
TP?
going. I would be going with a sphere.
Toilet paper.
For the
toilet
for
paper. I don't know.
For the rest of
Pretty
the
expensive, this
of
toilet
the plane,
paper and
the rest
rare.
of the world, I would be saying
Wrenches
that
they're
probably
everywhere.
a sphere, and as a result of that, I'd knock another bunch of arguments out of the ballpark.
sorry, I just had to laugh there, Phil. Sorry, it's just when you said that as flat earthers we would go with a sphere. That's completely contradictory. Maybe.
No. The top of it's flat. I'm not saying the top of it's not flat. I'm just saying the rest of it is sphere.
All right. This is like what's happening now is you're going from your flat earther to your globe earther, and you're getting these mixed up.
Underneath it, you don't know how big it is. Even you don't know how big it is. Do you know how big it is?
Not at all. No. I mean, we can't.
Oh, we've got a special guest in the house. Here's
Now it's
Sean.
special Sean's here.
JQ says,
Oh,
please
gee.
let
Sean.
keep talking all night. Thank you very much for the super chat there, JQ.
Come in, Sean. You're there.
Right. So next point, please.
Okay, next point. Okay, all right.
We can see you.
You
can't hide.
I'm knocking a few things out because I want to be kind anyway, and I don't want to. I'm actually.
Oh,
a
you'll be
genuine
still
flat
setting up
earther,
his
so I don't
audio
want
too.
to,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
While we're doing
Okay,
that,
so-
I'll grab
All right, looming.
this
Yeah,
one.
that's my next point. Yes, looming is a thing. Refraction is a thing. You can't.
Did
argue
you
with
timestamp it, or?
Snell's law is
or was
one
it
of
me?
the most
No, play it from the
tried
start
and
because
tested of all the laws of physics.
the
right? We're not
first
going to
few
knock it.
minutes is
We know
where
that refraction happens. We know it happens in the atmosphere. We know it
Anthony
happens in
makes
water.
the
We know if
assertions
you're
about
some kind of lousy
certain
fisherman,
individuals
and you try to spear
being
a fish and you think it's where you see it, you know you're going to
unfortunately
miss the fish.
abled.
Okay, that's because of refraction. We know this. That same thing happens in the atmosphere.
I hope that was a nice way of saying it, Blue.
Atmospheric moisture can range from around 15%
Yeah, that was
to
very polite.
100% atmospheric pressure.
I'll say it.
Moisture. And all along there is a gradient. In other words, a refraction will happen. Looming happens whether you're on a flat plane, whether you're on a curved surface. It doesn't matter. Looming happens. Okay, let's just
what else have we
accept
got out
the fact
there?
that looming happens. It just
There's
because looming
Pips
happens
out there.
doesn't prove
Oh,
it's flat.
hey Pip.
And I also have an answer for why the boats go over the.
I think it might be a bit.
Okay,
over
well,
the-
Marty
let's
miss,
let's
Marty
just
miss.
address this looming.
It's like
first thing.
11:30 for
from
Pips, so
James,
she
well,
probably
first of
won't
all,
be around
James
for
Richard
too
says,
long.
"Can I join?
Yeah.
I'd like to
It's,
ask him
yeah,
some
it's
questions."
11:36.
I assume you've got what, probably another 20 minutes left, I would think. So
about
maybe, and James is all right. He'll speak to you nicely. So
That's fair.
okay, but with the idea with looming, I mean, looming has to be loomed up from beyond the horizon, behind a physical edge. That's what the terminology
that's what the
for
ballers will
looming.
say, yes.
Yeah, but we don't
That's
need
what
it.
the ballers will say.
Yeah, but we don't.
It happens on a flat surface, and it happens on a. It would happen equally on both surfaces.
Ah, so is that from the globe? Putting your globe head on? Would you say that that's the case too?
Absolutely.
Interesting, because that's something that I put to Jonism a few weeks ago.
I missed that conversation.
No, it would happen on both. It would happen on both just the same.
No.
Okay, so it's
Pip,
that's,
call me
that's-
Mrs.
that's
President.
a non-argument,
Okay.
right?
So can we
Hey,
conclusively knock out of the park any idea of optics?
Marty needs some clothes.
Yes, what we
Looming.
can knock out
Marty,
of the
yeah,
park
Marty's
is
naked.
anything that says that the Earth is not flat because of looming. Because looming happens whether it's flat or not.
Yeah, but again, I have the issue with
Laurie said he should be
refraction,
sleeping.
yes, but
Okay,
the
Laurie.
idea with the looming argument, it has to be brought up behind something else.
Yeah, it does, because the reason
It's
is because
Pip. It's
you see, light
Professor
doesn't go
Phil
from your
playing
eye
a flat
to the
earther
object.
on
Light goes
Ranty's
from the
live
object
stream.
to your eye.
Yeah,
Okay?
but can I just say though, that this is where
So he's explaining to
black
them which
swan
arguments
argument, as much
they
as
could use
I'm having a bit of a
and
disagreement
which ones
right now
just
with the FE
are,
debate side. But their
unusable.
argument for the black swan, which they have hammered relentlessly for the past month or so, has definitely been a nail in the globe Earth coffin, because
No, it hasn't, because of the looming.
yeah,
It
but
hasn't. That's why they can laugh at us.
well,
Because it doesn't. It doesn't. It
does
does nothing.
It does for this particular reason, which is that
Why?
because the geometric horizon is in front of the platforms. But on the idea that looming, then it would always be in front of the platforms. It would never be behind it, the horizon. And that's the point.
won't,
You can't
because
have the platforms in front of the horizon, because that would never happen. With
See,
looming.
even when Professor Phil's
No,
on
no,
their
no.
side,
with looming, it
and he's
would.
explaining
The whole
that, well,
idea
yeah,
about
we can't
looming
use that
is
argument
things that
as
are
flat
further
earthers
away. In other
because
words, further
this
down,
reason, they
further
still
down
don't get
over
it.
the ball.
Yeah.
I'm talking about from a baller's perspective now. Okay, remember I'm a flat earther.
Okay.
So from a baller's perspective, things that have gone over the ball, the light shining on those things, the looming causes those things to come up, and that light you actually seeing, the light comes from that object to your eye. It's not light going from your eye to the object. It's light coming from the object to your eye. And what happens is that the refraction causes those things to shift upwards. So it looks as though they're up there, but they're not. You're still looking down over the ball, but it looks like they're up there. So it's an illusion.
Okay, so I forgot
Just
what.
like the fish in the water's an illusion.
Hang on.
I had a point to make and I've completely forgotten.
I can hear Ranty's
should we move
cogs
on?
in his
Because
head turning.
I'll come back to it at
Yeah, I
some
was,
point,
I
I'm
was
sure.
thinking the same thing.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's some crunching
Let's
going
move
on
a
there.
bit. Let me
That's
go to another
that squeaking sound.
Someone
sorry,
needs to
sorry,
drop some
sorry,
banana
sorry,
peels
sorry,
in there
no,
just to
yes,
quieten
yes,
it down a
yes,
bit.
yes.
Hold on.
Poor
What
hamster.
about sinking? Sorry, that's what I meant to ask. So
Yeah,
you're talking
I've got
about
that.
looming. So is sinking?
He
real?
needs help.
Okay,
Can
that's
he-
a good
can he
point.
phone a friend?
So what we're saying is, so when
Yeah,
the
you got me.
when the ball is
Yeah, it's going beep 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 beep.
decided to
Hello,
debunk the
sleeping
black
warrior.
swan
I
thing,
don't
the
understand.
first thing they showed us was,
Just get an egg.
was one of the
Don't
Get an egg,
Last
put it in some
bit.
water,
where
then
you
you'll
can see
understand.
that
No,
the platform is
It's all right,
actually
Ranty. Neither do I.
you know, half of the platform's missing. And in fact, look at any picture like that, and you'll see half the ship's missing. All right. Don't talk.
Just
Don't
tell him he's
say this
committing
is
a
refraction.
fallacy.
We
I don't know
both
which
know
one,
that's
but he's
wrong.
definitely
We
committing
both
a
know
fallacy.
that's bullshit.
It's a
not
fallacy.
refraction. Okay,
Yeah.
there is something causing half the ship to be missing. There is something causing half the platform to be missing. But the hell, don't tell me that it's because it's compressing the stuff at the bottom. Why doesn't it compress the stuff at the top? Why is it only
Does
compressing
that go
the stuff
through?
at the bottom? That's just nonsense. You know, I'll tell you why the ships
There you
go
go.
over the supposedly go over the horizon. It's because we have tides.
Not just tides, but swell
Tides.
and
Yeah,
shoaling.
tides.
Do you need to phone a friend?
Yeah,
stop
that's what I
saying
wrote.
Water's flat.
Well done. Yeah, I would
It didn't
agree.
get- it
I
didn't
would
get
agree with that.
taken
Would
out,
you
did
agree
it?
with
I
that as
hope
putting
it's
your
still
globe head
there.
on?
Oh, hang on, I'll have to bring up
Yeah,
his
if I
actual
put my
live
globe
stream
hat
now
on,
Yeah, I've
because
got
I'm
the
doing
it's
the.
not
I've got the chat here
If
for
I
you.
put my globe
No,
hat
no,
on,
I am
no,
doing the
no,
right
no.
thing. I am actually watching his live
obviously
stream.
it's a sphere. So
Okay, so all right, put your
that's my globe hat. But
All right.
I'm not.
I can
globe
share
hat,
the,
I'm flatty, right?
Okay, so
from my flat Earth point of view, I'm telling
There.
you, there's an answer for it.
Okay, so put your
That's the
Professor
chat.
Phil Bell head on and say,
Yep.
would you agree that the shoaling effects, the tide movements,
Good old
swell,
Pete Shee spouting his usual nonsense.
all kinds of rips are going to have an effect on optics?
Okay, so from my professor's hat, of course they'll have some effect of it, but they won't explain why.
Morning, non-sec.
You can always see half of the things missing. Let's say, for instance, there's no. If you're looking at, say, a turbine,
And then,
unless the refractive index is really high that day, the turbine always looks as though it's sinking. You know, you have to explain that under all conditions.
so what about magnification?
From a low tide point of view, I would say that maybe the tide's got something to do with it.
I
From a
think
high
he's just
tide
confusing
you,
Randy, I
I'm
think.
going to have a bit more difficulty.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
He doesn't know where to go.
That's the case. So, from a flat Earth point of view, that's just a work in progress.
Okay, I just want to do a few super chats. So, Awake a Narrative asks pseudoscientist, how much is helium nowadays? No idea what that means. But SX0, looking down the ball, he said, LOL. And Darwin says, Mason B is ace. Thank you very much all for your super chats. But I forgot what we was talking about then. Oh, so do you not think that magnification is a real thing that happens in the, in the very small areas, the very small angles that you're looking at towards the horizon? We know that it happens.
Yes.
We know it happens with
sometimes
sunrises and sunsets and the moon rising and the moon
Yeah,
sets.
absolutely. You have a look at the sun. Sometimes it's huge, sometimes it's small. That's all got to do with. I mean, I've got a light box over here. I was going to do some experiments with it. I've got a couple of very, very powerful lasers that astronomical lasers, and I've also got
I see a duck.
a light box. I can do some demonstrations with those things, and I will. With
Pete
those,
Shea, he's a duck, isn't he?
with
His
that
avatar.
stuff, but
That's Pete. That's his dodo.
Oh, Dodo,
yeah,
is
no,
it? Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying.
Dodo's not a duck?
This is a bit of a work in progress for
okay.
flat. I'm not saying that I've got all the answers. I'm just
No,
saying
I
that
think
it's
they're
about
more
time.
closely
One of my
related to
points
things.
here about flat earthers being lazy. We're lazy. All right.
Well, I'm not
shout
lazy.
at the world, and we don't actually do anything.
To be honest, I'm not lazy, but I want to shout out from an OLED store who says that atmospheric lensing, that was the word I was trying to look for. So atmospheric lensing.
I thought most flat earthers were, or all flat earthers were lazy. You ask them questions, they ask you questions back, and then you're the one that's got to do the research for the question.
So yeah,
answer the
atmospheric
question
lensing. Do you not
for
think that is an actual effect?
Well, that's because they know they
Of
haven't
course, it's
got
got some
answers to
effect
give.
naturally.
Cool. So Mason B says, can we talk about COVID? Darwin is ace. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Yeah, we're getting to that. Don't worry. Okay, now. Okay, so somebody over there awakened something
Professor
or other.
Phil's not working
reckons
today
that
by
I'm
the sound
scared
of it.
an helium thing. I don't know why I would be worried about the price of helium. I've
It's a
no
Friday,
idea.
so he
We
might
don't
have
use
Friday off,
helium,
Terry.
in
Yeah,
rockets,
yeah.
if that's what he was alluding to.
Okay, your next point. And by the way, I think a lot of
How many
a lot
nights
of
can
people
Phil
in the
be on?
chat.
I've got a whole lot
what we have to
of
do
super
for
chats
homework.
for this,
We have to
Randy.
stop being lazy. We have to start doing something. We have to start putting this model together. We have to start explaining how night and day works and
good old
seasons.
Payne.
and
Oh,
the sun
daytime,
cycle.
nighttime.
We can't just ignore it.
Brian's Logic's done lots of presentations on that. Shout out to JQ, who says, how many nights can we have Phil on? He has a whole lot of super chats for this, Ranty. There you go. Clearly, JQ loves your
I was
presence.
hoping that it would be good for you.
Thanks very much. But yeah, a lot of people aren't too pleased with you saying that we're lazy.
Okay, so All right.
Just
Let
wait
me
to
just
point
carry
out.
on so I can get to the end of this. All right.
Okay.
So I've explained why I think space exists. So let's knock that one out. We're not going to say space doesn't exist. Space exists. There doesn't need to be. We don't need to say it doesn't. Okay. Satellites are real. We don't need to say that they're not real. Okay. We can knock that one out the park. Okay. This is really important. Both models are possible.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, their model works. I'm talking about boilers. The physics works. It does not make it truth. So, flat earthers like us have a legitimate reason to expect that the truth is we live on a plane. So we can.
Someone says your guest tonight is a comedian, right?
The ballers, they've got their reasons for believing in Earth. We have our reasons for believing that.
I think Paige is going to have an aneurysm.
All it is.
They don't know Professor Phil like we do.
Are looking at
No,
this and
they're
saying,
not
this
both
is
possible
the truth.
in full
What we're
caps
saying
lock.
is, this is what we
Yeah,
reckon
right,
is
Paige.
happening.
Dial it back
And
up.
until someone comes
So
up with a better idea,
it's
that's what we're
quite
going
cool
with. That's how
that
science works.
Professor Phil has the intellectual capacity
my
of
point
playing
is, we've
both
got
sides of
lots
the
work to
fence
do.
at the same
Let's get
time
serious.
in a matter of a
Let's
sentence.
Stop proselytizing.
Perspective.
Get down
You
to
know,
business and do
it's
some
just
work.
phenomenal the way that he can say, right, well, if I was wearing my flat Earth cap, it would be this. However, then if I put my globe Earth cap on, they're going to respond with this.
Question back. Phil, are you a comedian this evening?
No, I wish I was. It's hard work. It's hard work doing what I do. Or maybe it's hard work being a comedian too. I don't know.
Stu says, do they know professors pulling their leg?
Big Bang.
Don't know.
Just accept it. Okay? They
Well,
from
at least she's turned the caps lock off now.
the ball earthers'
Yeah.
point of view.
Just such a
what they
delight.
did was have a
Oh,
nice
Ross is in there as
hypothesis.
well.
How does all this happen? And
Oh, God.
Big Bang is one of the explanations.
Oh, my
No
favourite.
names.
All right?
My
You all
favourite
exist
Ross.
inside my
Deny
mind. Prove me
idea.
wrong.
You can't say,
No.
oh, well,
Oh,
the Big
no,
Bang
caps
didn't
lock is back
happen.
on.
You know why? Because I don't know. If you're going to deny something outright, have your own reason for why it's not right. So don't say to the
Because
ballers,
some on YouTube.
oh, Big Bang didn't happen. How do you know? They say to us, how do you know that it didn't happen?
What do
you know that I don't know?
How do globe earthers know it happened?
Okay, so I'm just telling you now. So what the globe earth is saying that the Big Bang happened, that it came from a singularity. In other words, energy. It's the energy that got converted to mass. That's how things are there. They're not saying that things started from nothing. This is what the flat earth people, us, we say to them, how does anything start from nothing? They're not saying that anything started from nothing. We made that up. We need to stop making up stuff, otherwise they'll keep laughing at us.
From SX0, who
my
says,
other point
just
is,
accepted, period, LOL. That's from SX0. Thank you for the super chat. Is this your last one, Phil?
almost there, all right?
Yeah.
My last point is, okay, I just want to address the religious people. All right? Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you believe in God, then stop mocking God.
No names over there.
Right, this is what the
what did he say? No name. Well, except for the CMB
right?
and universal
you,
expansion.
Randy, okay?
Other than that, no evidence
right?
at all.
Those ones that are like that. In other words, no matter what you show them, no matter what you give them, they're never going to change their mind. They've locked themselves into this cult. All right.
The Bible does not say
if
flat
you believe in
Paige.
God, then stop mocking God. Look around you. Look at the elegance of the creation, the precision that's around you, the precision about how physics works. Okay? And don't replace it with nothing. Don't replace it with some abomination that doesn't actually work, that's got no hope of working. I'm giving you some options that work. All right? You don't have to say
John Rapp.
to say that it's
Never
got
heard
to be in
of
a
it.
dome, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. It doesn't. None of that's
Supposed to be right.
needed.
Never heard of the God something.
If you believe in God, then God's made this stuff perfect.
Ninja Man says now he's actually blasphemous.
Oh, Ross is over there.
All of this rigmarole that you're
Where's Ross
adding
been
around
hiding
it.
lately?
Don't say that evolution didn't happen. Okay?
Ross has
Why
been
wouldn't
hammered
God do
too
that?
many times,
If
I think.
I was God, that's exactly what I would have done to make sure that the species
God, now we're getting Bible
continue to
quotes.
grow, that they continue to thrive, they continue to survive. That I would do
That's
exactly
mocking God, saying
what
even
happens with
Why is this
evolution.
page
Evolution
always
is the
shouting?
perfect solution for
because she's
how to
completely
maintain
aloof.
life on this earth. Okay,
Seek
so
and
things
find. Is
didn't
that the
just
Seek
get
and Find
made.
it used
The
to go
evolution
on Sean's
explains it perfectly.
channel?
And
Yeah.
if you were any kind of smart
Yeah,
God,
Montreal.
that's exactly
Yeah, Seek
what
and
you
Find's
would do.
okay. You can have a conversation with him.
Okay.
All right.
So
Almost there. Okay.
I just want to say
So-
I disagree with that, but you know.
All right, I can throw in just a few things. So here's some things, just a few theories, if you like, or well, not theories, so hypotheses. Okay.
How long's been
All right,
Randy been
so
going for?
how do we know
Yeah.
that God doesn't have a
Yeah, 81
multi-universe
minutes.
out there? How do we know that that's not the?
18
How do we
minutes
know
too
that
long then.
heaven and hell aren't hidden in some sort of multi-universe? If you believe in God, how do you know all that doesn't exist? Okay, so maybe there is multi-universes. Maybe the space is right and all those things are right, and out there's some multi-universes which we've got no access to. And maybe when you die, that's your
Anderson
portal,
Page
that's
is
your
a
stargate
dim bulb.
into the multi-universe. Maybe that's the way to get in there. How do we know not? Okay, just keep your mind open. All right, and let me tell you this one last thing. Ballers are not going to change. No matter what you do, they're not going to change. And that doesn't matter. Atheists are not going to go away. All right? But that doesn't mean God that does not exist. This is not about making ballers go away. This is about flat earth becoming legitimate and not just a baller joke. String theories out there is out of the box, but it's still regarded as legitimate theoretical physics. So is multiverses. Okay, these are legitimate theoretical physics. Flat
Seek
Earth
and
can
Find says there
also
still ain't
become
comic books and
legitimate
action figures in this edition.
if we just pull our
I don't know,
fingers out
actually.
and did some work.
What's wrong with that?
Okay. And what did I write for the last thing? I just wrote. Okay.
It's the only way the moon
All
could
right.
work
Stop,
if it was on a
stop
string.
blocking. Owen's got me blocked now.
What, like a yo-yo?
Stop blocking people who disagree with you. If you don't, if you
Oh, so
listen
the
to
moon's a
people who
yo-yo
disagree
now,
with
Ross.
you,
Okay.
you'll actually learn more. Even if you disagree with them, you'll actually learn what they think. If you want to know what other people think, let them talk. But if you block them,
Stop
from
telling
talking
us
to
what
you,
to do.
how the hell are you going to know what they think? How else are you going to formulate ideas and arguments if you don't know what they think? This is half the problem with the flat earth, with us flat earthers. We don't listen to what the ballers say. So we make up our own idea about what they mean. And usually they just laugh at us. So embrace other points of view so that you can test it. So that
Oh
you
my
can
goodness,
check,
right? The
see where it's
handballers
wrong,
don't make
see where it's
arguments, they
right.
just parrot.
Embrace the things that work. Throw out the things that don't work.
It's rich.
Okay, and one last thing. Stop being disrespectful. Ad hominem does not damage the victim. It damages the perpetrator. So all those people who's probably giving
John
me
doing
heads
over
about
there?
Tom in the chat, stop
Hey,
it.
John.
It's not damaging me. The smart
Hi,
people out
Ozzie.
there, the intelligent
Wait, that's the
know
other
that I'm
John.
not a fool.
No, John's
okay?
our John Stock.
So you
John
talking
Stock.
to me
That's not
is
a-
not
You're in the
going
wrong
to change
chat,
anything.
John.
I didn't
No,
get
that's
where
not
I
a
am
John
by
Stock.
being a
It
fool.
is.
People
It
pay
is.
me good
It's the
money
same
for what I
avatar.
do.
Yeah, it is.
All right? So stop being disrespectful. One last word. Two last words.
Wrong chat,
Stay
John.
flat.
Okay. I just want to shout out Pete Bramble for the £2
I
super
hope
chat.
he
He
didn't
says,
get lost.
Conspiracy Cats is the new god.
No, they're there. I can
All
see it.
bowed
Yeah, I
out.
tagged
Thank you very
him
much for the
over
super
this.
chat. But yeah, I'd like to bring in a guest, if that's okay, because I believe that James Richard wanted to join. Would you be interested in having a quick chat with him?
What's that? SE
as long
Montreal
as James
Drink,
is respectful,
serious,
it's fine.
legitimate.
I'm sure it will be.
Are you
I don't
serious,
see why it
Professor?
wouldn't be. Let's see if we can bring him in.
What?
James Richard.
That makes no sense.
I don't know.
Add you to the call.
There's no name.
And I hope he picks up because I actually need the toilet. I might get an opportunity to run.
I think no name's working.
Oh, and Cleary, feed Phil a Snickers. He is being a diva. Thank you for the $2 super chat there. Awesome, nice one, Cleary. Oh, and if you've got an opportunity,
I mean, that's kind of funny. that deserves a laugh. Okay.
Subscribe to Cleary's Ace.
I'm probably going to have a lot of fun reading this later.
James, are you there, mate?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
What's your name?
James.
Oh, James. Nice to meet you, James.
Yeah, what's your name?
Phil.
Nice to meet you, Phil. No, I just had a question of you earlier about the pressure in space.
Yeah.
So they'll tell you that it's negligible.
Yeah. It's not nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, like, so negligible. Would that be equivalent to saying?
Yeah, John, what are you doing over there?
No.
Negligible.
It's not equivalent to that at all.
Don, we're just simulcasting the Professor Phil
connotations
over
about something when you say there's
live
none.
stream.
Okay, that would there's a whole lot of
support
issues with
Phil,
it being none.
Obviously.
Right? None means nothing. No, zero, zip. Okay?
So negligible.
How do you measure the extremely
negligible
low
is a
pressure?
false
no none.
equivalent to none.
Questions that he's answering.
There's no none. There's always something out there, and all it is from any planet's point of view. I'm talking as a baller now, all right? Or actually, even from a flat earther's point of view, from any object.
I don't know where he is half the time in sentence.
That goes from something to
Show us
nothing.
a gradient without containment.
It makes no difference.
Look outside.
It is just a gradient. It's a barrier is completely unnecessary.
Yeah, go from sea level up a mountain.
Kind of is, because, I mean, if you had I think it's 1.22. It says negative in the power 11 to the negative 11th power.
Well, that's not negative. You know what that means? That means a lot of zeros.
Yeah, I got you. I know what you're saying. Like a lot.
Yeah, 17 to be exact. If you're talking about
right
square
the
inch.
hand.
17
before you even get a reading.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The difference between that and 14 is practically
Ross
nothing.
says a barrier is unnecessary
What
if there's nowhere else to go.
Let me finish.
And the ground isn't going anywhere.
So if you had that
deep man, deep.
All those
he's out there.
zeros, and then finally a reading after the 17th zero in your tire.
Yeah.
When you sat on it, would it go flat?
Of course.
Okay, so if you had 14.7 in your tire and you had the space reading, the 17 zeros before you get a reading on the outside, and you punctured the tire, what happens?
Well, nothing. If your tire only had 14.7 pounds per square inch inside it, it would be that atmospheric pressure. Nothing would happen.
That's just atmospheric pressure.
And a small amount like 10 to the minus 17 wouldn't make a difference.
That's what I'm getting at. The atmospheric pressure to the almost or by term negligible pressure in space. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, there's very little difference. 14.7 pounds per square inch is bugger all.
I'm using the tire as the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And then space without the tire. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't think your analogy kind of works. I think it's a false equivalence. I wouldn't even take it there.
Isn't that what we would see? Like if we built a vacuum or an aquarium with the 17 zeros before you get a reading, right? And then on the other side of the aquarium, there's a barrier between. You had the 14.7.
Yeah.
And then you remove the barrier. What happens?
Well, obviously, though, the pressure would equalize.
It would equalize.
But it doesn't do that in space. That's my
No, well,
question. Why?
Yeah, but which part of that it's a gradient didn't you get? It starts at 14.7 and gets smaller
What
and
the
smaller
hell
and
is
smaller
Pete
and
Shea
smaller,
saying?
smaller until there's nothing. There isn't a
Space
point
is
there
the
where it's
evacuated
14.7
zone
and
directly
then
beneath
nothing.
the
There's
energized
no
barrier
point like that.
with
Wouldn't the
holding
gradient
the
never
saline
exists.
You
water.
already had pressure.
The water's above as below.
You
Yes,
couldn't
he
get a
thinks there's a.
pressure
He
gradient
thinks
without first having
it's
pressure,
the
right?
firmament
Wouldn't
holding
a
back the waters that are
pressure
above.
gradient be a
It's
delta to
utter
pressure?
gibberish.
No, the pressure gradient is
That's
a
a bold
result
statement
of
right
for
in
you.
the hand. I would shred this guy.
of the
Have fun.
of the gases.
No,
the
he
mass
wouldn't.
of the
Yeah, but
gases
you
weighing down.
must
Okay?
already
He has no argument. He just denies
you must already have
everything. He
pressure.
said, no, show me this,
to
show
get
me that.
gradient.
Oh, you
At
can't.
the surface it's
For
14.7.
Right, the hand was
For
shred.
instance, if I
Shred,
have an
Professor
air
Phil.
compressor,
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
right. The
right,
hand is
it's
just a
pretty
complete
much
troll.
all
Yeah.
the
And he's
same
admitted
pressure
being a
inside
troll.
the compressor.
Yes.
But if I put a lighter, started heating up the bottom of it,
Yes, Hannah. Of course, Pete
right?
has a
wouldn't
spanner
there become
over
a
there.
gradient inside the container?
Yeah, you'd heat it up. If you started heating it up inside the container, you'd cause more pressure.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we do have something that comes over.
He
us
hasn't
and
been
heats
there
us
right
up,
hand. He
right?
puts fucking stuff up there.
That's you're actually debunking the dome, but yes, yeah, exactly.
Oh no,
Can
it'd
I
be
ask
the
the guys
same thing.
there at the
In
moment,
order to do
going
it,
round-
I must
going
have the
round
compressor, the
16 odd
container.
times
Yeah.
a day.
Look,
You have to, what I'm saying is you have to have the pressure before you can have the pressure gradient.
yeah. Well, of course, we thankfully there are a lot of things on the planet that create the gases, especially the trees that create the gas that we breathe, the oxygen. Thankfully, they do, and thankfully, there's enough mass in the oxygen for it to stay close to the Earth so that we can breathe it.
So you're saying that, like,
Hey, Sean.
when you go in your bathroom and you
Well,
look at
there's
the
quite a
scale
bit of
and
gas,
it
but
shows
it's usually
0,
out of
right?
beavers.
You're saying that it's weighing the gas?
Yeah.
Or is it because
Flurfers.
if you put the scale in a vacuum somehow where you was able to
got fat
calibrate it to
thumbs, Sean.
0, then pulled it out, then it would reach somewhere around 14, 15 pounds?
Let me
You're
give
eating
you an
arses
idea.
going.
Carbon dioxide would be 44 grams per mole. So it would take 22, just a normal temperature, it would take 24.5
anyone
litres
seen Pete
of
Shea's way
carbon
past his
dioxide
bedtime and his cocoa
to weigh
getting
44
cold?
grams. It would take 24.5 litres to weigh 44 grams. So you think just a few, some small amount on the scale, you're going to notice it? You're going to have to concentrate 24.5 litres of the gas to equal to 44 grams.
Yeah, but that just makes me think that, like, gas is like water, right?
You wanted that in one. It's called the
we
fluid.
got
Hannah, they call people
yeah,
with
we
an
got
understanding of mathematics and number
most
crunchers.
pressure, closest to the
LMAO,
earth at the bottom.
LMAO,
Yeah.
such
That would be the
insecure
bottom of the
face.
ocean in water.
Perfect.
Right.
You got it right.
But
Exactly.
it would still have to be contained.
Well, that's why fluid dynamics works for gases as well as it does for
Trigger warning,
for
trigger
liquids,
warning.
okay.
SC Montreal.
The difference between a liquid and a gas is just the particles, the molecules are much further apart and more energetic.
So could it be the pressure that causes things to go down?
Got an Aussie global.
It's
Who's
the,
an Aussie
it's the
global?
mass.
I think it's true blue.
Pressure from where?
The air.
No, the air it creates the pressure by with molecules that bang around against each other, and also their mass.
Like water, right? At the surface, you
Sean
don't
says, I
sink
keep
as
hearing you
fast
talk, but I
as if
don't
you're 500
know if you
feet
are
down,
telling the
then
truth.
you really start
Terry,
going.
show your face.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've got a camera now, Sean.
Why is that the case?
Show your
Because
face.
all the water
Show your
pushes you
face.
down.
Okay, we'll put the voice back up now. Now you can hear us out there.
I'm loath to put these guys on mute right now, but I really have to
Yeah, I
thank
wish I could
Aaron
put you on
Moorfield
mute.
for smashing
Where
the
are
super
you?
chat here. It says, great show again, Ranty. Thank you very much, thank you.
Ozzie,
Awesome,
have I
awesome
missed a
super
bit
chat.
now?
But back to the show,
Oh,
thank
no.
you.
When you do things
Let
in
me just
reality,
say
it happens.
Do you
Atomic
understand that
theory
it
is the
doesn't matter?
Has
That only
Professor
matters
Phil
that I
been
can
arguing with
predict
this other
how much
guy
aluminium
all
I'll
the
get.
time?
but you're
Yeah,
not
right,
making
Han.
predictions.
That's what matters.
Oh,
But you're not making
yeah, well, I
predictions.
thought
You
he was
have knowledge
arguing
based
with
on
someone else
previous
It doesn't
before
matter
that.
what you think.
He was
It
having a
only matters
discussion
that
with
I
Ranty
can
before.
make
Let
aluminium.
me just say something. Please, let me just say something. All right. So would you both agree that the table of elements is an empirical science?
Of course.
Disagree.
I have to stop sharing for a
Disagree.
sec.
It's chemistry.
Missing a few things.
I disagree because hydrogen, oxygen are not observed. You'll never observe hydrogen in nature. You observe a gas that they've told you behaves like something which is a bouncing molecule of hydrogen. You'll never observe an atom in reality. An atom is an explanation.
Oh.
No, I had
No, you did not.
Jose wanted a link, but
You had an effect.
the stream crashed on me.
Well, that you could be true on that.
No, I am true. It is true.
He was in the
You've
side
never
chat
saw
for a while. I
hydrogen
don't know
in
if he's still in.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Stop talking. You've never seen a fucking hydrogen molecule in your life. Stop
Yeah,
lying.
he's got a
Nobody
link
fucking
in the
has.
special
That is
place.
an explanation. Hydrogen
If
is
he's
an
still out there.
explanation
Jose?
for what happens when you do
Okay, so
electrolysis.
let me
You
ask-
are
let me ask
listen.
you-
No. I gotta say it again. You are explaining
you
with
kidding?
words. Do you understand me? Do you get this? Do you agree?
Let me ask you something.
But no. Do you agree? Do you agree or disagree?
Just be quiet for a second.
But just agree or disagree. Do you agree that hydrogen is an explanation?
Have you ever seen gas burn at different colors?
Do you see the gas burn or do you see a fire change color?
I'll agree with you on the molecule.
You're seeing an effect.
Let me finish.
No.
Let me finish. Yes.
Hydrogen, the
Yes, Mr. Victory, it is.
So you don't witness
So if you
hydrogen.
have-
Hydrogen is the explanation.
You just told everyone
You
to be
have different
cordial and
gases,
listen to
right?
him.
And they burn at different colors, right? In order to put definition behind those colors or gases that burn at colors, you give it a name.
Wrong. What you're getting is different effects.
Just let
The
me
same
finish.
Hold on, no, let me finish.
I'll agree
The
with
same
you. I
gas-
agree. But
the
you're
same
missing
gas
my point.
can
Let me
give you
finish.
different colors.
Let me interrupt you.
Gas
Finish.
can give you different colors
I'll
based
agree
on
with
impurity.
you on the
So
molecule.
don't say there's different gases. So don't say there's
Has
different
Professor
gases.
Phil
You're
finished?
giving into the assumption that there's different gases.
No,
No,
It's
he's
one
still
gas
there.
or fluid
I think he's
with
still there,
impurities in
Terry.
it.
Or heat.
I think he's letting these two go
Heat
at
is a
it.
concept.
Why not?
Okay.
Exactly.
Heat is a
Getting
concept. Show me
everything
heat.
back
Show me
in
heat.
running order
If you can
again.
show me heat and not
You
hot
know it's
matter,
always more
I'll
fun
agree
when
that
two
heat is a
flat earthers
concept.
disagree.
Heat is a concept to describe hot matter.
Right,
You
I
guys
think
They
I'm all-
debunk themselves
behind.
then, it's great.
This is because you're
I
listening
think
to
I'm all
Nathan
back
Oakley
to
every
normal
day.
again.
You guys are
just
so
check.
behind. You think
The
Yep, that's
irony is
working.
force is real.
unbelievable on that
Yeah,
one.
the irony. Yeah, a force is a concept
Chris,
too.
Chris,
better,
another analogy
cover
for
me
what
camera
Phil
up.
was saying
Oh,
about
pagey
his
wagey.
predictions is if you think about having the times tables, your 10 times tables. Now, he doesn't know what number I'm thinking of multiplying, but he's going to know the answer because it's been done. It's not a
Exactly.
prediction.
Beautiful.
Right, where was I?
Yeah.
Oh, how many pages opened up?
Give me any two numbers. I can predict what their multiplication would be. No.
Exactly.
You
It's
know
not
what
a
it is. You've just memorized
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Nice. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
It's
Paige,
already
you don't,
molecules.
so Paige, you don't believe in atomic theory as well? You don't think
Believe.
water is
See?
H2O?
See how
is
he
that
says
right?
believe? Do you believe in God, Phil?
He said believe. How dare he?
That's not.
Oh,
that's
oh.
my
No. Well. If I'll tell you if I believe in atoms, if you tell me if you
Put it
believe
back
in
down.
God.
Oh, wait.
No.
Well, then I
I
don't
can
believe
share
it.
So you
again
don't
now.
think?
The
So you don't
side
think?
chat.
Paige, I'm talking to Paige. Paige, you don't think water is H2O?
I don't think matter is bumping particles.
There's
No.
the side chat.
You don't. You don't. So in other words, you don't think that atoms exist.
Not in the way you guys try to say they do.
What do you think? What do you think water is, Paige?
What do you think water is?
What do you mean? What do I think water is? It's wet.
Well, you've got water.
See, now,
what do you think the smallest divisible
interesting
particle
thing
of
here.
water would be?
is
See, this
that
is where you're getting into
you put 12
what I
volts
think
DC
the
into
world is
water.
actually made up of.
Add a little
And if
bit
you
of
want to
salt
know
just so that you've
that,
got
then I would
an electrolyte
say
in there to help with
that
the
everything is
power going through water.
light
It
being
splits into
vibrated
two
frequency
different
in
gases that
different
come out of that.
forms,
One being
and
oxygen,
our
the other being
consciousness
hydrogen.
affects it and turns it into
So you've broken
whatever
those
that
bonds between those two particles.
thing
You can
needs to
then
be. Like,
burn those two gases.
Sorry, I didn't get that at all.
And make water again.
A very quick shout out here to Silent Zero
So
for smashing the super chat.
wouldn't that
right
be
indeed.
okay,
going against everything the page is saying at the moment, saying that it's not what we think, because that whole process can be, you can do a you can make a hypothesis of what's going to happen whilst you're doing each step of this, which discerns and shows that, well, there is two different things that make up water that you can recombine afterwards and you can make water again.
there with a consciousness knowing what's going on changes what that matter decides to be. So the ether, your consciousness is always in contact with the ether. The ether is everywhere. So your consciousness affects the ether, which then affects the frequency and the vibration of it, of the ether, which then, or of light, I'm not sure what it's the things are actually created from
So
in the
ether's
beginning,
electric
but
now.
that's what creates matter. And the more solid the matter, the more
blah 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 blah.
you know, dense the vibration.
Can I
ask
the lower.
I don't know, but
Can I ask a question, Paige? And
Sure.
it's not for you. It's for maybe other folks.
Can we just
Hey,
can I
Randy.
just can I just introduce you? So this is Aaron, guys. If you haven't
Yeah.
come across him, so go ahead, Aaron. Oh, and
It's
thank you
Aaron.
for the
Aaron.
super chat as well. That was awesome. Thank you.
You betcha, man. You support what you love. That's what I do. So
Absolutely.
Aaron's really going to put a
where
spanner in
do
the works
atoms
now.
come from? This is not a question.
I don't think they are atoms. I think
No,
it's
it's not a question for you, Paige. It was Paige.
Oh,
It was asked. It was a question for someone else.
A really quick shout out to Good Servant for smashing the super chat. Thank you very much. You're always there with the super chat, so much appreciated, mate. Thank you.
At the time of the Big Bang, protons were, protons smashed together create heavier elements, and so on. So I mean, that's how it originally happened.
Atoms.
I mean, that's one of the theories anyway.
Well, why isn't my theory that God created everything the way it is? Why isn't that just as good a theory?
Paige, I have the guy that just spoke about where atoms come from. Can you say that? So atoms are the building block of life. Would you say that?
The building block of all things that you see around you, of all matter. Yes, pretty much.
Okay, cool. So my wife just got pregnant.
Yeah.
And so, are you saying that I shot a bunch of atoms at her?
Pretty much.
Okay, cool. Where did I get those atoms?
Well, you ate food, didn't you? You breathed oxygen, didn't you?
So atoms come from food, or?
Well, some of them, yes. I mean, why do you think you grow? You were a baby once, and now you're probably an adult. How do you think you got there?
I just asked you what an atom, where it comes from. You said the Big Bang, and now you're asking me how I eat.
No, because the atoms come from the food that you eat.
Where does the food that I eat come from?
I don't know. What do you like to eat?
Okay, sir. The atoms of the food that I eat, where does that come from?
From the food that you're eating, of course.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Someone else take over this.
I'm not sure
I've
what
to
you're
learn
after.
what Professor Phil's trick was just then to make
You
that
grow because
the
of
idea
matter that
idea
you
that
Oh, wait a
consume.
minute.
The idea
Oh, I
that you
spoke
think
too
the
soon.
atoms that I shoot out of my dick into my wife and that makes a baby,
No, they're
comes from
cells.
comes from a Big
They're
Bang.
cells, and those
They
cells
came up
that's
with
harsh.
atoms.
Is ridiculous.
Nitrogen,
They came
Phil, I
up with
would give
atoms
up.
because that was
Oxygen.
the smallest thing they could see at the time.
Exactly.
Let's just hope he doesn't get any stupid mud
A
on him.
little bit further along in
Amino
what
acids.
we can... Sorry?
DNA, RNA.
I got
Lots of
motivated to rejoin
You
the
don't know what
Discord,
these things are. Why?
but because of the
why are you
technical
saying
difficulty,
Phil, would you agree?
I don't know what happened to him.
Professor Phil, would you agree with me if somebody came up with a better explanation than atoms, right? One that was so good, flat earthers, ball earthers agreed. Would that be fact now?
Pretty much.
Well, do you not see how it's personal beliefs, not facts?
No, it's nothing that. I told you in the beginning when I started this, when I even started this, that's not how science works. This is the best explanation we have.
Trying to catch
We
up
use
on
it
the
to make
tech
our
over there.
decisions, and if you come up with a better one, we'll adopt it.
Okay, hold on. Who determines whether the explanation is better?
Exactly.
Personal
find
belief,
a better
right?
way to make
Wait,
to make
It's
aluminium
hold on.
out of bauxite.
Hold on,
and I'll use it.
Phil,
That's
listen.
got
The
nothing to do with
explanation.
it.
Hold on, Phil. You don't use the explanation to make aluminium. You use aluminium to make aluminium. Okay, so the fact that you have an explanation.
Aluminium.
You don't use the explanation.
the American?
The
You can't
explanation is
even
the
pronounce
story
it in
you've
the
told
American way.
for why what you just did.
I know. Listen, I know
they
I
can't
have to
spell
put
it
in
right,
the
but-
in the bauxite. I know I
yeah,
have
that's
to
it.
smelt it with so many
Aluminium.
grams of carbon
Aluminium.
for it to be reduced to aluminium and oxidize the carbon to make carbon dioxide.
You're
I know
right.
this.
That's 100% correct. But the explanation
So-
came after all of that.
The easiest way to explain it is
What
if you
about
hold up
when
a
a-
red
when a
piece of
woman
paper to
creates a
everyone,
baby?
I'll do it.
and
Phil,
everyone but
Professor
one
Phil, what
person
about
says
when a
that it's
woman
red,
creates
and
a
one
baby?
person
Let's go
says
to
that it's
real
pink,
shit, like life shit.
you go by
Yeah.
What if a
What about
woman
what the
creates a baby?
common
So tell me how the atoms.
the
Yeah,
common
the
answer
majority.
would
are the
be.
ones that you're talking
So-
about that
By presenting your
allow her to create
evidence
a baby. Like who
to
does that?
multiple
Well, she's got-
peers,
she's got
it's
cells
a
in
consensus
her body.
vote on
She's got
what
eggs.
is right and what is wrong, or
Where'd
what's
they
the
come from?
best
Well, she's born
the
with
best
them.
explanation of the situation.
Okay, when she
Yeah,
was
but he's
born,
asked,
where-
what he's
how was
asked,
she
what he's
born,
asking
right?
is if you go back to the
I
first
mean,
born,
that's just part of
There we go.
biology. And
Go
by the
back
way,
to
you're
the
talking
first
to a
one.
physicist, not a biologist. Okay.
Phil,
go back
if I
to the
found an
first
error, or if I found a problem in atomic theory, would you admit it's wrong?
If you found a problem, yeah.
Yeah, if I found an impossibility, would you be like, okay, it can't be that?
Yep.
Okay, so now picture wood. You're telling me that wood and gold are both made out of electrons and protons, right? Just arranged differently. Just arranged. Okay.
Yep.
Can you show me anywhere in reality where you can take two fundamental building blocks and build different materials out of them?
Loon says highly intelligent bunch of intellectuals.
What do you mean fundamental
Thanks,
building
Terence.
blocks? You have to be
Lead,
Heard those
lead to
morons
gold.
before.
Lead to gold.
Okay.
Yeah, I can make lead
Okay,
to
so when
gold.
I say fundamental building blocks, okay, I mean something that can't be, like if you had something that can't be reduced down anymore. Like you believe electrons and protons are the smallest unit, and when
No, I
you
don't,
rearrange
but
them,
that's the smallest.
the
for all
photons
intents
don't
and
have
purposes.
matter
said
or
Willy
mass.
Wonka
Or
said it
the Higgs
best.
boson, they don't
Said
have
it
any
best.
matter
A
to them.
little
So the
knowledge
smallest
every
thing
day-
that has
every
matter.
now
Protons
and
Okay,
then
but do they have
judged
matter?
by the wisest men.
Okay, but to make up physical matter,
A quote
the
from Willy
particle
Wonka.
must have matter, right?
Mass.
Matter. Same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay. So a proton.
Will you
is-
agree that mass and matter are interchangeable?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we'll use matter. So in order to make up a physical, like something physical like gold, it has to be made of physical particles, right?
Yes.
Okay, so those physical particles have to be made of matter. Now, the smallest thing of matter in your world would be electron or proton, correct?
Well, let's just go with that. It's not, but we'll go with that. Yeah,
Okay, but for conversation's sake, okay, so now what you're saying is that you have these electrons and protons.
Cool,
But when you
Jimmy.
put them together, you get gold, wood, glass, water, gas. I don't understand that. That makes zero logical sense that you can create massively different fundamental materials with the exact same building blocks, just rearranged differently. I could take bricks and rearrange them. They'll never be.
What an
wood.
idiot!
So hang on. If I get a pile of bricks,
hydrogen and helium.
Hey, wait a minute, you can get a pile of bricks and turn it into something else.
Well, depending on how I arrange those pile of bricks, I can build a barbecue. I can build a shed. I can build a house.
No.
I can build a
That means nothing to
skyscraper.
me. You're not showing me that. You're
I
just
know it's
explaining
meaning
why you think gold and lead
That's
are.
why you believe what you believe, because you don't understand
that's
it.
why. No, that's why you believe what you believe.
For you to know,
No, we
for you to know,
understand what you're saying. We just don't agree with it.
for you to know that these atoms are
Right
rearranged.
the hand. Right the hand. If he says that the difference between lead and gold is only 3 protons, and we know what protons are, well then fuck. We can get some lead and make some gold because we know what protons are.
And it's quite true too. You can
You
do
actually
that.
can.
Cost you a lot
But
more than just going and
Trouble
buying
is, it
gold.
costs more than the
told you
gold.
he thinks
That's it.
Hold on, I'm on your side.
A bloody alchemist,
You
man.
Might as well just
know
get
that
gold to
these
start with.
atoms or molecules are
No,
rearranged.
let's still worth enough so
And
that you can
means
just
must
sell it as it is, Terry.
see how
Don't
they're
know what
arranged.
they are. That's what right the hand is saying.
No, I agree.
don't
I
know
agree.
what they are.
I agree
Well,
with
actually,
what you're saying.
toilet
I'm
paper might
talking
be
to the
worth
other
more.
guy. In order to know that they're rearranged, you must first see them rearranged or arranged differently. Therefore, you know how they're arranged.
Yeah, I've got a good one to type in
for
there, chat.
wood, and you should be able to create it like these guys are saying, because you
Well,
know
of
how
course
they're
you can.
arranged.
It'll cost you. You can turn gold. You can remove 3 protons and out of lead and create gold if you had the facility to do that.
Yeah, and if I ask God hard enough, maybe he'll turn my lead into gold, right?
Well, look, you can be ignorant if you want, but I'm sorry. I'm
Well,
just
you
giving
can have
the
faith in
chemistry,
your
that's all.
story. You have faith in your story, Phil. I'll have faith in mine.
No.
Okay.
Well, you know the thing about it,
Where
it's
does synthetic
doable.
diamonds
You know
come
that you
from?
can turn uranium into plutonium.
I know you believe it's doable. Have you ever done it though?
Well,
No,
I haven't
you've never
turned lead
done
into
it.
gold. That would be a very expensive process.
Yeah,
and,
I know. So you
and require a lot
believe
of
it can
a
be
lot of
done.
equipment.
This is something that you believe. It's not something that you know.
That's right.
Can I turn lead into
I-
toilet
I know.
paper?
Yes. So how do you know it? If
I'm
you've done
very,
it?
very confident of that.
You believe,
Yeah, you
yes,
have
and
a
I'm
strong
very, very
faith in
confident.
your
That
You got to answer, Terry.
Where?
Because
From
I'll tell you what
Ranty.
gives me the confidence. What gives me
Your
the confidence
personal
is-
beliefs.
No, what gives me the confidence about knowing what lead
Oh,
is,
thanks, Randy.
is that, for instance, I know exactly how a lead acid battery works.
C4's in there.
Yes, you can. I've
And I
seen
know
you do
that
it.
because I know what lead is, and I know all about its. I know that it's.
and I know
its
that
configuration.
God created us because women give.
It wasn't spanner worthy though.
No,
from
you
Randy.
don't know that,
I know.
Paige. You believe it.
Created. Like it's the same thing, Phil.
Well, you're allowed to think that you were created, surely, but I can tell you what.
Exactly, and that's what we're trying to explain to you, ballers.
I've never said you're not allowed to believe what you want.
He's just playing a ball.
I didn't stick a lead bar into my wife when I had a baby. Right?
Can I just change
Dream
the
on.
subject just a tiny bit and ask, when you were pretending to be a flat earther and you said that we needed to stop asserting that there was a dome because the sun doesn't work.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Okay. What I meant was
why
that.
doesn't the sun work?
Okay. The reason is because if you have a dome that's enclosed in a system, and the sun is a continuous process of fusion, producing radiation, producing extraordinary amounts of heat underneath this dome, that would obviously be heating up all this gas that's underneath this dome.
Hey, no,
It would
Matt,
fry
you get a
everything after
spanner
a while.
over there.
Okay, what if the sun is within
Hey.
the firmament?
What was he?
It's
what was he
especially
saying?
bad if it's within.
How do you
Especially
get a
bad if it's
spanner?
within a dome.
No,
Yes.
no.
What if there's like an opening that
Irish
allows that
And Irish
recycles
stew.
the air and cools it? because the
No,
Bible
Irish
talks
Stew
about
hasn't.
gates
I
that
don't think.
flush the air. So all you don't know what happens at
Look
the
at
edge
the
of the
hoops you
world.
have to jump through.
Hold on,
Unnecessary.
hold on. Wait. Yeah, you make all sorts.
Look at
This
the
is what an
hoops you have to
explanation
go
is.
through.
An explanation.
Gradient
That's
of air pressure with no container. Show us a gradient.
yeah. He'll explain it. He'll explain it with gravity,
If you
just
had
like
the
I
sun
explained
in
it.
there, if you didn't
Hannah
have the
says,
sun in
no
the
name's a
dome,
traitor. Call
you
him
would still
Ranches,
have
sir.
a gradient. But because you've got the sun in the dome, you'd end up with convection. So you wouldn't have this gradient. It wouldn't exist.
No, because you're assuming you know what the sun is.
Of course
And
I
the
do.
dome.
How would
It's
I not know what it is?
Have you ever been there?
I don't need to go there. I've got instruments. I've got a spectrometer. I've got one right here.
Yeah. Okay. So you point
you
this
could look at
device.
Brenda, you could look at Brenda and know she's
It's a
a woman,
tuning
could
fork.
you?
No,
I've got a
Brenda,
spectrometer. That's how I know
They're
what
bringing
no.
Bringing up Brenda again.
Give it.
That's their
Give him
that's
the
their
point. Give him the
ultimate
point.
get out
Let's
of jail
stay at
free
the
card, isn't it?
spectrometer.
Oh, whenever
Okay,
we're losing,
talk
we'll just
about
bring
it,
up
Ted.
Brenda.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
what
the
does that do?
spectrometer allows the spectrometer diffracts the light, so I
Good,
can
don't
tell
fall
what the
into it,
wavelengths
Phil.
are from that's coming from the light from the sun. Okay, I can tell what wavelengths are coming from the sun, and
When you
based on
say
the
wavelength-
wavelengths that are coming from the sun and also the spectral lines, I can tell exactly what elements are in the sun. So I know the sun contains helium, and I also know that it contains hydrogen. Now I also know in what abundance these things exist. Now
Okay, so
I can
hold on,
also know that is a fusion reaction happening, because I know that the sun gives off a certain amount of gamma rays, and I know the sun gives off a certain amount of X-rays, and I know this is only possible in a fusion reactor.
Okay. Whoa, Phil.
Hey, Phil,
calm down.
Phil,
Look,
You're not
relax.
keeping
Yeah,
in
look,
mind
I wanna
that
talk
the
about-
dome
So,
that's
Phil,
stopping those things
Phil.
from getting to us and affecting us the way
Because
we
they're
say they
attacking
do.
it.
Phil, does
Yeah.
your spectra, does your spectra thing tell how
Spectrometer.
far away?
Oh, that's Page, real none. Sec.
Spectrometer. Does it tell how far away that light is you're looking at?
Sorry, I missed that. You have to talk a bit later. I can't hear what you said.
Does your spectrometer tell how far away that light
Yeah,
is?
Page
that
is
you're
Page
looking
is a
at? You know, when you're
special
looking at the
person.
sun, you gave us all that.
Charlie says,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but Phil is wrong.
I could
Does
use
it-
Convection
does
in
it
the
give it
dome
the
will
wrong
not
way?
make
and the
the
Doppler
gas have
effect
the
to work
same
out how far away it
pressure
is.
everywhere
Yes.
any more than
Yeah, but
convection does on
right
Earth.
offhand, it doesn't tell how far away, right?
Well, it kind of does. I can
Does light
use the
change when it
information
goes
to work
through
out how far
glass
away
or
it is.
water? Can light change when it goes through glass or water? Can it change
Yes.
speed or?
It changes
Okay,
speed.
so how can you
Convection
tell?
in the dome would not
How can you tell
Yeah, that's what
how
Charlie's
far away
saying.
it is? If,
pressure everywhere.
you know, if there are
We'll have
waters
to get
above,
that one
if
out.
there is a dome,
I have to copy
More than
that
a-
and
then
put it back
how
to
do you
Phil.
know? See, this is what we're trying to say. You're trying to tell
Oh,
us what
so
flat Earth
so the
can and
difference
can't
though,
do
Charlie, is that
based
you're
on.
looking at it from the
We
point
have
of view
an
that
awesome super chat there from
so if
Windrider,
the
who
sun was
says,
within the
"First
dome,
sip
you'd
of
have
the
a
glass
high
will
amount
make
of
you an
heat in a
atheist,
very
but at the
isolated
bottom
area.
of the glass is
So
the creator."
if you look
What
at
an
it from
awesome
the
super chat.
difference
Thank you very
of
much.
say a
You don't need it.
a pot on the
Lose it.
stove
Lose the dome.
with
You
a
don't
lid
need
on
it.
in comparison to actually having a candle inside, I don't know, a pressure cooker if you could feed it constant oxygen so it
So,
wouldn't run out of
Professor Phil,
oxygen.
your spectrometer is not also a radar
Whereas
detector. Like, it doesn't know.
the pressure would be
It
more
looks at light.
well
Yeah,
the
it
heat
gives
would
you
be
back an
more
image
all
on the
over the
screen,
area
right?
with the
Right.
outside of the dome.
No, you look at light. It's actually an optical. With
the sun in the one spot under the dome, the pressure would be, well, the convection currents would be somewhat more isolated around the sun itself rather than all over.
It only gives it. Yeah, you have a lens, and it takes back information that puts it on a screen in front of your computer. But other than that, you have no idea how far
yes,
away
I pretty
that
much
light
do.
was. Or
I do have lots of ideas.
No, you have
I
a
can test
belief.
it against other elements.
Lots of ideas. He says he's got lots of ideas.
When you know something, when I point,
You should only have one
same
idea.
instrument at hydrogen,
Yeah, the globe.
I get the same effect. I get the same wavelengths when I point it at at hydrogen, and when I pointed at helium, I get the same. I get exactly the same thing.
And how do you know? How do you know that light isn't going through a dome and the dome is changing it in some way so it looks different? You don't know.
Yes, I do, because if it was in a dome,
You've got to believe.
if it was in a dome, there would be all sorts of other issues I'd know about.
Like what?
Like there wouldn't be a gradient for the pressure, because there would be convection currents would
if the sun
overcome
was
that.
in the firmament,
You can have a gradient without pressure.
You wouldn't have that because of the heat. There would be an intense heat. You would let's say you believed in creation. That would have been 6,000 years of the heat.
No, remember what I said earlier about the air compressor? If I put a lighter at the bottom inside the air compressor, there would start to become a gradient.
Have you ever heard of an air fryer?
Hold on. Before I put the heat to
acknowledge what he's
before I
saying,
put the heat to it, there was no gradient. It was just one solid pressure.
Yeah.
Now,
But
why I
gradients.
use the lighter? The reason I use the lighter is because it's the sun, and because every day we see the sun and every night we don't. We have a pressure gradient in a container.
Exactly.
Why would that be? Why wouldn't the sun
Because
just
we're
keep heating up
warming up
everything
and
underneath
The
it?
only way you can have gas pressure, and the only way to have a gas pressure gradient
The moon
is
is cooling the
is
Earth
to
down
first
at
have
night. The sun warms
gas
it
pressure.
during the day.
What if the sun keeps heating everything that's underneath it perpetually? Never stops.
But it's not.
What are you
That's
talking
not
about?
what's happening.
All we
Yeah,
see
well,
is
it would be. Of course, it's not, because it's not a dome.
all we see is what we see. We can have stories like that guy said, and all we're going to do is disagree on the stories.
Yeah, we
But
disagree
what
on the
we see
explanation.
in
of the story.
reality is
Anyway,
real.
to answer your questions, I know what the sun is.
No, you don't.
No,
you
you
think
don't.
you know.
Otherwise you can make one. It's called reverse.
Professor
engineering.
Bell.
Yes, probably. Yes. We can make a fusion reaction on Earth. Yes.
Yeah, we could make
No,
that
nobody
a bit
can
of a
make a
discussion,
sun.
Charlie.
If they,
but
it would
that
make the nuclear
pointing
bomb
what
obsolete.
they're talking about now. With
It would
the
be
Yeah,
obsolete.
we can.
Still
We
not
can
proving
make
that
a
that's what the
nuclear
thing in the
It
sky
would
is.
be,
fusion
it would be
reaction on Earth.
superseded if you could make a sun. It would be superseded. That would be the
We
ultimate
wouldn't be
weapon.
able to make the sun. If the sun is a very big object, no, we can't make the
No,
sun.
it's not.
But we can make. We
Well,
can make what the sun is made out of.
No, you can't.
Hey, folks.
Hey, Professor Bell, can you hear me?
Yep.
Folks.
Oh yeah, I've got a question for you regarding the sun and your measurement of the heat. How hot is the sun?
6,000, I think. Is it? I don't know. I don't try to remember the numbers like that.
Yeah, it's about 28 million degrees Fahrenheit, 15.7
It depends on where you
million
are. There's the
Kelvin.
corona, which is pretty hot, but the rest of it's not
Yeah,
that
the
hot.
further away
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get from
The
it.
core temperature is supposedly 28 million plus degrees. What's the hottest
I can't remember the
temperature
number.
we've ever measured on Earth?
Look it up. I can't remember it.
Do you actually think that something 28 million degrees that far away that you're able to accurately measure and determine its molecular components and the functions within something? That
I don't need the heat to measure the components.
I would like to add. Hello, I would like to add to the guy that was just speaking. Where did that heat go?
How long's Randy
Professor
usually
Phil?
have his
When
live
if
streams for? Anyway?
light is particle wave, whatever, it's coming to the
couple of
did that
hours.
heat go? It left the sun.
It's just coming up to
at
2 hours
32
now,
million
so
degrees,
or
and
just
it
gone
gets
over
to
2
us
hours
at,
now.
okay, 75, 80 degrees, maybe 110.
So the sun's 15 million degrees
So
centigrade.
where did that temperature go? Where did the energy go? Where did it go?
Where does the
Because
what
space
go?
is a vacuum, right? Space is a vacuum, right?
I told you I disagreed with that already, so forget about it.
Okay, so
I told
where
you
did
that
the heat
I
go?
told you
Where
that
did
there's
the
no
heat go?
place in the universe without gas
Where did
gas
the
particles.
Where did the heat go? Where did the heat go?
What do you mean? Where does it go?
The
It
heat from
didn't
the
arrive
sun.
at Earth. It did not
Yeah,
arrive
where did
at
it
Earth.
go?
Right?
Into space.
Oh
It
my
shines
God.
on the Earth.
No. He said.
Is there any
It's
method
energy
besides
different.
measuring the light with the spectrometer that we've used to determine what the sun is?
Yeah, that uses light. Doesn't use heat.
Yeah, is there any other way besides looking at the light that's coming from the sun those million miles away that we've used to determine what it is, how it functions?
That's the best way.
Okay, so you think you can determine what something is simply by the light that's shooting through the galaxy, you know, according to you, through gas clouds, through the atmosphere, which causes everything to look like it's flat, but it's round.
Shut up, bitch.
And it's 90 million degrees.
Personal
when it hits
incredulity
the Earth's
out-trumps
atmosphere.
everything.
They call it, right? They call it that. You know, but then it diffuses into room temperature. Thank you, Professor Phil.
Do you see how we could maybe think that that's a little far-fetched, Professor?
Look, you just don't know enough about it to be able to make to make that sort of formulation.
We know.
And the only thing that you know is what the light looks like.
Hold on, guys. You guys don't know enough about it.
Yeah, that's right. I think light doesn't matter if it's an atmosphere or not.
I don't think so.
Okay, tell us something we don't know then.
It's-
You didn't
there's-
even
there's
know the
plenty of-
temperatures when that
there's
other
plenty
guy
of it.
did.
Everything.
Well, that's a good argument for anybody. Like, if you're arguing for Jesus, you could just say, hey, you just don't know enough about him.
Straw man. Come on. Get back
Now,
on
with
point.
this
On
with
point.
this gravity well.
Oh, that's
that
what
you
he's
say
saying. That's what he's saying. You just don't know enough
Yeah,
about
you
it.
don't know enough.
You don't even believe in atomic theory, so I can't help you. Sorry.
There's no belief in science. It's empirical.
You don't accept it. You don't accept the atomic
rid of
theory. So it's pointless me
Because there
trying
are
to
better
explain it to you.
Hey,
in terms of
guys,
scientific theory.
slow
Get
down.
rid of biasness. In other words, belief.
Hey, Phil.
Professor Phil, can you
Yeah.
explain
Can't hear you.
atomic theory to us without going through the whole goddamn spiel again? Just tell me how it affects my life and how when I shot a child into my wife, did I shoot atoms?
Look, I told you. If
creations?
you
Like,
ask,
what did
why
I
don't we just
shoot?
stop it at how it affects your life?
Okay.
So let's just do that. All right.
I'll give you that.
Fission and fusion. Yeah, I've heard
Okay.
that
How it
once
affects
before.
your life? A lot. You know, you're talking to me. How do you think you're
I can't
talking to me?
remember the exact explanation for the difference.
From engineering, advancements.
What's
everything's
that?
Cool.
What exactly is that? And how did the people who made it know that it would work?
Stop asking me these random questions. Come on.
How did the people who made the technology that you're using right now to talk to me know that it would work?
I'll tell you one thing.
They
You
used
don't know.
applied sciences.
You don't know.
I know how.
Or you
I'll
don't
tell you
know.
how. They used
By practical testing.
No. Let me tell you how. They used applied sciences, empirical sciences that have already been known.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
like
never
what?
measured
They just-
anything
they
else
were
that's
just born
28
with the
million
knowledge,
degrees,
right?
so how would you know how the sun behaves? You don't have anything
That's
to
right,
measure it
that's right.
against.
Exactly.
You have no experience
Back
in
on
that area.
track. Back on track.
Can I break in here for a second?
Yeah, Phil.
Let's say
So you wanna learn a bit about
Phil, we're not
atomic
talking.
theory.
It's the live
Let's
stream
say
coming
you-
in.
I told him
guys
it's
use
not
all
us,
this
not
applied
us talking.
sciences, You use everything you know. And you
Yeah, you can break in for a
Carry
minute,
on.
Phil, if you
So
want.
say what you will, Phil.
Well, just to say, all this nitpicking over like trying to prove flat Earth over like, oh, what are atoms and what is the light refraction? The flat Earth is dead. It's already been debunked. It's dead.
Yeah, we
All
know
they're
that.
all anyone is doing now is just trying to cherry pick and nitpick. They're playing Weekend at Bernie's, is what they're doing. They're just desperately trying to keep this flat Earth thing alive because they cannot get a job other than scamming off of YouTube. Flat Earth is dead. I could kill Flat Earth in 5 minutes altogether, no argument. It's done. You can measure any distance on the real Earth, known distances, and that does not match up to the Flat Earth model. Flat Earth is done. It's over with. There's no reason to even try to argue it anymore, really. All they're doing is holding on to a dying religion. It's weak sauce. Why do they keep doing this? It's beyond me. It's clinging on to this belief that the flat Earth still exists. It doesn't. It's done. It's over with. I like I said, I can debunk it in 5 minutes. Just about anyone else can. Even they do. They debunk it when they try to show evidence of it. it's a no-win situation for them, but they're just not smart enough to know when to quit.
Not my field.
Thanks.
Go on.
Do you
I'm
believe
sorry.
we know it though?
Thanks, Charlie.
We could.
That was it real non-sec.
And how would we figure that out?
The sun
Okay, well,
is fusion
probably have a look at
and
it
a bomb is
from
fission. Okay.
where it is. Consider its gravitational attraction to other things.
Shout out to Silent Zero for the $1.99 super chat. Says trial and error. That's how. No idea what that meant, but thank you very much for the super chat anyway. Much appreciated.
That's what I keep telling you. Science isn't about truth.
We're trying to say we've got different ideas.
Sure, no problem.
Why haven't you told us all this time that you're just a storyteller?
Shouldn't be doing and shouldn't be thinking.
Yeah, of course, you can have other ideas. I have ideas.
But you came here saying I'm a flat earther. I'm a.
Yeah, but
flat
use
earther
your
today,
ideas
and
to make some predictions with it. That would be really interesting.
But you don't make predictions either. The eclipse.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Tell me where the comet. Tell me underneath the dome where the comet comes from every 76 years.
Phil.
No. Come on, Paige.
No, I didn't
Paige,
take
answer
it.
this question under your dome. Where does the comet
Mensch,
come
'cause you
from
didn't have
every
one.
76
You had a
years?
spanner.
Yeah, it's a.
And how do
No,
I know
see?
that?
Can I finish?
I did
Okay.
a culling because I had a bit of a problem with some slurpers a few weeks back.
That the frequency of Earth will give off a certain frequency
You like your
every
spanner
78
back?
years, and it
Paige is
creates
the
an
female
electric
Montreal.
phenomenon in the sky.
But it's made out of
Oh,
ice.
don't get me started on Montreal.
Paige, it's made out of
He
ice.
chickened out on me already once.
Yes, it is, Paige.
I don't
I'm sorry,
understand
you
what you're
no
saying
doesn't make it not.
that doesn't match up to what I want to believe in,
It's made out
and
of
you're wrong.
ice, Paige.
How do you know that?
Okay, we've even landed a probe on on one of these meteorites.
Here we go.
No,
Here we go.
you
Here we go.
haven't.
Oh, well, what do you mean?
I'm sorry, is this a recording of a
When you
debate?
say we landed, what do you mean by that?
Well, you know, the people who do this stuff.
Humans.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
figure of
but
speech
doesn't
when you
mean-
say it that like that.
In the
What?
English language, doesn't
Like we all have to
we-
go to the
like if I
shops to
said
buy
we-
food.
No,
doesn't
I'm
that
not. I wasn't involved in any of that. That's not my area.
We all have to eat.
They did it.
Okay, cool. But he wasn't involved in any of that. Can you tell me that someone maybe who was involved in that?
I don't specifically give any name. Can give you any name right now. No.
Okay, but we saw, but you did see how they landed on a comet, right? You remember
They
that?
did explain it. Yes.
They told you a
explained it.
story.
They explained it. Cool.
Yeah.
I've got no
I told
reason
him the
not.
story
I've got no reason to not.
Well,
to
Darkseid,
not,
he's a teacher and he'd like to
trust what they
educate
said.
people that
We've
are
got plenty of reasons not
misinformed
to
or
trust what they say, Phil.
Well,
Don't
you know, that's you.
deluded.
Good.
So, Phil, are you
yeah,
saying
me too.
If it's personal belief.
Phil, are you saying that old Saint Nick's up there on a sleigh being pulled by reindeer?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Why? You got no reason to
Just as
disbelieve.
plausible. Yeah.
Yes, I do. I've got
What
plenty of
reasons?
reasons to disbelieve that.
What's your disbelief of
What
Pluto?
reasons would you have?
What? Humans can't breathe in up there with
I can kill flat Earth.
pressure, for instance.
He's
at,
not
at
human.
0.17.
I challenge
10
anyone.
to the minus 17.
Santa's not human, first of all.
PSI.
So go ahead.
Neither-
Well, I don't know. There's no
Reindeer.
such thing.
Reindeer.
Is this
Phil,
what you
what
believe?
do you think about Tesla? What do you think of him?
A great
Do you think
engineer.
He was a smart. Sorry.
A very smart, very good engineer, and was very
Very intelligent.
astute with taking advantage of the technology
Thank you,
that
Buddy Young,
was
for the £2
put in front of
super
him.
chat. Please
Tesla was
let-
a
He's
little
got the
crazy.
most
though.
individual
Hang on,
patents
can I just finish,
in
please?
history.
Tesla called Einstein a fuzzy-haired crackpot.
So what?
Well, you were telling us not to call scientists idiots and what have you.
Yeah.
But they've been proven to be idiots.
And at that time, and at the time that this was going on, lots of people disagreed with Einstein. Not that many people disagree with him now.
So stop telling us.
After all the evidence.
Tesla was before.
He's just propaganda. He was just propagated. He was put on a
Tesla was
pedestal.
before Einstein, by the way. Yeah.
Hey, would you guys mind if I ask Dr. or Professor Phil a question? I've been trying to find out, and I've asked a few people, Blue Marble Science and some others, if we wanted to go about falsifying the globe model, if we were looking for a test we could do with an expected result that would falsify the globe model, do you have any idea what we could do?
Sure.
Yeah, what I heard from Blue was...
Okay, what?
Put a rocket in space.
I think he wants you to expand.
Hi, Jose.
Put a rocket in space.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jose.
Jose.
Anything on the Earth we could do? Anything to
Hey,
determine that
Jose.
there's
Hey,
no
Jose.
curvatures or any test we could do?
It's really hard
Yeah, put
to
a rocket in
decipher
space.
who's talking.
Hold on, you guys.
Well, I'll
just
mute,
test that for
I'll mute
certain.
the
You should go with him here.
Hello, we're
How much
watching
does it cost
Rantish
for
like Earth's
NASA
live
to put a
stream.
rocket
That's
in
his
space?
topic.
Professor Phil's on Ranties at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just really hard to tell if anyone here is talking or if anyone there is talking.
Well, we're mainly watching Professor Phil with these idiots.
But hi, Jose.
You there, Jose? Is your mic
hear me?
working?
Hola.
Check. Yeah, we
Check,
heard
check.
you, Ozzie.
Check,
Yep.
check.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
your new avatar looks cool on you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just doing
sure-
some listening over here.
Yeah, we're going to go through this, and then we've got another issue to deal with after we finish with Professor Phil on Ranty.
I want to bring someone up though, just for fun, just for a little bit. But
Well,
no,
I wasn't
you-
meant to
you-
go on
you
this
go
early
ahead.
today, but I thought I'd try it and see how I went. And I bumped
Keeping me
into,
up.
I bumped into Sean's live stream too. I didn't know that was on.
And Mr. Sensible's stream.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I
That's
missed
where
out
I
on
came
you.
from.
I should have went over there too.
Yeah, that's where I came from. Because
I could have had him here as well, Mr. Sensible.
oh, that would have been entertaining.
He's not on now though, is he? Still? He's
No,
he's finished.
Enterprise to go to space. Come on.
Yes, there are.
Why
Do you
do
think
you
if
have to
we
jump
came up
through
with
all these
$100 million
hoops to
that they
prove
would
the
allow
ball?
us to shoot a rocket into space?
Show me
Professor Phil?
Virgin Galactic. Show me Virgin
Come on,
Galactic.
make
from
sure it's
12
live,
years,
though.
2012, where they lost a guy who almost hit the firmament, and they've never been back since. Why?
Pete
Virgin
Shaggs.
Galactic.
Space
Who
Sex
hit
and
what
Starlink,
firmament?
all roads
The
lead to
rocket
Virgin-
hit the firmament and came to a
That's
stop.
right. Virgin Galactic.
You can't
in
collide with something that
2012.
You
isn't
guys
there.
are
The
you guys are
firmament
just
isn't
dreamers.
I don't think we know.
Anyway, I
that.
shouldn't say that. I'm a
Video,
flatty
it
today.
shows the rocket going 1 million miles an hour, then it just goes clunk
Boom.
and comes to a complete stop.
Well, it looks like it hit something. I wouldn't
He's
say
a
it hit the
flip-flop.
firmament.
Wait a minute, no.
We don't
Can't
really
be
know
anything.
what it
Jose's
hit,
a
but it did
flip-flop.
look like it
No,
hit
we don't, but
something.
it hit something and stopped.
But
You
do
made-
you
No,
think
that was
if we came up with $100 million, Professor Phil, that they'd allow us private citizens to shoot a rocket into space?
Yeah.
Do you see the
Isn't that
hoops you're
controlled by
don't
the
need that much.
defense
keep
industry?
your ball model
No.
going?
No.
Millions of dollars.
Any
you know,
private
rockets
sector
in space.
can
Give
go
us
into
something
space.
They
that
let
a
my
normal
Qs do
person
it.
can do here on the Earth. to
Okay, I
prove
will.
your
Yeah.
ball.
All right. So do this. Would you have enough money to hire a helicopter for a couple of hours?
Yeah.
Sure.
I've got a friend who
still gotta
flies
contact,
planes, but what's that got
what
to
is
do
it,
with anything? You have to be
FAA?
120,000 feet up to see the curve.
No, we can charter a helicopter. Go ahead. How
right,
would
so-
we,
so-
if we
so-
chartered a helicopter,
all
how
right.
would we tell?
Okay, so this is a way that you can just collect small pieces of evidence, right? You're not going to get the whole lot, so you're going to get some small pieces of evidence put together and make a deduction. Okay.
Cool.
No,
Well,
I'm
one of the
looking for
things that you
something
can do
an
is-
observation, a test, an experiment that we can do to falsify the globe model. So far, as the
All right.
Black
Yeah. Sure.
Swan group,
Okay. So do this.
anything
do this
that we come up
experiment.
with that
Will
seems
you?
to falsify that we would expect to see on a
Okay, do
flat
this- do
plane
this
instead of a
experiment.
globe is then claimed
I would
by
expect to see the Earth moving underneath me when I hover.
Okay.
around
Can you do this experiment? Okay. Listen to me. All right. So what you do is you grab a rock. You grab a helicopter from the ground. Go out where you can
Feel
see
the
the
earth
sunset. All right. So the sun's
under
and
my
watch
feet.
the sun go completely. So it's gone. So it's dark. Get in the helicopter. Go up 1,000 meters. You'll see the sun again.
What does that prove? What about refraction?
No, wait.
Professor? If anything we
Well,
see
you're
on the
up there.
horizon is
Hover
impacted
around
by
there.
Oh,
Just wait.
oh,
Hover
oh
hover
my
for a
God.
while till the sun
They
sets again.
so
Train wreck.
In fact,
I
back
believe
up
that
another
Bob
1,000
the
meters,
science guy told
and
me
you'll see
that
the
the
sun
sun
again.
sets behind the apparent horizon, so we don't even see the real sunrise.
Phil,
No.
just get up.
The sun
You know
will not
when
have
they,
changed
you know when
its
you
angular
hit a
size.
nerve is when they
How do you know?
all talk
Keep
at
going
once.
up and up and up, and you'll still see the sun.
When they're talking over you, that means they're scared.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear what you
No,
have
it
to say.
doesn't.
Absolutely humongous. It looks like 10 times the size
Well,
that it normally does.
you know that's got to do with the refraction in the air. So that's
So how the hell
Here we
Oh
go.
my
Here we
God.
go.
Oh
Here
my
we
God.
go.
He just
How
says
would
it
we get
doesn't
away
happen,
from
but then
the
it happens
horizon
because
and refraction in the
happens.
atmosphere by going
It
up in a
happens.
helicopter?
I'm
but
talking
it
about.
doesn't
You
happen.
know
It's a
what?
double
You know the thing
thinking
about it is the
funny
lot of you sitting over there.
What happens
Purple
because
U,
it doesn't happen because
FAU,
it happens.
BMU, .C, page. You know what I'm saying. You don't pretend you don't know what I'm saying. Pick up that helicopter, go 1,000 meters, and watch the sun go down again.
The same
Wait till the sun goes down.
He's
Go another
Randy's
1,000
got
meters.
his
You'll see
volume
the sun
turned up.
again. Do
Phil,
that,
relax.
and you'll see the sun.
Why do we give them
behind the
oxygen?
horizon? Since we never see the
Don't
real
pretend
horizon.
you don't know what I'm talking about.
works on a ball.
So
Don't
hold on.
pretend.
Let me say something.
well,
here.
that's gonna.
Hold on a second. If you put a clothesline on a chessboard that's 100 miles long, right? And you hang a light bulb on the clothesline, you make sure the clothesline's tight so it's always the same height above the chessboard. And you have your friend push the light bulb out. It's going to look like it's going down towards the chessboard, right?
Yes.
But it's staying the same height, right?
Yes.
And if you
That's not a good analogy.
Mixing up
as soon as the
perspective
light
and scale
disappeared
there a little
behind
bit.
the horizon, you would see it again.
Yes.
So that
No.
idea
That's
is
the
out.
same
Any
thing you can
others,
do on a flat
Professor
plane.
Will?
You could do it on a flat plane, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
At
anything
local
else?
distance. Yeah, at
Aren't
local
you?
distance.
Aren't us flat Earth people supposed to be
Don't say
saying
us,
that the sun
flat
goes
Earth.
away? Doesn't the sun go away?
Yes.
Isn't that what I just said?
Well, how come it's not changing the
Sunrise
angular
and
size if it's
sunset.
going away? It should be getting smaller and
It does.
smaller.
Because it's not a. One, it does, and two,
No, it
it's not a
doesn't.
physical object. It's an
You wanna
effect.
see-
Only physical
That's
objects
been
will change
proven.
their
It
size.
It's
doesn't
not a
change
physical
in
So the
object.
sun's
Right
not an
there.
object.
And it's
It's been proven that it
wanna see
doesn't
the
change in
sun?
angular size.
Go to the desert.
Did
No,
all of you
they're
agree
claiming
with
Just
what
say
you're
the
saying?
sun isn't
anything
a
they
physical
can.
object.
Bro, all you
Right,
see is a
you
light in the
get
sky. How are you going to tell? You're going to pull out your little machine and it's going to go beep boop beep
They're
boop. beep,
clinging
boop.
to
All right,
anything they can
let me
to
just try.
support their
Let me just try
religion.
this
That's
little
all they have.
this little experiment.
They're
Okay,
dying. They're
there's 5
desperate.
of you there. The one with the purple. What do you think the sun is?
Chris.
Okay, so I will state it. Just you're asking us our personal opinions, just so you know. I believe the sun is made by intelligent design so that we have a night and a day.
Oh my God.
That's why it
Yeah,
works
what-
so beautifully. It is. It's just the light from the
Oh, so it
creator.
turns
it's
on
it's
and
not
off.
anything.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not
done.
like a thing. It's just it's if it was perfectly dark, you'd bump your head into things. So he's like,
I bet you're
okay,
not still
I need a
going when I
light.
get up again.
So he made a light, and then he was like, well, I need a light in the day because it
please.
sounds stupid to go to sleep when it's when it's bright out. So then plants are also
He made it light
photosynthetic,
so
and
you
then
don't bump your head into
animals.
things.
It's by design. So the
Okay,
sun
what
is
about
a
when
where
I've
does
been in
it go?
pitch black? Where was
Design.
my light?
It
It goes
depends too
go.
far away to see it, Phil.
It's go is what physical.
Away, they drop
Where does
down.
it go at night?
It's you just
Oh.
at night you
It
can't
goes
see
to
it.
bed. Goes to
It's
sleep.
somewhere else.
Why can't
Can I tell you what
It
I
goes
think?
It
insane.
goes away from your view. Very simple.
Okay, so does it get smaller and smaller as it goes away from your view, or
It
just
goes away
disappears?
from your view, just like everything else goes
Phil, it
smaller and
changes
smaller
the
away
angular
from your
size.
view.
Yeah, there is a swear jar. I've got a
Does it
PayPal
go? Does it
account link
turn
there.
into a little dot and then just disappears?
Yes, it
No,
does.
No,
the
it goes away from
atmosphere
your
is
view.
too
It just went over
You
the
won't-
horizon, so it went out of your
fades
view.
out from view before it can shrink that much. But it will actually
Oh my God.
enlarge.
You want to put $1 in the swear jar, Loon?
Then how come you can't see the sun anymore, but you can see the stars
How
through
come,
the same atmosphere?
what is daylight? Tell me what is
You're saying
daylight?
the stars are
Why do
light
you
years
stay there in
away
the
if
same
You're using the ball model.
What
No,
is
I can't
daylight?
see both of them at the same time.
I can't hear quite what Paige is saying.
I'm
It's so
up to
soft.
FA now.
Phil,
FA.
do you ever see the sun when you see the stars?
All right, can everybody be quiet and just FA tell me
Hi,
what you
Sam.
see the sun?
Sam's over there
Do
saying
you
hello
ever
to
see
me.
the sun when you
Hi,
see the
Terry.
stars?
You can't see the sun and the stars at the same time.
Professor
so
Phil,
how do we
what
know
is-
the
what is-
relationship? How do you know they're in the same? How do you know they're in the same area?
Well, you see, you well, when the sun disappears, you see the stars.
You need to copy that.
Yeah, when the sun's no longer in the picture.
When sunlight is no longer in the picture. Sunlight.
Yeah,
Yeah, you see the
sunlight.
stars.
Sun and sunlight are different things.
So
where
why
does
do
the
you
sun go?
How can you say
gets
they're
too
in the
far away
same
to see.
area?
Stop asking
Just
the
Sammy now.
fucking question.
Peanut gallery at the moment.
do
Or
you
is
Where
he
the
over
sun
there?
used to be, where the sun used to be, I can see some stars.
Yes,
No.
because there's
This is
the light
frustrating
from
because
He's back.
I want to go over there.
He's back in here.
And
The sun,
Yeah.
the stars
You're
are
back.
brighter than the sun.
I want to go over
That's what
there
I said.
and
You
just
fucking
shut
Sounds like
all
what you
this
said.
nonsense
No.
down.
I said
Well, go and
the
put a
stars are
comment
brighter
over
than
there.
the air
I'm not stopping
around
you.
Now the sun's gone.
I
That
don't know
makes
where
sense.
this is.
Fucking ears.
That makes sense.
Just hang on,
Now,
Phil. I'll
where did
give
the
you a
sun
link.
go?
Over the other side of the earth.
Okay, so
Too
it gets
far away
smaller
to
and
see.
smaller as it goes away?
I explained that.
Yes.
It gets
No, you
bigger
didn't.
and smaller
Night, farmers.
depending on how much water
Oh, you
is
gotta
in
go,
the
farmer.
atmosphere, how much
Yeah.
of a lensing effect you have.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so it should go down. It should
Yeah.
end up being a little dot, right, at some stage?
Yep.
Did you hear
Yep.
me?
Hold
No,
on.
The-
Hold-
there is
let me
Yeah,
ask
Phil,
you,
last
Phil.
link in
to
the internal
magnify
chat.
it. So it will never, the atmosphere is too thick. It will never get far enough away. You won't be able to see it. The angular size and the lensing effect in the atmosphere, how thick the atmosphere is, will
Can
never
I
allow
have
you
a
to
piece
see
of cheese to
get
go with the
dot.
wine, please?
So does it just turn off then?
Oh,
No,
Yes.
no, hold on. It does. Hold
are
on a
you
second.
kidding me?
If you
It
go to
has
the
a
what we call
very
a
annoying
ramp.
accent.
Her voice would
if you
make
go to
the horses run away.
any desert, right? Any dry climate, real dry, like
Yeah.
the desert, right?
Yeah.
You will see the sun shrink inside as it goes
No, you
away.
won't.
Now
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
no,
got.
you
easier
won't.
to see in a desert.
you
Let
don't.
me
There's less
finish.
water
Let me
in the air.
finish. Let
You
me
don't.
finish. If you have more water in the air, it actually magnifies it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it could be that it's appearing to
contradiction.
stay the same size because
Exactly.
of the atmosphere.
Yep,
Yeah,
apparent.
Okay, so but I'm
In the desert, you will
Oh,
literally
Renee,
see
me.
it.
What channel's this
shrink
on? Oh,
It's
Okay,
all
so it
right. I'm
stays the
posting
same
a link,
size,
Terry.
But what? So
Ranky
it just
Flat
keeps
Earth.
going,
Well,
and
no,
then does it turn?
The
How
lead
does it
name
turn off?
is
It never
entertaining
turns
all.
off.
But it gets
I want
dark.
to
It
get
must
onto
turn
this
off.
voice chat.
The
Does the
light
street
is
light
No,
light up?
what
Where's
makes
it
you
Oh,
going?
we're
say that,
listening to
Professor
them.
Phil? What makes you say that it must turn off?
Andrew,
Because
did
I
you
know.
listen to
dark.
me?
How do you know
Who?
it just didn't go too far
Paige.
away where its energy reach you anymore?
But then if it went
To
too
excite
far
the-
away, I'd see
to
it get
excite
smaller
the
and smaller and
molecules
smaller
in the
till
air.
it
We
disappeared.
just explained that.
So at some
Phil.
stage it
Far
just
away.
goes, does it? It just
Yeah,
disappears.
guys. Hold on a
Hang
second,
on,
guys.
Phil.
Does the street light? Does the
Jeez, I'm gonna have
street
to ask
light?
her out on a date
light
if
up
she
the
lives
whole
near me.
No.
Oh dear God.
No, that's what the
Sunny
sun.
Sit here, Club.
You're going to do a bandy, are you?
It's close
Yeah,
enough.
but the street
Whoa.
light's got a lampshade.
Local.
It's not a
It takes
giant nuclear.
Wait, he said the street light has a
Going off
lampshade. Wait, he said the
Thank
street light has a lampshade. That's why it doesn't light the whole earth. Oh my
Oh.
God,
Oh,
Phil,
you're
you're going to save
fucking
us
kidding me.
millions on the highway. They
Oh,
just
well,
make
it's not
one
gonna
light,
light the whole
remove the
earth. Of
shade.
course not. It needs more light than that.
What?
But what's that got to do with the sun? How come it gets dark?
Because the sun is a
It's
light.
like a flashlight
Behaves the
above
same
the
way.
earth. It's local.
It's not as
But
far
you
as
still haven't explained. You said the sun does not get
Oh.
smaller and smaller.
I
That's what
must
you
be
said. Is that
blocked
right?
because I said
Oh,
the
you,
truth
oh,
over
you
there.
can't get in there.
Right hand, right hand, right hand, right hand. He just said the sun does not
Is it
get
that you
smaller.
can't get in
What do
there,
have
or
to
you
say
just
about that?
because even if you're
Okay, regardless of whether the sun gets smaller or bigger
even if
or
you're
larger,
blocked, you should be able to
when you
watch it.
stand in one spot and watch the sun set,
Well, I'm watching
that's
it
the
here. What
effect.
do I want?
Okay, whether it gets bigger,
Oh no,
whether it
I'm
gets
not
smaller,
blocked.
the sun
Look at that.
shouldn't do anything because it just does what it does. So when
What
he
kind of answer is that? Where does it go?
Well, let him finish.
Phil, when you say where does it go, what you're doing is me and you were standing in a
So
spot.
she
we see
lives
the
2
sun
hours
disappear.
away
You
from
look at
me.
me and go, "Hey, what do you think
How'd
happened?"
you find
and I
that
go,
out?
moon.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's what
it went
Andrea said.
too far away. And you go, well, I think the Earth is a ball that's spinning and we're in space and the Earth is going in the opposite direction. So I'd be like,
yeah,
okay,
you know
that's
why?
right, man.
Because if I go up in a helicopter, after it's gone, I'll see it again.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Geez, I might see if I can get her to come out and do some observations and take some pictures with me or something.
Right? You see the sun again. You look at me and you go, why do you think that happens? I go, I don't know. Probably because we went higher. And I go, why do you think that happens? And you go, well, because the Earth is a ball. And it's like,
everyone come over to the Aussie perspective.
You're telling me a story.
No.
Yes.
I'll give you a handshake and say, well, that's pretty brilliant of you to figure that out.
Okay, but no, when you say figure it out.
Hold on. When you're in a helicopter, you rise up and you see the sun again.
On behalf of people
why
in the
is the
chat,
horizon still
how long
flat
until this is
and you're
over?
claiming it's a ball?
It's just how it looks to you, that's all.
Soon I
Because
hope.
you're looking at it.
Yeah, he's been gone for a few hours already.
So now you want to disregard how it looks, even though you're asking where the sun went based off how
What?
it looks.
Helicopters can't even fly remotely high. Yeah,
What the hell?
helicopters can fly pretty high.
See more of the Earth, but horizontally,
Yeah.
which should be even more curved than it is forward
if you keep
now.
going, you'll
we
keep
see
seeing the
nothing.
sun.
Oh my
How
God!
come?
They could
Why
technically
does
make
it
it
away
all the
at
way
some
to the
stage?
Kármán line.
When does it decide to go away?
Good enough helicopter.
The horizon
I
gets too far away
respect
for the,
I don't.
Every
the type
time
of
we go up
person that
another
would
1,000 meters, we see it again. How come?
Give it a miss,
away.
mate.
She lives in
You're
Orbos.
asking why?
Does she really
He
live
just
in
keeps
Orbos?
asking why? And the thing is,
No, she lives in Imagination Land.
No, if she lives in Orbos, that explains a lot because Orbos is
my
like a hick
religion says
town.
because God designed it that way. Now,
Yeah.
if you're when he asks you
I'm not
why, hold on.
God designed it that way. I'm
Phil,
just
let me
asking,
finish.
how
Phil,
did he
Phil,
design
Yeah.
it? What did he
Let me
do?
finish. Let me finish.
How are we
So,
supposed
let
to
me,
answer
when he says
What
when he
is it,
asks
like
us
a bar
how,
in
if
Bay,
we
is
don't
it?
give him
Oh, very
what
much
his
so,
beliefs
Terry.
are,
It's
he's just going to tell you you're wrong.
Orbos is down near
Good call.
the
He's
It's
always
Blake's
asking
entrance.
why?
Because he wants you to go, I think it's because of this. And then
It's,
he'll say, no, that's
it
wrong.
kind
It's
of nowhere's
because of
Phil.
this.
Yep. He has no.
Because you're in a
interest
religion,
actually
Phil.
thinking
You're
about what we're
in a
saying.
religion, buddy.
Oh, don't bring up
You're
that.
in a religion.
Yeah.
Space,
Don't bring up that.
science is a religion. You have
No,
a Big
don't-
Bang, we have
don't go
God.
there.
You have evolution, we have creation. You're in a religion.
Ranty, this has been great for you. I can see the super chats being firing up.
Hey, Professor.
Well, Phil, do you admit you're in a religion?
You never did tell
Do you
us how
admit
we
you're in
could falsify the globe.
Yeah, no,
I did. I
No.
told you to get up in that helicopter. That's one way. If you go up to that helicopter, this is how you falsify it, all right? You get up in that helicopter. Listen, Paige, I'm telling you how to falsify the globe, all right?
First of all, Phil.
Oh, these guys. From Godzilla. Yeah, well, if Earth was
I
flat,
love it how
I see any curve?
Ranty just mutes them so that he can actually do
That
the
is
super
question.
chats.
That is the question. And again, oh wait, from Godzilla, yeah, obviously. Because we don't see any curve, because there is no curve.
Falsify the globe. You get in the helicopter,
Oh,
you look at the sun.
Pip, you stole my
wait for
line.
the sun to go away. You look at it, you go up again, and the sun has gone a bit further away, and it's smaller.
That's the best proof
You go
you
up
have.
further,
That's
and the
the
sun is
best method
smaller
that you have.
again. Now you know that you're not on a globe.
That is a
No, that just
pathetic
means
method.
we can see. That just means you can see the sun when you go up in a helicopter.
That whole time.
No, it doesn't. It means the sun's going away from you.
Maybe I'll try and let her convert me, Andrea. What do you reckon?
Dips below the horizon. You know
And
you're
that
not
name's
on a
at
globe.
after party at Terry's.
It has nothing to do, Phil, with what Phil's trying to point out. Like, it's a globe Earth, and I just went up in a helicopter and I saw the sun. Great, right?
Yeah, but no
you
flat,
didn't.
no curved horizon.
I'll tag Ranty.
So
Can I just say
I'll
for
do
a
it- I'll
professor,
do an
that's
after-
totally
I'm doing an
unscientific,
after show.
Phil, because you're after invoking the sun, and you haven't defined what
Oh
the
dear
sun
God,
is.
no.
I have.
No.
You just didn't agree with it. That's all.
No, if you were pretending to be a
you
flat
like
earther
Peter.
tonight, excuse me, please. If you were
Oh,
pretending to be a flat
being a
earther,
flat earther, you mean?
hang on, please. If you
I
were
just
pretending
accept
to
what
be
the
a flat
sun is
earther
in any
tonight,
case. I'm not going to argue with the sun. I can accept that the Earth is flat and the sun is
Real
what
on
it is.
sex, she probably
Well, hang on,
is.
please.
But you just got, you can't bring up the globe
Why would you
Earth
carry in
when
the idea of what the
you
sun is in a ball Earth
you're
model
doing the deed.
into a flat Earth model, and then
Because
discard it on the
Exactly.
then you don't
basis
have
that
to
it doesn't
argue with
work
the
on a
ballers.
flat Earth model?
That's what I've been trying to tell him the whole time. Why are you using the ball model? Your beliefs of a ball, what happens on your ball? Why are you using that?
So
Renee says I need
Because
more
then you don't have to argue with the ballers then.
Phil, we don't give a fuck. That's our whole point. We want to argue with you because you're wrong.
Can I just say proof, evidence? We don't
You're
want
wrong.
stories, Phil.
Let me just say something regarding Phil said himself, a street lamp has a shade,
you have
right,
nothing to
cast the total
argue.
light. Well, what's to say that the shade for
Oh,
the
here we
sun
go,
is not the barrier
Aristarchus.
itself, Phil, and a particular contour
I
and makeup
can't
of the
listen to
barrier?
him. I can't
exactly.
listen
It would
to
need to
him.
have a semicircular shade, wouldn't it?
Well, it does. It has an oval shape, actually, Phil, and it's we're divided into two barriers, an inner barrier and an outer barrier. The outer
No,
barrier
I've
is
looked at the
highest
sun many
along.
times through it.
Hang on,
It's
Phil,
not
because you
oval.
haven't. Hang on, Phil. You haven't considered this, you see. So how can you rule it out? I said the outer barrier is highest along the equatorial areas, right, and low at north and southern peripherals. You haven't considered that, Phil. All the skylights are reflections, right, off of this watery, energized barrier.
Now I've looked
He
at the
hasn't
sun.
considered
I've
any
looked
of
at the
our
sun hundreds of
arguments.
times, if not more, with a
No, you
filter.
haven't.
It's round.
Look
Okay,
at the
but the
sun
light,
from
yeah.
high altitude. Excuse me. Look at the sun from high altitude balloon footages above about 60, 70,000 feet, and you'll see a very different sun to the round one that you see through these filters.
No.
Phil.
Yeah, how does
That's,
the sun
again, that's away
93
from the
miles
water,
away
water
cause
in
a
the
hot spot
atmosphere,
in the
right?
clouds?
No, it's the sun looks the same wherever you look at it.
Your mind is made up. A
Sun
recent
93 million miles away create a hot spot.
No, I'm just realistic. I don't make stuff up. So you guys just want to make
Well,
stuff up on your way.
Here, wait, Phil, hold on. You asked for explanation. Pete gives you an explanation, right?
Yeah, but it's
And
just,
then you're,
it's
and then you're
gibberish.
just like, no. He's okay. He says, hold on. Pete, you said you never seen the stars and the sun at the same time. So the stars can be a reflection of the sun. That makes sense, especially if you don't see them at the same time. So
no, how can the sun? How can the stars
hang on,
be a
but
reflection of the sun
now
if the sun has
okay.
gone to the other side of the world, according to
listen.
you?
Well,
Listen.
isn't a reflection that's
Exactly.
the whole point of a
Phil,
reflection?
But why
Phil,
should we
Phil,
have to sit here and
Phil,
guess what
right,
everything
that's
is,
the
what the
thing.
sun and the earth
Because
is?
He keeps saying why.
No, you just make things up as
We
you're
don't
going
need a
along.
story.
Well, that's the point.
Well,
It's-
because
you make
Professor
it
Phil
sound
here
silly.
has
it's been made up
considered-
already.
Hang on, please. Professor Phil here, in a scientific sense, has not considered the alternative. So he's ruled it out. So that's why it's pointless talking to this Professor Bell.
No, I don't understand what your alternative is, Pete.
You haven't heard it, man. You haven't heard it. There's no,
I
would you agree
heard
that at
what
the
you
heart
said,
of
and
any
it just sounded
scientific
like
endeavor?
word salad. I couldn't make out a thing about
Okay,
it.
Phil.
You need
Let
to
me
be
say
specific.
this. Would you agree, Phil, at the heart of any scientific endeavor is the height of skepticism? You always have to be skeptical about everything.
Absolutely agree with that.
Right. So you have ruled
Professor
out. Excuse me, please. You have ruled out a flat Earth possibility on the basis.
No, I
that it
haven't. I'm
wouldn't
here
work.
trying to be a flatty.
Excuse me. You've
you
ruled
haven't.
it out on the basis that it wouldn't work in a
The whole
helicopter
point
ride.
about me being here is to be a flat earther.
Listen.
Finish. Let finish.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish my statement. You've ruled it out on the basis that the flat Earth is impossible because of what we see regarding the sun, but you failed to define the sun in the flat
When
Earth
did I
sense.
say that? I came here to tell you that I think the Earth could be flat.
What? You just said the sun goes.
Good on him.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, Professor Phil? You're saying the Earth could be flat? You think it could be flat, genuinely?
Didn't I? Did I come here and I said this is what you need to do if the Earth is flat?
Don't
You're playing
need
the
you
game.
telling us what we need to do. You're trying to get us.
Yes,
to
I
argue
do,
flat
because
Earth
you're mucking it
model.
all up. Of course I need to tell you what to do. You're mucking it all up.
Hang on, Phil. When I tell you my hang on, Paige.
You, because you're
Hang on,
mucking it
Paige.
up.
Stop shouting, Phil. Hang on, Paige. When I tell you,
Oh,
Phil,
don't
my
care, you're
hang on,
mucking
Paige. Can I
You're buggering it all up.
Why Australians are very loud? Can I say something to this guy?
Hey, why is Australians very loud?
Phil,
I like
so
it.
I've been
Paige
a
is
flat
not
earther
loud.
for the longest time, and when I try to express in a very sort of brief sense my developed ideas on what's going on with the skylights, you call it gibberish and word salad and immediately diminish it.
Because I know the sun doesn't have a semicircular lampshade.
Okay.
You
How
know
do you
that.
know that? How do you know?
Because I've seen the sun heaps of times with a filter.
Okay, cool. So how do you
And
know?
you know
What's behind it?
Yeah, if you were living under the lamp and you looked up at the lamp, it would look like a circle with the shade over. You wouldn't see the shade over
Not
it. You
if
would
it
just
was
see the light
circular.
over
Not
it.
if it was semicircular.
Wait a minute.
If
It
the
doesn't
light was
matter if it has a
circular, yeah.
lampshade or not. If I take a
Right
huge
hand
bright
for the
spotlight
win.
and walk away from you, eventually that light will not reach you. It doesn't have the energy or the
I
power.
agree with that. And,
know,
and,
it's
and,
got nothing to do with
and,
straight
and that
to
light
the
will get
ground.
smaller and smaller
you
and
interrupt
smaller.
every time. How do we know it doesn't?
Easy. Everyone easy.
That's
Easy.
ridiculous.
Easy.
I couldn't talk. That's why I was telling Pete, good luck.
I know. Easy. Everyone easy. Is it
Pete
our
wonders why
turn
I
or
get
his
loud.
turn or whose
All
turn?
right, I'm
is
just
it?
going to wait until people ask me a question, okay?
That'd be good.
What a
go ahead.
bitch.
How far away
Yeah,
is the sun? Yeah, when you
93
take
million
your-
miles.
okay, and how do you know that?
150 million kilometers.
Saw what I just
How do you
posted
know
there.
that?
You
For
didn't say
Transit of
anything to that.
Venus.
okay, so you're using a.
No,
how do
they're
you
not
know how far
commenting
away Venus
to
is?
everyone's chat.
By a two-point calculation from the Earth. So standing at two different places on the Earth, looking at Venus and looking at the triangulation.
And when you're looking at Venus and you're looking at the sun and you're making these calculations, what do you
If we
basically
really wanted to watch this, wouldn't we all
and
just be over
reference
there
off
giving him the view?
No, but that's giving him more views.
First of all, you've worked out how far Venus is. Okay,
How do
because you can
know
see
that?
the size
How do
of
you
Venus,
know-
and you can
how-
also
how do you know-
your
how do
2
you know-
points on Earth.
Hold
You know
on.
how
Is that
far
for
apart
Venus
you
as
are.
well, Harry?
Hold
You
on.
can see the size of Venus. Of course you can.
Yeah. Of course you can.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah, hold on. So you've got a line of thinking here, so go ahead,
No,
Aaron.
Stu, it's perfectly normal.
How do you know how far away Venus is before you take that measurement of its angular
Triangulation.
size? Or...
I'm gonna get rooted
Okay,
on
cool.
him.
How'd you triangulate that?
I'm gonna see if he's gonna
2
buck
points
me.
on the Earth. Look at Venus.
No,
Two different people looking at Venus.
With
Measure the
radar
angles.
or lasers or how did you triangulate the distance to Venus?
I can't, hon, I'll articulate how he did it since I'm a fly. So what he's going to do is he's going to take two people in separate points on the Earth. He's going to have them point a telescope or object at Venus. Now, here's where the magic trick comes in. They never measured. Hold on, watch this. They never measure the angle to Venus. They measure the angle that the telescope makes with the ground.
No, they
Because you can't.
They measure the angle to Venus.
No.
You measure
Hold
the
on,
two
hold
of
on.
them. Where the two meet, that gives you a
Jesus,
point angle.
God.
The other two angles, and then you've got a distance.
Phil.
You can use the cosine rule to work out what the.
Okay,
the
Phil,
distance
I
between
understand
them.
it, but you're not listening to what I say. Now, when you say measure the angle, what you're going to do is you're going to point something at Venus, right, and then measure the angle that you're going to take a line through what you're looking through, right, and measure that angle to the floor. Correct?
Yep.
No.
And since when do triangles have curved lines?
Exactly.
The bottom of a triangle. is a
And
flat,
hold on,
straight
Phil,
line.
you're looking through the atmosphere. So are you looking at the geometric location of that planet, or are you looking at the
Venus.
apparent?
Yeah.
Go,
How do
Phil.
you measure it?
It's so far away, the difference doesn't matter.
It does
Oh,
matter.
here we go.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
give
it
him an
doesn't
analogy.
That's why they have
Hold on, guys.
telescopes
Hold
high
on.
on mountains, don't
Hold on,
they,
guys.
to help with that?
Let me give him an analogy.
Yeah, that's pretty much it,
If I
Terry.
took a target.
I'm just going to give a quick shout out again to Godzilla for smashing the super chat, who says, Phil, Black Swan, all we need, you are finished before you started.
Yeah, you got to kill the white swan before the black swan takes over, though.
Set of images. Go ahead and have a look. Definite globe killers.
Okay.
Do you think that you'll get the laser light on the target, or you'll see where it's at and then move it over?
I'll probably have to think about refraction, perhaps. Yeah.
I think at 1,000 yards, I think it would be off about 3.5 feet.
Just like spearing a fish in water. Remember what you said, Phil?
Okay, so what?
Hold on, let me finish. You could even put the damn it. The ruler that you use for your angle. Damn it. Come
Protractor,
on.
James.
Protractor. Thank you. You could even put the protractor, at your barrel or whatever, however you do with the telescope.
Ranty's
right?
gonna. I just called out Ranty.
You missed the target with the laser, but you see the laser, so you move it over to the target, right?
You got to answer the question.
And that was at 1,000 yards. So at one astronomical unit, if you was off 3.5 feet at 1,000 yards, how much off would you be at the star?
Oh, no, you have to
Let's see if he
calculate it.
blocks me or not.
An
Excellent
awful
point.
lot.
Yeah,
Phil.
I
excellent
don't
point.
keep these figures in my head.
You would
hang
actually
on.
be. You would actually be.
Critical thinking.
Let me finish. You would.
FE News says he's impressed with the FE debating skills. Sorry, he's impressed with the debating skills of the FE.
He blocked me right there.
Indeed. So he should be. We've had plenty
He
of
blocked
practice.
me. I should
You
be
have
right
its
after
exact
that super
location,
chat.
don't you?
Ah.
I was right after that
Make
super chat. He
calculations so
blocked
that
me.
you can work out
He's got
exactly
me
where it
blocked
is.
too.
Yeah.
Enough said.
Can I?
Okay, what do you want to say? I'll
Phil,
type
think
it in
about
for
it
you.
this way. If you know how you said when a guy
Just
when you
tell
try to spear
Ranty
a fish in the
he's
water,
a fucking coward.
he won't hit the fish because it's
Don't
He's
do
too
that,
afraid to
Brett.
debate me.
position.
He
Okay,
just ran
it's
from
the
a
same
debate from
thing.
me.
Think of
I
it
challenged him to
in
a
the
debate.
opposite way.
He
You
ran
come
away.
up
Just say that.
through water instead
I
of
challenged him to a
down
debate.
into
He
water.
ran away.
I'm not arguing with you about Paige. Why are you arguing with me? I'm not arguing with you about that.
You're a
What's the
baller.
problem?
You are. That's the whole point.
No,
of
I'm
it.
not.
So you agree now that you can't.
Yeah, I
burn
would just
a
take
bone-
the refractive index into account and I'd be able to calculate exactly where it is.
Phil, how are you going to get a refractive index for 6 billion light years?
Exactly.
I challenged him
Come
to a
on, dude.
debate. He
I
blocked me.
told
How do you
it
know
was
that
hard
no
to make
refraction
it.
What a
happens in
coward.
the atmosphere, Phil?
Come
It
on,
doesn't matter
Phil,
how
be a
big the
little
number
bit
is.
honest.
The
It doesn't matter how big
number
the
doesn't
number is.
matter.
Let's be honest.
Actually, that's a
A
really
number's
good.
a
That's
number.
Hold on. That's a really good question. How are you going to get the refractive index for 6 billion light years?
I already know the refraction index for atmosphere. What are you talking about?
No,
what about
But
past
the
atmosphere?
atmosphere doesn't
6
extend all the way to those
billion
stars.
light years.
Yes, it would be very, very small because that's a bit different going up than it is going across.
Phil,
There's
this is
still
all
atmosphere in
belief.
space, though. You got to.
It's,
Even
it's-
if you
it-
think
it-
there's
the
one.
refraction there would be very, very
hold on.
tiny.
Wait, but hold on. You still, even if you think there's only
I
a
think he
few
blocked you
atoms
too. I don't
per
see you talking at
cubic
all.
inch, whatever, I'll give it to you. Over the course of light years, they are going to add
it's
up.
not that all the way.
How do you know? Have you ever validated any of the
there you
distances?
go. There you go. Another assumption.
If just let's say, for instance, I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm just giving you an example. If it turns out that the sun was that we were out a little bit because of the refraction, and the sun turned out to be 135 million kilometers instead of 150, would that make a difference to you?
Yeah, it would
Why?
make a difference.
Why would it make a difference?
Because it would throw the whole model off.
No, it wouldn't. It would be
And it would
negligible.
mean you guys don't know what you're talking about, and you're basing your beliefs on assumptions. Which you are.
Exactly. If
we just-
you're wrong
that's-
about this,
see, that's
what
not how
else
it
are you
works.
wrong about?
You've got
There's no
this,
such thing
you've
as
got this
millions of
idea in
miles.
your head that I care about something called truth. I
Wait,
don't.
there's no such thing as
millions of miles.
There we go.
You've never
Thank you, Phil.
experienced millions of miles.
It was
Yeah,
all
like
worth it.
I want to. Hold on. I really want to agree with Pete here. Can you even prove that there is enough space for 1 million miles?
Yeah.
I don't need to prove.
Well, you do. If you're going to tell me something 6 trillion light years away, but you can't even prove that 1 million miles away is possible.
The
you're working
calculation
on
that I can
assumptions.
make
Calculations
pretty
are
much
just that's math
determines
language.
that
That's math
the
language.
distance to the sun. So yes, there's
Bro,
enough space between there, us
math
and the
is-
sun.
Phil, math is a
Math is a-
language. Yeah,
Your
all you're doing
calculations
is
are totally meaningless if it's not the truth. And yes, we do want to know what the truth is, and it does matter
Oh, no point
because
keeping
you
that
guys
window
go
open.
around
I don't wanna
teaching
give
all
them
of
any
our
more view
children
time.
what
Math
the
is not
world
just a
is, what
language,
it's about, that there's
also
nowhere else
a,
for us to go, that there's no God, that we all
practical.
came from nothing, based on
Who-
these
who did you
assumptions
Science
that you
doesn't
have.
prove
There is no
anything.
God.
Math
And again, you
does.
interrupt. You just can't help it, can you, Phil?
Period.
No, but you talk bullshit along the way. I've got to stop you.
Hold on, guys.
No, you don't.
Hold on.
Shut your mouth and let people finish.
If you're going to be rude to me, I'll piss off.
Hold on, guys. Before you get into an argument,
You're torturing me
Before you
here.
get into an argument, I just want to shout out Aaron Moorfield, who's actually on the panel, who says it's fun to be here and a great show. Thanks, Ramsey. And SX0 says he said there is always air in space.
Nobody said that.
Right.
Yep. Always gassy.
Can I ask Professor Bill here, whatever? Can I ask you a question? All skylights appear from our earthbound position to revolve around Polaris, right?
No.
Let me actually just hang on for let me just say this. Let me just say this, Phil. And Ranty, I'll just take 30 seconds and I'll go, maybe a minute, and I'll go then. But I'll just give you my overall picture as to what's going on. When you talk about Venus here, I think it's particularly clear in these nights that Venus is a direct reflection of the moon. The moon itself is a reflection of the sun, but as all skylights revolve around Polaris, hang on please, let me finish. This is the central projection, right, of something that is earthbound and is the source of all of these skylights, which is Aristarchus itself. So when we think in these new sort of close-up terms, well, we do away with the need for millions and billions of miles, and we see everything in a completely different light. But we have to consider it.
I didn't say who's saying it.
On that note, I'm going to head away, and thanks a lot. Speak to you later. Suck up and Tyler roll. It was too late for me here.
See you later.
Hey, Pete. Thanks. Thanks, Pete. Pete, thanks for showing up, and you're a great guy. I love your input. Everything's cool. I'm Aaron. So.
But even at a lower level, Phil, you can't prove your base assumption, which is that the ground that we're on is curved. All these measurements and the angles that you have are based on us standing on an Earth that is curved at 8 inches per mile squared, correct? We can't even make an observation standing on land to solidify that.
Not if you're standing on the ground, you can't. No. But you can look you can look over the sea, of course.
Well, we did that, and we showed you these pictures that we can see way too far for the globe of the dimensions, and you told us that's how the model works. God dang it, Phil,
Terry's getting into Ranty's good books.
You told us that
I haven't got a spanner
how
yet.
It would work on a globe model. So any
yeah, but I didn't say who was making that.
Shows that there's no curvature. You're playing.
I don't want to tear
You just let me fucking finish. I won't talk forever. I'm done now. Go ahead.
I came here to try and help be the flat people, okay?
We don't need your help, Phil.
See, there it is. There it is.
You do.
There it is.
No,
this is it.
You do need my help.
He thinks
you're not doing a good job on your own.
Paige, it's
He thinks we're just too stupid to understand the ball.
No. Well, you definitely don't understand it, but and it's nothing to do with
who determines whether I understand it, Phil?
Because they don't understand.
I don't call anybody stupid. But here's the thing: who determines understand? If I rattled off the distance to the sun, which I know 93 million miles away, I know the distance to the moon, 200, blah blah blah. If I start rattling these things off, does that mean I understand it, or I've memorized some stories that people told me?
You don't need to memorize it. You can actually do. that experiment yourself.
Answer the
What
question,
experiment?
Phil. Does that mean you've understood it or you've memorized it?
Wait,
no, that's you can. It's people have made this measurement, and I accept what they say.
What does understand it mean? What does understand mean? That means I've accepted the story you told me. When you say
it means
understand,
that you know how
triangulation
Data
wants to join in
okay,
now.
but
to put it better, what they're trying to say to put it better.
Oh, bring in a
instead of just
sir. I would love
verifying what they've already given you, have you ever tried to falsify it?
Have I ever tried to measure the distance to the sun myself?
Instead of just saying, yeah, if I do this and I do that like they say, I come up with this just like they said I would.
It's only 40 miles
have
away,
you ever tried
so
to do
why not just
something
measure it
to
yourself?
falsify it?
Yeah, like actually do the experiment, and it works.
like flat Earth.
Well, yeah. Well, like a real scientist, they don't go to prove things, they go to falsify, really.
Yeah, you just do the same thing you were told to do. Have you ever tried? Yeah, to falsify it, to try to prove it wrong, or do you just do exactly what it says in the book?
I should have written
you
challenge. I
triangulate,
should
and if
say
the
any,
figures are right,
yeah,
you
you
do
said any
it.
flat earthers
Thank you.
welcome over on my channel.
You don't listen, Phil. You answer the questions you think have been asked.
I know exactly what's been asked.
Then you obviously obfuscate on purpose, if that's the case.
Okay, hold on.
I told you how to
Hey,
measure
Terry.
the distance of the sun.
Hold on.
Either you
Phil,
accept
Look
it
at
or
the
you
chat.
don't.
Well,
It's not up to
no,
me.
I'm
It's
going to
up to you.
clarify this. Phil, we're going to clarify. You didn't measure jack shit, okay?
At the
What
bottom.
you did was calculate. Now, when you measure something, you take a standard empirical unit that has been
Terry
standardized and
torturing us.
calibrated, and you use multiple of them to get a measurement. What you did was
You
calculate
didn't pay good
based
money.
on rate.
You paid bad money, Phil.
Okay, right at the hand, and he also did.
Yeah,
that,
well, I want my money
in
back,
what
man. I
is
thought
an
we were going to
example
debate some
toward,
flat Earth crap,
today, to calculate
not just
the
watch
distance
flat
to the
earthers
sun,
circle
called
jerk.
radiometric
Well, I'd like to get a
dating,
flat
or,
earther in
what do
eventually.
you call that?
Well, we already had Jose
interferometer,
circle jerk the flat earthers.
Spectroscopy.
Let's bring on some of the flat earthers in the chat.
Thank you for
Listen, I've got to go. So ask me some other reasonable questions. Go on.
I'm hungry.
Yeah,
I want to
Phil,
eat some
Phil, I have a
trolls.
question for you, bud.
Yeah.
Do you like how
No questions
Professor
for me,
Dave
thanks.
likes to use a fallacy of where if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see China 1,000 miles away?
No, I don't accept that.
Yeah. So why would they do that, Phil? Why would they use
And
plain
I hope
mockery
that
and
was a
pure
slap to bring me back
fallacies
to sense.
to defend their model?
Well, that's them.
I'm
Answer
sorry?
the question, Phil.
I don't know. I
I'm
can't read
literally
other people's
losing
minds.
brain cells.
Is it because
listening
they don't
to
actually
this.
have any science, Phil?
Well, by definition, it's actually called zealotry.
Yeah, I know, but listen, Phil.
Yeah.
It's
Tell
proof
Phil.
right there. It's fallacies
Come
in that
over
video.
here.
Everyone after
Tell 'em
it,
Blue's here.
mocking the whole
Yeah.
idea of vision. All
Tell
for
him
the
Oakley's
purpose of
here
what,
and wants
Phil?
to fight him.
To keep the lie going. It
Just
appears
get him
that-
out of
appears
there.
the case to me. Why else make a video like that?
So you're doing exactly what they. You've just done exactly what they did.
So don't turn it around, Phil. Phil, don't try to
acknowledge
turn it around, bud. Don't try
Do you
to turn it
acknowledge
around.
that
It's spectroscopy. Come
Yes,
do you
we get it. We
acknowledge
get it.
that that's a piece of propaganda, Phil? If you're not a fan of it, why aren't you a fan?
Why aren't I a fan of who?
Is that Professor Dave video propaganda?
I like Professor Dave. What are you talking about?
Is it
Okay,
propaganda?
so just go.
or not?
So Phil,
I don't have to agree with everything.
Now
he
you're
says.
double speaking, bud. Now you're double
Hey,
speaking.
no,
One
no,
minute
put
you
my
disagree with
channel
it.
I
in
like
the-
what
in
some
the-
people say, but it doesn't mean I have to agree with everything they say.
Okay.
why don't you like
the
it,
point
Phil?
of the question, Phil? The point of the question, Phil, is why would they do that? And you said, "Well, I don't know." Can you come up with a better reason why they would use fakery and mockery instead of actual real science or a real argument?
So the professor says you should be able to see China from where?
Basically, the overall mocking state of our vision is that if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see 1,000 miles away. This is not just.
I guess that would
Professor
depend
Dave
on
is
the
not
argument,
with
wouldn't
infrared,
it?
but anyway.
Let him finish.
Professor
Phil.
Dave is going around using fallacies like this to back the argument. I asked you, what would you think about that? You said, well, I don't agree with that. Then I asked you, why would they do it?
Well, why would I know that?
You, sir, are a grown adult that is now
No,
debating
yeah,
on
sure.
flat Earth channels. You've now
Can you
taken
tell
the
us how
time out of your
educated
day.
and how smart
Hey,
you
Terry,
are all day
You've
long?
taken it.
Terry,
Even if I
you
speculate,
can tell him
if I
500
speculate,
years ago
why,
we knew man
it
couldn't
would still
fly.
be a speculation.
200
wouldn't
years
it?
ago we knew
The
man
best
would never
part
go to the
about
moon.
it, though, Phil, is
Imagine
your
what you'll
acknowledgement of
know
it. That's why I
tomorrow.
asked you. The fact that you're acknowledging it is half the battle.
Okay.
The problem is that there's not enough people admitting. Yeah, he's a fake professor, by the way. It's not even. It's just a catchy name, by the way. They're
Terry,
everybody
if
calling
Paige
him
agrees to meet up, what do you reckon we do a
Phil,
live
how far is
stream?
the horizon from your eyesight by curiosity? Do you even know?
What's
Well,
that,
it
Peter?
depends on the day.
FC Montreal,
Your
the
height,
coward
sir.
who ran away from me.
So I asked Paige if she'd meet up to talk about our difference in views.
Right.
Now, if I can get her to meet up, do you want to live stream it?
Yeah, of course.
We can sit down, have a nice coffee, take some pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
What? Live stream the whole lot?
Yeah, talk about the weather and things.
I don't want to start talking about stuff and things with her. I don't think that will work out.
Oh, okay.
Category to categorize them all. Most of them don't even know how far the horizon is from their own eyesight. Now explain to me, they think the Earth's a ball. They think the sun goes down past that point. Do you know the awe? Do you know the
How big is a
awe,
cloud?
the jaw-dropping moment
how
when I
tall
tell
is
them
a
it's only
tree?
3 miles from their vision? They can't believe it.
What kind of idiotic questions
Why is
are
that,
these?
Phil? Why did we not teach people the proper way to view
You're
our
a
vision?
straw man, Blue.
Why is it
Because
getting
if they
hijacked?
did, we'd know it
Yeah,
wasn't a ball.
absolutely.
Well, I understand that, Paige. We
All they're
understand
trying to
that.
do
But
is
I'm just asking him
divert
because
the subject
Dave likes to.
because
Professor
they
Dave
can't
likes
answer the
to
question. They
mock
answer a
our
question with a
vision,
question because
right?
they can't
Yeah.
answer
They
the
like to
question.
mock the
Lie.
shadows. They like
They
to mock
taught
the
you your
shadows.
vision. If they
I
taught us
still
our
don't
vision,
understand your question, but
we would all be
So-
eye doctors.
The question was
Please
originally
make
is
it
how
stop.
far the horizon was from you. The point
Yeah,
of me
I
asking,
gave you
Zag says,
yeah.
"Ooh, my
You
ulcer
agree with
point
what
of
I
me
said,
asking,
though.
it's based on your vision. Yeah.
I can
Another
feel my
question, Phil.
brain
Can you
just
calculate the
rotting away.
distance
I mean,
to the horizon using the
I drink
angular
alcohol
diffraction
to
limit
preserve
of
it,
the human eye?
but it's not working.
I don't know it. No, it's not my issue. So I
But do you
don't
think-
spend time
Well,
on everything.
I'm here to tell you they can. Because
Yeah,
the
it's about
horizon has nothing to do with an edge.
I don't know.
The horizon has nothing to do with an edge. Do you know what the horizon is? Do you know what the horizon is, Phil? It is the Ari's disk compressed into the center. Basically, 3 miles away from your high sight, there's a 2 foot, 3 foot crest wave that's being compressed into your vision. It's causing a blur. If you do the math and you use the Rayleigh criterion formulation, but with this we'll use an angle of 0.007, we'll times it by 3.14 divided by 180, and you do the distance, whatever your 3 miles, you got a 2 foot airy disk blur that's compressed in the center of your frame.
Randy says,
it's an
been
optical
waiting to ask this
diffraction point
question
of our
to a
vision.
Glover for
I
ages.
was in an optometrist. I was in the optometrist
dispute
today.
that.
Listen, bud. I was in
I'm
the
sorry.
optometrist today. Listen, bud. Stop interrupting me. I was in the optometrist today, asking them. I said, listen. A lot of people, don't understand the refractive index of 1.44 in the human eye. I says a lot of people don't realize that it rises the floor up into the center focal point position below the center point, and it lowers the center focal point position. So you have a refractive index of 1.44, and you have a limited diffraction system of 1.22. The light of angles are causing the edge of
Hang on,
your.
I'm going to take a call.
Yeah. See. Anyway, thanks for Randy. Thanks for letting me in. I'm out too. I just wanted to get
Hey,
back
great
on.
job. Great line of questioning, man.
That was spot on. Yep.
There you go. I read it. Randy, you can ask your question
No worries for
anytime.
stopping by, thanks.
We're live over on my channel. You're welcome to join anytime.
Shame that the phone call came in.
Don't be a coward.
I wanted to hear that.
Don't be a coward. Come face
call
me.
Professor Dave, Professor. You actually called him Dave one time, so he's hurt. Yeah, he's.
They're called professors because they profess everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so he's all hurt right now.
Wise, they became fools.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're called preachers because they preach.
How long did it take that dumb bitch to come up with that one?
My title.
The whole stream, Blue.
If
The
the
whole
Earth is
stream.
sitting in a gravity well, right? Like what they
call
show.
You're not in the
that,
gravity well.
Bit of
Oh my
fabric,
God.
You have the ball in the middle and it's dipping down. How does
Yeah,
the
imagine that.
atmosphere stay, above it and on the sides of it? How come the atmosphere doesn't
It's
fall
kind of like
that
how
well?
plumbers plumb.
All right, so
Imagine that.
can I just stop you for a second? You'll probably want to hear this.
Oh,
Sorry
sure.
to
Carpenter's
interrupt.
carping.
I just got a phone call. It looks like one of my colleagues hasn't shown up for his lecture, so I'm going to have to go and take his place.
Good.
All right.
So,
Hope he doesn't have coronavirus.
Please, go away.
so thank you all for
And the torture.
for putting up with this new flat earther. That's me. Okay, I'm trying to help you, and
Oh my God.
and you've got a lot of work to do. Well, flat
I'm
earthers.
gonna have to have words with you, Phil.
Legitimate, okay.
What do you
So-
mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Say it.
Well, I went through it before. Listen to the tape. You'll see all the things that we spoke about. Start off.
Hold on
putting
now.
a good model together.
Hold on,
That'll help.
because the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. You just let it loose.
Exactly.
It defends itself.
You've got to build it. You've got to build something that you can use to make predictions.
No,
No,
the truth-
we don't
the
got to
truth
do
defends
nothing, Phil.
itself.
We've proved your ball wrong. That's all we've got to do.
No, that's not going to help.
Prove nothing.
What use are
gonna
you
help.
to the world?
Prove your model wrong. That's
What
all
use
we have to do.
are you
What
if
did
we
she
can't
prove?
use what you know to make any predictions?
That's
What
the
use
Most
are
of
you?
what we know is what you know, Phil.
And walk before you can run.
We already know what you know,
realize
Phil.
you don't live on a ball.
Yeah, good.
Come
Well,
on, yellow Phil. I think
use
I'm
what
We
breaking
already
up.
know
know.
this. We already know. Yeah.
You need to be useful.
Yeah, and so
Okay,
do you.
so-
You're not.
So what do you do? Phil?
Well, we are all the things. Look at me. You're talking to me over technology that was created by people who understood,
not by
who
you.
understood
It was
atomic
created
theory.
by us.
Is
It
that
was
technology
created by
based
us.
on the shape of the Earth?
You
Phil?
can't fix stupid. Just
I'm talking
Would
about
computers
invented
work on a
change.
flat plane? That's a ridiculous
Yeah,
non
absolutely
sequitur. Red
ridiculous.
herring.
There we
That's
go.
right.
Point.
There we go.
Very good.
You know what? It's been
you
nice to
forgot to
talk
add
to you,
straw
Phil, but
man
it'd
to
be
that,
nicer if you answered questions in a straightforward manner and we're a little bit more honest.
Look, I got to go.
Honest?
So it is what it is.
Every time
gotta
they,
go.
Couldn't get any more honest.
get near their the end of their
I told
sentence.
you I just got a phone call. I've got to take over someone else's shift. So
See you later,
I gotta
Phil.
go.
He
Thanks for
did-
stopping by.
Phil gave us a lot of time. I give him props. Give him
Yeah,
props. Phil,
yeah,
Phil stayed a lot of time.
It's
Okay,
been
Phil,
3
come over
hours,
here.
and that's a long time, right?
He hung
Yeah.
himself
The rocket
very
launch.
well.
Yeah, hey,
Cheers,
I
Phil.
thank Phil.
Cheers, Phil.
Phil gave us good conversation. Thanks, man.
All right,
Who
all right.
was
Catch you guys
I
later.
appreciate it.
Oh yeah, pretending to be
So,
nice.
Randy, are you still around?
I am, yeah.
Hold on. Who was it that just said? Who was it that just said? Is technology based off the shape of the Earth? Who was
That
that?
was Brandon.
Lots of technologies based off the shape of the
Much
Earth.
respect. Much respect to whoever said that. That's great.
It's not.
Lots
based
of technology
off the
is
shape of
based
the
off the
Earth
shape
at
of the Earth.
all. No,
I'll
it's
just
not.
leave it
No,
at that.
technology is not based off the shape of the Earth.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not based off
No.
that. They might
Oh,
tell you
well,
it
then
needs to
it would
evolved
be
to work
flat.
that way, but it doesn't.
It would be flat if that's the case. Do
Navigation
you know what
is based
direction
off the shape of the
radio
Earth.
waves travel?
Oh, now we've got the Aussie Global over here.
Straight line distance.
I'm trying to stay away from satellites, but there you go. All right. See you later.
See you
Did
later,
I say
Phil.
satellites?
He had to say it once.
I thought I said radio waves. I could be wrong.
No, you
See,
said
he wants to
satellite.
say he's a flat earther, but then says satellites are real, right?
Well,
Well, satellites are real. It's just they're on balloons.
Balloons, yeah.
So like the ISS is like it works because they launch one at a certain time in the morning, right? And it only goes so far, and then they launch another.
Don't you dare.
So yeah, you can see.
See, the problem
fuck.
is because they think they can see stars that are billions of light years away, they think we've got Superman vision. This is why they think they can see, they should be able to see the sun when it's on the other side of the plane. Why we should be able to see Africa
Well,
and
they spent
Australia.
500 years.
Oh, Terry, I'm going to have to pour bleach in my ears. What are you doing to me?
Now, Phil's gone now, so we'll
They've
let
spent 500 years getting
we'll
that
let
story
that go
together.
now.
Yeah. What is
Yeah, they want us
Well,
to have a just so story
Phil's
done
left,
in
so there's no
5
point to listen now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I was just tidying up a few things here.
Oh, thank God! Please, thank you.
Yeah,
Oh.
my ears are bleeding.
Yeah,
Would you
my
like
nose
some?
is bleeding.
Would you like some bleach, Blue? Wash the fluff dirt out of your ears.
I don't even think that'll work.
No, I think we all need to go into serious decontamination after watching that much of that nonsense, because that was just a flat Earth circle jerk, and
Yeah.
Phil was trying, but there was no getting through to them. All they'll do is deny. I could squash them completely in 5 minutes, but they will always say, "No, that's fake. That's not good evidence."
Well, they'll just pull out their best excuse and start all over again. You can't win with them.
There's no reasoning with stupid. You can't fix stupid.
No. That's the reason I refuse to go on those damn shows. There's no one reasonable on there. You can't talk sense and reason with an unreasonable, senseless person.
Well, I like to divide and conquer. See, they got a whole bunch of people tag teaming him. No, let me take on SC Montreal, the coward who backed away from a debate challenge, and then did it again on Jose's channel this morning.
I've gone after Montreal 100 times, and
Montreal's terrified of me.
You cannot. Yeah, well, Montreal and I get along okay, but the guy will not listen to a damn word. And no matter what you say, you can get him to the point that he knows he's lost, and then he just leaves.
Yeah.
And when he comes back the next day, it's the same bullshit all over again.
See, I'm not trying to convince Montreal. I don't give a flying F what Montreal thinks. I just want him to come out on FTFE as we scheduled before, and he flaked on. I want him to come out and accept the challenge to debate me on FTFE, and just so I can let him make a fool of himself.
The bad news is he doesn't even realize he's making a fool of himself.
The good news is that he's stupid enough to come on and do it when upon request, or at least so he tries to claim that he will. I'll debate anyone. He tried to call me fresh meat. I'll debate him anytime, and then I challenged him to a debate, and he ran away. And he ran away a second time. So
he went through all his usual shit on Jose's show this morning, all his normal stuff.
Oh yeah, well,
Earth's moving in 14 different directions, 14 different vectors.
Well, I'm still waiting for a flat earther to dare to challenge me. But they say, oh well, your channel doesn't have enough subs, doesn't have enough views. I'm not going to get enough airtime for it. If you really stand for it, then it doesn't matter about your airtime. Why don't you show it to the people who are actually debunking it and not worry about the airtime? And if you can successfully win against me, then you have points now, don't you? But no, they won't take it. They just want attention.
Yeah, I have an open challenge out there to any of them, in particular Nathan or Quantum Eraser, to debate me on a fair setting.
Oh well, QE
they're absolutely terrified of that. They won't.
No, QE's not going to do it. You saw how he blocked me. As soon as I challenged him to a debate, blocked him. Blocked me right away.
Well, he doesn't want people to see that he's running from you.
Exactly, because he's a coward.
Yes, he is.
So I'm going to start making videos on him, calling him out for the coward he is, and I'm going to post that all over his channel under a multitude of different accounts. And I'm going to get a whole bunch of friends to just spam it.
Give it to me. I'll mirror it on my channel.
I will certainly do that. Once I have the video made, I will certainly send it right to you. You can feel free to do with it what you want. You can even edit it, play with it. It's all yours. Once I'm done with it, you can go ahead and play with that.
Yeah, I'd love to sit back and say, yeah. What say you, boys? Here's a challenge.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. See, flat earthers always like to say, they always like to naysay, no, blah, blah, blah. Okay, prove it. It's like special, in air quotes, Agent Victor. As soon as he got debunked and trashed by FTFE, what did he do? 20 seconds of silence because his brain locked up. The gears clashed and he couldn't think because, oops, I wasn't prepared for that. Like David Hovind says. So any flat earther, go ahead, come on, bring it. I'm here.
How do you unblock somebody from your? How do you unblock somebody if you in the live chat if you've got them blocked?
I think you have to go to their channel. You have to know their channel and go to their channel and do it that way. That's the only way I've heard.
I thought I was able to do it a different way.
No, I think. See, that's the thing. It's when you block someone in live chat, it automatically blocks them. So you have to go through this painstaking process to unblock them.
You should be able to go to your channel, Terry, to the list of people that are blocked and just unblock them there.
Yeah, that's what
I've tried. I've tried that and it always says that I don't have anybody blocked.
Although, no, it's if you go to your channel, it's people you've blocked on your channel.
Right.
It's not people you've blocked in the chat. Those won't show.
Yeah.
Because I've blocked a couple people before, and then I realized, oh no, that's the bad idea. because if you block them, then they can just talk smack behind your back. I cannot. I've tried to ask YouTube to remove anyone I've blocked, and they don't even know how to do it. So I don't know what to do there aside from you make a new channel and attack them with that.
I know it can be done fairly quickly though.
Look at me, I'm the second subscriber. I really should be the first because, well, I'm awesome man and I have my awesome plan and I do things like awesome man can.
Well, this is where your hidden users are. So you can
Right.
unhide. This is where you can unhide them.
Yeah, that's easy to unhide those guys.
Locked links.
But the chat ones, I've not been able to figure out how to do it either.
Yeah, it's that I don't block people on chat anymore for that very reason because it's virtually impossible to try to get them back.
No, it's not because were they blocked or hidden?
Yeah, that's what I don't
blocked.
know.
If okay, it's not your channel, right? It's somebody else's channel. They make a comment, you report them for hate speech or whatever. Bam, YouTube auto blocks.
Yeah,
I cannot find a way to unblock that.
I don't actually technically block anyone in the peanut gallery. I either remove, go to, report, put timeout, hide user.
No. That's when you have a wrench. That's when you're a moderator.
Yeah. No, it's the same when you own the channel though. You may have hit the hide button on someone when you removed the message, Terry, because they're right next to each other.
Can somebody be a guinea pig for a sec and remove your spanner and just type back in?
Just hang on, Terry.
See, that's the thing is when you don't have a spanner, and you block someone else on chat, on live chat.
Yeah, but Phil, you're actually missing what Terry's on about.
Okay, I'm trying to figure it out.
When you say we here, now a person's saying that they're blocked, and I'm thinking, if I technically can't block anyone. A person called Skyflyby, he's been over in Discord posting, and he's saying I'm being something, and I'm blocked. He's blocked or something, and I'm going, okay. Now, there's no grey people yet. I need a grey person for a sec.
Oh, go on.
Do I have to pick somebody out of side chat?
Just give us a second, Terry.
You might be able to find somebody.
Not me.
Well, I've got a few volunteers. I've got Andrea True Blue said they don't mind.
Zag says.
I can.
It's also different, Terry, if you can still access their name in the chat.
Yeah, but I want to see if the process in reverse, like if you're grey to start with, see what happened on that side.
Well, see, being a moderator.
Okay, Andrea will go grey for a minute. Just go grey for a minute, Andrea. Will you just wait?
Stop talking.
Okay, Andrea, you type back in again, Andrea. I just want to check something. Then block you. No, I don't. No, I don't need to. I don't think I can. I think other people might block. You have to type back in again, Andrea. Oh, okay. I got an empty bottle there, or Andrea, either one. Okay, now if I click on the three dots, no, I can only just go to Go Channel Report, Remove, Put Timeout, Hide User. Now in here, yeah, I've got hidden users, but not.
Yeah, so
So that'd be blocking. That'd be like blocking, wouldn't it?
No, have a look in hidden users. See if his name's there.
No. What I'm trying to say is because you're a moderator already, you have a wrench, you have all those things.
Yeah.
Ask Empty Bottle like what options he has against anyone else.
No, Phil, you're missing the point.
We'll see if that other person's actually been hidden.
Okay,
Because
Andrea's no. Well, okay. No,
if Terry hides someone on the channel, or a mod hides someone on the channel, they can't type in the channel. End of story. Everything they type won't be seen by anyone, including Terry.
Well, he's definitely not there. That Skyfly's definitely not written in here. So he's not blocked in here, and he's not blocked over on Discord. So I've got no idea what his problem is. Right, thanks for that, Andrea. No, I don't need to hide you now. It doesn't seem to be that person's over and it's been hidden. Try remove. Remove.
I'm just saying from my experience.
Yeah, I've got remove here. Didn't it say remove? It says hidden, block.
I'm just saying from my experience in channels where I don't have a wrench blocking a user, another gray user will basically block them from you. They will still be able to chat.
Yeah.
But nobody else, but everybody else will be able to see it but what they say.
Yeah, when you hit when you're a moderator and you hit block, that's only for you, so you can't see what they're typing. That's it.
Blocked contact list.
No. What I'm saying, when you're just a regular user, right? You're just gray. If you block somebody, it hides it only to you, not to anybody else.
That's right.
But when you're a moderator and you say block, it blocks to everybody.
Here we are. Here we are. I got a message from it. He says you blocked me on your live stream. He's saying on the live stream he's blocked. But I just went through blocked. I just went through blocked.
If you're a mod, Phil, if you're a mod and you block someone, you're only blocking them for you. If you hide someone, no one can see what they type anymore, anyone in that chat, and the only one that can bring them back is Terry, being the owner of the channel.
Right. No, I was talking about being a gray user. That's
even a gray user. If I block someone, it's only for me. If I'm a moderator,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So, but getting them back as the gray user, that's what I mean. It's getting them back. Trying to get them back that way. That is the. It seems virtually impossible.
No, you can go into your blocked list.
They're not there.
Yeah, nobody's there. I've blocked several people. There's nobody there.
I've done the same thing.
He's not blocked in here, in mine. He hasn't got a different name either. He's got the same name as in Discord.
Go to Randy's channel if you've got somebody blocked. Do you get that little note that pops up in the chat that says someone's been there's someone in the chat that you've blocked?
That's a mod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I get that all the time.
Yeah, but
and if I follow the instructions there and go to supposedly go to the list of people I've blocked, there is no one in the list.
Yeah. The point I was making was early on, like someone would do hate speech in the live chat, right? Someone would do hate, not here or anything, just on some other live stream, right? They would do some hate speech. So I would report them through the 3 dots on the right, and then it's automatically blocked. I can't see what they're typing anymore, yet everyone else can. And that's not me as a moderator, just me as just a regular gray user. And then trying to unblock them, you go to look for people who blocked, and just like Blue Marble said, there's nobody there. You have to find their channel again.
Now, True's saying
and-
you can't unblock them.
So, try Terry.
Yeah.
Go to Skyfire. Go to his channel.
Oh, okay.
Go to his channel, his YouTube channel.
Okay.
And maybe from there you can unblock. But so far, I've not actually found a way to actually unblock people. I've begged YouTube to just remove all of my blocks, and they don't know how to do it. They said just make a new channel. Well, F you, I'm not making a new channel just to unblock a couple of people just because I want to see what homophobic things they want to say. It's not worth it for me to dump the channel just to unblock a couple of people just so I can see what they're saying. That's why I don't block people in chat. I mean, if I've got a wrench, I'll pull the moderator card, yeah, but that doesn't affect me seeing what they're saying. If I'm a gray user, that does. So that's what I was trying to explain. Was there's a difference when you're a moderator or a regular person? Like that's why I stopped blocking people as a gray user, as just a regular user. I stopped blocking people. All I do is just mentally block them.
So you subscribe.
That's his channel.
You subscribed.
Yeah.
And I just click the across button.
It's okay, Jin. We've gone through the experiment.
I think he might have to come into voice on in Discord to sit and actually explain what his problem is.
Well, obviously his chat's not turning up in the.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him at all. So
yeah,
he might be typing and thinks he sees it, like he sees it, but nobody else does.
I'll just see if I can get him to join voice.
But that's a moderator block. I don't know. YouTube's a weird
Did
universe.
someone? So he's not on the hidden list though.
Well, he's not blocked
What
in
are you
Discord.
guys on about? Sky-Fi Bright?
Yeah.
Oh, everybody blocks him. It's fine.
For some reason, he can't chat in Terry's stream. He's
well,
not.
That's what I think he can't do. That's going by what messages he's sent.
Well, I think maybe Terry might have to be the one who has to go and find him and unblock him. And...
Yeah, but I don't know if he's blocked or what his actual problem is.
Yeah, was he timed out or?
Well, he's not in.
Terry, in YouTube chat.
Here now.
No, yeah, right now. Have a look in YouTube chat.
Yeah.
What Andrea said. So you'll need to refresh everything for it to work. If he was,
But, yeah, but that's
well, does that mean you have to log out and log back
settings, in? Then going to block contacts, and then unblock. So that was in you're talking about in here. Did I lose that?
So go to the picture of Skyfire, the picture in my YouTube settings.
What do you mean in my YouTube settings?
So go back into your YouTube.
Go back to YouTube, yeah. Yeah.
Go to settings.
What, these settings?
Yeah, your YouTube settings.
YouTube Studio.
Yeah.
Hang on. Go to blocked contacts. So just scroll down. Like, down to settings. Yeah, no, up, settings, up, there. Go across on the left-hand side. Go down to blocked. Scroll down.
No, on the left hand side.
On the left-hand side, Terry. Just roll your mouse down.
It won't roll down any further.
Billing, payment, privacy, maybe.
Yeah.
Come back and scroll down. Yeah, scroll down there. Does it say anything about blocked there? I don't think he's blocked. It must be something else. Account. Try accounts.
Looks like they've changed the way it used to work on those.
Yeah, when they
2019.
changed. Yeah, when they changed to Studio, it all changed.
Maybe advanced settings. Try that.
Yeah, maybe advanced settings, Terry. No.
Don't touch that.
Don't. You want to get off that rather quickly, Terry.
Yeah, well, what I'm thinking is if you go here. Sorry, I've only got a little window to work with.
No one can see what you're doing outside anyway.
Yeah, that's why I've only got... No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know what you can see because I can't scroll left or right.
Yeah, I can. We pretty much see right where your cursor is right now, Terry. That's the center of our screen.
Okay. Yeah, there's more...
Internally,
There's more over there.
Yeah. Get channel.
I was going to go community, actually.
Or community might be good.
Community.
I might be in there.
You got subscribers over there.
There's a gear setting right there. Hold on. See to the right? Maybe there's a...
Oh, that just goes back to that.
Yeah, but just have a look. That's moderators. Go down.
Yeah, that's what we were doing before. That's the same
Yeah,
section
I
we
know.
were in before.
I know, but it's different because it's in the... Let's go back up a little bit. Just go there. Yeah, it's
that's
hidden
the
users.
Yeah,
Right,
that's the same as what we were before.
Yeah, scroll down there though. CGI Randy.
There's two of them.
I can't see him there.
No.
Unless he's using... I don't know. Unless his channel name's different to his actual name.
Well, if the channel name was different, if you changed the channel name, it would update. Like if I changed my channel name to Flat Earth Jesus, it would eventually show as Flat Earth Jesus. Might take a day to update, but it'll change.
Maybe he hasn't got no. You only need to be a convict or a colonist to get into voice, don't you? You don't need to be Ozzie or anything else, or voice mod or...
No, just convict or colonist.
Yeah, you can be an Ozzie or you can be a convict, and that's it. And that's ticked. So he's able to get into voice.
In Discord?
In Discord, yeah.
Well, Discord is separate though.
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to get him into voice so I could actually find out what his problem is. Because he keeps complaining about stuff, and
he says he's blocked and that he can't do anything. And
I don't know what his problem
is. Oh, no name. There are plenty of Flat Earth Jesus.
Yeah, he said you didn't block me from posting, but you blocked me on your live stream. And I've just gone through that. I've just gone through hidden users. I can't find any blocking functions.
You know, you could go and scream at YouTube help about this. They might actually get back to you, maybe, if you're really nice and it's sunny. and there's a butterfly on your desk.
What if you
it
Google,
happens
can
to
you
be
block
purple.
somebody in YouTube chat? See what it
I
says.
can block somebody in YouTube chat right now. Unblocking them is impossible. As far as I've seen.
No, there's no actual block function. Not on my end.
Wait, live streaming.
Hey Terry, did you see that video link that 9 o'clock Hero posted in the live chat?
I think you retracted that.
I've been distracted. Sorry.
Oh, he posted another one. I think
Blocked
that's
and
instructions on how to
okay.
unblock.
Oh shit!
And Phil, there's only one flat Earth Jesus, and that's flat Earth Ozzie Jesus.
That's
right. Oh no. There's flat Earth science.
That's not flat Earth Jesus.
There's another flat Earth Jesus out there, and
well,
besides,
he's a pretender. He's a false Messiah. He's an anti-Aussie Christ.
Well, also at the same time, if they can appropriate things from me and other people who live in the real world, I can just appropriate things from them too. So,
well, that's cultural appropriation, if I can say that word.
Yeah, but turnabout is fair play too. It's just like if Americans steal French fries and call them their own. The French can call them America fries if they want.
Well, they can call them freedom fries the way they're supposed to be called.
Well, see, the French would never dare do that because the French know that that sort of nationalistic bigotry would not be allowed in their country.
Well, I think they hate freedom is what it is.
I don't know why. They hate freedom. Yeah,
they just hate freedom.
Yeah, you know what? You know what I have to say about freedom fries? They're disgusting because all they are is purple potatoes.
Agreed. Now, if you cover them with enough cheese, curds, and gravy, whew, now we're talking.
Now you're talking heaven.
No, you want to talk about freedom? That's called beer and vodka, free for everyone every day. That's called freedom.
Vodka. Well, I don't know. I drank a bunch of Aristocrat one night, and I can still burp up that awful potato flavor just thinking about it.
Terry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Mr. Sensible.
I was thinking maybe if Skyfly went to another channel and wrote something in that chat because you blocked him on your channel, say went to Ranties or something, wrote something in the chat in the live stream, and then you could click on him and unblock him from there.
Oh, that's a thought.
Because you've got the block option and the three dots. Surely there's an unblock option.
Well,
you know what I mean?
No, I think wouldn't he be blocked from you as the user though? So you wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, but
it's confusing. I'm sorry. Hey, wait. Actually, whoa, hold on. No, that wouldn't work. I was thinking, what if he subscribed to you and unsubscribed and resubscribed?
What about Terry? What about Terry if he actually leaves a comment on your video, one of your videos?
Yeah, that'd work too.
Has he ever left a comment on one of your videos that you can go back and look at? Or do you want me to go check that out?
That'd be a bit random, wouldn't it?
Oh
no, I can go. Actually, you can go.
Go to have him post a comment on your latest video. That way, you easily find him.
See the effort that the panel goes to try and help Skyfly, bro. That's the community feeling.
I don't understand. Like,
it was a pretty early show today, Terry.
Yeah, I was just trying something different.
Middle of my work day.
Is it? Oh, sorry.
That's all right. It's all right. I was just surprised, but I was listening in the background to all the flat earthers getting wrecked by Professor Bell. That was gold.
Well, they're getting wrecked, but they don't. They're too stupid to realize it.
Well, I mean, that's not uncommon. I mean, Perspective always gives them the benefit of the doubt. But I just think it was funny. I saw some of the comments specifically from Right the Hand saying he would shred the professor, and then he joins the show and then he gets shredded. So it was very funny. I mean, most of the professor's first answer to everything they were saying was no, and then he'd give the reply. So,
well, the obvious and condensed version, the most obvious version of what goes through a flat earther's mind in slow motion from someone slow is Special Agent Victor, because he basically literally gives away in slow motion. He gives away the exact flat earth tactics that they use.
There you go. Hide
So
user
you have
from
plenty
channel.
of time.
Hide user from channel.
Yeah, you can go to those 3 dots, and you can hide a user from the channel. I don't think I've done that. I don't think that's happened.
Well, then it is incumbent on you to download all of his videos, and then he makes a new channel, and then he can download all the videos from you, and then he can comment because he gets a new hashtag.
Yeah, I got no idea what's happened unless we can speak to him in person and find out what's happened.
I honestly, I've tried at great lengths to unblock.
Yeah, we just went to
anyone
manage your
unblocked.
account, Andrea. Go to account, click on your icon top left corner, then go to manage your account.
Yeah, Andrea. I tried the Google account too, not just the YouTube, but the Google account. I still have no luck. I cannot find any block.
I know for a fact philosopher that's wrong, because a certain Unirock blocked and hid me on his channel, and he literally unblocked me in 2 minutes.
No, but he hid you. He's automatically moderator. He's actually a super moderator on that, right?
Yeah, but so is Terry right now.
No, well, yeah, but see, it depends on how you were blocked as opposed to that. I'm just saying, like me as someone who was like a gray user, right? Standard user.
Yeah, but that's not how it happened, right? So you're bringing in an incongruity, and it's just not the situation.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, okay, you're right.
Can
Well,
you follow,
from the
can you
administrative
follow
standpoint,
Andrea's instructions, Peter?
Oh.
Go to account, click on your icon, go to your account. What's your account? Is that your channel or your account?
Your Google account.
I don't know when my account actually is.
So that's the other one too. See the other.
Go back.
All right, now people are just asking.
Yeah, no, manage your Google account there. Up there. Is that what she's talking about?
I don't know.
Now people are just putting gratuitous fours
because
they can't put them anywhere else.
On your icon top left corner.
I think 8 is more gratuitous than 4 because it has all those
Go
curves.
to account.
Well, they're doing the 4s
be
because
your
they couldn't vote for 4.
Might not be your account.
So now they're not going to get timed out.
Maybe she meant.
Because if you go to your channel.
Yeah. Go to your channel.
Does that have a left hand? That's only the left hand button.
No, top left hand 3 bars. Yeah, go
that's
there.
Only that.
And then what did she say then?
Just go to manage your account. So somewhere is manage your account.
Okay, so yeah, so click on that one there. Go.
That's only manage your Google account.
No. Hang on, Terry.
No, that's what I'm trying to figure out what you mean.
Just get rid of that one again, as in just click somewhere so that no. Oh, okay. Open up YouTube again. So if you
There's Google account.
Did you say Google account?
We went into manage Google account.
It's funny how this went from debunking flat earthers to a clinic on how to remove blocks from people on YouTube.
Well, sometimes this is the only way you can do things live, because if you try to do it any other way, you might not be able to do it.
Well, you know, if Google would actually hire professional coders instead of script kiddies, we wouldn't be having this problem. You know, they could try hiring professionals.
No, the problem's the person not knowing what their problem is.
Well, not calculating their damage. Now Google is notorious for huge gaps in their programming. That's why they kept having to update the Android phone. Ever since they bought the rights to Android, they just completely ruined the whole system. We would have had Android 7 several years ago if Google had just been able to figure out how to get it straight. And don't be fooled, they weren't upgrading for the hardware. They were upgrading to fix their mistakes. Yeah, they'll get it down someday. Pretty sure sometime soon, though. You can only make so many mistakes until you hit success. Common citizen proved that. Now, truth stands on that. I think we were already trying that, and that wasn't working in the peanut gallery. Just saw that. Now, YouTube is a very fickle animal. It's very hard to interpret the language that it wants to use.
Did you figure out what she meant? I was AFK for a minute there. Left-hand side, you have an icon with people and sharing. I'd like to know exactly where this is. Go to account, Google account. Leave that page open. That's account. There's no
security. Security.
No,
What's
I'm
the
going
security?
by the instructions. Go to account and click on an icon. It's in the top left corner in Google account.
I think they meant.
Account. I think there's no icon in the left corner.
Maybe they meant the right.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Did you show you mean the right corner?
That would take you back here.
Manage your Google account.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Like I said, that account takes you right back here.
On your YouTube account, not your Google account.
Yeah, that's what. Well, they did put Google account in the. She did put Google account.
And your Google account is also, of course, your YouTube account.
Yeah, but
They are tied together. Google and YouTube are one and the same now. So it's just YouTube is sort of like a subsidiary of your management. It's like that's your video and audio.
oh, hang on.
I found it, Terry.
Oh.
Terry.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
I think we both found it at the same time.
Did
Somebody
you?
found it.
So
You
go back where?
Yeah, I've got a section where it says blocked, and then it says no blocked users in my section because I haven't blocked anyone. But
so where do I go?
I was gonna say read the truth stands alone in the side chat, Terry.
Yeah.
Truth stands alone.
Yeah.
So it's actually in your Google account, Terry, not in your Google YouTube account. Do you have two icons on your screen?
I'm scrolling back up.
Yeah, so that's different.
See, I click on my little icon in the top right corner of my screen.
I have to go to YouTube
it's
Studio.
It's where I can actually sign in. No, it's not in YouTube Studio.
Oh, that's what they said.
No, it's not there.
Studio.
It's changed now.
Oh.
So you go into. Do you have an icon on the same line as your address bar? Of you?
Yeah, up the top there.
Yeah,
that one there, Terry.
Yeah, so left click on that one, and you should have your Terry Davies plus the email underneath it.
Yep.
Yep. So down under there it says manage your Google account.
Yeah.
Click on there, and then go on the left hand side on the 6 options there. There's people and sharing, and click on there.
And then you have we already had that open.
And then you have a blocked user there. No blocked users, so it must be something at his end.
Okay, so Radio Terry, so I'll read through this one. You have to go to your YouTube Studio.
Okay, we'll try that one as well. I'll keep that tab open, Chiefy.
Yeah. Then go to settings.
Settings.
Where's settings in here?
Click your
Settings
so
there.
is that your YouTube? Yeah. So
no
the 3
settings
bars
there.
on the top left hand side, Terry. 3 bars top left hand side of the YouTube Studio. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Go to settings. Then go to community. Yeah. So that's your mods. So just go down. Just no. Stop moving that and scroll. Go to permissions, maybe, or is it permissions? Hang on. I'll go back to reading rather than guessing. Then see hidden users. You should see hidden users. So yeah, hidden users. Yeah. Now scroll down that, and it'll be at the bottom because it would be one of the last ones that was blocked if it was blocked. Yeah, and it's Flat Earth of the Ozzie Jesus, which was ages ago.
Could you add him again as an approved user?
Approved.
You see, it's above it says paste the channel URL of a user to add as an approved user. Could you type in his URL? Skyfly Bry, whatever. Is anyone in that box there?
Nothing here.
Above there. No one. Okay.
Well, I found 2 users in mine, but I don't believe those are the 2 people. I blocked more than just 2 people.
Okay. Well, it must be at his end, Terry, because you've got nothing blocking him.
There's nothing blocked on your channel.
Yeah.
Tell him to reinstall the app or something.
Good night, 9 o'clock hero.
Good night, 9 o'clock.
Ah,
no.
just when we're
Menu
having
on the
fun.
left-hand side of YouTube Studio, Terry.
That's where we went.
Yeah, that's where we went. So,
All right. Skyfly, it must be at your end. Update your Google or something. Update your Chrome. Update whatever you're doing.
Skyfly's in YouTube in Discord now.
Is he?
Are you in studio or something? What are you in right now, Terry? Yeah, you're in studio.
Yeah, that's studio. Yeah.
Try this because I just found mine and figured out how to make it happen.
Skyfly, you there?
Just go to your channel.
Oh, wait a minute, I've got to go into Discord.
See the chat?
Oh shit!
Terry, yay!
Terry's back. Hello, Terry.
I wasn't in here before because my computer decided it wanted to do an update in the middle of the stream. Stupid thing.
Are you live now? Are you?
Yeah, we're live now. What's the
we're not live.
What's the problem? What's the issue, Sky?
I went to your channel and I was blocked from there on your live stream.
Okay, that's weird because that's what we've been trying to figure out. Yet I've got no one blocked.
Let me get you to try something, Terry.
Listen to Blue, Terry.
Just get out of studio.
Okay.
Just go back to your channel.
Get me up YouTube and then I'll try and find your live stream.
I can
you post the link?
Yeah, just hold on a second, Sky.
You want me to go to my channel?
Let Blue go on. Let Blue go on, please. Blue, please.
Yeah, wait a minute.
All right, click that. There you go. Go manage your Google channel. The blue line up there. Manage your Google channel. Okay, now let's see. Go down to your screen's looking different. Let's see. Give me a second. Not any of that. People and sharing, I think. See that line up there above? People and sharing.
With the toilet rolls missing from the channel.
Now scroll down. No blocked users. That's where I found mine. You don't have anybody blocked.
Sure. Let me try that one.
Try clicking that one, Sky, and see if that takes you in.
Click. Do this then, Terry. Click the other icon of yours up at the not that one. Go up above it. Click on that thing.
I've just found Terry started streaming 3 hours ago.
No, that's not it. Well, wait a minute. What does manage your Google account do?
Goes back to what we just had.
Go back what you just had. Yeah.
Yeah. Circular.
Same thing. People and sharing. Yeah, same thing.
I don't know. You know, really. Maybe.
I have this thing.
Yeah.
Sky, did you get into Terry's stream by using that link?
It's under people.
Yeah, I'm in there.
If they're blocked.
I'm in there. I haven't posted yet. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
still blocked.
Try and post something.
Okay, I'll try and post. I need to go to that page.
This may be ridiculous, but Skyfly, you didn't block Terry's by accident, did you?
No, he's fine. He's in the stream now. Terry, it's fine. It's all working.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, that's what I say. It's like this weird voodoo that YouTube has.
Trip and Phil said change your password. You just didn't see my password.
No, we totally didn't see your password. No, as we saw in Spaceballs. No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good.
I'm back now. Thank you, Terry.
Well, you weren't gone. There's no blocked users in the channel at all.
Oh, I don't understand it. I couldn't do nothing on there.
Okay then. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, there he is.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I just realised I posted.
Okay.
Yeah, just type 4 for a minute and we'll just check it again.
Oh no, don't do that. don't go back to that stuff.
No.
Okay. Okay, we can continue now. If I can close a few tabs that I don't need
Okay, the
anymore now.
world can continue to rotate.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Back to the flat earthers.
I'll close all these YouTube channels with tabs I don't need. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need.
So speaking of
finish with
special
Randy. Yeah,
agents.
we're finished with Randy. And yeah, I don't need that. Okay.
Terry, can I just ask you? You did get upset when I posted the video in the wrong section. You did.
Well, I get upset with everybody that posts in the wrong section.
Okay, so I'm very sorry I posted the video.
You're not the only one.
But
I don't mean I come down to you like the wrath of God and smite you sort of thing. I just have the rules that I stick to so everybody understands what's going on, and when they come into Discord, they go, okay, then what's the homework content this week for a stream? Okay, we'll go into homework. If it's shill your shit, well that's the channels that people content creators, and I shill their channels in there. And if you just want to post a random video, well that goes in any other vids. Car talking
okay,
pics,
I appreciate that. I didn't realise that you had all the different sections.
Well, that's what I named them for, just to simplify things for people.
I appreciate you named them for that reason, but you know, most people that go on Discord, they go onto one channel, and that's where they stay.
Well, this is not most Discord. This is my Discord.
Sorry?
I said this is not
I know
most
it's your Discord. No, but what I'm saying is people don't always look at the other channels on the Discords. I'm sure that people who've been on Discord for over a year and they've not looked at all the channels on that particular Discord.
Well, have you looked at other channels in Discords, how people set them up?
Yes, I have, yeah.
They're a mess.
Yeah, they're a mess,
yeah. That's called using Facebook for too long. That's over Facebooking.
You
right
don't
there.
know where to
that
post in
that.
some of these Discords. You go, where am I supposed to post something? Where's the chat channel? Where's what?
Anyway, it's all sorted now. Thank you.
Okay then.
Okay,
but Fair
so
Suck
now
of the Sav is above voice chat, and Fair Suck's just my generic thing where you just post your anything. But okay. We have to have rules, or anarchy and mayhem and all sorts of catastrophes could happen in society.
It was really funny earlier. I went on the Ranty live show about half an hour ago. Then I started inviting people. I invited Jose JG Gonzalez. I know you don't like him, but I invited him, and he came on. Then I invited Arwin, and Arwin said, "It's the middle of the night." I said, "No, it's the Early Bird show."
Yeah, well, I don't dislike or like in that context of people that are out there if they've got contentious issues or whatever. It's everyone's got the freedom to speak their mind and at least have a right to be listened to. I don't like creating friction between people. I don't like the arguments of personal attacks.
Okay, fair enough.
I like to have a conversation with anyone, even if you're weird, like somebody like Phil, philosopher of nonsense, you know, those type of people.
I represent that remark. I represent that remark. Thank you.
Anyway, in the UK it's 2:50, so I'm going to go to bed now. Thank you very much. I'll see you maybe tomorrow.
Well, later on tonight, because I might keep going.
Yeah, okay, I might.
There's no point in me shutting this down. I may as well just keep it going for tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad all your bushfires have stopped burning.
Well, we had flooding actually lately.
Oh, you got flooding now? Wow.
Well, not now, but we did have between bushfires and now we had flooding.
Well, hopefully now the ground is a little softer, because that's a problem with the fires, is that they turn the dirt into clay, so the water couldn't penetrate. That's why you had the flooding. But hopefully now it's softened up a bit, so now the ground is sort of recovered, and actually is absorbing water properly again.
You know what? There was a weird thing happened here, which of all the years I've been here, 8, 9 years or whatever. Our side gate, it got that dry here, that the ground shrunk that much that the post that the gate stuck to, it actually started scraping on the ground, and I'm going, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen since I've been here, because the ground was so dry from the drought.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy how the ground can move beneath your feet? 15 degrees per hour. Thanks, Bob.
Who is that noise, Terry? Andrea says. Oh, that's somebody over in Discord, Andrea. Okay.
Oh, what did Truth do?
What is that noise? Is that the noise you're talking about? I don't know what noise you're talking about, Andrea. Oh,
I hear your fan noise.
Terry, am I live on your live stream?
Yes, you are. At the moment, you are. You're going out live.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. Sorry.
I
would like to say hello to all the flat earthers, and if you think the moon is like 3,000 feet above the Earth and it goes out of view by perspective, then how can you physically see it from Egypt and the UK, which is 5,000 miles apart, at the same time? Because 5,000 miles is much greater than 3,000 miles.
Oh, that's okay. They're appealing to authority because they say miles, right? They say it's only so many miles up. So they're appealing to authority because some authority had to make up the measurement for miles. Oops.
I always use nautical miles.
Well, they always love to say, oh, you're appealing to authority by NASA or whatever. You're appealing to authority by using measurement, period. Game over, bud.
I think I've got your live stream open.
See, and that's exactly the response I get. It's just 5 seconds of silence.
Yeah, if you're not going to be in here, Skyfly, just mute yourself in Zoom. You can in Discord, and you can still listen in.
Yeah, I'm in Discord, but I'm watching live, and I'm not showing up in your live stream.
No, because you're not in Zoom.
Ah, of course, yeah.
You're only in Discord at the moment. I allow the sound to come through to the Discord, like for this purpose, sometimes for communication purposes, but not for the main show.
Okay, so I need to log into Zoom if I want to come on live, yeah?
Yeah, if you wanted to come on the panel, yeah.
How long are you going to stay live for?
I might keep going in between now and later on tonight. Or not late, but later.
Oh, tonight it's in the morning for me.
Don't be too specific.
Yeah, I won't be too specific.
Pacific, that's an ocean, isn't it?
Yeah.
What time specific is on a flat Earth.
Another 6 or 7
Terry,
hours.
I was thinking, right, the Dead Sea is like 3,500 feet below sea level. Now, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't the water penetrate that area and flood it and make the Mediterranean meet up with the Dead Sea?
I think it's about 1,500 feet below sea level.
Yeah, I said 1,300. Yeah, so
yeah, okay.
That's even
better.
I
thought you said 3,500. But no. Good point. Actually, look at the Panama Canal. Why are there locks needed? Because the sea level is different in two different places, and they need the locks to bring the ships up or down to the different sea levels.
No, they needed the locks because it was easier to get the ships across than going overland.
Well, yeah, no, but they also have to adjust the water level.
You ever tried to drag a ship across land?
Yeah.
If they didn't have to adjust the water level, they could have just cut a canal straight through. Then the Atlantic would have drained into the Pacific.
No. That wouldn't have been practical. That the ships have to rise up. I don't know, 100 feet, couple hundred feet, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
there's no way they were going to dig that canal 200 feet deeper.
Well, no, what I'm saying is the level of the water is different. They have to bring the ships
No,
down.
The terrain is different too.
Yeah, it would have been wholly impractical to try to dig out a hole, a trench, all the way from the Atlantic to the Pacific. There's a big lake in the middle of it,
Yeah.
Well, no, the Panama Canal, right? They wouldn't need locks.
Yes, they would.
Right? If the ocean level was the same, but it's not the same.
Big Blue, imagine the ice age, okay, and you've got like ice protruding from the North Pole, and it's getting lower in latitude and going from 90 degrees, 90 degrees north, coming down to probably to the UK level, back when it last happened, to 50 degrees latitude. Now, how would that ice move if it was flat?
Yeah, it's 85 feet difference.
No, if the Earth was flat, the ice wouldn't move, would it? No rivers would flow. Obviously, they would flow on the mountains and in the hills and stuff on the land, but reality, seas move. How would the seas physically move if it's flat? If the sea was flat, how would it move?
Well, obviously it wouldn't.
And that's why in the southern hemisphere you have very severe seas because there's no land there to slow down the movement. So you get very choppy seas in the southern hemisphere. There's not much land there below New Zealand, which is about 52 degrees latitude south.
Well, also, how would we have the North Atlantic Current? The North Atlantic Current is responsible for a great deal of the weather on the globe.
There's so many more things the globe has proof of that we could bring forward to the flat earthers, but they wouldn't believe anything because they just don't understand it.
Well, the trouble is that to show evidence of the Earth as a globe, you go through this myriad. You could go through terabytes of data. They all deny it, and then when you say show your proof, they have absolutely zero. They have
Jose
nothing.
done that
There's
with
zero proof.
Didn't he? Showing proof of the
hold on
flat
a
Earth.
minute. Mippet wants to know if you're going to actually join in to Zoom or not, Sky, because.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll log out and I'll come in.
If you want to join the panel, because we've got other things to discuss yet. That's not the only thing we're talking about today.
Okay, I'll be back soon.
Okay.
No problem.
Don't threaten.
Right.
Don't threaten.
Is the link in Discord?
No, I'll give you the link.
In Discord, yeah.
No, I'll DM it to you.
And don't forget to mute yourself in Discord.
Well,
if you're going on stream.
I'm not down beyond the imaginary curve.
No, a lot of people forget to mute themselves in Discord.
Yeah, and that's not what I've heard about you. I've heard a lot of stories, because I've been watching the YouTubes, and they've been saying stuff.
Okay. Peter, do you want us to get on with this other issue that we had that was concerning a few creators that somebody put out, a certain leaky person?
Yeah,
I think we should get that. We should get that sorted out. I've got the video here. This is not right for a start. I'll have to put the disclaimer out before we play it. It may offend some people, but for a person to come on and upload a video like this, it's not right.
So just a sec, Terry. just before you start playing, what I might do is I might drop the link in the side chat in case anyone out there feels the need to go and comment or
downvote.
Comment or
I think comment and downvote and also report.
Yeah. Well, whatever they feel that's deserved of the video itself, because I've just posted it now. Go and do what you think that's morally right. I think is the best way to put it. I'm not telling you what to do, but maybe you should let your morals judge what should be done.
Wait, we're talking about his morals, though.
I'm talking about people can choose using their own morals on what needs to be done to this video.
Of course, so just don't put number 4.
Yeah, put lots of 4s on it.
May the 4s be with you.
Okay. Are you ready?
There we go. Just go on. Play. All we needed.
Spastics everywhere.
Wow. Moving on, back to Mitch though. I did a debate with him on Fight the Flat Earth, and there's a certain part of that debate that he has used and has been spread to other channels. And I think I just need to clarify something a bit. You're right, it could be flat.
Sorry, Peanut Gallery, I forgot to put the sound back.
That's why Pratt lost his channel, was for hate speech.
Daniel Pratt, yeah.
And then he just made
I
another
thought it
one.
was for derp speech.
Well,
Not for derp speech.
No,
Yeah.
YouTube allows that, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
He didn't have
Spastic is a.
he didn't have a separate underlining meaning because he's got written here, words have meanings, and then gravity is not a
You're
force.
damn right they do.
So that's where I'm just wondering what he's trying to do here.
He's absolutely correct. Words do have meanings.
Yeah,
And
in
the
the
word
UK,
and the word spastic,
spastic
if you don't mind, that's a very offensive
is a
word.
root word.
That's a
And
very.
And actually,
this
if you
has
go
to
down a
do-
bit,
Can you hear me?
And one at
Yes.
one at a time
Yeah.
is best.
This has to do with a medical condition, a terrible medical condition.
Yeah, it really
Known as-
relates to someone.
if I could just talk, please.
Sorry.
Called named cerebral palsy, and that is not a condition that's treatable. That's brain damage. And I can speak about this with a bit of authority, because my oldest daughter, who passed away about 10 years ago, had that condition, and this strikes a nerve with me. I think it's I think it's a horrible thing to call anybody that, especially the way Rennie, the way Sleeping Warrior has done it. I've reported it, and I'm going to follow up with YouTube. I want the damn video taken down. Actually, I want Sleeping Warrior's channel taken down.
Agreed.
This is not the kind of thing you make. It ought to go unpunished. It really isn't.
I actually posted a link on Mr. Sensible's channel, Discord channel, encouraging every person that sees the video to flag it, because obviously not everyone's going to see it, and everyone's not going to flag it, but it is sad.
And
I'm not telling, like again, like somebody said, I'm certainly not telling anybody what to do. You do use your own judgment, but
well, it's just wrong.
This is completely unacceptable.
And I don't know if anyone caught it with what's his face, Special Agent Victor or whatever, but he also used this term, and he also used an anti-Semitic term, but he used it so quickly that nobody quite caught it right away.
I think realistically, just to back up what Blue was saying, you know, like there are words that have got meanings. Some of these words are used as insults. And yeah, it changes from area to area. There's an N word that you don't use in America. You know, it is frowned upon very strongly if you use that word. I can remember as a child, you know, this word was thrown around as I will honestly say I threw it around in a jokingly manner with my mates and called them this.
Yeah.
However, times change, and to use this word in a derogatory term nowadays is seen so poorly on the person that does it. And I think in reality, it shows the depravity of where he's at, because he's got nothing else. He needs hate speech. He needs to throw insults to get anywhere, because he's got nothing else left in his tank.
He needs to use the spectacle of racism or hate speech to get attention.
And it's just disgusting. Like, let's be honest.
Empathetic.
It really shows the level that he's willing to crawl to. You know, it's so morally wrong. There was all of that alleged child smacking incident with Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley and his
the
child.
actual physical, yeah.
The alleged child smacking. This is at the same level as far as I'm concerned. There's no difference. The only difference is he's done it quite openly and publicly. It's just, in my personal opinion, to allow this type of stuff to happen in the community is allowing the community to sink to a new level, and it's just wrong.
It lowers the bar for everyone, is what I think, and it's just like when someone's, I mean, it's one thing, like, you know, you get into a debate with somebody, you know, whether it be a short term just on a show or a long term debate where it's over, you know, spanning like several weeks or months or whatever. You know, when you have to resort to ad hominem, that's bad enough. When you actually have to resort to, you know, going to racism or hate speech or homophobia or whatever, then now you've dropped the bar way to a lower, much lower level, exponentially so. Okay, someone else can talk now. Wow, I didn't mean to kill the conversation right there.
I'm just going through any creators that have brought out anything lately that's...
Yeah, we need critical thinking in the chat. Yeah, frankly, the retard thing getting thrown around all the time bothers me. Always has. But I learned over the years to get beyond that. If you go back, you know, 40 years ago, I would be incensed if I heard someone using the word retard. But it's because, you know, it just became sort of part of the vernacular. And I got to the point where I don't pay too much attention to it. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere comes spastic out of Anthony Riley. I swear, if I got close enough to him, I'll spit straight in his face.
Well, he did that on Mr. Sensible's channel, and Mr. Sensible took great offense to it as well, and actually had to ban him from the channel because he took a moment to give him a chance to talk, and like I was there for the whole thing, for the beginning of the live stream, all the way to 2.5 hours after that stream ended on the Discord, and he is really just as vile as he sounds. He always sounds that way. He doesn't change his persona off camera. He's really that person.
So the thing you need to, and don't think that I'm making an excuse for him at all, but because of the way that he does act in different chats and all of that, and different discussions, his area of operation, his number of channels that he can actually go onto for a channel is becoming less and less. You know, so in some ways, as sick as it is, I think that he's actually done this just to get some more attention. You know, all of the attention at the moment has been indirectly pointed at Nathan Thompson, and everyone's been ignoring him. So it wouldn't surprise me one little bit that he has done this for nothing more than to get attention back on him again, because he loves it. He craves that attention.
Yeah, like I said, the spectacle of hate speech, and flat earthers only seem to be in for attention because they have nothing left. They're grasping at straws, trying to hold up this strange cult religion for some reason, and all they seem to be doing it for is attention.
Yeah, Anthony Riley's not just a flat earther. He's a swinger. He loves to swing with other people.
Yeah, and I've got the screenshot to prove that too.
Well, no, I know Riley's a Poe, but he's still playing the game.
We're not talking about flat Earth.
He's beyond flat Earth. He's actually the first video he made. He said, "I would be prepared to jump ship if there was any evidence." which he's obviously seen since that time, but he hasn't jumped ship back to the globe Earth. His real purpose is to find couples that he can swing with. That's his own purpose on the internet.
Like literally? Serious? Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure about it.
Just, I mean, I've heard him say there is no science to flat Earth. I mean, there's a direct video quote of him saying that. But I didn't think he was just looking for, I mean, why doesn't he talk to Oakley some more? Because I hear Oakley's bedroom pretty entertaining.
His new lover is Dolly Daydream. He was with her for a while.
Okay, I have to go yak now. Oh, see, they're looking for Thompson again. Every time I hear a siren, it's like, oh, is Thompson coming town?
Yeah. Oh well.
I'm gonna go Riley. I'm
and
gonna be right back.
Let's just get one thing straight. It really doesn't matter what his personal choices are when it comes to those life choices.
I could care less.
I don't care. You know, that it's realistically what he is doing with this flat Earth thing, the way that he treats people, the way that he speaks to people. He still has a commitment to common decency and the human race to act like one. You know, you know, I don't care if you believe the Earth's a cube. If you're going to be part of this race that we call human, you need to act like one, not like a depraved piece of. You know what I want to say, but I won't because I don't have $1 to put in Terry's poor box at the moment. You know,
piece of what's the word?
Shit.
Piece of, yes. Oh, it's $1. You're $1.
You know, he treats people like crap. He speaks to people like crap. He belittles and speaks down to everyone that he speaks to, and you know he's gone down this path of. Let's be honest, there is no turning back once he goes down this path. If he's going to start berating people like this, if he's going to start using words that just aren't acceptable in this modern day, I am sorry. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to cross that bridge that's too far, even for quite a few of his shall we call them comrades in the community. It's
well, there's so much infighting in the community anyway. I mean,
geez, they can't even agree on one belief. They can't even get together and
they can't even unite behind flat Earth. I mean,
they've come unglued, really.
Well, because they've got nothing left. I mean, we basically washed out all the supports. Now they're the long pier the short pier that they want to take a long walk of just got a little bit shorter every day.
I agree. Ranty Flat Earth and Sleeping Warrior have fallen that big time. Did you hear that?
Yeah. No. Oh God. Oh no. No. Riley rage quit on me. SC Montreal, who tries to parrot Dubé's thoughts and Antonio's thoughts, thinking he's some sort of expert. It's like just today I was on Jose's server. He was there saying, "Oh, I've done all this research. Then he got challenged, and he said, "Well, actually, I'm not really an expert on any of this at all." Wait, I thought you did your research. But you're telling us you know more than actually established scientists. You said you did your research, and now you actually admit that you're not an expert in anything at all.
Well, if you want to know what Montreal is going to say, just go watch QE a couple hours before. He'll compare it to anything QE says.
That's exactly right.
That's why
QE Montreal instead of SE Montreal.
That's why I want to pull him on FTFE if he will dare. But he already flaked out on one thing, and I don't want to make a bad impression with FTFE trying to arrange debates where the other person keeps flaking.
Screw SC Montreal being on FTFE. I want to see Professor Phil debate FTFE or Phil and Stingray team up against Team and FTFE and both of them pretend to be flurfs. Because they're like the number 1 and number 2 flurfs. I can't decide which is which. I think they're tied. But yeah.
Well, I love pretending to be the flurf, but it's really hard. I just like I find it like incredibly hard.
They make it look easy.
Yeah,
They make it look effortless.
It's like I said earlier, the way that Professor Phil could literally just change from, all right, for a moment, I'll just put on my ball Earth hat, blah, 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 take my ball Earth hat on, here's my flat Earth hat, and how we need to respond is like this, blah, 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 blah. And he was just doing it without a problem at all. He was actually giving them valid ways of actually, shall I use the word discuss or debate the flat Earth and the in comparison to the globe Earth model, you know, so that
they're super resistant to his idea that the I guess the plate Earth or whatever could have gravity, because you know they've been told so many times that gravity kills the flat Earth, and even I fucked with Phil a little bit. Oh, sorry, swear jar. And I asked him a question, and flat Earth Phil completely dodged it, just like a good flurf will. But I asked him, I said, well, if gravity exists, wouldn't it crush that flat plane into a ball? And he never answered. So,
and well, that's what he was teaching them just before too. Don't answer questions that you don't have answers to. Don't make it up. Don't make it up. Just answer truthfully.
Well, when you said flat Earth hat, I literally flashed in my head to the scene in Fifth Element where the guy was trying to rob Corbin Dallas, and then he's like, "No, give me that gun. Nice hat." You remember that scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I just picture like just the little like Gleason map model on top of there, and he's just sitting there. Oh, I really should make okay, I think I should make that. And I'll share it with everybody. Anybody can use it.
You the man, Bill.
Someone just teach me how to do an overlay on video with what I got. I'll figure it out. But I should totally make that because that is actually the perfect response. You know, that science. Here, maybe I should take that for you. That's a very dangerous weapon.
Bacon. Yeah, you better look after your bacon. It's going to become rare soon. The toilet paper, flour, and now bacon over there in the US.
No, not the bacon.
Yeah, bacon as well.
Yeah, bacon's going off the shelves quicker than they can get it on it at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go to the store right now. Hang on.
I'm just hoping with the mass die-offs that'll free up more bacon for me.
Yes.
There's a silver lining to COVID-19.
Yeah, can we actually make bacon from this? No, we can't make bacon. It's poison. It's tainted with stupid.
What?
No.
I'm not going to try.
We can't recycle flat earthers.
I'm leaving that alone.
Long pig. I don't know. I've heard good things.
Quit asking me to sprinkle them titties. That's a weird name, that one.
Yeah, you need to give them a splanetary.
Yeah, I gave him a spanner.
Yeah, he's funny.
Well, his original name
It was Team Skeptic. Stop asking me to change my name.
Yeah.
Quit asking me to change my name, Team Skeptic, or something. Yeah.
Oh, it's changed a few times.
Not the bacon, Glover Chris. Not the bacon.
Somebody think of the bacon. Screw the children. Think of the bacon.
Yeah, no, look, the priest got in trouble for doing that, so I won't even go there either.
Long
Oh, whoa, okay.
Well,
I
yeah,
was not.
I can't give them a spanner. They've got a sub first. Didn't it cost a sub for a spanner?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Quit asking. We'll sub to you. Don't worry about that.
Okay, that's not a wrench. Quit asking me.
It's a spanner. It's Australian.
Jeez, how do you teach these Americans? And Jane Doe. You want a spanner? You can
thank
sub.
you very much. Americans cannot be taught anything.
No,
Thank
you
you
can't
very
be.
much. And we're damn proud of it.
Oh no, there is a way of teaching. There is a way of teaching Americans something. The trick is to making them think that they thought of it first.
Oh yes, that's right.
You got to inception us.
Yeah, Americans aren't very bright. You kind of got to pull the Wile E. Coyote on them, you know.
But we're real persistent.
That's why we are the hub for Flat Earth, because education is definitely our weakest point.
Bestest country in the world.
Isn't there the
We're
show,
the
The
best country
Weakest
in the
Link?
world for lack of education.
That reminds me of the show, The Weakest Link.
Yeah, there's a lot of us, and we have nuclear weapons. So.
Yeah, that's the problem. The stupidest people have the biggest guns.
Yeah. Next, you're going to tell me you got a flag on the moon.
No,
we won't tell you about that one.
We got 6 of them.
They're all white now, blue. I told you that.
Yeah, they're all bleached. Yeah, you have to go and put a new one up there.
Sun bleach, and then the French turned around and said, "Aha, they're all ours."
Well, we learned that from the Brits. If there's no flag, there's no country.
Oh no! You really want to see? You really want to see the true America? Just go into YouTube. Just type "My world is getting dumber" as one word. That's all you have to do. You find that channel.
Does it for me?
Now, you find that channel. There's people who don't know what continent America is in.
If I could get 6 subscribers tonight, I'd go really well, wouldn't it?
6 subscribers.
Yes, at the Peanut Gallery. Anyone know who's
that
not
would get
subbed?
you up to 400. So quit asking. I need to sub. Who is that came in before?
Yeah, there's 44 people.
Oh, there's a
watching
Clive
now. Somebody
Wells.
here isn't
Hello.
subbing.
You can get us. You can sub for a spanner.
Oh well, that's kind of cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, please, Nathan, don't think of the children.
That's the only do.
That's how Nathan Thompson became a moderator on Modern Day Debate.
Oh, okay. How many more do I need? How do I refresh that?
Oh, hang on, I'll check for you, Terry.
Yeah, but don't I go to my? Can't I go to my own thing?
Yeah, you can. Or I can just refresh here.
Yeah, I don't know how you can refresh it. So
press F5.
394.
Thanks, Jane Doe. Who's got feedback?
Not me.
Not me.
I don't know. I'm driving. It might
Not
be
me.
You hope you're on hands free.
If I want to set free, I have to
when
quit.
somebody talks.
94 I've got here.
Yeah, I got 94 as well.
Okay.
I don't see that page, so I can't say.
Oh, maybe I should subscribe. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, good idea.
95, Terry.
Yep.
Hey, Peter, what have I told you about using your socks?
Hey.
My socks are on my feet. What are you on about?
What, no
I
ham
always wear my
sandwiches?
big socks.
Sock accounts, anyone?
So we only need 4 more subs, Terry. And then you can do a 400 show.
Yeah.
Okay, so quickly, everybody, you have to get 4 more subs, so then he has to instantly do a 400 show right away.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Yeah,
Or tonight.
that's fair.
Or tonight.
400 subscriber special.
And as a
Morning.
sweetener,
Like-
I will
like it's not as if-
guarantee.
Yeah.
As a sweetener, I'll guarantee that I won't go naked on it.
How about this? If
I like it.
If you get 400 subs tonight, I will not screen share a picture of Team Skeptic in a mankini full body.
I don't want to really see that picture ever again. I got a glimpse of it once, and that was it. I had to wash my eyes out for a week.
Well, here's one. Here's one, Terry. Here's one, Terry. If you don't get the 4 subs that you need, or the 5 subs that you need between now and then, on tonight's stream, I'll be on camera all night long with a bare ass facing the camera.
Hey, that'll be a great image of the moon.
That's different from normal how?
Because I normally don't have my camera on.
Oh, fair.
And neither do I. Like, it's not as if I can just go click, 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 and then I've got a camera.
Suddenly, I'm reminded of the South Park episode of the butt fields.
I was thinking of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Let me ask you a question.
Can I ask you a question? Am I making you stink?
Hello, everybody. I need a green screen. Hello, Alan.
Hello, Alan.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah, I was going to say, guess who woke up?
Who woke up?
Hey, let me tell you something. I feel sorry for all them poor little kids that keep getting that MMR vaccine. It doesn't half make you feel fucking ill.
Yeah. It knocks the you-know-what out of you.
Did it ever?
Just take him to the dentist. They'll be very happy once he gets some Novocaine in them.
Oh, $3.99 Jinx you says I've got. Is that right?
Oh, I'd have to hit the refresh button again.
All right, wait, I'll check.
$3.99. One more.
Yep, only
one
need
more.
one.
One more, and he's committed.
Oh, geez, how long?
We can do it.
Come
Do it for
on.
the children.
www.
Got to be somebody out there. Come on.
Google.com.
Well, I've already got so many people watching. I got 45 watching, so out of the 45, surely one.
I shielded for you on Randy's, Terry. Hopefully that'll draw a couple of folks over.
Oh, thank you. I was hoping to get a
no
spanner over there. I've got one over on a few other guys' channel, but I haven't got one from Randy yet.
Yeah, I had to whine for one because every time I said something, Paige would time me out.
Yeah, how come you got a spanner? What did you do?
I kept asking Randy for one because every time I'd ask a question or make a comment, and I was on good behavior. I thought I don't think I was even being.
No, you're well behaved.
But the first time I asked Paige a question, she was like, "F off, you mother effer!" I mean, just went off on me. I'm like, "Whoa, that was uncalled for."
Oh, she likes you. That means she likes you.
Oh, and Leah.
Or
Leah
she's
would
terrified
not
of you.
stop. Yeah, one of the two. Yeah.
We're going to have to get Professor Phil on later on tonight if he's able to.
Is she still on there at the moment? No name or?
No, he had to. He got a call, and one of his coworkers called out.
He's one of his he had to go and fill in.
Yeah, one of his coworkers was watching the stream and say, "What the hell are you doing, man?"
We may get Professor Phil later on tonight after he finishes work. If we're lucky, if not tomorrow night.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he's a regular on here.
Yeah, after he
Does he have a
finishes.
wrench?
Of course he does.
No, he's got a spanner. Look, where's that timeout button for the panel?
Put him in the waiting room.
Yeah, but like I did to somebody else, so they didn't like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I've collected a few videos, but I'm looking for any derp stuff as well. Has anyone brought anything out lately? Go check. Team Skeptic's actually live at the moment, or he was, or is that finished?
That's finished, Terry.
Oh, that finished, did it? Oh, bugger. Who else has been out there today?
So I'm on Paige's YouTube channel at the moment.
Got Thrive and Survive. I got no idea what that's about.
No, who knows with that idiot?
You got Phuket Word. Models and observational awareness. Oh, just look at that. Okay, yeah, that's long enough. 14 minutes. We can have a look at his stupidity.
Oh, Thompson posted a video 4 hours ago.
He did.
Who?
Thompson.
Chris said, I think it says mute. Yeah, I can do that, Chris. I can mute them.
1,000 hits with 8-pound sledge. Let's try. I hope he hurts himself.
I think he should try. Instead of trying to bounce balls on his sledgehammers, he should try juggling it with his head. That'd be more impressive.
He should.
The balls on the sledgehammer.
His head.
The sledgehammer.
Okay.
Try bouncing his head on the.
I just wanted to be.
What else we got?
I wish he'd stop going to the girls' department when he buys sledgehammers. Damn, 8-pound sledge. What the hell are you gonna do with that?
Bounce golf ball.
Yeah, that's about all it's good for.
That's why I call them Captain Hammer balls.
I don't think I've subscribed to enough.
No. I don't subscribe. I just favorite them. I just bookmark them.
All right. So
that way they don't get a sub.
Oh, good thinking.
So quit asking me to sprinkle those titties. Let's go over how this hole works with the spanner and the wrench. A torque wrench is a wrench. A spanner is what Americans. A spanner, like a shifting spanner, is an open-ended.
Yeah, here we go. I'll Google it for him to show the picture.
Adjustable.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, a shifting spanner is an adjustable spanner, but a wrench is something different to a wrench is something different.
Yeah, well, Americans think if you can put it on a nut, it's a wrench.
Yeah, but wrench is a verb.
It's a doing word.
Yeah.
Not an American.
Yeah. You guys call them. You guys call it an adjustable spanner.
A shifter.
We call that. We call that an East Tennessee socket set.
Who was it said that wrench was a verb? Because well, Terry, you have to remember that spanner is also a verb, or used to be in English.
And actually, spanner is a pejorative also.
Well, that's a wank spanner.
Yeah, so's a wrench. So's a wrench.
Never mind.
And I think that's a winch.
400, Terry. 400.
And really,
what?
400.
Where?
You got it. 400.
And blue. What you call a socket set, I call a nut rounder.
Yeah.
Nut rounder.
Exactly.
Takes the corners right off of every nut.
Nut rounder. I like that.
Just about.
The crescent wrench is just a way to round nut.
It's just like in America. Quite often, their screwdrivers will have a head and a claw section on it. You know, the old American screwdriver, a claw hammer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, no, that's a British
every damn
screwdriver
thing's
too.
a hammer. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. No, in America, a flathead screwdriver is called a cold chisel.
Everything in the toolbox is a hammer.
Yes, everything in the toolbox is a hammer.
That's every tool's first job is to be a hammer.
Its second job is to be a nut rounder, and a third job, a third job is to be something to swear at and blame because you can't fix it.
Yeah.
Well, and every tool has the same first name. It's that F word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
F
Yeah, I
and
thought a
this, F
hammer's
and that.
job was to break my hand
Yeah.
or my thumbs.
Yeah.
I
did once.
Give me the effing pliers.
did-
Hand me the effing screwdriver. Yeah. Every tool has the same first name. I learned that.
Well, there is only one proper tool in the American toolbox, and that's called a pair of vice grips, and that's the wrench for everything.
That is definitely the nut rounder.
Yeah,
We call them channel locks.
No, it's the nut two-third. You see,
Yeah.
it doesn't round them. If it rounds them, you're not tightening it enough. You got to tighten it enough so it actually puts spurs on it.
That's the only tool that I agree with the Americans and call it a wrench. The pipe wrench.
Vice grips I live by vice grips, and I'm not saying I turn hex nuts with them. I prefer using a socket set.
You're talking about a pair of Stilsons.
Stilsons, yes.
Locking pliers. I have a pair of vice grips, and you will not believe the magic that those have done. When no other tool would work, they save the day. It's one of the few things that America has ever made correctly.
Now, what's the American call them? A pipe wrench?
Pipe wrench.
Yeah.
So that's a pipe wrench. That's a wrench because you're wrenching on the device. It's not actually. You don't. It doesn't need to have flat sides or anything to undo and do it up.
No. See, but if you got a box end over a nut, what are you doing on it? You're wrenching on it. So it's still technically a wrench, isn't it? You're doing the same thing. It just fits a different way.
Mippet said, "I'm sick of listening to tools. Thank you. Ranty's stream was enough."
All right. So,
Okay,
Mippet, we'll start talking about bobs then.
Yeah, okay.
Bobs?
Bob?
What? It's another type of toy.
Yeah,
you got me beat on that.
That's what they call a floater.
I don't know that one.
Bob.
Battery operated type toys.
Battery operated buddy.
Yeah.
For the ladies. Oh, that's going to spark some comments, I'm sure.
Okay. So we put the voting out, and then out of all these tabs, I'll start mixing them up.
I got a Ryobi set that's battery operated. Does that count?
How many vibrations per second?
That's I don't know. I think about them in like RPM and torque, not really about vibrations. Sorry.
Well, jigsaws have strokes per minute, and
oh, that's true. That's true. So do I.
Yeah, but the jigsaw's a little faster.
Yeah, but you can really do.
You don't know me.
With a sawzall. That's with the proper attachments, a sawzall could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the sawzall. Yeah.
Well, who doesn't like a sawzall? Cut a car in half. Why not?
In fact, there's quite a few YouTube. Sorry, not YouTube. What's that other one? Oh, that's right. That's RedTube, isn't it? Sorry.
YouTube Red.
RedTube.
No, RedTube. RedTube, not YouTube Red. RedTube.
Yeah, I know. I found RedTube the hard way.
Oh, okay. We got silly names for our tools now, have we? Quit.
What other silly names?
I don't know.
A wonder boner. Do you know what a wonder boner is? If you go fishing, what you do is you take the fish and you shove it, you slice the tail off and you shove it over the wonder boner right down his throat, and it debones the fish.
Andrea, if it's only a small load, it's all right. I hand wash it.
Oh. disinfected soap.
Oh yeah, we could go down the car route if you're not sure about tools. Like
oh yeah, let's talk cars. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Mippet will really get upset now.
Oh, I'm getting out of
Okay,
the way here. I'm just stepping back, Terry.
We can talk planes. Let's talk
How the
planes.
Americans mispronounce or label certain things with cars.
Or
well, they
how
drive on the wrong
Americans
side of the road for a start, so we can't.
Hey,
we don't want to go down.
We invented the warning label on chainsaws that says, "Do not attempt to stop chain with hands or genitals."
So, Andrea, I'd just like to point out the problem with that whole milking machine thing is quite often a lot of them have like a float valve in them, so they don't turn off until they get to a certain amount of capacity of the container being filled. So it's not a good idea.
Yeah, well, a milking machine can have two different definitions. If you're talking agricultural, that's one thing, but there's a certain hub of porn that has a different idea.
It's also is the greatest power tool ever invented yet. Yeah, no, I haven't found Paige's Facebook, but I have found her YouTube channel.
What's she got on there? Usual mirrored stuff.
Yeah, mirrored crap, and there's a couple of bits of her stuff on there.
Do you guys
I know Terry's trying to collect an advanced list of YouTubers that profess in the flat Earth. And
yeah, well, I've got a little list going so far. I had to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Where are they? Here they are. We've got a Woke, a West Aussie, a JMO Freedom. We've got obviously Mitchell from Australia, and Fresh Look at Truth.
I'll go through her stuff later, see if she's worth playing with, Terry.
Terry,
figuratively,
I
not
just DM'd
literally,
you.
obviously.
Oh no.
I just DM'd you something if you're interested in that. I don't know.
Okay, I need some more videos from. Need some either a dirt video or yes, Mippet. I can't vote if we haven't got enough videos yet. I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well,
I've only got 7. So, any recommendations for any derp or anything else in our list of recommended sciencey knowledge stuff?
The stars, mathematics.
Sounds like someone's
and
already
other
listening
ancient
to it.
history religions. Upon returning to his native land, full of excitement and joy from what he had gained on his journey, he was eager
Hey, Phil.
to share with his fellow
That's not me.
people
That's
what
not
was
me.
newfound knowledge to him. To his great disappointment,
That's
he discovered
Blue.
that his fellow
No,
man
that's not
did
Blue.
not care for his teachings.
That's
and
Alan.
by and large-
No?
Sorry.
It ain't me.
Oh, okay, it's not me.
Is that coming through Discord?
I don't know. Have a look over on Discord. Who's over on Discord?
No.
Nobody. Only me.
No, I mentioned Blue and all of a sudden went silent, and he hasn't said a thing. Guilty.
It was somebody.
Guilty. Somebody's guilty.
Yeah, the culprit. We'll find the culprit.
No, Blue's not saying anything in his own defense.
Oh, what? No.
No, it
What'd
wasn't
I
Blue.
miss?
He was muted.
I was trying to see if Paige had anything worth of crap, and the answer is no.
No.
Okay. See, it was his fault. See, I called it.
What'd I do?
It's Professor
We heard
Philly.
you.
I thought he had to go to work.
Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Phil's at work.
You're going to be finished late tonight, Phil? If not tomorrow night, you can catch us tomorrow night.
Wait. Yeah, make sure you wash your hands after that. You might catch flurfies, Professor Phil.
Yeah, use anti-flurf soap all over your body, and you need to leave it on for an entire day, just to make sure that you kill off all of the flurfy germs.
Professor Phil, I do have one issue with Flat Earth Professor Phil, and that was the gravity question about the flat plane. I think it would smush into a ball. Just saying.
But when he comes on, we won't know if he's playing Flat Earther or playing reality. So we'll have
Well,
to
if he
wait
wants
tomorrow.
to play Flat Earther,
Phil.
I'll demolish
Tomorrow night.
him, but...
We can get you a Flat Earther or a Globe Earther to play with. We won't know who to pick.
Ooh, maybe Professor Phil, Flat Phil versus Stingray in a flurf off.
Yeah.
Who's got the Flat
flurf
Earth?
off?
Stingray was here a minute ago, but he must have dropped.
No, that won't work. I want to hear Phil say something.
Or you just distract Dean with...
Do you want to debate Professor Phil tomorrow night, then, Blue?
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
There you go, Phil. You the Philofa?
Oh, can we do 2-on-2? I want to play.
Yeah, 400 sub special with Professor Phil Bell. Phil, you can come on tomorrow night for my 400 sub special.
I'll be there.
See if we can arrange Blue to come on, and you can be the flurfer.
Well, we can do a joint celebration of 400 5,000 special.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got the 5,000 and a bit with some change.
Yeah, now I got a few extras.
What?
Once I got my brain dead numpties to stop unsubscribing and resubscribing.
So
they were having great fun yesterday. I'd check and I'd be at 5,001, and then 10 minutes later I'd be at 49.99. And then it would jump back up to 5,001, and then back down to 49.
Oh no!
Well, yeah, and you got to do a special for every single one.
That's hilarious.
And then someone came along and an extra person subscribed, and it just ruined all their fun.
Yeah, exactly. I got somebody to use their who did that? Somebody used one of their sock accounts and bumped it up to 5,002. It was like, oh shit, I quit.
Oh, and Phil's got 500. Okay, well that's a 5,000. That's a 5. How many you got? 5,000, Blue. So that's 5,000, 500, and my 400. If I had 500, yeah, that would have made it even better. But I've only got 4. Sorry.
And Professor Phil, you do realise that flat Earth votes only count for half.
Well, they're only one side of the coin, really.
So that'll be in my time. 3-4 hours from now, plus 12 hours. Okay, so in 4 hours time, plus the 12 hours, that'll be my stream. That'll be, oh bugger, I can't work out the times. My time's 7 o'clock East Coast time.
So that's 4 p.m. Pacific.
7.
And
8 a.m. 8 a.m. UTC.
Oh, what's Andrew
that's a good
posting?
I like Renee and me's idea.
Renee, what's Andrea's got here? Thinking tab. Okay.
Don't worry, Renee and me.
Coronavirus didn't stop the Black Swan Flat Earth data. How long does that go for?
So is that just how many trending things can we throw on the one videos so that there's more chance of us getting hit.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah, Phil. That's a bold statement. You haven't even got a model, Professor.
Yep. Phil, I would destroy you anyway, so.
Demonic, do you have a problem with someone sniffing?
Hey, some of us have to snort Adderall to stay on these live streams this long.
I've got no idea what this Flat Earth data video is, but it's been filmed with a phone.
I think you're right, No Name. If Professor Phil and Stingray got together in a tag team match, they would almost...
Oh, they could out-flurf. They could out-flurf Oakley and QE and Riley all squinched up together.
Well, I was going to say they wouldn't need a mute button.
No. I think they could offer a really good challenge for like Craig and team or MC Tune or something like that. I think that'd be hilarious.
I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them flirf, but they have to do it against a debunker, though. 'Cause that's the real measure.
So the trick would be you'd get Craig, team, and Sean Hufford moderating. And just watch it all go south.
I think they'd have Craig stammering. Just say it. I think they could throw some curveballs.
Yeah, you guys are just a bunch of world burners, aren't you?
I'll put the vote out. We've got a couple of videos, but we need some more dirt videos, but there doesn't seem to be anyone.
Demonic, if they finally realise they need to lock Adelaide in that state and keep them in there, fantastic.
And for all the newcomers,
don't pick 4.
I was just going to say, you'll find out the hard way.
You can pick 4 if you want to, but watch what happens to Andrew.
I'll give you an example. Andrea,
watch what happens.
All the newcomers, see what happens.
Well, we'll just find out what happened.
Poor Andrea just got the guinea pig. Got an 8.
I would do it to Davros, but I can't because I like him too much.
No, you can't vote for 9 because it's between 0 and 9.
Yeah, Terry, between 0 and 9 always implies that you can vote for 0 and 9. That's how maths works.
That's where the limits are. So you can vote for 9.
Not in my theory.
You have 10 numbers there. So there's 10 choices. 0 to 9 is 10 choices.
Correct. If you only wanted people to be able to vote 1, 2, 3, space 5, 6, 7, 8, then you should put 1 to 8 as your choices.
Okay.
It's like the age-old paradox, do you go on 3 or is it 1, 2, 3 and then go? I mean, it's a question for philosophers through the ages.
Yeah.
Oh, I've watched Lethal Weapon a lot, and that's a big problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or if it was the TV program I was watching last night, run like F on 2, as on 3 he shoves them flare things that you Americans like to put on the road after an accident or breakdown into the petrol tank, having just struck it.
Or like Waterworld, where Kevin Costner drops the road flare into the fill pipe for the Exxon Valdez.
Yeah, something like that.
Talking about Waterworld?
Rocket scientist? I've got no idea that equation.
Big Cagaboom. Where was the big Cagaboom? Sorry, that's Bannerboot.
Zero is less than equal to X, which is less than 9.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 out sounds about right, Deborah. That's what I say every time I climb up on a forklift now.
I barely get to 2. Oh wait, that's right. I don't climb on forklifts, so I just get to 0 and just say, you know what? I'm just not going to do that. I'll have a smoke. You have your fun.
Well, the worst is we've got this one forklift. It's a 4.5 tonner, so it's one of the biggest in the plant. I think most of them are 2,500. You know, the 2,500 series, which are 2.5 ton, and we call it Big Bertha. And the step, I mean, I'm like 5'7".
8 for the mates.
I'll see you in about an hour or so, Phil. 8 wins, okay, 8.
Hey, Glover Mom.
You know, there's this really hard forklift I drove. It had 2 axles, and the steering wheel was the wrong way, and it had a trailer on. Oh wait, that was a big rig.
I'm not sure if we've seen. We see above the science guy.
I think he tried to drop something, but then it didn't work.
Because I've got one here called Flat Earth Mallard Duck.
I saw this one today.
Oh,
it's
that one might work.
Pretty all right. This one's good.
Can I ask a completely random question, guys?
No.
A new all-you-can-eat steak night restaurant has opened in Norwich. I just wondered, how much steak can you eat in one go?
Well, you know,
600 grams. Depends. Is there vegetables and chips, or is it just meat?
I'm assuming there's going to be. I'm guessing there's going to be fries.
So the trick is you get salad rather than vegetables, and you only get 1 or 2 leaves of lettuce, and that's it. And then you can hit about the 600 gram mark without too much of an issue.
Or you have a friend help you eat it, or stash it away.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, while you're pocketing steak. Okay, wow. I didn't mean to kill the conversation like that. Jeez. I was just saying how to pocket a whole bunch of steak. You know, they say if you eat this much, you get this much for free.
Way to go, Falafel Waffle.
Thank you. That's falafel waffle. Thank you.
Falafel Waffle. I'm sorry, my bad. I don't speak. I have a hard time with understanding kids sometimes.
Respect my authority.
I respect.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
I'm just waiting for that P word.
Play.
Oh, Mippet's already said it.
Yeah, but that's not saying it out loud.
Well, folks, this is Bob the Science Guy, and greeting from Northern Michigan. For the last few weeks, the Flat Earth has been all abuzz on their black swan. Well, it's time to strike back. Thanks to J. Tolan Media One, I present the Mallard Duck of the Flat Earth. Game over, boys and girls. Welcome to the real world. Now, the Flat Earth many times will use the photographs of J. Tolan Media One to demonstrate that we can see things further than we normally should, just with the use of a little infrared photography. But the problem with J. Tolan is that he rarely identifies land masses correctly. And even though he has very, very good equipment to take these photographs, his interpretive skills are, shall we say, lacking. So let's have a look at a couple examples. Now, the archetypical example of J. Tolan's work is his observation of Mount San Jacinto 123 miles away from Point Doom on the coast of Malibu. So let's go ahead and let him introduce this photograph.
Now let's have a look at some high-resolution infrared photos. Look at that, folks. So much resolution, 24 megapixels. This was taken with the Sony Alpha 6000 converted to 830 nanometer infrared. Look at that, just incredible. Infrared is an amazing technology, folks, but even more amazing is what it reveals. Behold the flat earth, folks. This image is so powerful. That mountain is over 123 miles away.
Well, indeed, it is a powerful image, but probably not for the reasons J. Tolan Media 1 thinks it is. Let's go ahead and have a look at this mountain, see what we would expect to see from Point Doom versus what we actually see. And we'll look at two different ways of evaluating that. This photo is indeed powerful as a globe Earth proof. Now, of course, the first thing to do is to confirm the distances and elevations. So here's his line of sight from Point Dume to Mount San Jacinto. And it is indeed approximately 123 miles between those 2 points. Now, Tolan's observation point was approximately 150 feet off of the beach. So we're going to go ahead and go to Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, and let's see how much of Mount San Jacinto should be seen. So as you can see, here we are at Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator. We've got the observation height of about 46 meters, which is about 150 feet. The target size is 3,252 meters high, or 10,672 feet. And our distance is 198 kilometers, or 123 miles. Now, according to this, we should have 1,337 meters of the top of that mountain visible from that distance. Let's go have a quick look and see how that works out. Now, here's how we're going to do it. This is our line from Point Doom in Malibu to the top of Mount San Jacinto. And where I have my cursor, we have an elevation of approximately 6,335 feet. And according to the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, we should be able to see everything from 60 to 84 feet and up. So let's see if we can zoom that in just a little bit. That's not too bad right there. So let's go on up here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a line right at that point, right there. Now at this point, where we have this cross line is approximately 6,200 feet above sea level. Now, according to Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, that should be where the horizon is. So let's go ahead and have a look at that just from a side view. So what we have here is our line of sight from Malibu to Mount San Jacinto, and we also have that little crossbar at where the horizon should be according to the Earth Curve Calculator. So let's go ahead and take a little snapshot of that. We'll put it into Photoshop and compare it to J. Tolan Media 1's photograph. Okay, so right here what I've got is J. Tolan's image in the back, and then I've got the one that I just took from Google Earth in the front. And what we're going to do is match them up. So right here you can see there's the peak of the mountain right there and the peak of the mountain here. Now we're also going to look at the peak of this mountain right here, which is over here. So we've got to scale that out a little bit. Now as you can see, we have the peak of the mountain lined up with the peak of the mountain, and we also have the peak of this side peak lined up with the corresponding image on Tolan's video. So let's go ahead and move those up a little bit. Here, we'll get rid of these hash marks. Look at that, how it's lining up. Now note right here where the crossbar is. It's literally right on the horizon. So what I see from this is that Tolan's image matches up perfectly with the curved surface of the Earth. Now recall, of course, that that crosshair was put well up the side of the mountain. There's over 6,000 feet missing of that mountain due to Earth curvature. But if you don't believe me, I've got a second way to show you. Now this is a fantastic 3D rendering by a creator by the name of OKRelos, and I have a link to his channel in the description. And I suggest you check it out because this is a rather long 8-minute video, and he does a fantastic job from start to finish. But let's go ahead and see some of the highlights. So here's the rendering of California, and you see the San Joaquin Valley right here, and you see the mountains. Now let's go ahead and bring that forward a little bit. Now, one thing that is very interesting about this is that this is a flat rendition of the state of California. Now, he has the capability of doing this on Earth curve as well, but this one happens to be flat. Let's go ahead and look forward a little bit. And the second thing that he's going to do is come up here to Point Doom and use the same location that we're all using for J. Toland's photograph. So he'll come down and get right on the hill and rescale it so that it's accurate. And we're going to have a look at Mount San Jacinto. And there it is. Now what he's going to do is zoom in a little bit on it and make it a little clearer. And there he is. So there is his view of Mount San Jacinto on his 3D rendering software from the location where J. Toland Media 1 took his photograph. Look at that. Matches up to the pixel. See that? It's a perfect match of Toland's photograph. But let's let him explain what little trick he used.
So what gives? Does this mean that does this prove that the Earth is flat? Well, I wasn't exactly honest earlier. I forgot to mention something, and that is that this viewer program here can use both a flat Earth model and a round Earth model, and we were doing this whole thing in round Earth mode. So if I show you this from the side, you can see how California is slightly curved, and this curvature is appropriate for living on a hypothetical sphere or globe with a radius of approximately 6,400 kilometers. I have a slider in this rendering dialog here where I can change the size of that globe from what it really is to completely flat, to globe, to flat, to globe, to flat. You get the idea. Now let's go back to Point Doom and see what it looks like when I use a flat Earth model to recreate that picture. Okay. So again, this is the view, the virtual view of the mountain using a round Earth model, using a globe with a radius of 6,378.1 kilometers. And now I'm going to slowly change to a flat Earth model, and then we can see what the differences are. And whoa, okay, that's amazing. That is a huge mountain. We are suddenly seeing about approximately 2,400 meters more of that mountain as if we were using a curved Earth model. So just to be entirely certain about this, this is a rendering that matches an actual photograph which is based on a round globe, and this would be what that photograph should have looked like using a flat Earth model. So what does this all mean? Does this prove that the Earth is round? No, it does not. The round Earth theory made a testable prediction, namely that a certain mountain would look a certain way when photographed from a certain distance, and then an experiment, in this case a photograph, matches exactly with that prediction. So that doesn't mean that the Earth is round, it doesn't mean that the round Earth theory is true, but it also definitely doesn't mean that it is false. On the other hand, flat Earth theory also made a prediction, namely that the mountain, when photographed from this particular distance, should look like this, but then in the experiment, the actual photograph, it ended up looking like this. So that unfortunately did not work out. This does not mean that the Earth is round. It just means that flat Earth theory has some splaining to do.
So folks, there you have it. As Okereos goes on to say, this does not prove that the Earth is spherical, but it supports it. What it does do is it rules out the chance that the Earth is flat, unless you put in some rather wild atmospheric effects that are basically made up ad hoc to try and explain this devastating piece of evidence to the flat Earth model. Now, the thing that absolutely amazes me is that I put this out probably about a year ago, or at least mentioned this a year ago. And Flat Earth continues to point to this as evidence of a flat Earth. It flies in the face of all actual evidence. And this is why Flat Earth is not a scientific study. As I've said before, it's not even a topic of a scientific conversation. It is the pet rock of YouTube. So, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you very much for stopping by as we tear apart on yet another Flat Earth proof. So make sure you hit that little like and subscribe button down there, maybe ring the bell icon. So tomorrow I have the second part of my series on the Flat Earth answer to Professor Dave's 10 challenge questions. It should be fun, and I hope you'll tune in. Take care, guys.
Oops, sorry.
And
yes.
okay.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I've never seen that model represented that way.
Yeah, but didn't he just use CGI to try to prove the flat Earth? So, by all flat Earth standards, that was a complete waste of time because he used CGI. Is that how low they've gotten? That they've decried NASA CGI, and now they're just going to all CGI?
Yeah, they can't complain to use CGI. Yeah.
I mean, where is this basis that this is science? I mean, just like Bob said, it's not even a scientific discussion because they're not even trying to do science anymore. It just seems like, well, I mean, flat Earth is dead. I can kill flat Earth in 5 minutes, and I'm pretty sure anyone else can. Not too hard. All they do is naysay and blah blah. They're trying to nitpick every little thing, other than the simple fact that you go from Australia to Chile on the flat Earth. It's not the same distance. In fact, there's no distance that properly works out on the flat Earth map. But these are known distances on the globe, and they can't manage that argument. So now they're just deflecting to other arguments. That's all I see. They're just trying to escape. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're going on.
Wait, slow down.
Alan's up to no
Quit
good.
asking me, said, so I missed it. Was Bob finally convinced that Earth is flat?
No, actually, he said Earth is flat. Flat. Is Earth flat?
I think Professor Phil got to Doc and gave him Flurpees.
Oh no! Oh no! It's flat vid 19.
Yeah, I had to leave. I had to leave Ranties when they started talking about the hoax that was COVID-19.
Yeah, and see, for that, they could actually be tagged for dangerous disinformation.
Is that an option?
Yeah. If you do it right, in YouTube, you can flag them for that. You flag them as scams, and then you say misleading video, and then you elaborate on why it's misleading. I just did that to a Florida subsidiary of Sinclair Media, who loves to pass out disinformation using the call sign of NBC. But they tried to say hand sanitizer, and they showed regular rubbing alcohol. That doesn't work. They're promoting a dangerous thing, making people think that they can actually make effective hand sanitizer with just some any old off-the-shelf rubbing alcohol. You need denatured
I like
alcohol.
using Everclear and Jello to kind of make my own Purell because you can drink it and it sanitizes your insides too.
And so what you're saying is you've worked out a perfect way to sneak Jello shots to work.
Yes, basically. Yeah, in
Yeah,
a Purell bottle. It's green and kind of bubbly too, so it works out perfectly.
No, see, he wants to use a hand sanitizer, but he does it over a bowl, right? And then after he's done sanitizing his hand, he drinks the contents of the bowl. That's called recycling.
Press play, Terry.
Yeah, I was going to say. Thank you, Nene.
Dave explains. Okay, let's try a problem regarding equilibrium constants. So consider the following reaction. SO2 gas plus NO2 gas yields SO3 gas plus NO gas. And the question asks, at a particular temperature, this has an equilibrium constant of 16. If we put 1 mole of each of these 4 gases in a 1 liter container, what will be the equilibrium concentrations of both NO2 and NO? So if you need some review, check out some of my tutorials regarding equilibria, and when you're ready, give this a shot. So first, let's write the equilibrium expression. So we know that Kc is going to be equal to the concentration of SO3 times the concentration of NO, because those are gaseous products, over the concentration of SO2 times the concentration of NO2, because those are the gaseous reactants. And we also know that that equilibrium constant is equal to 16. Now, the fact that that is 16, meaning it is greater than 1, tells us something about where the equilibrium lies. It lies towards products, right? So if it's greater than 1, we're going to have more products than reactants at equilibrium. And so that's important because we have to know which way this is going to shift. If we put 1 mole of each gas in the container, is this going to go to the right? Or is it going to go to the left? And because the equilibrium constant is 16, we know that it is going to go to the right. There's going to be more products than reactants at equilibrium. So what this means is that we can do some algebra here. Let's say that the equilibrium constant, 16, equals 1 plus x times 1 plus x, because SO3 and NO are starting at 1. We'll say we've got 1 mole, plus x, some amount, right? We know that we're going to be forming some more of the products because the equilibrium will shift right after we put a mole of each gas in the container. That also means that SO2 and NO2 will become 1 minus x because some amount of those will be used up to form the products. So that is our new algebraic equilibrium expression. And so we can now simplify this by writing 1 plus x squared over 1 minus x squared. So if we have 16 on the left and then these two squared terms on the right, we have perfect squares everywhere. Let's just go ahead and take the square root of both sides. So 16 becomes 4, and then on the right, we just lose those exponents. So now 4 equals 1 plus x over 1 minus x. If we multiply both sides by 1 minus x and then simplify, we get 4 minus 4x equals 1 plus x. Simplifying further, 5x equals 3, and then x equals 3/5 or 0.6. And so because we know we have a 1 liter container, we started with 1 mole per liter, 1 molar, and each of the reactants is going to lose 0.6 moles, and each of the products is going to gain 0.6 moles. And so that means that if we have 0.4 moles of each reactant, like NO2, that is going to be 0.4 molar. And if we have 1.6 moles of each product, like NO, we're going to have a 1.6 molar concentration of NO. And so that's a little bit of algebra regarding equilibria.
Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials. Support me on Patreon so I can keep making content. And as always, feel free to email me, ProfessorDaveExplains@gmail.com.
Oh shit! You just went live. Now you're alive.
And
I normally agree with you. I just keep my scotch and whiskey in the freezer and drink it neat. But this particular batch, I don't know what was different about it, but you had to. I mean, it even said on the bottle it was recommended to mix it with like half and half water.
Well, yeah, mix it with something, for God's
sake.
sake.
Well, it was supposed to actually like develop the flavor more or something, according to the.
Yeah, I think by develop the flavor, meaning there's so much alcohol in this, it will sterilize your insides.
Oh, they're saying they can't.
You won't be able to taste nothing
in the YouTubes, by the way.
Yeah, you don't really need to add water to any of the really good single malts. Although
do they normally have like are they normally around like 80 proof, 90 proof?
I believe they are.
Yeah, I don't actually know exactly because the problem is that we stopped using the proof system, and we just now use the alcohol by volume.
Oh, okay. This would be in the 40 to 45% range.
Yeah, it's about that.
Okay.
Yeah, the proof system is pretty easy. The proof system is just double the percentage. So 200 proof is 100%, or 100 proof is 50%, etc.
But I agree with the percentage system personally.
Yeah, really. I don't know why we still use the proof system. It doesn't work. Why do we still use daylight savings times? Everybody, stop.
I mean, why waste some by blowing it up? Because that's actually because
you do that with C4 and dynamite. So I don't know.
Well,
yes,
blowing stuff up is fun.
Is for drink. But this is for drinking. But this is for use after you've blown stuff up.
Oh, fair. Sometimes you can blow stuff up with a well-placed Molotov cocktail.
I thought you were supposed to go drinking to blow stuff up.
No, you drink after you've been to the range.
Oh, well.
Oh, that's what I've been doing wrong. Okay, fair.
Oh,
fair.
That's
Noted.
why they kicked me out.
Yeah, noted.
Okay, yeah, no name, me and you. Yeah, that's why we got kicked out, man.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that and I kept doing
that way you
the
keep
bad
that
boys
way
scene.
you keep all your digits. Unless your name is Ralph Fiennes, because he's just a complete and utter nutter.
Fair.
He got.
No, I was thinking of that scene from Point Break. That's what it was.
He got kicked out of He got kicked out of the Special Air Service because he was too crazy.
Oh, that's kind of like how Nathan Thompson got kicked out of his corporate job because he kept promoting Flat Earth. He had a decent job, and now he's homeless.
Ranulph Fiennes got kicked out of the SAS because he was blowing stuff up on the side with plastic explosives that he was liberating by not needing to use by being a really good demolitions guy and using the minimum amount of plastic required to blow whatever it was up that he was blowing up. He was able to stockpile a significant amount of plastic.
Well, I hate to say, but I would probably be doing the same thing. I'd be like, oh, they asked for 10 pounds. I can do this with 9 actually, and but I'll just say I used 10 pounds, and I'll just put that in my truck for later. And
yeah. He also amputated his own digits off his. I think it was his toes. Might have been the ends of his fingers.
Yeah, but
he got really because when he was doing one of his solo polar treks, he got really bad frostbite, so he just chopped the end of the digit off.
Oh, I thought he
before
blew
got
them
gangrene.
off. That's
No, he chopped him off with a knife.
Ouch. Well,
you know you're hardcore though when you
that
sprinkle gunpowder on the wounds and then cauterize it just like Rambo.
Oh yeah.
I get all my paramedics training from Rambo.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he needed to cauterize it. I think it was already pretty much very dead.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would think, like, you know, if he just cut it off with a knife, he probably actually didn't feel too much.
Yeah, I think Terry's probably hating us at the moment for completely derailing the stream.
No, this is just the in-between banter that usually goes on. Did anyone catch Professor Day's video just then, with all that math?
I don't know. There was so much math.
I am not a chemist.
Yeah, but there was math.
Yeah, I know there was math, but you know, it wasn't.
I'm not a scientist, but I play one with your wife. Sorry, bad 80s joke.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, you guys better say something, or I'm going to start throwing in some really bad dad jokes.
I'm trying to remember which. I'm trying to remember which Steve. I'm trying to remember which Steve Martin movie is it where he can't say the word cleaner.
Oh, was that the
Every time somebody brings up the word, like having a cleaner come to clean the house, he goes doolally.
Yeah, but wasn't that just a character he was playing inside the show? I mean, I'm sorry, that was a dumb thing to say. Of course, it was a character he was playing.
Yeah.
Gosh, what was the movie? It was did it have people in the name, like Stupid People or something like that?
I don't know. I got the feeling it was something like that young Frankenstein, or the man with two. Might have been the man with two brains. Although nobody ever seems to have heard of my favourite Steve Martin movie. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a funny one. But Steve Martin wasn't in Young Frankenstein, was he? That was a Gene
Stupid
Wilder.
Monkey just put it out there. Don't mean.
What was that, Gene? Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. It was that one. Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, don't I feel stupid?
And me.
Was it?
Hey, why are Stupid Monkey and Jared naked?
Oh, okay. Well, I know Jared subbed. Stupid Monkey can sub.
Subs for Spanners, y'all. It's the best deal on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah,
Jared. Sorry, Jared. You lost your spanner because I had to do a culling. So it was easier just to get rid of everyone's spanner to fix the problem.
I remember watching Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid with my father.
But anyway, you've got to vote anyway. So
and
get back to voting.
He was of the generation that all those 1940s movies. He saw them at the cinema when they first came out, so he knew. I think he actually was able to identify about half of the films that the clips in Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid
that they were spoofing in that one. Yeah.
Yeah, because they put him in a lot of old movies, didn't they? And
there were definitely tropes. Yeah.
Well, I'm a sadist, Jared. If you like being naked, you get the spanner just for that. Oh, voting. We're voting for a video. 1, 2, 3, 3, 7. Oh, quit
Sorry,
asking.
AT2, you're not allowed.
Quit asking me. I can fix your spanner problem, AT2, if you'd have put 4.
3 wins.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 wins.
Yeah, Steve Martin did pretty well for himself considering he was born a poor black child with no rhythm.
Was it child? I thought he said he was born a poor black man. That could be the Mandela effect.
I don't know, but it's close enough whichever way, isn't it?
Yeah, fair.
Hey, Renee and me was running around the room nude, and she didn't tell anybody. I certainly didn't catch that. I was going to get my camera.
He, Renee, and me. It's a
Yeah,
combination.
Renee and me. Yeah.
Yeah, he.
That's
He's
what I
the
said,
me.
right?
No, you said she.
Oh, she. Okay. Yeah, my bad.
It's easy to do. He's the me in that name. Oh, Sean G said 4. Well, technically, it's like 4,400,000,000.
I only just looked there.
Yeah.
I know to notice it or not.
Is that a full?
Jared, that's the whole point. You're not
took it away
supposed to
real
know
quick.
which video is which number.
Yeah. Jared, that'd miss the whole point of voting.
Yeah, you're not voting for a video. You're just giving us your favorite number between those parameters.
Yeah. And I've got them lined up here in the tabs, and if you type 2, if 2 gets 3 votes, well then the second tab opens up and that's the video we watch. But you just don't know if I'm cheating or not to know which actual video I'm playing. It's actually 2 on the tab. Aha.
Yeah, see, Terry's logic is those that shall be first shall be fourth, and those who are third shall be second, and those who are ninth shall be fifth.
Sean, did you drop out? I have no clue what you're talking about. Oh, well, is that normal, Sean? Is that normal, Sean? Sean? Careful.
See, oh, there he did it. No, he's asking
no,
for
he
it.
retracted it. It was close. I nearly seen it.
No, I just saw it again. Yeah.
You've got to be quick.
See, he keeps doing that. No, he's playing you. He's playing you.
Okay. What was the winning number again? I've missed it. Oh, 3 wins. 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't know what this is. Somebody popped it in the side chat. Flat Earth data.
Well, actually, if someone votes 9 in America, is that a 6 to you?
Who are you asking?
Yeah, I'm lying down now, Terry. Oh, it's getting late. Is it getting your night time, Sean? You have to have your sleepies.
Getting there night time. It's 20 to 5 in the morning here.
Will you read me a story?
So what time's
Will you read
sleeping
me a
time
story
over
before
there?
I go to
Oh,
bed?
it's quarter to 1 over East Coast. Okay.
That's why I'm in the Pacific time zone.
Here we go. This is Flat Earth
I can
data.
stay
I'm
up
sure I've
later.
heard of Flat Earth data before. Sean, what are you doing? Someone's got to say press play.
Press play. No,
Where's your teacher? Here. Check this out.
Okay.
Check it out. Who wants one? Flat Earth debate. Who wants to debate Flat Earth?
What?
Online Discord. Here you go. Absolutely. The Earth is not a spinning ball through infinite space. You've been lied to, and I can prove it. Anybody interested? Here you go. Discord. Here you go. You're the teacher?
Yes.
Awesome. Maybe you can help your students debunk whether the Earth is flat or not.
Is that really you're making your way around?
That's what I'm doing, dude, because at the end of the day, we do not live on a spinning ball.
Are any of the planets flat?
See, this is a reification fallacy. Sir, tell me how you can determine what's below your feet by looking up.
How I can determine what's below?
It's a reification fallacy you just suggested, because how do you determine what's below your feet by looking up?
Well, you know, I look at the curvature of the Earth.
Where's the curvature of the Earth, sir? Just out of curiosity.
What's that?
Where's the curvature of the Earth?
Where is it?
Yeah.
Look at the horizon.
It is. How far is the horizon from the observer's eyesight?
Are you in here like legitimately?
I'm here
Flat
to ask you questions to see how knowledgeable you are about basic functions.
You realize that this was determined in 1600.
So I ask you, sir, how far is the horizon line from a 6-foot observer standing on the shore?
No idea.
3 miles.
No reason.
Do boats go over curvature at 3 miles? If they do, how big is your Earth? Without excluding perspective, angular resolution, the Rayleigh criterion, you negate all these angular resolution factors. You negate the fact that the eyesight...
Hold it. What's an angular resolution?
So an angular resolution is the angle at what light can be resolved at. If you guys know what Rayleigh criterion is, it's the resolvable detail discerning between one object or two, okay? And it has everything to do with the aperture of your eye and the lens. We have a refractive index of 1.44 that brings the floor up.
For a minute.
Yeah.
There's about 7,000 more pressing issues facing these students.
Really?
Than whether or not the Earth is flat or round.
I disagree. Because the globe model teaches you to take on debt. The globe model teaches you materialism. The globe model removes God and creation from your mind.
That if we refuse to acknowledge that it's a globe, now you're saying global, but you're referring to a plate. So So there's inconsistencies in what you're saying already. So global refers to a sphere. Whereas you're saying, well, there's global implications, but you're talking about flat implications. So indeed, the people from China should be able to see from here then if the Earth is flat.
Do you have Superman vision? Because last I checked, you have atmosphere inclusions, you have dust and things like that. Also, how big is a building 1,000 miles from you? It would be unresolvable, right? You wouldn't be able to see a building that small. You just keep using fallacies, sir. You keep using
fallacies to the.
You just said, how come I couldn't see China from 1,000 miles away? Well, the building would be too small, number one. It would actually shrink as it gets farther away from you, unresolvable, right?
I like to give space in the classroom to all manner of debates. Your debate is unscheduled and unsupervised. So I'm not sure.
Try having a flat Earth debate in the school, see how welcome you are.
That's fine. Just go next door and tell the people in the office that you want to engage my class in a flat Earth
I did something
debate,
even better.
And I'll set up a time that you can come.
I confronted you. You're the teacher. You can encourage all your kids
to ignore science. I'm going to encourage a bunch of electricians to ignore science.
Yes.
No, why would I do that?
Well, hey, you can tell them why they factor in the 60. Why did they factor in the 60 hertz?
The molecular structure.
Why did they
of
factor in the
atoms.
60 hertz across the board? Did you tell them that?
It's not across the board. 60 hertz is endemic to North America.
Yeah, they do it because they make the most money off of it. That's why they have that frequency.
No,
you'll find it out as you do your electrical studies.
It's the best frequency to transmit.
It's the most you make money at. And you can have more efficiency frequency.
The volume of your argument doesn't provide any clarity or confirmation of your argument.
No, what it will do.
If you want to engage in discussion with me, you have to engage with me at a reasonable level.
Sure.
Using reasonable facts.
Okay.
So we study the molecular structure of atoms, which are inherently
How do you see an atom?
I don't see it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's what?
Oh, it's because I don't see it. It doesn't exist.
No, it's because
is there any
man is
religion
quantifying
tied to your
man is
to your,
quantifying
do you have
atoms.
any religious convictions tied to your flat Earth policy?
Man is
I'll just
quantifying
answer
atoms.
Questions one
do you know what
at a time.
Neoplatonism is?
I tried to answer.
Do you know what
your
Neoplatonism? Yeah, but I'm going to respond to your
question.
atoms. Do you know what Neoplatonism
is? Is there any religious conviction tied to your theory?
So there is a
flat Earth?
difference between the globe model.
Because
and the
then
flat
I'm
Earth
going to
model.
say that you're looking at.
No, but I can back it up with science, sir. I can back it up with the Rayleigh criterion. I can back it up with
You
facts.
can't back it up with any science.
Yes, I
There's
can.
no science
Here's
to
something you can do for logical thinking.
Okay, so go next door and schedule a time to talk to my class.
Awesome.
Don't just come in and talk.
10 seconds, and I'm done. If you're standing on the shore, you only have a limited sight to the horizon. It's only 3 miles for a 6-foot person. Are you telling me boats are going over 3 miles of curvature? Yeah. They've been teaching. No, sir. It has everything to do with.
Boats are going over 3 miles.
So the water is rising up. You have a bulge.
Water need to rise to maintain.
He doesn't know his eyesight. So what's the refractive?
Water doesn't need to rise to maintain gravity in a global sphere.
So explain to me how gravity affects water when water is always contained. The physics of properties of waters don't change based on your imagination.
Are you saying that there's no gravity? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, what is it, Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity? Tell me. Which has superseded it?
Let's just go with gravity.
No, sir. No. What is astrophysicists use nowadays? Do astrophysicists use Newtonian or Einsteinian? What do they use?
I don't know.
Einsteinian gravity superseded Newton. I'll tell you why. Newton's gravity couldn't equate for the speed of light, so the formula is useless. Einstein had to use his bending of space-time. Now I have a question for you. How do you prove the bending of space-time?
All right, I've already given you way more.
Thank you. You know you've been appreciated. I appreciate it. What's your name?
Man. Carrie.
Brent.
Nice
Thank
to meet
you
Brent.
for indulging it. I hope you
right.
question everything that you see with your eyes.
We're not
Please.
seeing it with our eyes. We're predicting.
Question
it with
why
physics.
the standard 60 hertz
Look
was
at
put into place.
The same physics apply.
All
to the
about money, man.
molecules
All
that
about
apply to
money.
the universe.
Okay.
Everybody behave.
Okay. What does 60 hertz have to do with anything? That's what I really want to know.
What's this, Jared? Do I need to repeat what I told Bev?
I may have headbutted a dent into my kitchen counter.
Just to go 10 seconds and I'm gone. Yeah, that's right. It was 10 seconds.
I may have a
That was
concussion.
awesome. Yeah, well, you know.
Well,
For good reason.
I came in here wearing the oven mitts and the helmet. Okay, you guys have to be prepared.
I was not prepared for that level of derp.
I
just got off a ranting channel.
You can never be too prepared, man. You can never be too prepared. You got to have your helmet. You got to have your oven mitts. You got to stay away from your monitor so you don't punch it. Because anytime.
Look, you know who to blame, don't you?
Whoever voted for 3.
That's right.
Hillary
Exactly.
Clinton?
Who's those 3 people? Put your hand up.
When I'm king, he'll be first against the wall. That's all I'm saying.
When I'm king, well, he'll be the first to experience pressure without a vacuum.
Oh yeah, Space Force will definitely have some conscripts aboard it.
Oh yeah, I can say, okay, space is real. Space is fake, right? So I'll take him up there, kick him out the airlock, and then say, okay, come back to me when you have some evidence. Well, I believe aliens about 10 million years later will just find this frozen guy with his flat Earth flyer holding it just frozen in space, and they'll be like, "Oh my God, humans are stupid."
You know, I was thinking because Right the Hand was talking about. They say it's hydrogen, and that's just hydrogen. And how do you know it's hydrogen? It's like, well, get a tank of hydrogen and a breathing mask. Connect the tube of the hydrogen to that, and see if it's not hydrogen. See if it's oxygen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do that with nitrogen.
Yeah.
Do that with cyanide. See if any of these don't work out. You know.
I got a fun one. I got a fun one where they said, okay, one is helium, one is CO2, and one is hydrogen in it, and they all move at different rates. So that proves that gravity doesn't exist.
When they started bringing up disbelieving atoms, I started asking them, okay, well, explain how a nuclear power plant or a nuclear bomb works. And then one of them said, I think it was that Leah chick, she said, nukes are fake.
Tell
that to the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You know, I mean, it's
exactly,
man.
Well, we seem to have a conversation about kilohertz. Not kilohertz. Megahertz, kilohertz.
So what it is in America, they run it their AC power at 60 hertz. In Australia and Europe, they run generally at 50 hertz.
Oh, right, okay. Yep.
And Japan.
China and Japan. The odd thing is China and Japan use 240 volts but run at 60 hertz.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
No, Japan uses 100 volts at 50 hertz.
Yeah, they use both. They use both.
Okay.
Well, just like in America, they use 120 and 240, but at 60 hertz.
Oh, two wins. No, 2 wins. Sorry, stop voting.
Yeah, but we only use 240 in Europe. We don't have a 110 option.
No, there's places that use 400 hertz, and aircraft use 400 hertz also.
It's because we have freedom in the United States that you just
it's freedom hertz. That's what it is.
Freedom hertz.
Yeah, but you need twice the amount of hertz. But you actually end up needing heavier cabling for everything because you have to run everything that's not wired into your non-standard system twice the current we do.
Freedom isn't free.
Yeah,
Alan.
freedom hurts, man.
Costs a
Exactly.
$1.05 or something.
Well, we just have the 60 hertz because we're stuck in the imperial, so it has to be a factor of 6 or 12. I don't know why. 100 volts and 50 hertz sounds perfectly reasonable.
Yes, to the peanut gallery. Yes, 3-phase is great. You can do lots and lots of fun things with 3-phase.
Well, single phase is just a tap off of 2 leads of 3-phase.
Yeah.
When it comes out of the plant, it comes out 3-phase. That's why there's 3 wires on the pole.
Yeah, but
hot neutral ground is L1, L2, L3.
Yeah, you're not quite right there, because particularly out here in the country, or out in the country Australia, they
well, that's Australia.
Well, it's not just Australia. They do it in America too, out in the middle of, I won't say it, middle of nowhere. They'll use a ground return system. So they only have to run one wire all the way out to the farm, and then they throw a great big mesh under the ground, which becomes your neutral and your actives on the pole.
Well, yeah, no, you're hot, but that's also that one wire is just one lead off of the 3-phase system.
It can be, yes, it can be. Not necessarily though.
No, what comes out of the plants is always 3-phase because industrial power takes the most. You can just tap off of one over the other.
But it can be, but even if you've got 3 phases coming from a plant, each of those phases are separate phases, right? So
they're electrically 120 degrees apart.
Yes, they are at the generator. But if you've only got one wire coming off that generator, going all the way out to that farm in the middle of nowhere, you've only got a single phase there.
Well, yeah, that's the point I'm making. So that's the point I'm making. You could either go from hot to ground, or you go between 2 leads. That's a single phase. If you use all 3 at once, that's 3-phase. And most domestic circuits in America, they take 2 leads, and what they do on the grid is they balance out between which phases are used to even out the power.
They've got to do that, or else the generator itself becomes unbalanced.
Well, yeah, they have to balance the phases. That's what I mean. They some parts of the grid will be on phase 1 and 2, like L1 and L2, and some will be on L1 and L3, and some will be on L2 and L3.
I have something to add here, by the way. Terry, could you press play, please?
Oh, okay.
Isn't there one backup always on a 3-phase system?
I could have interrupted the conversation to say that, you know.
You got 3 actives and a neutral normally.
You could have.
Yeah,
I just do the dirty work for you.
I don't know where the question came from originally. That's what I was trying to imply.
Well, I worked with 3-phase like commercial wiring, like so.
Here's a good question for you then. What happens when you take 728 kVA offload in about 10 seconds while you are generating that power on site?
You get to have a free X-ray.
No, actually,
it found its way real quick.
It actually found its way back out onto the national grid system.
Bang.
National Grid weren't very happy with us because we were ever so slightly out of phase.
Yeah, they don't like you.
You're going to be out of phase now.
5,000 fuses on the site.
You're going to be out of phase right now.
And in this video, we're going to be talking about some of the recent discoveries coming from this wonderful object known as Markarian 231. Today, you're going to find out a little bit more about this unusual quasar and also why it's sort of exciting. Welcome to What the Math. Now, this video was actually requested by one of the wonderful Patreon supporters, and just like me, he was actually really interested to find out what else is happening with this unusual object known as Markarian 231. I've also been following this object for quite a while, mostly because, to date, this is the closest so-called quasar to our galaxy, and it allows us to actually study these objects in a lot of detail. But before I tell you more about this object, let's briefly talk about the history of quasars and why they're sort of exciting. So, back in the 60s, the scientists started noticing that there were a lot of really strange radio emissions coming from various spots in the night skies. And they were nothing like we've ever seen before. The actual spectrum of the radio transmissions or radio signals was nothing like here on Earth. And it wasn't aliens because it seemed to be too random and too natural, but at the same time they couldn't really explain what's causing these signals. And it actually took a really long time, 2 decades as a matter of fact, to finally figure out what they're looking at. And the quasar we're talking about today, we actually discovered this back in 1969, but we had no idea what it was. But then someone realized that what we're looking at here is actually a highly redshifted radio signal of common elements like oxygen, hydrogen, helium, and a lot of other things that are basically common here on Earth and in our galaxy, but they had no idea how to explain this. Some of the things were redshifted by about 50%, suggesting that either this was an extremely massive object that would be almost impossible to explain, or it was a really far away and extremely powerful object that was also very difficult to explain. So the scientists were actually stuck not knowing what these were up until about 1987. And most of this was because we didn't even know that black holes were actually real, or that galaxies could exist really far away. And finally in the 80s we figured out that not only were these actually really massive objects, these were really massive galaxies, but they were also extremely powerful in projecting their astrophysical jets right at us, through their supermassive black holes. In other words, these signals were nothing more but these extremely massive black holes creating a lot of radio signals. But turns out that only about 10% of all of the quasars are radio quasars. Over time we discovered a lot of other quasars, including of course ultraviolet and infrared quasars, which of course is one of the more common quasars as well. And it just so happens that the closest one of these objects is the extremely beautiful Markarian 231. This is a galaxy where you can actually see the actual galactic parts, but just like every other quasar, it's extremely bright in the middle. But this brightness is not optical, which is why you don't really see it as blinding or as really bright here. It's in infrared light. It's an extremely bright infrared quasar, and it is actually the brightest infrared object in the nearest billion light years away from us. And over time we also realized that there could be 2 supermassive black holes here. One really large one, about 150 masses of the Sun in the middle, and one similar to the one in our own galaxy orbiting around it. Although some of the recent studies are not so sure about this, but so far this is still the best explanation. And because of the relative proximity of this quasar, which is around 581 million light years away from us, it allows us to basically start understanding these objects with so much detail. We've never been able to study quasars as well as we can with this particular object. And mostly because all of the other quasars or their technical cousins known as blazars, which are even brighter, are really far away, at least 30 times farther away. Like for example, not so long ago we discovered the first ever really distant blazar at distances of about 13 to 14 billion light years away. That's at least 30 times as far. This, however, is our neighborhood in comparison. And in the last few years, we've discovered a lot of really interesting things about this quasar and, well, I guess by definition, other quasars as well. So some of them do produce a lot of stars like this one, and there's actually a very interesting ring around the center where approximately 100 masses of the Sun of matter creates new stars pretty much every single year. It also obviously produces a tremendous amount of energy. It's extremely well visible in infrared from really far away, and it's basically one of the brightest infrared objects you can find in the night skies, which is why it's also known as ULIRG, Ultra-Luminous Infrared Galaxy. It's also obviously really active, and back in 2017-2018 there was a really large emission that allowed us to study basically quasar emissions in a lot of detail, which also allowed us to calculate that the amount of energy released was about 10 billion times more than our Sun every single second, with the actual material moving at around 97% of the speed of light, creating this tremendously powerful astrophysical jet that's visible from pretty much everywhere in the universe. And because of this, these objects are usually several thousand times brighter than a typical galaxy like the Milky Way, which is why we can usually see them from essentially the edge of the universe itself. But since all of these quasars are also kind of different, some of them actually peak in ultraviolet light, some of them have a predominantly infrared emissions, and some of them only have radio emissions, we're always really interested to find out how is it that they're so different and what makes them so unique. And this specific quasar is also really interesting because we've recently discovered something really unusual coming from the center of the quasar. These scientists, whose paper you can find in the description below, discovered really high-speed emissions of a lot of molecular oxygen, basically the same oxygen that we use to breathe here on the planet. Now, it wasn't really coming from the center of the quasar, it seems to have been actually located about 32,000 light years away from the center. In other words, more or less from the center of the disk itself. And this is why it's even more mysterious, because the oxygen was moving really fast. Here you can kind of see the speeds reported are over 1,000 kilometers per second, meaning that the oxygen was actually escaping the galaxy. And the scientists who discovered this now think that maybe this is actually also related to the sudden creation of the stars, because normally we expect typical active galaxies not to produce too many stars. But in this case, the oxygen flow seems to act as a kind of a coolant, and it actually cools down the gas material around the galaxy. And because the gas is now cooled by this oxygen flow, these stars now get a chance to be created. But they also potentially have a lot of oxygen in them. Although as of today there's really no explanation for why this oxygen is moving so fast, where it came from, or what exactly it's doing to the galaxy itself. And in case you're wondering how they actually know this is oxygen, it's by looking at the radio emissions, and here they detected the emissions around 118 GHz, which corresponds to the emissions of oxygen, but this one was actually redshifted, allowing it to go through our atmosphere and thus be detected here on the planet Earth. Normally it's actually difficult to detect oxygen from Earth because a lot of the emissions get absorbed by our atmosphere, but if an object is really far away and its emissions are redshifted, it actually goes through the atmosphere and can be seen with typical telescopes. And this is exactly how they discovered so much about this quasar. Now, for now, this is the first detection of such unusual event coming from a quasar, but in the last few years we've learned so much about these objects. Like, for example, one of the coolest discoveries was that it turns out a lot of quasars are actually aligned in a certain rotation along the so-called cosmic web produced by various types of matter, including dark matter. And this was one of the biggest discoveries about quasars in the last few years. And now we're learning more about them. So I think in the next few years we'll discover so much that we'll finally be able to understand how all of this actually affects life here on Earth as well, and most importantly, how all of this might affect life on our planet when our own galaxy occasionally becomes a quasar or an active galactic nuclei galaxy as well. In other words, all of this is really important for us to learn more about how life was created on Earth and how all of this influences the evolution of life as well. But for now, that's all we know about Markarian 231. It's definitely one of the most fascinating quasars out there, and it's definitely going to be in the news a lot more once we discover more about this unusual object. For now, that's really it. Thank you so much for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe consider supporting this channel on Patreon because it does help me quite a lot. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
What's that, Quid asking? Is Mars that Netflix show docudrama? I really enjoyed that one. Yeah, I remember one that was a docudrama for, like, they pretended they went to Mars or something. They set it all up and actually flew there in theory.
Oh, was that the one where they were actually underground the whole time?
No, I don't know how they actually did it. I can't remember now.
I think Mars was just made as a TV program. But yeah, there was a.
Oh, it's the same one I'm thinking of. They went through the whole scenario of actually going there, and they had actors or people playing the parts of the pilots and stuff.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
I don't know if it's the same one I'm thinking of.
Well, we can blame Clover Mom because you know, she got it canceled. It's all her fault. That's how I say hi when I'm live. Hi, Clover Mom.
Running out of videos here.
Can you really run out of videos? I mean,
at the moment I can until I've so I can find some more.
RT96, yes, but that was like fictional fiction, not pretending to be right fiction. Or rather, not how they propose that they might do it.
All right, Terry.
Well, I suppose
you've definitely set up a trap.
Oh, Glover Mum says the what? This one they really went to Mars. Oh, it was actually real then. It wasn't a documentary.
Well, it was real. It wasn't a documentary. Yeah. So it was real, like science fiction. Not a documentary. That's totally fake.
Yeah, what do you call a documentary that's reenacting future events that may or may not take place?
A docudrama.
Docudrama? Okay. Was it dramatic?
Or you call it Beyond the Curve.
Was JR shot?
JM Truth was.
Oh, different.
No, it was all a dream.
The whole time?
2 wins.
The whole time. The whole thing was a dream.
RT96. Oh, I get you, Terry. Didn't know that was a thing. Oh, well, they're cottoned on to something, have they?
I think they're catching on.
2 wins.
You got to change the number. We got to change the number.
I can't.
Randomly.
Can't change that.
Futurama history. RT96. Futurama history.
Robert Heinlein wrote a series called Future History, and that was pretty fun. I wish they'd make a TV series about that.
What I can't
Capricorn
stand,
one was a good movie, Sean.
What I can't stand is the Michio Kaku, like philosophical science.
Now, what is JR being shot by the bartender got to do with?
He was never shot by the bartender. Who shot JR?
Who shot?
Although I still think who shot Mr. Burns was the best one.
Well, you know what?
The baby did it. No, the baby. Maggie did it, didn't she?
Oh, Maggie. Yeah.
Because he tried to steal her
pacifier.
That's what I just said.
Dummy, pacifier, sucker.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, I did use the English terminology. Maybe that was not so good on a show full of not English people.
Well, some of us can translate.
I don't speak English.
You speak American.
Southern. Speak Southern.
I am fluent in American and English.
Yeah, I mean,
and Hawaiian Pidgin.
Obviously, as an English person, we are subject to an awful lot of American on our TV because you make so much of it.
Well, yeah, because nothing goes on where you live. You see, we can't live without the drama.
I don't know. I like comedies a lot.
Well, yeah, but not in the White House.
Why do you take our comedies and ruin them?
Because we can.
I think we did the opposite with The Office, but that's probably the one example of an American show being funnier than the British show.
Press play.
Well, yeah, like Top Gear UK. I won't watch Top Gear US. That's total garbage. Top Gear UK, way funnier.
Well,
you idiots.
I know what it'd be funny.
Press
the
play,
original
please.
Top Gear reboot.
I'm gonna do my Japanese.
I was gonna just about to show you something that was funny.
Show us something funny.
Yeah, like muting you halfway through.
Flat boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we come for you? Flat boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we come for you? Flat boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we come for you? Flat boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we come for you?
So one of the ways we know flat earthers are getting desperate these days is because they keep trying to resurrect arguments that were debunked a long time ago. And one of these topics is crepuscular rays, which you can see here. They are rays of sunlight that appear to diverge, and the flat earthers mistakenly believe that this indicates a very close and local sun. But as we have demonstrated in the past, and I will do again in this video, the rays are actually parallel. And here is a view from extremely high altitude showing that the shadows are in fact parallel. So for a previous video on this topic, I obtained this footage, which was made during the disinsection process on board an empty aircraft being transported back to Australia. As you can see here, the sunlight coming in through the windows is being clearly defined by the disinsection spray, and the angle of divergence of those rays as they appear in this image would indicate that the light source is right outside the window. That's not the case at all. It was the setting sun a long distance away. Furthermore, when I move across to look at the other side of the aircraft, you can see that those rays of light are striking the other side of the cabin at equal spacing to the window spacing. And furthermore, because the aircraft was flying wings level and the sun was setting, it was well below the horizon, and the sunlight is reaching above the top of the window on the other side. So let's take a look at some additional footage of crepuscular rays as seen from my aircraft. And this is on descent into Perth. What you can see here are very clearly defined rays of sunshine coming down through the clouds, and they all appear to be at very different angles. Now these rays of light are in fact all parallel. If we had a person on the ground over in this location looking up at the sun, he would be looking at the same direction as a person over here. We're not looking to the west from this position on the ground, we are not looking straight up from this position on the ground, and we are not looking towards the east from this position. Over the space of about 100 miles, the angle looking up to the sun would change by less than 2 degrees, and that is caused by the curvature of the Earth anyway, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. So even though the crepuscular rays actually do appear to change angle quite significantly, for an observer on the ground at any of these locations, the sun would effectively appear to be in the same position in the sky. So I'll play the footage from the aircraft, and then I'll play this clip which was taken at a local shopping centre showing parallel rows of balls creating the same appearance we see in the crepuscular rays. These rows are parallel as the rays of light from the sun are parallel, but it is due to perspective that we have this appearance of divergence. Now I think most people can understand quite easily how parallel rays of light could give the effect that we see with the crepuscular rays. And if you're a flat earther who is still not understanding it after we have explained it and demonstrated it numerous times, then the fail is 100% yours. It is a failure in your ability to understand geometry in 3 dimensions. And that is your problem, not ours.
because Stephen Hawking says so, that would be a fallacious appeal to authority, because that's not the reason why he thinks it. If you were to present the argument that he made as to why it's true, then that's not fallacious. But merely saying it's true because somebody said so, that's the fallacy. It's often misunderstood.
Right.
I heard someone
and what
say
do they do? They say, I saw Nathan Oakley, I saw Quantum Eraser. You know, that's an appeal to authority right there. And then they have the nerve to say, we're appealing to authority.
Unless they're presenting the argument that the Oakley and QE make, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But if you're saying it's true because so-and-so said so, that's fallacious. Because things aren't true. Things aren't true because somebody said so. You know, relativity wasn't accepted because Einstein said so. It's true because he demonstrated it.
As I like to say, facts don't care about your religion or your beliefs or your feelings or what time of day. You know, it is facts are facts. There's only one explanation with facts. They say truths, flat earth truth, flat earth proof. Well, proof and truths are subjective. There are many truths, or many meanings to a given truth. Religion is the truth. You know, it was the truth. There was proof that man couldn't fly 500 years ago. It was the truth that man would never be to the moon 200 years ago. You know, but we learned that. Now imagine what you learn tomorrow.
I even heard somebody say the other day, and this is very common. There's a common misunderstanding of what it means. He thinks an appeal to authority is when you're citing someone that isn't an authority in the subject in question, and that's not the case. And a lot of people think that's what it means, but it doesn't.
Well, it's just like when they call straw man and they don't know what a straw man is.
No, that gets on my nerves.
Or a red herring. Like, how the hell can my answer to your question be a red herring?
Exactly. Or how can
you asked me a question and I answered it, and then immediately it's, well, that's a red herring.
Because you didn't answer it the way they wanted it to be answered.
Right. Okay.
Or they say reification fallacy. I don't think they even know what that means.
They don't, and it kills me. And the whole oh God, what was somebody said it tonight? They called somebody out for a fallacy.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, a fallacy is when you conclude that because someone had a fallacy in their argument, that the argument or their conclusion is incorrect or not true. And you can accidentally reach something that's correct or true with flawed reasoning, right? And to call someone to say, well, no, the sky is not blue because your argument was flawed. Well, the sky is still blue.
I can't remember. It was Travis or maybe Chris Berry, and you ask them a question, they'll say that's a straw man. No, it isn't. The question isn't a straw man. The question's a fucking question.
A question can't be a straw man.
Say it's a loaded question or a leading question or whatever.
I hear it,
but it's not.
It might be Travis or Chris Berry, but one of them two says it a lot. Oh, that's a straw man. No, it's a question. A question can't be a straw man.
See, they don't understand that a straw man argument is when you're trying to pick off something that is a little different from the point, and you can argue that, but you can't actually argue with the current topic at hand. So you're saying because I can win at this little tangential argument, therefore I am right.
A straw man is when you refute something when you're not really refuting what they said. You're refuting a misrepresentation of what somebody said.
You're refuting something else.
You purposely build a weak argument that you can then knock down. It's the opposite of steel man.
But it's misrepresenting somebody's argument and refuting the misrepresentation instead of the argument itself. That's what it means.
Okay, fair. I mean, I'd always heard it to mean that, like, I'm giving your argument, I'm making your argument, but I'm purposefully going out of my way to make it as weak as possible so it's easy to knock down.
Well, you're
not wrong. You're not wrong, but it's generally a misrepresentation They refute something you didn't say.
Yeah, yeah.
They're making an argument that is different, that is related, but not exactly your argument. So you say the sky is blue, and they say, well, the clouds are white, so therefore you're wrong. Well, I don't know. I can't give a good example right now.
Yeah, it's not a straw man fallacy. It would be okay. So as a liberal, progressive, whatever, I could make the Republican argument for tax cuts for the wealthy, and I could go out of my way to make it as weak as possible so that I could easily knock it down. Like that's a classic example of a straw man. It's not misrepresenting the argument necessarily, but it is. I would agree with you that it is putting words in their mouth, because they are not making the argument, and you're not fairly framing the argument. You're making it weak on purpose. And that's why steel manning is so important, in my opinion, to refuting an argument, because if you can make their argument stronger and better, then once you pare that down, you know you can defeat their regular argument. Right?
You typically with steel man, if somebody misspoke, you understand what they meant, and then you would correct the error, make sure they agree with that, then refute it.
Well, that's the principle of charity. The steel man is when you go out of your way. Like if SE Montreal starts trying to make some QE parrot argument, and he screws it up, and I go in behind him and I make a stronger version of that argument, one that even he would agree with, that's a steel man.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you hear him on Jose's about the Sea Sparrow missile? My goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I was driving to work. And I couldn't get into the call, but I kept wanting to tell him that it can do the surface to air. I mean the surface to surface aspect. But if you look at the specs on it, the closer to the horizon it gets, the shorter its effective range and the worse its accuracy.
Well, the mistake he's making is he's looked at the range, which is, what was it, 35 miles or 50 kilometers?
Yeah, 35 miles. But that's almost straight up. That's at its
because the rocket's capable of that range. Because the rocket is capable of that sort of range, he's assuming that means it can hit a surface target at its maximum range.
Right. Actually, it can. You know why? Because it can be guided by a radar on another boat.
Yeah, I know, but he's saying,
it can be.
That's the bit he's forgetting.
It can be guided by an AWAC. That's true.
AWACS is another method, but he's saying
it can be guided by another radar system. So
but just to keep
it's not difficult.
Yeah, but what
from a single ship scenario where the ship is trying to shoot down an airplane coming in with one of those skimmer missiles, then having an effective range in the sky of 35 miles is more than enough to prevent one of those skimmer missiles from accurately being able to target your ship.
Yeah, I get
they don't have a range of 35.
I get it might be possible with an AWACS or other methods of targeting, but what he's saying is that it's possible to hit a target at the maximum range with the ship's radar targeting system.
Right? No, it can't.
That's the argument.
Yeah, that's what he says, but he's completely and utterly wrong, because he hasn't actually looked at the specifications for the full specifications for the system.
The flaw is that he's assuming that because it's got a 35-mile range, that it's capable of hitting a surface target at that maximum range using only the ship's targeting. And he's got no evidence for that.
Well, you can't paint a target at 35 miles at sea level.
Not a surface target, no. Well, unless you've got the radar on a pretty tall mast.
Somebody was saying that it could be as high as 35 meters. Some of those masts.
And actually, Sean Hawkins covered this during that stream, saying, a destroyer versus a aircraft carrier. Yeah, the destroyer could paint a target, but only at the top of the aircraft carrier. certainly could not do it at the base of the aircraft carrier. That's where you want to hit anyway.
But you've only got as far as that initial guidance for the missile is concerned, you've only got to paint the top of the target. You've only got to just catch the top of the target anyway, so that you know where the target is, so that you can send the missile off in the right direction, because the missile has got its own terminal guidance package anyway.
Yeah, but when you paint it, it's going to look for that spot, and hitting it into the antenna, not really effective. I mean, you could kill the paint.
No, but what I'm saying is, as long as you know where the boat, as long as you know, within a reasonably close approximation of where the target is, you can loft the missile out, and then it'll illuminate the target with its own onboard guidance system and pick the best spot on the target to hit.
Well, you generally use AWACS to help you say, hey, no, hit it right at the
No, you wouldn't be able to. AWACS could not tell you that information, because AWACS is looking down at a target.
But at an angle, though.
Yeah, but the angle it's looking, the angle that an AWACS. Also, you are not going to be able to use a search radar on an AWACS to illuminate a target that Sea Sparrow can hit, because they're just completely different types of radar systems.
Well, yeah. You tell them you kill that paint, and it will fall into it.
So search radars and targeting radars are actually quite different beasts.
And also, you wouldn't use that missile anyway for that purpose. Just because it has that range, it's made to be able to do line of sight. You use a different set of weaponry.
There's a channel that I'd like to recommend to you, because I think you'd get a kick out of it like I do. You may already be subbed. It's called Drachnafel.
Yeah.
DRAC. Oh, you're familiar?
Yeah. A naval historiographer.
Yeah. I love his little documentaries about the naval battles and everything. He really breaks it down well.
Yeah. It seems to be increasingly ill-named 5-minute videos.
Yeah, because they normally run about 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah.
It's 5 minutes by a factor of 4.
By a factor of whatever he feels like sometimes.
Yeah.
I've seen some of his ones go like 90 minutes.
Well, maybe it's 5 times negative 4.
Yeah.
17th power.
But I mean, as somebody who spent 9 years in the Royal Air Force as a radar tech, what different types of radar systems do is kind of something that I know. Yes, Marty Moose. I was a Royal Air Force radar technician, 9 years.
But you wouldn't use a Sparrow missile for that purpose anyway.
He's got the liver damage to prove it, he said.
Yeah, I do have the liver damage to prove it, and the hearing damage, and the back damage,
and the hearing, yeah,
and all the other joints. And when it comes to tool choice, I hate the person who decided it'd be a really good idea to use lots and lots of M6 set screws and nylock nuts to hold certain bits of systems together, where to do it you've got to lay on your belly, reach underneath this thing where there's only just enough room to get your arms in, work on the back of the object, and the only tool that you can make fit is an open-ended spanner.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like the same people designed my robots.
Sounds like changing the starter motor in a front-wheel drive American car.
No, trying to get a battery out of a Chrysler. Take the damn
they're all easy compared with this job.
Oh,
because you're literally at the length of your arms as well. You're laying on the floor with your face up against the bottom of the device, bolting it into the waveguide, and you can, it's not a job for a short ass.
I think you need to try working on a GM, like mid 80s GM A-body car. It's the same thing, really. I mean,
remember, I'm in the UK. All our cars are tiny.
No. It's not about tiny. It's about bad design with the GM A-body. It's about bad design. If it can be done wrong, it was done wrong.
And you don't think Ford and Vauxhall, which is General Motors in the UK, can't screw it up royally as well?
Well, it's Ford. They excel at doing it. Any American company or American-owned company is going to find a way to screw it up. That's what Americans do. That's why
I got one better. I got one better than that. Right? Nobody over-engineers like a German. Okay, and there was this joint venture between Chevrolet and Volkswagen or one of the German car companies, and they designed this engine for the Cadillac Catera, which was just a fancy version of the Chevy Lumina, and this thing would leak from every spot in the engine. Like you'd literally have to just start at the top and work your way to the bottom. And it was one of those cars where you wanted it to have high miles on it if you bought it used, because they all started breaking at about 50 to 60,000 miles. So if you found one with 100,000 miles, you got the good one. I mean, God, it was the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Well,
because it doesn't help in the UK in Europe, that in the 70s, engine development was done at Dunton in England by Ford UK, and car development was started to be doing by the Germans by Ford Germany in Cologne. So engines and transmissions developed in Britain, chassis and bodies developed in Germany.
Sounds like a match made in heaven.
Yeah. My dad actually worked for Ford, and he actually worked at the Ford UK R&D Centre.
Have any of you guys seen Ford versus Ferrari? Speaking of Ford,
no, I need to watch it because it is.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, my gosh.
I hate Fords, but geez, it's a great movie.
Me too, but man, I felt all the feels. It was good.
Well, that was back when Ford was actually trying to make quality.
No. It was when Shelby worked for him for about 4 years.
It's really the story about how Shelby took what Ford had made and made it better.
Despite
Ford couldn't do it.
Despite Ford, it wasn't due to Ford. It wasn't anything Ford did to help him.
Carroll Shelby was a genius.
Yeah.
They tried it. They put every block in his way.
Yeah, including giving him dud motors and stuff like that. Like he really just, every single thing that went wrong, he just took it in his stride and said, "Well, let's just fix it and move on."
He was a man with a vision. I give him that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you really want to see what the engineering prowess of different countries are, you look at Ford. All right, you look at Chrysler, right? The Dodge Viper, 8-liter engine, right? Or I think even 9. No, it's 8-liter engine, and they get 450 horsepower out of that. I can get that out of a 1.6-liter Honda engine from the 70s. I could do that just like that. That's the difference between proper engineering and just plain, let's just add more metal to it, stupidity. Americans can't engineer because Americans aren't educated. The education standard is so low, so they call them engineers. You know, and I'm in America, so I know. I mean, I worked on Fords a lot. I worked on Fords, I worked on Chevys, I worked on Chryslers before I gave up because they're just dumpster fires. But all I kept seeing was all you had to do was one little thing to make this a whole lot easier. But no, they didn't think that far. They never thought that far.
How do you get 450 horses out of a 1.6 Honda engine?
Just give me a moment with that one.
Not that hard.
Yeah, just hold your horses. I can even show you a picture of it. Actually, I can.
Car I ever drove.
I can show you the. I can show you the 300 horse version.
So it's a 1.6 Honda engine, 4 cylinders, presumably.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow, that's
real non-sec wanted to get timed out.
Hyundai Genesis. That was a fun car to drive. I couldn't get that thing to break loose.
How hard is it for them to vote for a 2 or a 3? I only need one of each.
I mean, let's face it, the Group N rally cars in the 90s, 1,000 horsepower for 4-cylinder engine.
Yeah.
2 litres.
They're not really very practical, because you'd have to change the engine after every race, wouldn't you?
Sorry? Koenigsegg made 600 horsepower from a 3-cylinder engine, and you don't have to replace that every day. That's a car you can drive. Like,
I don't know, a buddy of mine had one of those Subaru WRX rally cars that he had souped up, and that sumbitch was scary fast, and it was a 4-banger, and it'll knock you back in your seat.
So the thing with a lot of those rice burners is that the Japanese didn't have the ability to make their engines as big as, say, the American muscle cars. They had a lot stricter pollution laws and stuff like that. Their engines themselves, I believe they had a 4 or 5 year lifespan. After that, they need to be recertified to go back on the road. And even if they even slightly fall below spec, the motor has to come out of the car.
Well, that's their standard.
Yeah,
See,
and
like,
that's but what I'm saying is, like in America, once the car's got the tick in the box, it's on the road, so to speak. Whereas they had to learn to make a lot more power out of a smaller, cheaper motor, and with that, their engineers and stuff became very, very good at just doing that.
I want one of them.
But the fact is that they could. Americans never could. Americans couldn't even make a compact car. Every time they have a compact car, they go to Japan and they just, they buy a Isuzu or something like that, and they rebadge
well,
it.
That's just a cheap, because it's cheaper to do it that way. I mean, if you specialize in making mid-size sedans and big trucks and things like that, you're gonna sub it out to somebody else for your compact cars.
They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They tried. The Ford Pinto.
They could do it. It's just
what happened with that?
More expensive is all I'm saying. Like when I worked for Nissan, it turned out the reason why they got rid of the regular cab Nissan Titan is because it only cost the manufacturer about $300 more to make it an extended cab. And it turned out that like 80% of their customers wanted extended cab. And it literally wasn't worth Nissan's time to make regular cab trucks anymore. So they just said, well, we'll lose the 20% because it's not making us any money. And it was the same way with those little Frontier trucks. It cost almost the same thing to build one of those as it did a Titan. But the profit margin was much greater in a full size pickup truck.
Well, also very simply put, if you're in the Australian outback or you're in some other rough country, are you going to take a Ford with you, or are you going to take a Rover or a Toyota with you?
I wouldn't touch a Rover.
I'm going to take the Toyota.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch a Rover.
Yeah, me neither. I would take the Toyota.
You've a Hessian
The
bag.
Toyota will get you there.
Yeah, but a Hessian bag will hold more oil than a Rover.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if we're talking about now, I mean, maybe if we're talking 1955, if we're talking 55, I might take a Land Rover.
Yeah,
otherwise, the Queen still drives.
Anything after a 110, I wouldn't touch, honestly.
Yeah, but a Toyota Land Cruiser, or a Willys Jeep, that's American, but that was actually.
I was asked if I would like to get in there. I was asked if I would like to get in and sit in that, but unfortunately, there was no way I was going to fit because I'm 6 foot and the lady who owns it is like shorter than Peter.
Yeah, that's a GT40, is it?
That is a GT40.
Yeah, I thought so.
The previous weekend to that, she'd been running it at Spa.
I reckon I'd fit.
Well,
you might struggle because those pedals are awfully close to that seat.
Well, also do keep in mind that European sports cars, you turn the wheel, it's how well it handles a corner, right? How well does it handle the corner?
I mean, this is
Japanese
fine because
car.
this was actually this car was built for Le Mans, so it was built for European tracks. Because this car is the car that was built to fight Ferrari.
Well, the point I was making was, European car, you see, okay, how well does it handle the corner? We're Italian or what have you, right? English car, okay, how well does it handle a corner? Okay, American cars, how well do you survive the corner? Because when you turn the wheel, the car doesn't turn.
Yeah, but like I said, this is a GT40. It might have been Ford America that did it, and it might have. Let's go the right way. It might have a V8 in it, but it was built for Le Mans. It was built to race the Ferraris.
Well, that's all it was built for.
Sorry?
That's all it was built for. It was just to fight Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole reason it was put together. Just so that Ford could go out and beat Ferrari.
Yeah, but they haven't beaten them since.
No, because Ford gave up racing cars.
No, you got to look at
racing cars in any category that Ferrari raced in.
You've got to look at it from the other way around there, philosopher. Ferrari's never beat Ford ever again.
Yeah, because Ferrari never went anywhere. Ferrari never went anywhere where Ford was. Ford never went anywhere Ferrari was. Apart from, of course, providing the basic engine to Cosworth to build the DFY Grand Prix engine, which piddled all over Ferrari for about 15 years.
Yeah, but Ferrari
is a very long time in Formula One.
Ferrari still makes better cars, even in Formula One.
But do they?
But they do.
So how many
they
races?
Fire a lot.
I was going to say, how many races do Ferrari go around their track before they have to change the motor, pull the engine out, put a new engine in?
Well, it's in
Formula One did introduce rules to. Terry's kicked us out.
Well, no, between races, it's not about how many times you change the motor, because that's Formula One. I mean, It's just like drag
You're not
racing.
allowed to anymore.
You got to rebuild the whole damn motor every run.
You're not allowed to rebuild the motor. Keep rebuilding the motors in Formula One anymore. I think you get 3 motors a season.
I think that's right.
You can't just keep putting new motors in the cars anymore.
Well, that's Formula One rules, okay? No, you're talking about a bunch of politicians, okay? Not talking about actual racing here. If someone said, okay, you got to take the Pikes Peak hill climb downhill, the paved equivalent, shall I say? Let's say someone made a paved equivalent of the Pikes Peak hill climb, but you go downhill. Am I going to take that in a Ford or a Ferrari?
Ford.
And I'll take that in a Ferrari.
I'm going to take it in a Ford RS200. Because Group N rally car is the way to go.
Well,
and,
if
Ferrari
you're going to go
didn't
rally,
build a
then I'm
Group
going
N
to go
rally car.
Subaru. If you're going to go rally, then I'm going to go Subaru. I mean, the RS.
Yeah, but Subaru never
good.
But Subaru never did Group N, and I would want a Group N car.
Well, an RS is
means
simply not a WRX.
Press play.
Oh, hey Terry, press play. What?
Hello,
Sorry,
testers, researchers, debaters, and debunkers. It's a lovely, clear night tonight here in Portishead in the UK, southwest England, and the moon has recently come up in the east, and I wanted to point out the difference in what we see when we look at the moon and the way it's positioned compared to how we see it in Thailand near the equator. I should just zoom in on it first, just so you can see that looking kind of straight up at it, you can see that the shadow is on the top right. Yeah. Sorry if it's not very clear, but you can see that. Yeah. And so we have what you might want to refer to as the rabbit ears at the bottom, pointing to the bottom right. Yeah, so we've got this kind of upside down rabbit illusion on the moon. So that's the way it's appearing to us from north of the equator in the UK. But in Thailand, near the equator, I see that shadow on the top. So if I'm going to represent the moon how it's seen in Phuket, I have to do this. And if we zoom in on it now, we'll see the shadow and the rest of the moon appears how I would see it in Phuket near the equator, looking straight up without tilting the camera. But in this case, I've had to tilt the camera like this in order to see the moon in the same way that it appears if we're on the equator. Yeah? So what does that mean as far as trying to illustrate the Earth and the moon's relationship? In some ways, you could say that it means if I'm on the equator, then I'm at this kind of angle compared to the angle I see it from here. But that would kind of dictate some kind of concave illustration. I'm not using the word model here because there is confusion when it comes to the term model, which is just a bunch of predictive events or observations or more like physical events that we can see and then have explanations for. Explanations are not what a model is, and nor is any kind of illustration. That's not a model. The model is that the moon at this point in the month, just after full moon, is coming up a long time after the sun has set. So anyway, back to this arrangement here, just looking straight up at the moon. So, you know, that's the thing about observations. We can observe the moon in different places, and we can recreate how the moon looks in different locations, but that's not a physical measurement. There is no way, for example, to measure that we are suddenly tilted this way if we're on the equator compared to how we see it north of the equator here. And it certainly doesn't dictate that we're on a spherical Earth if we have to do this in order to see the moon in the same way as we do at the equator. Again, I've got to emphasize that this is just an observation, and we change our position or our point of view, our perspective, if you like, to recreate an observation that we would make somewhere else. But another way we can look at it is that if I'm facing east-ish now because the moon has recently risen, then if I'm to see it in this way from a country in the east of here, as it were, then we can kind of, we can't really do it, but we could perceive that, of course, the moon is going to take this path overhead. That's not like the direct path overhead that it would take. It would come up and over at the equator, but from here it's going to go around like that and go to where the sun set on the opposite side over there, and it will kind of make its way down, but you won't be able to see it because there's a hill in the way. Yeah, but really the point of this is to demonstrate the difference in an observation of something in the sky and how we can interpret that in a variety of ways. As I said, we could then somehow perceive that we're on the inside of a sphere or some kind of concave dish-like arrangement. Not when I say concave, I don't mean a sphere. I just mean that, you know, but again, this is not something that's physically measurable, and this is not something that you can assume just from an observation. You can assume any number of different scenarios to have us looking at the moon like this here north of the equator, or, you know, to be at this angle if we are near the equator. We can come up with any number of interpretations, but the model doesn't really change. The times at which this happens, or the space of time between the sunrise and the sunset and the moonrise and the moonset. In this particular case, the moon is coming up at night, where of course often the moon is up in the sky in the daytime. It's either in front of the sun or it's behind the sun. And again, you know, we've got this heliocentric model in which the explanation for moonlight is the moon reflecting sunlight. Well, again, this is something that might appear to fit as an explanation. And we can also make it fit as an explanation with a flat Earth or a concave Earth, if we like. Or even we could consider that we are in a lunar system rather than a solar system, and we could perceive or believe that the Earth is moving around the moon. and the sun is doing something else. And we can again imagine or perceive or assume various different shapes or movements for the Earth, for the moon, or for the sun. There's a multitude of combinations of dimensions, shapes, and movements that we can assume for each and every part of this system or realm that we see ourselves in. And this is what we have to be acutely aware of. We have to be aware that these observations can be interpreted in so many different ways, and this in itself tells us that no one way of perceiving it, no one model stands out as being the correct one, or anything that's ever been proven as any kind of fact, scientific fact. Yeah? Nothing changes with the degrees of altitude that we might see the moon or the sun above the horizon right now. Nothing changes about where the horizon is at eye level. Yeah, nothing changes about the time that we see this come up in any given location. That is the model. The model is the predictive nature of the sun and the moon and their relationship with the Earth. That's it. That's all any model is. How you then go and illustrate that depends on a whole wide range of assumptions that you have to make to be able to put together a complete model per se, and that can only ever be a model that is perceived or put on paper. And again, the mathematics doesn't change, the physics on this Earth doesn't change from what we can observe and measure on any given or at any given location or time. Yeah? None of that changes. Nothing changes. The whole thing we have to understand here is that it is all open to interpretation, and it is totally open to assumption once you start trying to imagine where this Earth is in relation to everything else, and where the stars and the moon are in relation to everything else, and where all that is in relation to whatever's beyond this, which none of us actually know. Nobody is an authority on that whatsoever. It has always been assumptions, and the only reason we have this widespread belief in a globe Earth is because that was pushed as a way to perceive what's going on, a way to keep time, a way of measuring time that is based on the Gregorian or solar calendar as opposed to a lunar calendar. So we end up with this consensus being put upon us, and it's been passed off as science. Again, the only science or scientific methodology that's being employed in any of these observations is the measurement of time and location or angles, which again can be interpreted in many different ways with whatever kind of geometry or trigonometry you wish to use. So then the mathematics doesn't become a fact of our physical reality. It just becomes a fact of the model of telling time by watching the sky. Yeah, it's really it's quite simple, and when we try to make it complicated, it gets overly complex and confusing, and we get distracted from the reality of the situation, and that is that we can interpret these observations in an infinite number of ways, and therefore we are lost and confused when we attempt to do that without having full knowledge of the origins, the causes and effects on a scale that is beyond anything that we can experience or know. These outside influences, we can measure and we can observe the influences in this frame of reference, if you like, this one we have, and we can perceive it from an external frame of reference. This is a very smart thing to be able to do, and it's what Einstein did. But really, this is nothing more than a leap of faith that we have somehow got it all worked out because of these thought experiments. Yeah? All right, so just watching the moon from here, it's we've got the shadow there on the top off to the right. If I was to be watching this moon in Phuket near the equator, I would be looking at it like this. Whatever that actually means is a matter of interpretation, not something that can or should be dictated to us. Thank you very much.
There we go. Phuket Word.
What is this Randy Globe Award?
There you go. Phuket Word just proved the globe.
Yes, thank you.
A Ranty Globe
That's a
Award.
Nobel Prize award. That's what for inadvertently proving the shape of the globe. That's Nobel Prize.
There's a lot of Nobel prizes that should go out because almost every flat earther proves the globe and just says,
I know.
See, that proves a flat earth.
I feel derelict in my duty and not handing those out weekly. I'm going to get right on it.
Well, I'm still working on printing victim cards, but I'm so the demand is so high.
We could do like a gyro, ring laser gyro medallion type thing. that would be the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, weren't you going to print me a globe with like Bob's face on it and some noodles at the base, at the bottom, and then
no, Sheepy's got another job to do.
Yeah, I've got the solar sundials.
Sundial. That's
it. Right on, that coming.
Arc China.
Yeah. Well, we've just changed our plastic supplier, so we're waiting on the first shipment. So it shouldn't be long.
No name.
We'll have it again.
You're calling that the Nobel Prize as in Bob Nodell, is that it?
That little 1.5 litre motor that you wanted to have a look at.
I see what you did there. The Nobel Prize, yeah, nice.
Thank you.
That little 1.5 litre motor that you wanted to have a look at. I'm just dropping a link on the internal chat.
Cool.
We could do a 3D version until we can print one.
I'm down.
3D print steel.
We could do a.
Have a look at the weight on it.
Yeah, I got a few.
40 kilograms. Holy crap.
40 kilograms, 1.5 litre, turbocharged 3-cylinder, 300 kilowatts.
All right, what does that convert into horsepower? Sorry.
That's close to 450
watts.
50 horse or something like that. No, sorry, 250 horse, something like that.
Yeah, 250.
250. That's a lot for an engine whose cubic inch displacement is less than a bottle of Coca-Cola. That's pretty impressive right there.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised what you can do with small displacement. It's just a matter of if you do it right.
Yeah, Kia for 4 years, and they bought their patent engine from. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. Was it Porsche? And then they did the fuel injectors on it to give it a higher compression ratio. It would compress the gas to like 1,000 psi instead of 50 psi, and it would atomize it so it would get a lot better bang for the buck, as far as power. So, yeah, those little things like a Hyundai Accent or one of those Kia Rios has a surprisingly good power to weight ratio. I mean, they're only like 127 horsepower, but they don't weigh anything.
That's the important thing here. You know, it's
they
a
take
40
off like a little rocket.
it's a 40 kilogram engine. You know, like the average man could literally pick it up, which means if you stick that in, let's face it, 4 wheels and a Coke can, you're literally going to have a rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's not going to last long. It's going to wear out in no time, isn't it?
Sure, and it's voting
No,
for a video. It's the last 2, so it's either A or B.
no, so Nissan have put a lot of work into it. They've been doing a lot of track work with it. Nismo, the racing side of Nissan, have got it to a point now that it's very strong, very reliable.
But Nissan, man, pretty solid.
Yeah, but they're no longer using stuff like obviously they're not using white metal and stuff like that. They're using porcelain bearings and crap like that, so that
You're cheating, Mippet.
Well, apparently Zoom is not compatible with copy, paste, middle click, or anything on my machine.
Looks like it's the winner, Terry. You got 3 votes for B.
Yeah, but Mippet put B in because there was 2 Bs, and I knew what she was doing. Oh, well, there you go.
Well,
Vroomfondle put a B in too. Okay.
And as far as Nissan motors go, you cannot kill a Z motor. You
can't
just
vote,
can't
Peter.
kill them.
One, a 240 or a 280Z?
No, just a Z class motor. I mean, I had a Datsun 510.
Look, I thought I got rid of that empty bottle.
Did you ever get rid of that PayPal me some vape juice guy? He's kind of an e-beggar.
Well, actually, I've stopped voting, so I can't technically time you out.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I can only technically time you out in between the votings. That wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, but the rest of us can just keep timing them out.
No, they don't. Doesn't
Terry,
do
when
anything
was your
wrong.
dictatorship ever about fairness?
Look, I got my own rules. No one else knows what they are, and neither do I.
Fair.
Yeah,
Terry will tell us one day when he works it out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but to thine own self be true.
Yeah, well, Mars exploration is going to be well completed before he figures out what the rules are.
Now, technically, I can't time you out if it's after stop voting, so only fair.
Yeah, Andrea, you got lucky.
Quit asking. He may have been a Unirock troll that went around and trolled pretty hard about e-begging and stuff at one stage.
Yeah, well, I don't know who that person is. Quit asking, so I've just got to be careful.
Yeah, you should. That's a good plan. Be careful.
Yeah, just be careful.
When in doubt.
Yeah, when in doubt, knock them out.
Yep. When in Rome. Nobody knows what it means.
When in Rome, don't claim a dome.
Oh.
All the records were lost in the fire.
What do you say? Renee me says Davies. Yeah, that's my last name. Don't wear it out.
So yeah, what did Rage Against the Machine? They said, "Come and play, come and play."
I'll press play. Okay, yeah, I'll press play.
Something about play. I heard play.
Yeah, I heard play.
Some fun. Now, a little while ago, Professor Dave Explains put out 10 challenges for the Flat Earth. And one of the Flat Earth actually came forth and ventured some answers. And I looked at his video. It's an hour and a half long, and it was just a hoot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through his answers one at a time. Now, if you're interested in seeing who did this, there's the link right there. I'm not going to be giving additional attention and oxygen to the Flat Earth, but I will have the link to Professor Dave Explains' his original video down in the description. My wife just brought me a whole thing of jelly beans, and I'm ready to get going. So let's cue up the music and have some fun. So let's just jump right in. Dave's first challenge is make a real map of the flat Earth. And in order to be a real map, it has to have a scale that you can measure distances between any 2 points on that map. And those distances have to equal the known distances between those 2 points. Now, before we get started with this, I'm just going to set up a certain rule. And that is, you have to answer the question. You don't get to answer a question with a question. So for example, the question is, make a real map of the flat Earth. That does not involve saying how the globe doesn't work. That involves you getting out a sheet of paper and making me a map of the flat Earth. One that has a scale on it. One that I can measure distances accurately between any 2 points of my choosing. And those distances will equal the known distance between those 2 points. Now, I don't have high hope that you're going to answer this question directly, but I'll try and hold your feet to the fire a little bit and make you answer it. And then I'm going to point out when you don't.
I find that flat maps correlate quite well with reality. Globes, not so much. Google Earth, for example, when you zoom into the view where you can actually see real things, not computer-generated shapes and things like that, it's flat.
Well, 2 things here. First of all, are you saying Google Earth is your flat Earth map? Nathan and Quantum Eraser tried that once and had their tail ends handed to them by yours truly. So you're going to have to do a little bit better. You're also going to have to overcome the fact that when you're dealing with a very large sphere and you look at a tiny postage stamp size section of that sphere, it does look pretty flat. But again, it does curve over distance. And that curve is easy to see. So I'm not going to buy this one. You have to show a flat Earth map that has accurate distances between 2 points. Keep going.
When you zoom to a level where you can measure from point A to point B, it's flat. If you take any aerial photographs at all over the world, and you piece them together, splice them together to fit perfectly, if they fit perfectly, the photographs are flat.
Except, of course, they don't. And anybody that has ever tried to piece 2 large maps together knows that. For example, aviation sectional maps are Mercator projections. They're a little wider on the south side than they are on the north side here in the United States. So if you try and put 2 of those maps together, the top of one map will not match up to the sectional map above it. There will be an overlap because there's a little bit of distortion in them because they are flat maps made as a projection of our spherical Earth. It simply doesn't work. So either this is an outright lie or he's never actually tried it. Since the people that watch this video are intellectually honest, they can get 2 maps and try this. And you'll see that they don't match up perfectly.
The corners match up perfectly, and you get a map much like what you have shown. The fact that circumnavigating goes in a circle never happens in a verifiable way, and rarely is ever claimed to happen north-south.
Well, as with most flat Earth claims, this is nothing but personal incredulity and no research. For example, here's Magellan's circumnavigation of the Earth, the first one recorded. Let's go see if we have any others. Oh, look at that, from a Flat Earth organization. 4 documented round-the-world circumpolar flights. Now, Pan Am Flight 50 is very well documented. As a matter of fact, there's a YouTube video on it, and I'll see if I can link that in the description. But are there any others? How about the latest one, One Last Orbit? That was a circumpolar navigation of the Earth. It went over the North Pole here and the South Pole down here. It was GPS tracked the entire time, and it is a documented world record. Well, there you go. It's around the world in 108 nights. It'll run you $17,299. How many tickets would you like, Chief? And what's more, you can bring a sextant if you know how to use one, and a GPS, and document the entire trip. Why don't you go ahead and do it for Flat Earth Science?
Like, how many people do you know who have been around the world did it east-west, like a circle, like what we are saying.
Chief, I would be rather surprised if you personally knew anyone that has been around the world. Now, I've known people that have come close in my own family, and then I know people like Wolfie6020 that have done it probably a number of times. Wolfie does long-distance flights from Australia to Europe all the time. He also goes to Asia. I'm sure that he's completed the chain at one point in his career.
Not one of them has ever done the north-south way around, not over the southern part. It's very much like an outer ring. And when you splice together the photos, yeah, it more closely matches that.
But for those with an even smaller fraction, let's do a few things to prove it. For example, make a scale. You know, a scale? It's that thing on maps that tells you how far away things are from each other.
The condescension to think that we are at a level that we haven't even gotten through the formative years of education, like grade school.
Well, actually, that's a very legitimate question, because most of us learn the shape of the Earth and how to determine it in grade school. You apparently missed that day. He's asking you a very specific question. Put a scale on the map that allows you to accurately measure distances. Why is it that you don't have a flat Earth map that you can measure the distance from the shore to oil rigs off the coast of California, or the distance between two mountaintops that, that we shouldn't be able to see, or the distance between the Warren Dunes and the Willis Tower in Chicago? So why is it you always have to use a satellite and globe-based measuring device such as Google Earth to find those distances? Where's your flat Earth map where you can accurately measure that distance for yourself?
And it also is insulting, it's belittling. I think it would demand an apology.
I just want to address two quick things about this photograph. First of all, it's J. Tolan Media 1. I've dealt with a number of his videos in the past, and quite frankly, he's got all sorts of things marked here as landmarks, but he can't identify even basic landmarks. He identified a cloud bank as Hudson Bay. The other thing that I really want to bring to your attention, so you know how Flat Earth is always saying that composite pictures are CGI and therefore of no value? Do you see this seam right here? This is a composite picture. Does that mean that we should just hand wave it off? Or is that a picture of a real landscape? I'll let you decide that.
You don't think that we have the intellectual capability to even discuss these basic things when, in fact, these types of things we got through in such early stages of research, like seconds. The distance behind you are in discovery is astounding. It really is astounding.
Well, a couple of things that you should be aware of there, Chief. You're no more likely to get an apology from Dave than you are to get one from me. And yes, we do realize that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, and that's verifiable. Here, I'll prove it to you right now. Why don't you go ahead and give me an accurate flight plan between Santiago, Chile, and Sydney, Australia. Tell me exactly how far that's going to be, how long it will take you to fly it, assuming no winds, at 550 knots, and why don't you go ahead and give me reporting points every 500 miles along the way. This is a challenge that Wolfie's had out for quite some time, and nobody to date in the flat Earth has been able to accurately do a flight plan like that. Let's see if you can do it, since you're so smart. Now, another thing that I want to get back to, the question is, where is your flat Earth map? Is this your flat Earth map? Can I measure distances between those 2 points on your flat Earth map? Where's the scale on your flat Earth map? What is the distance between the tip of South America and Tasmania up here? And if I wanted to fly in a straight line between them, would I go over land or water?
Look at this map. There's a scale. You can pick 2 cities and determine the approximate distance between them. Then you can drive your car from one to another and verify that it is the correct distance.
I agree. Would you agree that that map is flat?
Okay, so your claim is because that map that Dave was using is a projection of the globe onto a flat piece of paper. That's your flat map? Can you make one map like that that is accurate not just on a short distance, say over the United States, but over the entire Earth? So is that going to be your flat map? Well, then you automatically lose this question because that map is the projection of a globe onto a flat surface with distortions due to the fact it is a projection of a globe onto a flat surface. Do you know how maps are made, Chief?
Now back to your little map. Where's the scale here? Why do you never include one? Is it because it's impossible? Yes, that is exactly why. And if you disagree, here's your challenge. Pick some distance on this map, a centimeter, an inch, whatever. Tell me the distance it corresponds to in reality. Then pick some cities and use your scale to estimate the distances between them. Pick 2 on the same continent. Pick 2 on different continents. Use it to tell me how wide this inappropriately enormous ocean is. Use it to tell me literally anything about the distances between literally anything.
These are aerial photos, not from a satellite. They're high altitude flight photographs made from the air. And splice them together, and we can do all of those things.
Well, first of all, that's a satellite photo. It's not from the air. Do you have any idea how high that photograph is taken from?
Now, where would it be a problem? Where would it really show that it's matching our map versus yours? In the northern latitudes, not so much.
Now, you see right here, you're starting to really go off the rails. What you're looking at is a relatively small area of the overall Earth. Your job, my friend, is to show me a map of the entire flat Earth that is accurate to scale and shape. Show me a flat map of the entire flat Earth. That's your job.
But in the southern latitudes, where the scale issue would become more apparent, can't make, you get to a point where the oceans, they can't make up for the stretching, okay? We'll talk about stretching in a minute. The verifiability of the comparison between the southern latitudes and the northern latitudes becomes more divergent.
Well, it absolutely does not. And I'll tell you why. First of all, we can locate all points on the south. It's not a problem. We have GPS, we have sextants, we used to have Loran. We know the distance between, say, Sydney and Santiago, Chile. We can sail a ship between those 2 points. We know how fast the ship goes. We can measure the speed of the ship and see how long it takes to get there. We can also check to see how much fuel it takes as another indirect measurement of how far it is. We can do the same thing with airplanes. Airplane service is regularly scheduled between Australia and South America, between Australia and South Africa. We can actually time these things, and we know how fast the airplanes go. So to try and say that somehow we're fudging the distances is ridiculous. It shows how little you actually research this. Why don't you go ahead and look into some of these flight schedules? Do your own research. Don't raise questions, find answers.
Terrain spawn. Whereas in the north, there's actual verifiable stuff like you mentioned. So, okay, challenge met.
When you can't do it and your numbers do not correlate with reality in the slightest, recall that this map does it just fine, and then admit that your map is stupid.
Actually, Google Earth and the related aviation products that use spherical geometry for navigation do it exactly right every single time, thousands of times every day. You claiming that they don't work doesn't mean that they don't work. Those of us that actually use them know they work, and they're reliable, and they're accurate. So that's a fail for you. Look at Google Earth. It's spherical. Look at the aviation maps. They're spherical. It's spherical geometry that we use for navigation. That's why the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle course. It's not a line like you try to draw on your flat Earth maps. When you do that, You don't follow the course that the airplane would follow. That's why it mystifies you when planes going from Taiwan to Los Angeles make emergency stops in Alaska, because you can't figure that out. And you refuse to ask anybody who does actually know what's going on. How many times have those of us in aviation put the correct answer out there only to have it ignored by you because it doesn't follow your silly flat earth narrative?
Match up with the distances because it's flat. That's why it works. If it were curved, it wouldn't work so well. You can say, well, it matches with the lines and everything like that. But again, how could that work if it's actually curved in reality? So the reality doesn't match the map where you do the lines and everything works out?
You know, this is one of those times that you have to just sit down and go, you know, this is the same argument that you make with fisheye lenses. Fisheye lenses give you more information coming in. If you know that it's a fisheye lens, you can actually make out what the fisheye lens is looking at very nicely. You can understand what it's seeing and why some objects that are straight appear to be curved and why some objects that are curved appear to be straight. The same thing with maps. We understand the distortions from projections of a globe onto a flat piece of paper. We can accommodate those things. Show us a flat Earth map of the entire Earth. Put a scale on it. Let us measure between 2 points of our choosing. That's your challenge? So far, all you have done is just wandered off and shown random slideshows. You have yet to produce a flat Earth map for us. Are you going to try? Now, once again, because you apparently are a little hard of hearing, we're not talking about the globe. We're not talking about maps made from projections of the globe. We're talking about you coming up with a flat Earth map that covers the entire Earth that has a usable scale on it. Do you have one?
If the disparity is in the model, in the problem of the globe model being artificial, being different from reality, then there are experiments we can do to verify why.
Well, funny you should mention that, Chief, because I put one out yesterday. J. Tolan Media One's observation of Mount San Jacinto from Malibu, California, 123 miles, over 4,000 feet of missing mountain due to Earth curvature. There you go.
If isn't a question for me, it's a question for you. The if part is simple, and it's in one of your later challenges, so it will support this point. But I just wanted to follow up with what I mentioned about the curve, because the map that you showed as an example, not only did it have several different scales, like Alaska being shrunk down, and it's very convenient, but if you would blow up Alaska, blow up Hawaii, put them relatively where they need to go on that map, that flat map, then you have stretching, you have different problems of scale that rarely get addressed. So if it works on the flat map, then how could it be curved?
Your complete inability to make any kind of remotely legitimate map single-handedly proves the Earth isn't flat.
And there you have it, folks. Despite being given an opportunity and very clear instructions, Mr. Flat Earth had nothing but personal incredulity. He wandered all over the place with random slideshows and random thoughts that went into his disorganized brain and came out his mouth. No attempt to actually come up with an actual flat Earth map, one that could possibly account for accurate distances between known points on the Earth. There was a shocking lack of research into circumnavigation of the Earth. I showed the historical circumnavigation, I showed recent ones, including one from just last year, and I even showed him how he could buy a ticket to do one and how much it cost. Will he take up that offer and go do it himself with a sextant and a GPS? Of course not, because that would disprove his silly narrative. Now, the biggest problem that you run into with the flat earth is they will never present evidence in support of their flat earth, because any evidence they support could potentially be falsifiable. What instead, whenever you ask them a question, is they will redirect that to another question. Well, what about this on the globe? I don't care about this on the globe. Let's make it easy. Let's say the earth isn't a globe. Prove to me it's flat. Start with a map. You can't even do that. And as Dave says, that means the contest is really over. But for nothing more than my personal amusement and the amusement of my viewers, I'm going to let you struggle through the other 9. This is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan, and we'll see you next Tuesday with the next installment on Antarctica. Until then, take care, hit that like and subscribe button down there, and we'll see you soon.
No. I don't think we need. Well, I want to waste the GoPro.
Yeah, you may as well, Clive.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, they go to the airlock, right? So we'll release them on the airlock, and we'll just let them go at 1 foot per second out of the airlock. Now, you take a picture to prove the firmament. Now turn around.
I reckon I could continue doing what I'm doing, and the guys on the panel here wouldn't even know the difference.
Well, the best part is, if there's either,
we're just waiting on you.
They should be able to swim their way back to the airlock. If they can't, well, I guess you're gonna spend the rest of your days orbiting the globe and understanding that, hey, it's a globe after all.
I thought we were talking about maps.
Yeah, well, that too.
I'll pay any flat earther to take that challenge. I'll pay them $1 million as soon as they come to the ground.
Have you got $1 million?
I can get it.
If I had $1 million,
I have connections. I can get that money easily.
You a house. I would buy you a house.
Okay, last video for now.
Echo.
Yeah, I can hear yourself.
Yeah, I can hear myself.
Twice.
Oh wait, that proves gas pressure without a container, because you can hear that pressure wave that creates sound. That's pressure in an unenclosed system.
Wait a minute, I'll just check. No, it's not you, Phil. No, it's not. No. Who's left? Okay, it's over on Discord.
Yeah, ha ha.
Well, I had to check.
Yeah, well,
I'm not in this
I can hear you, and therefore that disproves.
That's Mippet. Mippet's did it again. You've been playing
Sorry,
with your
forgot to
computer.
mute.
You've been playing with your computer?
Oops, I did it again.
Okay.
Press play, Terry.
Who's the last person?
No, we saw this
another
one.
Anton.
No, you have to play A now because we saw B.
Yeah, this is A.
We saw this one.
No, not this one. This is a different one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
So this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be answering the question of how Milky Way galaxy formed. We're going to, I guess, in some sense, reverse engineer it using one of the recent studies. Let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to the Math. Modern astronomers were able to find the answers to a lot of different questions. For example, today we have a pretty good understanding how planets form, how star systems form, even how our own moon formed. However, when it comes to the formation of galaxies, and specifically the formation of our own Milky Way, there's very limited data. This is actually one of the few simulations created by the Caltech approximately 5 years ago, where they simulated a potential way the Milky Way galaxy was created from very smaller dwarf galaxies. This is over a period of approximately 13.8 billion years. And here you'll see that the shape will start forming relatively soon, and you'll see the familiar disk shape as well. Now, this is not exactly satisfactory though, because it doesn't really use any observation of the galactic formations and also galactic shapes and stars and globular clusters we already have in the universe. So this is why the scientist who wrote this paper, that you can find it in the description below, decided to do just that. He decided to focus on what we actually see and what we know, and try to reverse engineer of how it may have appeared there. But how could you possibly reverse engineer a galaxy, especially from within the galaxy itself? What could you possibly use to try to, I guess in some sense, guesstimate, or in this case scientifically guesstimate, what and how some of the parts were combined here? Well, if you look really closely, and especially if you increase the amount of stars visible to us, you might notice that there are actually a lot of really bright objects located in the so-called halo of the galaxy, essentially the area around the galaxy, not in the disk itself. If I come a little bit closer, you'll see them even better. And there's actually a lot of them, there's hundreds of them. These objects are known as globular clusters. Here's one of many of these clusters available in our galaxy. Now, as the name suggests, these are clusters of basically stars, stuck together and orbiting the galaxy in one way or another. But for the most part, most of these globular clusters, or at least the vast majority of them, do have very peculiar orbits, which of course for many years suggested to scientists that they probably came from other galaxies, or they were probably formed in some very mysterious ways. And so by using globular clusters, the scientist behind this paper was actually able to relatively accurately predict where some of these globular clusters came from, and how all of this then sort of resulted in the formation of our own galaxy. And all this is of course based on the idea that the Milky Way had a very violent past. It very likely absorbed a lot of different galaxies, possibly hundreds if not thousands of smaller galaxies, and all of them together created the shape we know as Milky Way today. But there are only some of the larger ones we can sort of predict and see. In other words, some of the smaller galaxies that the Milky Way absorbed probably disappeared forever. We'll never really be able to tell that they even used to be there. Now here's the picture of actual globular cluster. This is M80 that you can see from, I believe it's Scorpius constellation, and it's about 80,000 light years away from us. And for many years, scientists have always speculated that the globular clusters are actually the leftovers of these dwarf galaxies that combine to form larger galaxies. One of the best examples of this is from the very well-known Sombrero galaxy. This is one of the most beautiful and also one of the easiest to see galaxies out there. And even though it sort of looks really calm, like nothing is happening here, there are thousands of globular clusters, and very recently scientists even discovered that this is a result of major collisions that happened in the past. Way more than collisions that happen in the Milky Way. So essentially, the number of globular clusters in some sense suggests the number of collisions the galaxy may have experienced, especially the globular clusters that have peculiar orbits that are not aligned with the plane of the actual galaxy. We've also seen a lot of globular clusters and individual stars connected to these so-called stellar streams, and we know that these are also the leftovers from various dwarf galaxies that were sort of slowly stripped away by the Milky Way's gravitational power. So all of this evidence suggests that globular clusters are directly related to the potential dwarf galaxies that the Milky Way is made from. These are basically kind of like the Lego blocks that we can then try to use to analyze what collided with what to create our galaxy. And so the scientist behind this paper discovered that from the approximately 76 various globular clusters that he was able to analyze, all of them could technically be qualified as 5 to 6 different collisions, major collisions. In other words, our galaxy may have experienced 5 to maybe 6 different very specific and very major collisions that then created the shape that we know today. And the first such collision happened between the early Milky Way and a relatively massive, probably the most massive dwarf galaxy known as Gaia Enceladus, more unofficially known as Gaia Sausage. So Gaia Sausage is actually something we've discovered not so long ago, and we even were able to identify what seemed to have been its core, basically the actual nucleus of this galaxy. This is the globular cluster known as NGC 2808. And so a lot of these clusters may have actually been the centers of these smaller galaxies and now are kind of left there orbiting around the Milky Way. This collision very likely happened approximately 11 to maybe 10 billion years ago, and so this was one of the first major additions of mass and different gas and of course stars to our galaxy. It's possible that after this period there were a few smaller collisions, but nothing really that major for at least a billion years. About a billion years later, the next collision happened between the so-called Sequoia galaxy, or FSR 1758. Today this galaxy is extremely difficult to see and it's basically covered by dust. We've actually discovered it by accident like so many other things. But it also introduced a lot of matter, a lot of stars, and a lot of different globular clusters that are still found in our galaxy. This followed by another galaxy known as Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. This is a galaxy I've briefly talked about in one of the previous videos, and the so-called Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy that we also discovered not so long ago is also responsible for making the Milky Way sort of rippled and wobble a little bit. I've talked about this in one of the previous videos. So in other words, all of these galaxies that collide with the Milky Way, their leftovers are still there, still kind of causing a lot of different disruptions, while at the same time changing the shape of our galaxy even today. The fourth galaxy is unfortunately actually invisible, as in it's probably not there anymore, or maybe it existed a long time ago and just disappeared, or it's really difficult to see. But the scientist behind this paper, because he's Australian, decided to name it Koala. And the reason why he decided to name it Koala is because, according to him, this galaxy was moving really slow, and so all of its stars and all of its globular clusters ended up orbiting in a relatively similar sort of orbit as the rest of the globular clusters and stars that existed in the Milky Way. Now, we're not entirely sure what happened to the galaxy afterwards, but it could have been completely absorbed by the Milky Way's disk. And the last collisions and the last globular clusters are represented by these so-called Helmy streams, which are just some of the many different stellar streams that exist around our galaxy, representing the basically stretched and disrupted galactic shapes that no longer exist, but used to be in orbit around the Milky Way. Now eventually this all will settle and create the shape that's familiar to us, but for now, as you can see, this is all really chaotic. And as a matter of fact, all of the assumptions that the scientists had about these events, and some of the assumptions actually do agree with other scientists as well, is that all of these events happened relatively early, about 8 to 11 billion years ago. And then eventually, the galaxy had at least 7 billion years to stabilize its shape and create the disk that it has today. Now, there were actually a few more galactic clusters that were results of much more energetic collisions with smaller galaxies, and also a few more galactic clusters that he couldn't really attribute to anything, but for the most part, these 5 major collisions were quite easily attributed to these 5 specific events. And this would definitely explain not only how our galaxy became so massive and so large, but also explain the existence of a lot of other shapes in our galaxy, including of course the stellar streams, the very difficult to see dwarf galaxies, and the multitude of other objects we've discovered around the Milky Way in the past few decades. So there's actually a lot of stuff orbiting the Milky Way, and most of it, if not all of it, is a result of a collision between a smaller galaxy and the Milky Way that essentially absorbed what seems to be like a few dozen or possibly even a few hundred different galaxies. And today we know that it's far from being done. A lot of other galaxies, including Large Magellanic Cloud and Small Magellanic Cloud, have already slowly started being absorbed by the Milky Way. We've actually detected streams coming into the Milky Way from these two galaxies, and it seems that in a few billion years they will be also gone and leave nothing but a few globular clusters behind. And the other major discovery from this paper is the estimate on how much mass and how many globular clusters were probably acquired during these early collisions. And it seems that even though possibly only about 1 billion stars remain in the Milky Way from these early collisions, overall it seems to have acquired most of the globular clusters. And it also suggests that maybe the globular clusters are actually one of the few actual objects that can remain for many billions of years completely intact and not fall apart, even following a major galactic collision. So this could be a tool that we can use in the future to discover more about other galaxies out there. But not all galactic clusters were captured. At least 11 that he identified were actually made in the Milky Way. This means that one day we could actually even establish how many globular clusters a galaxy is supposed to have, and then by using the number of galactic clusters, try to estimate how many galaxies were absorbed in the process of forming a certain galaxy. Anyway, it's a really interesting study, it's worth reading. I'm posting the link for this in the description below, but on that note, that's really it. Thank you so much for watching, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, maybe support this channel on Patreon, maybe subscribe, and maybe consider buying the beautiful, wonderful person t-shirt to help support this channel. On that note, I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
And the drop bears also.
Yeah.
We're
Different
watching,
drop, but yeah.
talking about the Milky Way and then now drop bears. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
they
see,
connect.
I
You
don't
gotta
know
follow the
how, but
logic.
I've got no idea how they connect.
Yeah.
no, drop bears occur
Quantum
within
biology,
a
Terry.
distance
Quantum
of
biology.
less than 1 light year.
Right.
No, drop bears aren't biology. That's
Their
astrophysics.
nanotechnology come to life like von Neumann machines, and in fact, there's a big discussion going on in the scientific community that drop bears are actually of extraterrestrial origin. So,
drop bears are an element in the galaxy that has not been fully explored. If you go to Australia and you're not from Australia, you can see this strange phenomena.
Mm-hmm. They could be made of dark matter.
Yeah, well, I mean, they are a little darker than the average drop bear.
Mm-hmm.
I knew the guy in that video was not a flat earther when I saw the title because he punctuated "its" correctly.
Oh, Anton, yeah.
Well, also he used proper English, and he had proper punctuation.
That was before the video. That was before the video started playing. Just by the title, oh, this ain't a flat earther. He knows how to punctuate.
Oh, you can't tell me you don't know about Anton.
No, I didn't know who he was. Who's Anton?
Oh my God, dude!
You will enjoy his videos. I think.
Oh, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely go. Anton Petrov.
What the math?
Yeah, just go there. Just sub right now and just go to the videos.
Oh, there's a Brainy Beaver out in the peanut gallery. Are you subbed to me, Brainy? You can get your spanner back. No, we're talking about drop bears, not beavers.
And I suspect English isn't his native tongue either. Seems to be some kind of an accent.
What are you doing up this late, Beaver? What time is it?
Maybe he's a wet beaver.
It's 10 to 3. If you're still awake, you can come on for 5 minutes. Unless you've got to be quiet like other people do, because the missus or the kids, you'll wake them up.
Has this hangout been running all day, Alan? I mean, Terry?
Well, I thought I'd try to do an earlier start, like my about 10 o'clock, I think it was. That would have been...
Yeah, it was 8 a.m. my time, not the email alert went out.
Yeah, I just thought I'd have a go at it and see what happens.
Oh, I was shocked when you came on. I was like, what in the world?
Well, I just wanted to see what differences it make, but you seem to bump into... I seem to be rubbing shoulders with a lot of other creators too, because I think Sean was going, as well as Mr. Sensible. I don't know when he was. That's a regular time that he does what he did.
That's okay.
Yeah, I
You
think
can
Team
cash.
Skeptic
You know,
was
people
on
have
at
a
the same
choice.
time.
And then Sean G booked in as well. So I'm not sure.
Worry about
I'll have to work it
people have a
out.
choice.
Well, also, ironically enough, your position right next to me on the window, because I'm a longtime YouTuber and beginning to become a creator, because this flat Earth stuff is both funny and critical to the survival of mankind. Okay, that's the third conversation killer coin I get today. Thank you very much.
Well, I wait for the pause and then I can butt in. Brainy said he spent his day asking making a Nathan vid. I want a game now. Okay, Brainy. So you did a Nathan video today. Okay. When's that coming out? Pip says still
Yes,
going.
Pip.
Yes, Pip.
We got all kinds of stamina. We go all night, Pip.
Yeah, making. Yeah, I gathered it was making, but I was wondering when this video you made's coming out.
Who was the ancient Greek that first spotted a ship going over the horizon? Which Greek?
Wasn't Archimedes?
Yeah.
I don't know, one of them.
Travis is demanding to know how he went about falsifying his observation. You know, as if that's what we know the Earth is spherical. Because the ancient Greeks, Eratosthenes and Aristotle, or whoever.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Aristarchus.
Spartacus. Here's a great test for any flat earther. If you really think the Earth is flat, why don't you plot a flight plan with 3 90-degree angles to start and end in exactly the same place?
You can't expect a flurfer to do geometry.
Well, no, it's very simple.
You don't live on a model, and math is fake.
Show us a flight plan from Sydney to Santiago de Chile on a flat map.
Yeah, show us the distance and the flight time.
It's even easier. Just ask them how far it is from Sydney to Perth on Australia.
Just
a lot
tell
further
how
on the
far
flat map.
Australia is.
Yeah, flat map. It's almost 2.5 times further.
How far is Cape Horn from the nearest point to Antarctica?
Well, Sydney to Santiago is something like 3 times as long as it should be, and it flies over land to get there.
Explain.
I still can't get over the fact that they think that a sundial would work on a flat Earth due to perspective.
Yeah, well, I mean, they think
how's that work when
batteries.
How's that work when sundials don't have eyes, so therefore they don't have perspective?
I don't know. I keep getting that as a response to the fact. I mean, it is just a fact that you have to adjust the sundial's angle to accurately tell time with it, and that's based on your latitude. And latitude doesn't exist on a flat freaking plane.
And
there's not a 23.5 degree tilt on a flat freaking plane either.
No. I think you misheard them. You need to actually wind up. You need to wind it up like a watch. You need to wind up.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to be Sheeple's next project for me. Is either the wind up or steam powered sundial.
Oh no! Actually, it'd be a really sick thing to do is to make a wind-up sundial, right? But what it does is when you wind it up, it will rotate once for 24 hours.
I want a nuclear powered sundial. That way, I don't have to change its batteries.
Fair. It's a good idea.
Well, you could do that, but how long did you want to live again?
Oh,
You're going to carry a nuclear reactor on your back.
Philosopher, I'll just say it again, and think about it really hard. I want a nuclear powered sundial.
No, I get that.
Fusion power, I assume, since the sun.
Oh, that will do. That will do fine. I'm happy with fusion. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
it is fusion powered, isn't it?
But you'd have to be.
I'm gonna make up an effect. I'm gonna call it the photoelectric effect, and then I'm gonna build these things out of it called solar panels, and then we're gonna have a solar powered sundial for you. It's coming your way. Like $399.95 US plus shipping and handling.
Send $399.95 if you want it, $499.95 if you don't. To United States, kill the Flat Earth Society.
Send it to freaking Frack the Tappet Brothers. And our lawyers, do we cheat them and how?
You know, I got this wrist sundial. It's a sundial on my wrist, so I just have to point it at the sun, and I can see what time it is.
Nice.
You know, like the Flintstones.
Yeah. Those guys were ahead of their time.
You can actually buy one of them.
Yeah, you can buy a sundial watch.
Yeah.
When Terry was doing his ancient machines and technologies and stuff, we found a company that they make tailor-made products along those lines. So solar powered sundials and sundial watches, and they all flip out, and they all are quite you have to adjust for your angle of your dangle of where you are on the globe and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah, I think they're also selling a diver's sundial watch.
Yes.
Is it waterproof?
You know, those are the ones that can go down to 5,000
waterproof
feet.
to about 200 meters, I think.
Oh, no, more than that. No, the 500 meters now. You heard about the new advancements in the sundial steel technology. See, all you do is you just get a Velcro strap. You take a dial off of your oven, grind off all the numbers, and then you just put a clock on it and grind down one side.
I
glue that to the strap.
I feel like I'm getting bullshitted right now. I'm gonna throw that out.
No, dude, this is totally, absolutely real stuff.
Philosopher, have you got your bullshit detector on at the moment?
I've got the bullshit generator on at the moment.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Oh, you want me to turn that off? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, but if I only make bullshit up in the last 10 seconds, how do you make bullshit up that predates my bullshit?
Well, let's just say this way: if flat earthers can bullshit, I can out bullshit them because I'm the king of bullshit.
Yeah, but you can't predate bullshit by predate. That's like that's traveling backwards in time, which you can't do.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Terry. I don't think philosophers' bullshit is limited by time or space.
No, I am beyond time or space because they, of course, don't exist.
He lives in a bullshit world of an eternal now.
I'm in quantum flux of bullshit.
He lives in the quantum bullshit realm.
See, this is why I messed up Picasso's paintings.
Did you like connect the dots?
No, I just gave him 12 hits of acid.
Oh,
from the 60s. I gave him the brown acid. That's what happened.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, sorry about the whole Jesus thing. That was, an experiment. I messed it up.
I've got to go back through the internet and have a look and see if there's anything that'll do me for the next.
You mean with all this time we've given you with like our bullshit generation, it's just endlessly flowing verbal diarrhea that we all seem to be so capable of.
My hands were doing something else.
Oh,
Fair.
Oh no! I don't want to hear about your private life.
Go on.
Well, Terry, do you want to watch some Flatardia type video?
Yeah, I've heard that there's might be some around.
Oh, hang on. I've got one that you might want to look so that you've actually got one you can maybe debunk a little bit, or maybe watch it now and debunk it later, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Terry, before you do that, you've got an Aniceto Maldonado in the chat.
Yeah,
that's
Annie.
naked.
Yeah, Annie's naked. He's our Greek connection.
Yeah, but he also caught on to the bullshit time machine.
Greek? I always imagined him to be more of like the South American persuasion.
Internal
like
Terry.
Sexy Latin kind of.
I thought he was from Boston.
I kind of get this Antonio Banderas vibe from him, you know.
Oh,
Very
or
Latin. Very
sleeping.
heat.
Well, oh yeah, I seen that, Peter. I thought I should have grabbed it before.
That's all right.
Yeah,
it doesn't go long.
No.
So I about got it right, Aniceto, or are you kind of an Antonio Banderas look-alike? That's what I'm picking up from you.
Now, who was the guy in the Highlander series? Not Sean Connery, but the other guy, Adrian Paul.
Oh, from the television series?
Yeah, Adrian Paul from the television series.
What about him?
Well, I was just thinking Aniceto was more the Adrian Paul type. I know, look at the name. It just sounds like that. I mean, replace Adrian Paul with the name. Couldn't you put the face to that name?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm really feeling like Antonio Banderas from like Zorro or the Mexican. You know, I mean,
I don't get it. It's Aniceto that gets me.
Yeah, that screams Mexican to me.
That like very loud.
Yeah.
It like jumping
like
beans loud.
Not the Taco Bell type Mexican you hear up here, but like the real deep down shit that they keep tourists away from.
Oh, it
so
might
you
be a
don't know
different
about
person
their
I'm thinking of.
ancient Aztec temples.
You know the one that
they
comes
still
onto
got.
Discord?
Yeah.
We've got an Annie over there.
That's
Cheech. Nice. So you look like Cheech Marin. Awesome. Okay.
There we go.
Dave's not here, man.
Every time I think
Nikos.
of Cheech Marin, I think
I'm thinking of a
scene
Nikos.
from-
Nikos.
Yes, you are.
Starts with is short. I
Still
call him
Don.
Annie as well. Sorry, Aniceto. My mistake. It's all Greek to me, but then again, I don't know Spanish or Mexican.
Well, now you're cheating. Actually,
I'm not being
cheating over here,
racist. I'm just being forgetful.
Play?
Play? Oh yeah, that'd be an idea.
Press play.
Oh yeah, the other play.
Yeah, wait a minute. I gotta give you the share.
Come and play.
Whenever
Share.
Phil kills a conversation, we should say press play.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Blue Marble Science. Today, Riley said if you add 1 mile to Earth radius, it'll be as big as Jupiter.
Oh, do you know, Mr. Sensible thinks that we might have debunked the radius of Earth, but that's all we've debunked, but doesn't realise that if we've debunked the radius of Earth, then that would make the black swan distance to the horizon force the radius to at least half the size of the sun, and that's being conservative because we put the horizon at 10 miles. And using Mick West's curve calculator, we can change the radius of Earth, and he's done all the maths for us. So we just put in the new radius to see where the horizon would be at 10 miles. And what do you know? It's half the size of the sun. But he thinks that he can get away with saying that we've debunked the radius to, instead of 39.59 miles, He thinks that it would be 3960 or 3961 miles, not realizing that the actual scale difference would be half the size of the sun. So is there any evidence of the distance to the sun? Don't know, Mr. Sensible's changing all the variables by conceding that we've debunked the radius, so we don't really know how big the sun or how far away the sun is anymore, because Mr. Sensible thinks that we might have debunked the Earth's radius value.
All right.
But I was there for the through. Oh, well, maybe.
You can talk now.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say that. Yeah. Thanks, Terry. I'm going to get Bob and Odell on you for that. I was not only there for the entirety, and I mean beginning to end of that entire live stream between Mr. Sensible and Leaky Warrior, as I call him. But I was also there for the 2.5 hour Discord chat afterwards, where he rage quit on me. There was only me and 2 other people there, and he was backed into a corner. He couldn't respond. We triangulated Wonder Twin Powers Unite, and he rage quit. When he kept saying in the chat that he would not rage quit. And then he did exactly the same thing. Because everything he said on the live stream, Mr. Sensible was too nice to him. But when we were just on the Discord, out of public view, we weren't so nice to him. We broke down everything he said on live stream, and he got so frustrated that he had no explanation that he rage quit. He is a coward. He is nothing. He doesn't know anything about anything.
Yeah. Dude, from what I understand, the only reason he went on Mr. Sensible's show is because somehow their little echo chamber convinced Riley that Mitchell from Australia just wrecked him. You know, had Mr. Sensible just stumbling and stammering, so he was easy prey. Like, this was going to be Riley's little comeback to public debate, you know. And I think
Mitchell was trying to brag. See what I did? I made Mr. Sensible stumble because I made stupid arguments that made no sense. And so then Riley decided, oh well, I'm gonna finish him off, kill one of these Globers, and he got slaughtered. The only time Mr. Sensible was just maybe wasn't quite as prepared for just how ridiculous Riley was. But
I think he was. I think he was expecting it, because if you notice, there was a giant text up in the top of that video. So if Riley was going to share anything that Mr. Sensible actually said in a video, there'd be a big bar at the top that said, "This is not a debate. This is a conversation or a discussion." You can't frame it like it's a debate on your channel, Riley. You can't make it look like you wrecked him with rhetoric, because you didn't. And it was just supposed to be a conversation anyway. You're the one that took it all, wackadoo.
Riley, right out of the gate, Riley turned it into a debate. And Mr. Sensible kept trying to say, hey, no, I'm not debating. We're just talking. No, Riley just went right into debate mode.
He treated Mr. Sensible like it was his show.
Well, yeah, he tried to hijack the show.
I was like, dude, this isn't your channel. What are you doing?
And if you listen to his voice, you see the reason why it sounds so loud is, like, I actually audio analyzed his voice versus Mr. Sensible. Mr. Sensible comes out as a clean waveform because he's not putting excess effects on his voice. I mean, there's a little bit of fuzz here and there, but that's because of just his output software. But Riley, you look at Riley's voice pattern, and it is just a solid bar of just thick effects, constant reverb, revoicing. I think he's using his voice 3 times oversampled. And he just, that's how he comes out with this thick, gooey, just molasses thick voice. And, you know, and he does that to try to, he does that intentionally because he knows at a normal level, when he comes in with that, with those audio effects, he just literally smothers anyone else talking. So if someone else is talking, it's hard to hear them over him, even though you're at the same levels.
Okay.
No, he does this intentionally. He like I watched him in his earlier streams, and his voice just got thicker and thicker and thicker. But then I've heard him talk in person without any effects from someone else. He doesn't sound anything like that.
Okay.
But he's a clown. He fakes everything. And he doesn't, he knows the world isn't flat. He knows it's a globe.
What's Brainy going about? We have seen his potato. He has seen everything maxed in red. The whole thing was red all over. He showed his screen and we laughed at his potato. Everything is red lining.
Because he has, at first it sounded like he had a potato for a microphone.
Yeah, well, that's just all the effects he puts on it.
That's not what Brony's talking about.
He has everything.
You know how you've got banana, Terry.
Oh yeah, I got banana.
Yeah, so there's banana and there's potato.
Yeah.
When Riley has everything set up perfectly, everything's maxed out. So all of the audio signal is right up in the red.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons why he can sound like it does.
Oh yeah, you need potato the audio. Sorry, I didn't make that.
So
well, I'm on a different level to you guys.
Yeah, because you're a dictator. you put the dick in dictator.
Well, see, I can turn mine right up to there. If I can have mine up like that.
Oh, that doesn't sound very much different.
Doesn't it? Okay.
No. So your so-called power is weak sauce.
You'll just start clipping if you're not careful, Terry.
Yeah, I would do. Yeah.
But he can put you in. He can put you in the green room.
Well, I've got the COMP dial and I've got a gate dial. I don't know what the COMP dial means.
Compression.
Oh, okay. What happens if I turn that one up?
If you've got the compressor on, it won't really matter what your gain is. If your gain's low, it'll boost it, and if your gain's too high, it will cut it.
Oh, okay.
Gate, that's a noise gate.
Yeah, I've got the gate at 3.8.
Yeah, that's a noise gate, and comp is compression.
Yeah. I don't want to touch the gate any more than what it is. That's about
no, yeah, because they're coming in nice and clear. So
yeah.
All the gate will do is set a lower threshold, and then if the audio is too low, it will just cut it out. That's what a gate does.
Oh, okay.
It's a noise gate. Probably won't make much difference.
Yeah. The gate only opens with so much pressure. You can think of it that way.
Yeah, I'm happy with banana, Brainy. It does me.
I've heard potato was better though, because banana doesn't only give you like 2 channels.
They're actually pretty much the same. Like Brainy pointed out just before, the only major difference is how many inputs you get.
Yeah, I've only got 3 inputs. My microphone. I've got a hardware input 2 and a hardware input 3. That's it, and I don't use those 2.
See, I'm not even playing with vegetables yet, but I'm willing to try it. I'm going to try out potato and see how it works. Maybe it'll take the rasp out of my voice.
I'm old school. My internet router has a pull
start cord. Good one.
Are you kidding? I'm riding a bicycle right now to power my Wi-Fi. No, I'm not actually.
We could always watch a bit of the Team Skeptics one, but I think everyone's probably already seen that.
I know, actually, I missed that one.
Oh,
You
no,
missed Team
special agent Victor. Oh, we gotta do something on Special Agent Victor. Come on, just
I think
a little
MC
bit.
Toon did he have a show tonight?
I did see MC Toon had a discussion with somebody.
He had Daz and the cameraman on.
Yeah, that's it.
Again. I know Reds is doing a rocket launch in I think it's 36 hours or something like that.
Oh shit.
Well, that's good.
So you know what that's going to run into, don't you, Terry?
Is that going to run into ours?
Oh, it might, just a lot.
Yeah, hey, Brady Beaver.
No, that's 12.
I know
We're live again in another 12 hours, so.
I just want to address Brady Beaver saying he'd be on banana if I could, but I couldn't route everything the way I can with potato. Well, I'm just waiting for carrot to come out and then maybe pumpkin. Well, I mean, banana, potato, carrot seems like the next logical progression. And then there's going to be pumpkin and then watermelon, like grapefruit, cantaloupe. See, I know cantaloupe will give you 32 inputs.
Fancy.
Yeah, but it hasn't come out yet. But then again, like I said, I live in a quantum, a quantum flux of BS. So take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, just going back to that Special Agent Victor, that was the next level.
We got to show some of that. Come on.
That was like the combination between someone who doesn't know what they're talking about and someone like Nathan Oakley. You know, it was a combination of the two. Like, he couldn't even string together sentences. He was getting very angry. It was incredible.
Sheeple, the best part, FTFE shuts him down, right? He says, oh, but it's flat because this. FTFE shuts him down. Then he's silent for 20 seconds, like, oh my God, you broke Forrest Gump. And then he comes back with, but it's flat.
Yeah.
Everything comes back to, but it's flat. Yeah. But no, it isn't. I just debunked you.
The stolen valor. I didn't have.
Terry, I'm just dropping that on the internal chat if you wanted to have a bit of a look at it.
I've already got Team Skeptics running.
That's crazy.
That's the one you're talking about?
No, this was Fight the Flat Earth with Special Agent Victor.
Is it? Oh, that's
Team Skeptic was meant to be doing the moderation, but then he chimed in and started.
Well, you know how Team is.
Yeah,
you know how Team is because once he hears that line of BS, you just cannot stop.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Resist.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I get what he's saying, but it doesn't for the biased prospective suffering minions. They see that as someone getting triggered, and he got so angry, and it's just like, no, he got frustrated with the level of stupidity, but he could have gone out about it a different way to kind of strengthen the argument that Fight the Flat Earth was calmly presenting, before he asked the team to step in and explain some things. So
but then again, if you were Team right there, yeah, I would. If I would have screamed at him too, because the guy was just so frustratingly stupid. I was yelling at my screen. People, I mean, if anyone heard me from outside my my place, they probably would have been thinking this guy's insane. But like, who the hell is he yelling at? But I'm yelling at my screen, just like, oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Play, Terry.
No, but I think that's what made it.
Play.
I think that's what made it worse. It would have made it stronger if Team had stayed calm and dismantled his argument. But I get that's Team Skeptic, and I get what he was saying about sugarcoating things and all the rest of it. I just don't think it's. I mean, to the person who understands the argument, it's fine, but it doesn't translate well across all levels of understanding.
Well, yeah, but see, also Team has dealt with a lot of this stuff. I mean,
yeah,
it weighs on you a bit, and you get frustrated because how can people be this dense? It's the other side of Dunning-Kruger. It's like, I know how to swim. How can you not know how to swim? It's easy. Just get in the water, swing your arms. You're swimming. But people don't get it.
All right then.
I've played the rains down in Africa.
Play? Did you say play?
Gonna play the things that I want to play. The things
and then I'll take some time and present my evidence, and then you can go over what I presented, and I can go over what you've presented. So why don't we just get into this? Over to you. 10 minutes. Introduce yourself. Tell us why you're a flat earther, a bit about yourself, and present some evidence.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther since I've been young. My name's Vict. When I was 4 years old, I went flying to America. I got to sit in the cockpit and most of the flight, and basically it is flat.
Okay.
On my flight, we were up in restricted airspace as well, so shouldn't have really been up as high as we went. But
okay. So what evidence do you have? You've got 10 minutes, so the floor is yours.
Well, it's more of a question to prove the ball theory, because space and the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, I can't see how you can have gas pressure being maintained next to a vacuum or in a vacuum.
Okay, but surely you've got some actual evidence of the Earth being flat, because
this was reverse. His badge. It says dishonor before death.
We're reading his badge, and it's got dishonor before death.
It's death before dishonor.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but this says it's dishonor before death.
Yeah. So he's going to be a traitor before anyone kills him.
It's back to front. It's back to front than what I thought it would be.
Yeah. Exactly. So
it's got a real serial number though.
No, guys.
That's 911-322.
This badge is made
exactly
by a company. This badge is made by a joke company.
Anyway. Yeah, that's definitely not a real badge.
Toy badge.
What's that? Specials in inverted commas.
Yeah.
That is too.
Yeah.
That's special.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding. And he's taking this seriously.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
there has to be some.
Rainfall pattern. How rain falls when it comes down.
So you sent me a video. Let me put up that video on screen for everyone to see. All right, so tell us what we're seeing here.
I can't actually see. We've got a chat bit in the way that I can't remove.
You can actually move that.
That will freeze in a second. If you can pause it when that freezes in a second, I'll tell you when to pause it.
Okay.
Give it a couple more seconds. you'll see the actual screen freeze, and then when you pause it, when it actually freezes.
Yeah, sure. So just here. There we go.
Yeah. Well, as I can't see the actual screen, it's hard to describe. Well, you can see the brickwork behind the water droplet, the big.
Oh, you broke up a set there. Could you repeat that?
Turn off your camera.
Which is plumb and level and parallel. Because I've checked it.
Right.
And the water droplet beside it, on the left-hand side of it, is actually parallel to it.
Okay.
And if it was to be falling from a sphere surface from above, or a sphere shape down onto a sphere, it would come down as like a upside-down pyramid form, as a V form, because it would be spread further apart the higher up in the atmosphere, and as it comes down, it would like gather together.
Okay.
If it was concave, it would do the opposite. It would be coming down as a pyramid form. It would start off as a small point together and then spread apart, which doesn't happen.
Okay. That's lovely. Is there any more evidence that you've got?
Well, as I said, about needing a container for the gas pressure.
Okay.
And you can't get around that with gravity, because under current science, gravity is like the bending of the conceptual medium.
Okay. Lovely. Is that everything? Is that pretty much what you've got for Flat Earth?
More or less. Well, I've got high altitude photographs, but quite a lot of them ain't mine, so I can't really verify them.
Right, okay. So on your screen where the chat box is, can you put your finger on that and move it out of the way? Just so you'll be able to see what I present in.
I can slide it up. It doesn't actually move.
All right, okay. Might be an issue with you seeing the things I'm presenting.
I've managed to get it so I can see it a bit better now.
All right, awesome. Okay, so evidence that the Earth is indeed a sphere is actually pretty easy to find and experimentally demonstrated in many ways. One of the best ways that it's been done is by a fellow YouTuber called Slice Barcane, who actually, in collaboration with a whole bunch of people around the world, 23 participants in 9 different countries, conducted a simple experiment similar to that of Eratosthenes over 2,000 years ago. The test is simple. Using the latitude of each participant, as longitude will be either 180 or 0, the sun's elevation angle was measured.
Intangible object.
Right, okay, I didn't interrupt you during yours, so you just listen to the evidence, okay?
Well, that's a fallacy, it's intangible.
Yeah, okay, just listen to the evidence. So, the sun's elevation angle was measured during solar noon. These angles were then placed across both a flat plane and a sphere to see which model the angles correspond to. So basically, 23 people across 9...
Depending whether you have a close sun or a far away sun, it will match on either.
Dude, I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt what I'm presenting. All right? So just listen to the evidence, okay? So, with 23 participants in 9 different countries, they took the elevation angle of the sun at solar noon and then placed it onto a flat map and a sphere. When placed onto a flat map, you had different positions that the sun would be. All these lines intersected in different points, indicating that if the Earth was flat and the sun was small and local, based on these 23 different positions, the sun would have conflicting positions in the sky.
Yes, and none of that
Wait. I'm presenting. Don't interrupt until I'm done, okay? Now, when this was...
refraction of that day.
Okay, stop interrupting while I'm presenting. I didn't do that to you, okay? When placed onto a sphere model, the conclusion was that the sun rays were coming in parallel. Being at solar noon, directly above you, you will have minimal refraction, practically 0 refraction as it be coming through the same medium.
So is the sun a laser beam?
And as you can see, on a sphere, the lines would be parallel. But when placed onto a flat map, you did not get what you see in reality. Only one of these models worked. Now, a lot of flat earthers have issues with things like this because the sun's in the sky, they don't understand refraction or whatever. So there is actually real world observations of the spherical nature of our planet. In New York, there is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge is a suspension bridge, and it is so large that the people that made the bridge actually had to take into account the curvature of the Earth. The reason they had to do this was because of the pillars, which are 207 meters above sea level. Let me just zoom in on that a bit, actually, so you can see what it says. Come on. So the main span of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is so long that the curvature of the surface had to be taken into account the design of the towers. The towers are 207 meters in elevation above sea level. The top of the towers are 1 5/8 inches further apart than they are at the bottom. The towers are perfectly plumb. They have to be for the nature of the suspension bridge. Yet the top of the towers were further apart than the bottom of the towers by the expected amount of the Earth's curvature. So even taking into account things like it being plumb and the zenith angles in between it, what you actually found was, in this case, the zenith angles of the plumb lines were more than 180, meaning that the surface of the Earth was in fact convex. To further back up the fact that the Earth is in fact convex, a good friend of mine and fellow YouTuber Miles Davis took videos, while he was up some hills in Scotland. Now let me just get that up because it crashed earlier. I've lost
the Grand Undulate. I'm not arguing that. The water level though is along the parallel datum line of level.
Yeah,
it is flat.
No, level and flat don't mean the same thing.
As the Marine Corps of Engineers will tell you.
Wait. I haven't finished. I've lost the blooming picture that I wanted to show you. My bad. Give me 1 sec. Where is it? Oh my god. I'm sorry. Let me just get the correct picture so I can show you. Here we go. Right. Whilst up Terrapin Law in Scotland, which is just down the road from me, he took these images as well as some other images. The camera height was at 210 meters above sea level being the datum, so that is the base of where we are measuring from. And Hopetoun Monument, the top of Hopetoun Monument on the left there, is 210 meters above sea level. Now those mountains in the background are all around 1,000 meters above sea level.
So why is the camera pitched upwards?
Their camera isn't pitched upwards. This is actually taken from a video where you can see. It is the middle, the eye line.
The camera is pitched upwards.
Right. The camera is at 210 meters above sea level. That red line is also 210 meters above sea level. That is your eye level. Eye level is not the center of the frame. Eye level is a reference point. And the eye level here shows that things that are about 4 to 5 times higher than the thing we are looking at.
Level of this camera.
Stop interrupting when I am talking.
Of the center of the screen.
Stop interrupting when I am talking, dude. I didn't interrupt you, so please don't interrupt me. The camera height.
It's angled upwards.
It's not angled up at all. The camera height is 210 meters. The top of Hopetoun Monument is 210 meters. Those things in the distance are 4 to 5 times as high. If the camera is angled up, it's such a small amount here that it's not going to make something that is 4 to 5 times higher fall below what eye level is. You have a reference of eye level, which is in the middle of the screen there, showing that the camera is not actually pointed up or down in any way. That reference line is the middle of the screen. That reference line is the middle of the screen. And those things that
Have you ever seen Father Ted?
Yes, but those things in the distance have fallen below eye level.
Distance, look little.
Yeah, but it would not make something fall below the eye level. No matter how big or small it was, the eye level would be where it is.
Angular resolution, yes.
No. Things would not fall below eye level. They would not go below the eye level. That is your reference frame.
Calculator doesn't account for it.
Yeah, then the reference frame here shows that the things in the background are 4 to 5 times lower than they should.
Calculator only
I'm gonna mute you whilst I'm gonna mute you because you're not listening. You don't talk when I'm doing my presentation, all right? Eye level here is the important thing. Angular resolution would not make something fall below eye level. It would shrink it into the eye level. It would not make it fall below. That is not how angular resolution works. The actual calculation for angular resolution and stuff is alpha equals 2 times the arc tan times g over 2r. And when you do that, you don't get things falling below eye level. This is absolute evidence that the Earth has curve. Now, the Earth is curved. I've shown lots of evidence of it. There is another extremely good evidence of it when you actually look at the proper cameras on the dog cam. So let's have a look at this quick video. Get rid of the closed captions. So what we're seeing here, we are seeing one of the cameras on dog cam. There is 2 cameras on the dog cam, okay? One of them is a fisheye lens, 360 degree, and one is one that does not have the distortion. Let me get to the bit where it shows the distortions. So, if we are looking at a fisheye lens, as something passes the 0 point, it will cause a distortion, either up or down. We know this. So, the way that we can see that this camera is not fisheye is because the one on the right is this is the fisheye one, and as you can see, the horizon becomes convex and concave, goes up and down, up and down. But when you go to this one, even as it passes the center line, as you can see there, it stays convex. It stays curved, as we expect. They've compressed the image on the right to show you there that there is curve. And it matches, at the height it is, it matches the Earth curve calculations. If you're talking, I can't hear you because you're muted right now because this is my time to present. Okay, so there is once again some more evidence that the Earth is in fact curved with the calculated horizon that you expect to get, exactly as our Earth calculator predicts. So the Earth is curved. There is plenty of evidence for it. Now the other thing is that there's evidence that the Earth rotates. How do we know there's evidence that the Earth rotates? Well, luckily enough, good old Bob Supernoodle Doodle.
To the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
Yeah, absolutely, you were, Bob. So what Bob's talking about is an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope, which uses the Sagnac effect to calculate movement and to register what movement actually is happening. And when they turned on that gyroscope, they found that there was...
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay, you're still talking when it's my time to present, so I'm going to mute you again. You need to learn how conversations work, Victor. So what he found was when they turned on the interferometric fiber optic gyroscope, it picked up a 15 degree drift. The same as every single fiber optic gyroscope on the planet picks up a 15 degree drift in 3 axes. Not only that, interferometric fiber optic gyroscopes pick up a 1 degree drift a day around the sun on a 2D plane, which again matches the predictions that we say of the Earth curving and the Earth rotating. It is undeniable. There is no other explanation for why an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope would pick up a drift. Shouting it doesn't match the scientific method means nothing, because I doubt you know what the scientific method is, just like you didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics. I'm going to unmute you now so that we can discuss the evidence that we have been talking about. Victor,
You're using a micro-pulse laser.
You were very bad there.
Which is giving you that fucking cause.
No. Do you know how light works?
Yes.
Do you know how light works?
Yes, you're using a pulsating laser beam.
What does that matter? Why would that make a 15 degree per hour drift?
Because that is the interference pattern that you're registering. The pulsating of the laser.
Do you know how the Sagnac effect works? Right.
Yeah, it's made up.
No, it's not made up. Not at all. Okay, so this is basically what's going on inside the interferometric fiber optic gyroscope. That blue box is what fires the laser. One laser, okay? Now when it hits that cross section, right, that's a silver coated mirror that splits the beam into two paths.
Yeah, pulsed laser, yeah.
Okay, so, and as the beam travels around this path, if the time that the beam takes to travel on both paths is the same, you don't get an interference pattern. No matter if it's pulsing or not, you don't get an interference pattern because it is the one laser that is splitting into two paths. And then it measures the time that the laser takes to leave the blue box to get back to it and then register an interference pattern. If it's rotating like it is now, that's when you detect an interference pattern. It doesn't matter if it's pulsing or not, it's the time that the light takes to travel the paths and the difference between them that gives you the interference pattern. Nothing to do with a pulsating laser. Okay? So why are we picking up this 15-degree drift? Still there, Victor?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Why are we picking up a 15-degree drift if it is measuring the time that the light takes to travel around the path? Well?
He wasn't prepared for that.
No, he wasn't. There is no explanation on a non-rotating path. There absolutely is no explanation for it on something that isn't moving. Absolutely none at all. The only explanation is it'll physically attach to something that is moving or is in the same reference frame as the thing that is moving. That is the only way that you can register an interference pattern.
Well, as it falls out of the scientific method because it's a man-made device and not a natural phenomenon.
The scientific method has nothing to do with not using man-made devices.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
The phenomena observed has to be a natural phenomenon.
And the phenomenon that we observe is the Earth rotates. And then they designed this to test that. What you are saying is that science isn't allowed to use... No. What you are saying is that science isn't allowed to use tools. Victor, that's a very silly thing to say. Because tools are there for science...
Where is your R for the sphere to start with?
Victor, hey, Victor, may I ask you a
Where is your R for... Where is your R radius
Victor,
sphere
Victor,
to start
Victor.
with?
Victor, the moderator wants to ask you a question.
Victor, I have a very serious question to ask you. Are you fucking retarded?
No, I'm not fucking retarded, motherfucker.
Well, you're not acting fucking like you're not, so can you please start acting like you're not fucking retarded?
Where's your R? The furthest you've ever dug, or anybody's ever dug, is like 12 kilometers deep.
Yeah, okay. R's nothing to do with the way that an
interferometric
fiber optic gyroscope works. The gyroscope.
You need R for your radius.
You don't need R
to start with. Yes, you do.
You don't need R.
To be able to have the spin. Because the magnetic field causes a spin. It causes a spin in Mercury as well.
No, a magnetic field.
Yes, it does.
A magnetic field cannot cause an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope to change because light has no charge and is not affected by magnetic fields.
Oh, it does have a charge.
No, light has no charge.
I think a TV monitor used to work.
A light has zero charge. Light has zero charge, Victor. There is no charge to light. No, it's a fact. Light has zero charge.
How do you...
So funny. Oh. Terry's paused it.
Oh, is that better? Now you can hear me? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, this idiot. I should have had face palm protection and I should have moved the monitor out of punching range.
Yeah.
I didn't realise I was led to believe that he was bad, but I didn't think he was below bad, minus in the negative, whatever.
One of the worst of 2020, I'd say, so far, Terry.
And in the side chat, who mentioned? Where are we? So I have to scroll back up. Somebody mentioned the FDDF awards or whatever they are.
Yes.
Who's that? Oh, Don Giovanni. Don Giovanni. We don't have the DFOTY award here. We have the the FDD award, which is the Fair Dinkum Drongo award. And I definitely think he's in the top running at the moment.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get them rendered first, and then just do some. Basically, for the last 3 months, we'll give them a rendered award, and then we'll actually print one out and present it.
Yeah, I think so.
On camera.
Because
Yeah,
our FDD awards are going to surpass the DFOTY awards for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, especially with it.
Do you think they used to bend light in CRT screens?
They didn't bend the light.
They used to splat it out, you're splitting it between magnets to fucking project it onto the screen.
Yeah, that's not how a CRT works. Light has zero charge, Victor. This is just a fact. If you want to Google, does light have a charge,
It's
and
an
find the answer for
gun
yourself.
in the back of the TV firing electrons at the screen.
Electrons aren't
Electrons
aren't light. Victor, electrons aren't light. Okay? Light has zero charge and is therefore unaffected by magnetic fields. So,
if that's the case, how do you have your refractive index?
Do you know what a refractive index is?
Stuck up the arse on that one, ain't you?
No, light has no charge and is not affected by magnetic field. Refraction is nothing to do with magnetism.
So therefore it can't change or bend round the curve, can it?
Absolutely can, because refraction is nothing to do with magnetism.
No, it can't, because it's not...
Victor, refraction is nothing to do with magnetism. Refraction is to do with light going into a denser medium and altering the vector of the wave of light. That's nothing to do with magnets. They're two different things. Do you know how to calculate a coefficient of refraction?
No, not offhand. Not without looking.
Do you know what a lapse rate is?
No.
A thermal inversion duct? No, you don't know any of these terms because you don't know what refraction is. Refraction is the bending of light due to the change of density of a medium. Nothing to do with magnets. Magnets do not affect light because light has zero charge. So, it brings me back to the point of an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope. Why do every single one of them on the planet pick up a 15-degree drift in 3 axes and a 1-degree drift a day on 1 axis around the sun? What causes that on a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Could it be due to the potential charge in the atmosphere?
No, the units are self-contained and do not...
You cannot shield from?
Light is not affected by any kind of electromagnetic charge because it has no charge itself. We just went through that, Victor. Okay, so no, there is nothing that will be affecting that, and there's no way it can see anything that is outside of what it is in. So there is no answer as to why it picks up a 15-degree drift every hour in 3 axes and a 1-degree drift a day in 1 axis around the sun. There is no explanation for it other than it is on something that is doing that. Okay? Maybe you need to look into that because there simply is no answer.
Equipment being used.
Oh, so there's a bias in every single interferometric fiber optic gyroscope that every single modern aircraft has 3 of, and if they weren't working correctly would make you crash into mountains. No. There is no bias in the machines.
End up crashing into mountains.
There is no bias in the machines because all they're doing is
firing
firing.
What a pilot will tell you is at a certain altitude you fly by eye. Don't use your compasses or directions unless it's cloudy.
That's irrelevant to what they show. The thing about interferometric fiber optic gyroscopes is, based on what they're detecting, they can actually know what latitude and stuff you're on. And when you have to put in the details on a flight console, you have to put in the actual latitude that you're on. Because if you're not, the machine detects that based on the gyroscopes and will not work properly. So interferometric fiber optic gyroscopes work exactly as we say. There is no explanation for it other than they are on something that is moving. Right, so that about covers that. There is no other explanation for it. Now, I would love to talk to you about the second law of thermodynamics. What is the second law of thermodynamics? Because you mentioned that apparently our atmosphere violates it. Yeah, okay. Explain it to me. What does the second law of thermodynamics say?
Basically, the second law of thermodynamics is like the movement of energy, like from high.
No, it's nothing to do with the movement of energy from high
pressure to low pressure.
No, that's not the second law of thermodynamics.
From hot to cold.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Because it's very wrong.
That is the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it's really not. Do you want to know what the second law of thermodynamics is? The second law of thermodynamics. Yes. The second law of thermodynamics.
Is the first law something can't be destroyed or created or something?
That's energy.
Oh.
Can't be destroyed.
Energy is not created or destroyed. It is just transferred.
Yeah, but is that the first one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think so.
Yeah.
No, the second law.
You're trying to.
The second law of
thermodynamics. Second law.
No. Listen. The second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of an isolated system will always increase over time. What has that to do with the atmosphere? Because the Earth is not an isolated system. Do you know what is an isolated system? Is the universe. And when we're talking about the second law of thermodynamics, it talks about the total entropy of an isolated system.
So where was the second law of thermodynamics discovered, dumbass? On Earth.
Irrelevant. The second law of thermodynamics.
That's why it's the second law, you fucking dickhead.
Yeah, but you didn't even know what it was. Dude, seriously, you're acting like a moron. The second law of thermodynamics
from hot to cold, always.
He's not acting like a moron. It's not an act.
It was the second law because it was what?
Because it was discovered on Earth.
It was discovered
so that makes it the second law, you dickhead.
Yeah, it makes it the second law because it was discovered on Earth. Because the first law was discovered in outer space, which doesn't exist. But then again, you ask him what the first law of thermodynamics is.
Oh yes, Stewie, he is a very special agent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that is not what the law of entropy is. Because the second law of thermodynamics says
it dictates from hot to cold.
The second law of thermodynamics says
to low energy.
Victor, the second law of thermodynamics says that there can be microstates within the total system that increase or decrease of entropy, but the total entropy of the entire system will still increase over time. For instance, you go and tidy your bedroom or your hovel, wherever you live in, then you are decreasing the entropy in that room. Okay? And that is according to you, going against the second law of thermodynamics.
1842 to 1923 could not have given his demonstration of pouring liquid hydrogen without the 19th century work on thermodynamics.
Yes.
The law of conservation of energy and identifying the heat as energy were vital advances in the idea that the heat of an object depends on the movement of its molecules.
Yeah, nothing there says that.
The concept of absolute zero and is the basics of the 20th century.
Exactly, and none of that is about hot always going to cold or high always going to low. That's not what the second law of thermodynamics says. The second law of thermodynamics. Shut up. The second law of thermodynamics is specifically.
It's to do with the fucking heat transfer.
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth, you moronic idiot. The second law of thermodynamics is to do with an isolated system. Is the Earth an isolated system? No, it's not.
That law is for fucking dickhead.
No, the second law of thermodynamics only says that the total entropy of an isolated system will always increase over time. That's it. It says nothing about the atmosphere. Now, the thing about the atmosphere is we have a barrier keeping it on the Earth. There is a barrier of energy.
What's this barrier? What's this barrier you're now making up? What?
Oh, I'm not making it. I'm not making it up.
Have one.
It absolutely does. There's a barrier.
Zero G, frictionless free environment. What stops the law of motion then? Of the gas particles freely fucking off.
I've got a perfect something set up for that. Actually, a demonstration that team helped me with earlier.
Oh, yes, it's in a container, isn't it? In a vessel, in a chamber.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. If you want to shut your mouth and listen for a second.
Oh, come on, and show me your non-container container, then.
Yes.
Come on, then, show me your...
The old container, eh?
Yeah.
So who takes the worst flat earther award, I wonder? Is it America, England?
Well, we've got
the
Mitchell
UK,
from Australia.
or
We got this guy.
No, this
funny
guy
how-
claims to be no, this guy claims to be English, though.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's English.
He's
I mean, I don't know if we've got I don't know if the ratio of known flurfers in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland kind of matches those populations.
Oh, I think the United States is
you've got the king.
Zero for flat
You're king of idiots over in the US. That's for sure.
Yeah, we're really good at stupid.
You got them crawling out of the woodwork.
Yeah, just look at our cars.
I just have to say 2 words. Nathan Thompson.
Yeah.
No, actually, you only needed to say 1 word, Farmer.
Nathan. Yeah.
Nathan.
Yeah, but the Thompson narrows it down to the US.
Yeah. Nathan pretty much covers it.
Yeah, Nathan covers it, and they've got 2 to our 1, so, you know.
Yeah.
Non-container container.
Would you like me to...
Come on, because there is a container there. Come on, show me.
Be quiet 1 second. Team, what you saying?
Show me you farting hot
Will
air
you
without
shut
a
the
fucking
fuck up,
container.
moron? Hey, be quiet, moron boy. Yes, team.
I was just gonna say, you seem to have it. I was gonna say, do you want me to explain the, since I have it, I did it already a long time ago, or do you want to just do it yourself? But you can do it yourself.
Want me to
now.
give you the scientific method for a container?
We're not talking about that right now. You asked about a barrier. I'm explaining what the barrier is. So,
well, I want to give you my scientific method.
Okay, well, how about you listen to me first? How about you listen to me first, and I will explain to you what the barrier is. Or actually, as Team is the one that programmed this, he can actually explain it to
Okay,
himself.
then explain what the barrier is.
Team, do you want to go ahead and do that? Have you got it all there ready to go?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So you're familiar with I'm sure you're familiar with the basic skateboarding, like half pipe, right?
Yeah.
Yes? Yes or no? I assume you mean you're yes. It says on your badge you're special. I'm sure you know what that means. So when when a person goes down the half pipe, let's say we remove the friction, and he goes back up the other side, if the half pipe on one side is higher than the half pipe is on the other side, will he make it to the top? Yes or no?
Depends which
Easy
way
question.
round you are
Yes or no?
going. It depends which way
Okay,
round
if you start
you're
on the
going.
shorter
If you're
end
using
and
the
you try to,
short side, you
you're
won't
right,
get
you're
up
right.
to
If
the
you
top of the
start,
long side.
okay,
start on the long
therefore,
side, you'll make it
why
above the
not?
short
Why
side.
not? Why not? But why not? Because there's something, whether you accept gravity or density or whatever the fuck you want to say it is, something is keeping you from going to the next level,
Yes,
yes?
it's the relative weight of the
Okay,
object.
so therefore you have a fucking barrier, you fucking moron. Now my turn. Let me show you this
No, I
fucking... let me show you this demonstration. Yeah, that's what a fucking barrier is, you fucking idiot. And if I wasn't fucking showing this demonstration, I'd fucking ding your ass right now.
It's alright, I got you.
Let me get it pulled up, though. Yeah.
But gas moves
Guys, the
freely
days
and
of me
independently
giving a
of
fuck
anything.
about these fucking morons is gone. Okay.
Right, I'll read you the scientific method
Hold on,
out.
I'm pulling it up right now.
So, it's okay. I mean,
I bet you can't
we know
fucking
this.
read,
We know the
so-
scientific method. It's cool.
Scientific method for a natural container. Independent variable, size of container. Dependent variable, shape of container. Control variable is volume of the container. Scientific method hypothesis.
All completely irrelevant.
A natural container, you can have gas, you can have gas pressure, you can have gas pressure gradient, you can have objects. Scientific method, no
Wait,
hypothesis.
stop.
No container,
Stop.
no gas,
Stop.
no gas pressure,
Shut up.
no
Stop.
gas pressure gradient.
Shut your fucking mouth. Please tell me how, in a pressurized container, you can have a gradient.
Fill one up.
Huh?
Fill a container up.
Yeah, and then when it's filled up, where's the gradient?
Heat one end, cool the other.
No, just in a pressurized container. I'm not talking about adding stuff to it.
Yes, in a pressurized container, warm one end and cool the other. You'll get a pressure
Do you
gradient.
know what
before
isolation
in it.
means?
If you want to go with a non-scientific method of a container with a gradient, and it look at a spray
Hold
can,
on. I asked a
paint
very
can.
serious question. I asked a very serious question. Do you know
And
what
if
an
you put
isolated system is?
oxygen, or well, instead of oxygen, if you
he
put a
doesn't.
heavy carbon
You don't know.
dioxide
Just
in
say
a
you don't know.
container and
Right.
put helium gas in it, the carbon dioxide will form a layer below the helium. It will settle out and gradiate.
You ready?
Yeah, right. Now listen to the actual
And there will
science.
be a different density
This is where you stop talking.
because carbon
Stop
dioxide
flapping
is
your
a fairly
gums.
dense heavy gas.
Stop flapping
and
your gums.
Helium is light.
Dude, you asked where the
That's
barrier
why
is.
you have the densities
Shut
of
up.
the periodic table.
Hey, shut up.
A lot of people forget that even in a container that is in a sealed container that is at a higher pressure than atmosphere, if you let it stand and settle out, you will still get the same gradient across it as you get in the atmosphere because gravity is still acting within the pressurized container.
Well, yeah, if the container was, I don't know, say 200 kilometers tall, yeah, you'd have a pressure gradient. But
yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how tall the container is. It's just a
well,
very
if the gauge pressure was 150 psi, if the gauge pressure was 150 psi, right? Then so at the bottom you'd register 164.7 psi.
Yeah, but the thing is that if it in any sized gas container, the problem is having an accurate enough gauge to read the gauge pressure at the top and the bottom of the container.
Yeah, well, with a container that we
to measure the
can't.
Yeah, to measure the barometric difference. Although saying that, you can since you can measure difference in atmospheric pressure across about a couple of meters with a
cell phone.
iPhone, you probably could do it.
Well,
just put a gauge at the top, a gauge at the bottom, and I'm sure you would read the same percentage differential across that cylinder that you get.
You would read the same gradient. It's just that the base pressure would be higher, but you still read the same gradient.
Yeah, because the gradient is the same, because gravity is the same.
As long as it wasn't compressed into a liquid.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll exclude compressing it into a liquid. Let's just compress the gas rather than making it complicated by liquefying it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 30 pounds.
I've got a couple of 207 bar air cylinders here, and they've been sat in the same position for quite a long time. I'm absolutely certain they have the gravity gradient across
them. But it's a big mystery because when you fill them up with helium, they get heavier.
I know.
It's like it's almost like they gain more mass.
Yeah, I mean, even when I fill it with air, it gets considerably heavier. When you go from 0 bar gauge pressure to 207 bar gauge pressure, it gets a lot heavier.
Yeah, for some, I don't know that must be that's NASA. You see, that's NASA. They're putting CGI in front of your eyes, because that's what they have all the money for, is to do all this black voodoo magic, right? This black magic crazy stuff in front of your eyes.
Yeah. Do you suppose we better let Terry press play and stop deflecting so that we don't have to?
Yeah, maybe we should play the game. 1, 2, 3, play. 4, 5, 6, play.
Terry.
It's playtime
Am I
in
muted?
Terry America.
Am I muted?
No.
Dunno.
Yeah, you might have been.
Oh, I was trying to talk.
Oh, well,
there was a reason. Well, I am trying to talk. The reason I paused it was to find out why he was wrong, because they just skipped past what he was saying about different types of gases in a container. I don't know what definition of container he was meaning, like as in a sealed container, to what different gases. I can't remember the gases that he actually said.
Well,
Terry, he didn't know what he was talking. He was throwing word salad around.
Yeah, he was just repeating Nathan Oakley without even knowing what the hell was going on.
No, but besides that fact is if you did put, like, I know if you put different gases in even that fish tank experiment we've done, or we've seen, where there's different gases make a layer. Now, if that was a pressurized system, would that have the same effect or not?
Yeah, that was the conversation we just had about the fact that you would get the gravitational gradient even inside a sealed container that is pressurized above atmospheric. So as we were just saying, I have a couple of 207 bar air cylinders here. They've actually been sitting in the same place for a couple of years. They will have even though the air in there is about 150 bar now, that 150 bar will have the gravitational gradient across it, because gravity still applies inside the sealed container.
The open tank is still pressurized because you've got atmospheric pressure on it, acting on it.
Yeah.
The only thing is realistically, for it to be actually measurable, you would have to do something like
gauge.
Well, I was going to say you'd have to do something like Blue did, where you don't just have a 3-foot high cylinder. You would actually probably need a 8-10 foot high cylinder, and then you'd be able to do it, because you need that distance to actually measure the pressure difference to actually be able to be readable on a gauge, because the difference is going to be so minute.
Yeah, within our current technology,
Well, even using a digital gauge, the differences would be so minute over that distance. It would be like looking at a barometer from a standing height and going up, 2 meters. There's not going to be that much difference.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
we'd still see a relative.
Because the problem is you're still only seeing. It's like when was it Wolfie? Oh, no, you did it, didn't you? With the barometer, with the pressure gauge in the phone, lifting it up and down. Well, you could do that in the pressurized tank, and you would get the same change in pressure. The problem is that as a percentage of the gauge pressure, that change is really tiny when you're up at 150, 200 bar, compared with being at 1 bar.
The force of gravity will still be the same, whether it's inside the container or outside, because gravity is not stopped by a container.
No, exactly. You cannot shield for gravity.
And like I said, the measurable difference over, a 2-foot cylinder will be negligible. Nothing. You're talking about 0.00000001 type, absolutely unbelievably small numbers difference.
Well, yeah, same as with the cell phone. Putting it up high and going down low.
Yeah, but the way I did it, I cheated so that I could make it work. Right, so I wanted to show that you could have a pressure difference without a container. So I made a pressure difference in a localized area without a container. And that's how I could literally move the barometer 2 foot in difference and get such a wide and varied range?
It was Wolfie walking up and down that road in Perth, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is a bit more than a couple of meters.
And that was I believe it was like 5 meters difference, as in like straight up type 5 meter or 5 or 10 meters in height.
Well, you're creating gas pressure without a container because you're speaking, and the vibration of the pressure waves coming out of your mouth are differences in pressure, and there's no container. I don't see pill bottles flying out of your mouth, so there's no container there. The sound waves are pressure waves, so that's differences in pressure right there. You just made pressure without a container by speaking.
And the top surface of every aircraft wing, and the front surface of every aircraft propeller, and the top surface of every helicopter rotor blade, all also have a low pressure system compared with atmosphere related to them.
Well, when in operation.
Sorry, yes.
well, actually, not necessarily.
Oh no, actually that is true, because they are
if you've got some
technically
wind
higher in
blowing over
altitude.
It just has to sit there and the wind passes over it. That's all it has to do.
It just has to sit there, really.
Can we play?
Yeah, let's play now.
Come and play. Forget about the movement. Forget about the flat Earth. Come and play.
Before we mute you.
That's why you have a molecular density in the
Will
periodic.
you shut the fuck up?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Seriously, just be quiet and listen.
Jesus Christ, for someone who fucking claims he was a fucking in the special forces, you act like you're in the special something. Special education. Alright, here we go. Now pay fucking attention. There is all of this right here, every time one of these bumps, it loses 0.3% of its energy, okay? This is radiating heat due to bumping. This is friction. This down here adds 20% energy to anything that hits it, being a heated surface, okay? Look at the top. There is no barrier at the top. This thing is open. Now, according to you, I should turn this on. I have gravity set on too. I have gravity set on too. 9.8 meters per second down towards the green surface. Okay?
Stop talking and listen.
Shut up and listen, and we'll give you a chance to respond. Okay? So when I turn the simulation on, okay, look, it's going to go, and eventually we're going to let it settle down for a second. Okay, let me speed it up so that way we don't have to wait. No, watch. Watch. Eventually we're going to get to the fucking same representation of the atmosphere that we have on Earth that you fucking say must have a fucking container, and it doesn't have a fucking container. And the entire thing is a physics-based simulation. So the physics is based on what our understanding is now, our scientific understanding. Do you see how it's dispersing? And yes, we do lose atoms to space. We do lose molecules of gas to space. Now, if I turn off the fucking gravity, guess what will happen? When we have no barrier, when we don't have an energy barrier to keep things down towards the surface of the Earth, what do you think will happen then?
Find gravity.
All I got to do is see this little button down right here. Yeah, I turn off the gravity,
What is gravity? Define gravity, please.
It's the phenomenon. It's the phenomenon that everything that is released falls to the ground. The phenomenon that objects with mass attract to each other. That's what we define gravity as.
Define mass.
The amount of energy in a system.
No, mass is the undefined amount of something. So define mass.
The what?
Mass requires a unit.
You said what?
Something. A mole is the defined amount of a substance.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is how dumb this guy is.
So mass is the amount of energy. Yes, mass is the amount of energy in an object.
Mass, define mass.
I just fucking did. Okay? Mass is the amount of energy divided by the speed of light squared. Does that define it better for you, you fucking idiot?
No, because mass is already.
I said it earlier. I asked it. Now I'm about to start
Mass is
asserting it.
already
Okay. I
defined,
asked it earlier to give you the option. Go ahead.
Mass is already
Say something
defined in the
stupid again.
dictionary. Mass
Yeah.
is already defined in the dictionary.
I'm not
The
defined. Yeah. Okay. So it's defined colloquially. Yes. It's defined colloquially. Yes.
You ever
But you're
heard
not
of
asking
E
for
equal-
colloquial fucking definitions, are you?
You ever heard of E equals MC
You are
squared?
stupid.
What does the M stand for in that? M stands for mass. And if you rearrange that equation, you get what Team just told you.
What is mass?
Team, do you want to tell him again?
Okay, so now, yeah, mass is the amount of energy in a system. Well, the amount of energy in an object, you know, minus the amount of movement it has, you know, when it's traveling through the fucking space. It's going to contain an amount of energy for that. That is, you know, the amount of energy that's responsible for its motion.
What
But
you
if you
mean,
take
because
away
it's
all
at a
motion and you have
disequilibrium?
what's left as the mass, it's the total amount of energy that's in
Because
that
in
amount
reality,
in
it's
that
only
object.
out of disequilibrium, isn't it? Because
No.
what happens if you put
What are
pumice
you
stone
talking
onto
about?
water?
Disequilibrium? What the fuck? Where do you come up with these dumbass
Oh,
fucking
that's
excuses
Sleeping
for fucking
Warriors
trying to
magic
explain
word.
reality?
That's Sleeping Warriors
No,
magic word.
disequilibrium
Oh,
is
you're a
scientific
sleeping
term,
warrior
you
retard.
fucking
Oh,
fuck.
you're a fucking sleeping warrior retard. Nice.
This guy really is the crayon muncher of all crayon munchers.
No, I'm not.
He sounds like it.
Displaying
Yes,
it so
you are.
far. Now, let me go over what Team has explained to you. Right, there is a downward acceleration on everything of 9.8 meters per second squared.
There is not.
There is a downward acceleration of
Oh,
9.8
really?
meters per second
Oh,
squared.
really?
Drop a helium balloon or drop a hydrogen balloon, and then what?
Are
does that
you
fall
fucking
down, mate?
stupid?
Yeah.
Are you fucking stupid?
Yes, he
How
is,
fucking
isn't he?
stupid
Because
are
they're
you,
going
dude?
upwards,
Are
aren't
you
they?
fucking
Fucking
stupid?
dumb cunt.
Hey, have you ever? Does a helium balloon go up in a fucking vacuum? You fucking moron. Or does it fall at the same rate as a fucking feather or a
because you
hammer
have
or
removed
anything
the
fucking else in a
density of the medium
vacuum?
that it was
Right,
supported by, you
right. Oh,
fucktard.
okay. So there is a 9.8. So
you
no
took it
matter
out of
what, there's a
disequilibrium. You put it in
9.8. Shut
disequilibrium,
the
haven't
fuck
you,
up,
fucking
you
moron?
fucking mongoloid bitch. Listen. When you remove your medium, you have everything,
I'm gonna come
including
to
the
your country,
helium,
motherfucker.
being
I'm a
pulled down
four-star
at
general when I come at
9.8.
you, fucking
not
get
like
out.
I bet you are. Hold on. Mute him. Mute him. It's time to... Hey, let me ask you a question. Why is special in quotation marks on your fucking badge? You are fucking a 4-star general of the retard army. Okay? Don't be proud of that. Try to change your situation. Don't brag about it. That's fucking making you look even more fucking retarded than you looked 5 minutes ago when I asked you if you were fucking retarded. You are a retard. Say it out loud. Hey, out loud. Say, I am a 4-star.
Yeah, no, see, he did get Team really pissed right there. Because one thing Team doesn't like is stolen valor. I don't like it either.
Yeah.
But you know, Team has a platform. He's like, yeah, like I'll call people out on stolen valor anytime, because you know I can't stand.
As I was saying,
Someone's buzzing.
Feedback.
60 seconds.
yeah, that's what I was saying, Andrea. I said Team Skeptic owes me $1 for every swear word.
Well, you're gonna be rich over this stream if you listen to the whole thing. We can jump forward a little bit here because there's still so much more.
I think you went a bit too far with that.
Yeah, I think he did. He's not going to get any accreditation if he keeps that up.
Yeah, well, that's Dream.
He was only meant to be. He was only meant to be the moderator. It was only meant to be Craig and him actually debating.
Yeah, that's what I also thought. I thought that's a little bit too far, but I'm not. Yeah.
I'm a village team. I wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I have to understand how Team feels right now because he was already lit about the whole stolen valor thing. He just kept his mouth shut all this time, and it just sort of like came to. No, you can skip forward a bit.
Yeah, they calmed down a little bit.
Chunk.
Small piece of lint, let's say, that has hardly any mass to it whatsoever, but can carry a significant charge to it, and the charge, the electrostatic charge, pushes it up. Well, guess what? It's pushing it up with more force than gravity is pulling it down. That's how fucking simple it is. Yeah. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You need to go get a basic education and then come back and talk to us, or shut your fucking mouth, and listen to the basic physics lesson that you are getting as we speak.
In question.
Okay, right, let me ask. I'm going to break this down for you because you started going on
the
Listen.
YouTube, I can show you.
Do you want me to show you?
No, we don't want to see anything. We want to teach you.
Cambridge University.
This is turned into a physics
three different gases in 3 different balloons at the same volumes, and they drop at 3 different rates.
Because the buoyant force has changed, because the density has changed, because density is part of the buoyant force equation.
It's not at so many feet per second, is it, you fucking idiot?
There is still that gravitational acceleration on it, though. That gravitational acceleration still exists. Right. Listen to Team for a second.
Look at my screen.
Be quiet. Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and listen for 1 second.
Listen.
This is a great
Why do
video,
bubbles? I'm going to ask you a question. Okay? I'm going to try to help you out here with an explanation. I'm not going to try to be mean about it or anything like that.
You can't help this 4-star general.
To be nice.
18, 1 sec. This fucking 4-star general, stolen valor prick who says he was in the military but doesn't fucking know his service number.
Yep.
I ain't stolen valor, you fucking dickhead.
Yes, you are. You fucking told me you were some super secret service that was sworn in by the Queen, doesn't even know how you fucking signed the Official Secrets Act. Fucking liar.
I didn't have to sign it.
Well, no, that isn't how the Official Secrets Act is done. That is not how the Official Secrets Act is done. You are a fucking liar.
Hey, listen. I want to tell you something. There's a lot of Americans out there. A lot of the Americans that are out there, ex-military. I'm sure a lot of them are pretty fucking smart, so they might have had a job that had some kind of secret clearance involved with it. I was part of a fucking. I had to have a secret clearance because of where I worked. Right. Yeah, you don't fucking. There is no. Some people get it. Some people. I know. I bet you do. But there is no getting away with. Well, we're not going to check this guy. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. You're lying. We know you're all lying. Okay. So we all know you're lying. Anyway, for my American people that have had to sign a fucking to get a secret clearance of any kind, there is no special circumstances for a person. You don't just say, "Oh, I'm a part of some super secret group, so therefore, for me to have my final secret clearance or my top secret clearance, I'm gonna just be able to bypass the fucking clearance guidelines." That's not how it works, buddy. You're lying. You're lying your ass off. I know you're lying, and unless you're prepared to show documents, you're going to be a fucking stolen valor fucking lying piece of shit. You're not no fucking 4-star general. I don't give a fuck what you say.
No, you showed me fuck all.
You're a 4-star general. You're a 4-star general of an army of fucking mental degenerates. That's what you are. If you're a 4-star general, you might have got your fucking... what'd you say? You spray painted your van window with 4 stars? Great. I bet you did. I'm sure you get all the fucking dogs.
He apparently goes around with his super secret documents in his van, apparently, What you showed me was
good job there,
zero
guy.
evidence that you were what you say you are. You told me that you were personally sworn in by the Queen, and you were her fucking protector. Fucking lying cunt.
Sworn in by the Queen, but he's using
You were
American.
He named his penis the Queen.
He's using
That's what he did. He named his
American,
penis the Queen. He's like,
stealing
I'll
American
protect
talent.
you. I'll wrap both of my hands around you, cover all of you. Fucking get out of here with that little dick bullshit. Okay, so here we go. Bubbles when being dropped. Bubbles rise because of buoyancy. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Do you have Discord up right now?
He's asking you a question.
I don't give a fuck about your Discord. Okay. Does the bubbles rise because of buoyancy? Yes or
real
no?
military guy. He wouldn't
Because
have
the
let
surrounding
this go.
medium is heavier than the air bubble on the inside, and that surrounding medium pushes the air bubble up. Correct. Yes or no? God, you're making this so much harder than it has to be. Okay, good fucking deal. All right. So now, if we remove gravity, if I have the ability to remove gravity, remember when we talked about that first fucking law of motion, the unbalanced forces acting upon an object? Well, here we have an unbalanced force because there is a force of gravity pulling down on all the material inside of that bottle. Now, when should we release the bottle and the bottle begin to fucking go down and fall at free fall speeds, it will then accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second. Now, when it does this, it's also going to experience, 9.8 meters per second squared, I'm sorry. As it does this, it's also going to experience a force in the opposite direction of 9.8 meters per second squared. This is similar to you accelerating in your car and feeling like you're being pulled backwards. Do you understand that concept, yes or no?
Still in the container, yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay, so yes, no, it doesn't need to be in a container. Any object that accelerates is going to experience these fictitious forces. However, the fictitious forces are still real inside of that reference frame, which in this situation, it is the bottle and all the material that's inside of the bottle. So when we drop it, shut up. Shut up. When we drop it, we're going to have two forces acting upon everything inside the bottle. One is gravity, pulling straight down 9.8 meters per second squared. The other is an inertial force, pointing in the opposite direction, 9.8 meters per second squared as well. So, when we drop it, the net force should be 0, and the bubbles should not rise. Would you agree with that logic, yes or no?
No, they should rise quicker.
Great! If gravity doesn't exist, hey, you're 100% right. I'm going to give you this. You're 100% right. Actually, you're a little bit more wrong. They would actually, I believe when you drop them, the bubbles would go down since the force, the inertial force would be in the up direction. I believe the bubbles would actually sink.
Slightly quicker.
No, because this is the same thing as the helium balloon inside of the van. When you accelerate in a direction, the helium balloon goes towards the direction of acceleration. So if there was no gravity, you actually got it backwards. If there was no gravity and you dropped it, all the heavy water would go up and the bubbles would go down. The same thing as in the car with the helium balloon. I'm not here to debate that topic with you. I'm just trying to make sure you understand the correct way to say it. The bubbles would go down. However, either way doesn't match observation. Roll tape. Now see the bubbles rising? Oh, what happened? Oh my God, they're not rising anymore. They're staying in place. Why? Why? I just fucked up my whole worldview. It's magic. The guy on the video camera did something magic. Listen, dude, I'm so sorry for ruining everything you fucking believe just now, okay? I'm sorry that you now fucking have to change your fucking worldview, but guess what? Welcome to the globe Earth. You're no longer as much of a fucking retard as you used to be.
There is no explanation for what you just saw using density and buoyancy and disequilibrium. Well, buoyancy partly, but remember how gravity is a fucking integral part of the buoyancy equation.
Well, there is surface tension, the amount of pressure being built up against the surface tension.
Oh God, then why the fuck is the bubbles rising right now if it's surface tension? You can't just make comments without thinking them through first. If it's surface tension, if the surface tension of the water is keeping, hold on, shut up. If the surface tension of the water is holding the bubble in place, shut up. If the surface tension of the water is holding the bubble in place as the bottle is falling, then why is it not holding the bubbles in place when the bottle is not falling? Fucking moron. Now that I got it out, you may respond.
Because the amount of pressure on the reverse side of it is increased due to the amount of force of the volume of water moving downwards.
Why? It's in the same
Your
medium.
ad hoc explanations are also fucking retarded.
It is creating a back pressure against it. Against
Why?
The surface of
How
the
does it? Right, no. How does it know? Stop. How does it know? Because that bubble hasn't changed the medium. Let's stop talking. That bubble hasn't changed the medium that it is in. That bubble is still in the same relative density medium and hasn't changed any of that. The bubble has no way to know what's happening outside. And what does happen? Why does free fall change the relative density? It doesn't. What happens is that you counteract the gravitational acceleration by having a force in the opposite direction, meaning the bubbles don't rise, meaning gravity's real, meaning you're a fucking idiot.
No, it just equals the pressure out on either side of the bubble.
Why? How does it know if it's in the same medium? It can't be disequilibrium.
It just shows you it equalises the pressure around the bubble, trapping it.
But why? It can't be disequilibrium or any of that rubbish that Sleeping Warrior comes out with because the medium and the surrounding medium that it's in has not changed. Why the surface tension doesn't? The surface tension doesn't change of the bubble when the medium is moving. Can you back any of what you just said with maths? Because, and here's one thing that all you fucking crayon munching idiots need to listen. No, I'm talking.
The weight of the water
teachers talking. Teachers talking.
Causing a more dense medium above it.
Teachers talking. So you need to listen.
Due to the
One thing that you crayon munching, window licking, helmet wearing morons need to fucking learn is that science doesn't prove things. Maths does. Maths is where proof lives.
Science proves the cause of an effect.
No, science doesn't prove anything. Maths is where proof lives.
It does.
This is a fundamental fact about science.
Science
you
has
idiots
proven
don't understand.
That if you starve the
science
human
doesn't
body
prove
of vitamin
anything.
C, you will get scurvy.
Science doesn't prove
Science
anything.
has proven if you take away insulin from the human body, you get diabetes.
Do me a favour.
Fucking fucktard wanker.
Do me a favour, you fucking moron. Go and Google, does scientific proof exist? Just go and do that, and then you can shut the fuck up. No, I'll ask you to go and Google it. Go and actually find out rather than just making the assumption that
How
it
about
does.
try
Go and
starving
find
your
out.
body of vitamin C for a little while and getting scurvy?
Nope.
And I can give the
done
maths of
scientifically.
Yeah, but I can give you the maths of that.
You don't understand.
Do you know how they done it scientifically? They put slaves on slave ship, fucking starved the motherfuckers.
Yeah, but I can give you the maths of that to prove what you're saying. Because maths is where proof lives. Seriously, did you sit in the back of the class trying to see how many pencils you could shove up your nose before headbutting the table? You should have been listening to the teacher. No, you were too busy making up stories about being in the fucking...
No, he was cleaning the fucking windows from the inside of the classroom by licking them to their fucking spotless.
Tell about the slaves.
Fucking goddamn window licker.
Are you allowed to go outside without wearing some
Who
kind of
gives a
fucking
shit
crash
about
helmet?
that? What the fuck, dude? That has nothing to do with the fucking shape of the earth. Put that shit down.
Hey,
Well, that's
guys,
how they
right.
found out. That's how they fucking
everyone,
worked out with the
just one sec.
scientific method how to stop.
Everyone- everyone,
the human body with vitamin C causes scurvy.
Actually,
on long journeys. on boats.
actually, back then the scientific method wasn't around, so you can shut the fuck up.
Yes, it was.
Guys, when I was trying to get this guy to prove to me his military credentials,
As I said,
this is what he showed me.
1842.
This is what he showed me when I asked him to prove his
Yeah.
military
Oh yeah.
credentials.
Look at that. Hey, look at that. That's amazing. Your special is in quotation marks. That in itself is fucking awesome. The fact that you walk around and you tell how many people have you arrested with this badge? Please admit it here, fucking live, so we can get you fucking taken off the streets.
No, you sent me that as evidence.
That's not your badge.
You sent me that as
That's
evidence.
not your badge. That is fucking hilarious.
I asked for evidence.
You are the dumbest
If you look
person
at the
I know.
numbers, it's got
Dead
9/11
serious.
for the Twin Towers and 322 for the Skull and Crossbones.
Yeah. And when I asked you for evidence of your military credentials, you sent me
Masonic
this.
symbols.
You sent
But
me
obviously
this.
you don't know nothing about Masonic symbols.
You sent me this
9/11
when I asked for
Masonic
evidence
symbols.
of your
I mean,
military
fucking
service.
dickheads.
Throwing every
This is
straw
what
man
you
he
presented
can.
to me as evidence of your military service.
I
Special
didn't show
indeed.
that as evidence of fuck all, mate.
I can go through the Discord messages and show everyone if you like. Because
I just added a photo.
Yeah, when after
So
I asked
what?
for
You're going to pick out
after-
one photo I sent you just to wind you up?
to wind me up.
It's a
I asked
fake
you for
photo.
evidence.
I
Yes, I
told
know
you
it's a
it
fake,
was fake.
photo. No, I told you it was fake when I reverse image searched it, and then
I told you it was fake.
Only after I called you out.
I openly told you it was fake, you fucking dickhead.
After I called you out. After I called you out.
You just replied straight away. You didn't even
no.
give me a chance to say, is that real or is it fake? You didn't ask.
No.
You just told me it was fake. I said, yeah, I know.
Only after I sent you the fucking image of that on Pinterest. Then you went, oh yeah, it's fake, I was joking.
I'm not even on Pinterest.
Do you know what Pinterest is, you fucking idiot?
No.
Oh my god, yeah, please.
What the fuck is it?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever downloaded, how do you download images? No, I'm going to ask you something. How do you download images when you want to find an image to show to somebody? Let's say you have somebody in Discord and you're like, oh, let me go grab this image, I'm going to send it to you, and you download it. Do you just download it from Google? Or do you click on the image and then go to the image like host site and then find the original image there and download it from there?
No,
I guarantee you just download it from Google and you have no idea where you get the image from. That's your fucking problem, okay? You don't research where you get your images from. If you would have researched where you got this image from, you would have realized that showing it as an official fucking badge for a 4-star general fucking retard is very fucking
dickhead.
Yes, you are. You know what? It's sitting next to your face right now. It's fucking official. Tough shit. It's official now. You're a special agent in quotation marks.
There is not one person that was in the military that does not know their fucking service number. Not one. Alright? So, until you can tell me your fucking service number, you're a fucking liar. Oh my goodness. I think it's about time for the litmus... Oh, I think he's disconnected. Damn, I was about to litmus test him.
Good for him.
Hold
on. Let me get the...
What a fucking idiot. Doesn't understand the fucking second law of thermodynamics, yet uses it as evidence for everything. What's the second law of thermodynamics? It's the law of entropy. That's not telling me what it fucking is, you moron.
Ask him what it's measured in. That's the question. They won't know that. They won't if you ask them, well, what...
The dollars, Craig. Thank you. My NASA masters appreciate it. This holiday...
Isolated system.
No, you don't know, because you don't know what the fucking second law of thermodynamics is.
Hold on.
No, it's because you put me on
Yeah,
the fucking spot.
we're
I
jumping-
can't fucking think, fucking
No,
dickhead.
no,
You can't think,
no.
yeah, that's right.
No, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know. See, that's the thing. You don't have to recall memory when you
give me a
know.
second to
Okay?
fucking gather my
Maybe you
thoughts,
should
I'll
go.
fucking work
Shut
it
up and
out.
listen. Maybe
One
you
of
should
them
go
is
and
due
learn these
not
things.
being able to
Don't
do
just
it.
memorize them and memorize the points. Shut up and listen to me for a
need to
second. I'm
have
trying to
a
give you
little
some
bit
fucking
of
sound
fucking
life
big
advice
liar.
here.
Sorry, just fucking
Because
talk
whatever
over
you
me,
have
get
to say is
fucking
stupid and uninformed. Everything you're about to say is stupid and ill-informed. There is no reason.
I've been at school, man.
Right.
Are you how many angles? Time out. How many
Go back a
angles
bit.
are there in a triangle?
Go back a bit, Terry.
Three.
Go back a bit, Terry.
You don't know. See, that's the thing. You don't have to recall memory when you know. Okay? Maybe you should go. Shut up and listen. Maybe you should go and learn these things. Don't just memorize them and memorize the points. Shut up and listen to me for a second. I'm trying to give you some fucking sound life advice here. Because whatever you have to say is stupid and uninformed. Everything you're about to say is stupid and ill-informed. There is no reason I should subject the people listening to this to your stupidity without you first admitting that you have no fucking clue what you're fucking talking about. So let's start over. Second law of thermodynamics. From your basic, no fucking real science understanding of it, how does it violate, how is the globe Earth model violating that very basic and wrong understanding of thermodynamics you have? We'll wait. We'll wait while you watch an Eric Dubé video.
That was a question.
Are you still there,
Yeah,
Victor?
it was.
He's stumped.
Well, he asked you a question.
Yeah, I asked you a question. What was the question?
You want to answer, or just want to concede that you're wrong about everything?
Beavis and
I
Butthead.
couldn't really understand what he was saying.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. Right, okay. Can I ask him the next questions?
No,
Go ahead, Five. Go ahead.
My phone's like breaking up, and I was struggling to understand.
Okay. Struggling to understand, yeah. Right, so...
Okay, before he gets to the litmus test, I'm going to ask you one thing, okay? What unit is entropy measured in?
What unit?
Yeah. Because again, you're talking about the second law of thermodynamics, so you have to know what unit entropy is measured in, right?
I don't know that much about it.
No, you don't know anything, do you?
How the fuck do you think you're right? How have you convinced yourself you're right? I'm psychologically, I'm more intrigued psychologically to understand how somebody could put themselves in the position you're in right now, where you think you know everything, but can admit to me and fight the flat earth right now that you ain't got a fucking clue. How many other things do you go through in life thinking you know? I hope this is making you, I hope you're sitting there wondering to yourself right now, how many other things in life am I so fucking wrong about that every single person I've ever told in my life has been laughing their ass off because I told them this?
Yeah. And the fact that you think that a tiny distance like this, just by looking at it, you can tell that that's not exactly plumb, and that disproves the flat Earth. Is one of the fucking dumbest, that disproves the globe Earth. It's one of the dumbest things that I've ever fucking heard in my life. You really think you're going to see a deviation with your eyes? Did you measure it? Did you measure the deviation at the point of the ground and the point where it left the clouds? No, you're fucking talking out of your ass. Now here's some very basic questions for you. Very basic questions. Are you ready? You ready, Victor?
Go on, then.
Right, I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
Oh, here we go. Buckler seatbelt. Baseball
They'd add up to 180, wouldn't they?
No. I think it's 60, isn't it?
I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
Because it has to add up to 180.
Wouldn't they be? Are they 45s?
45, right? Okay, 0 out of 1. What do you get if you design?
But you understand? But you fucking get it, right? But you fucking can prove that the Earth is fucking flat. You can disprove the entirety of science. But you can't answer what the internal angles of a fucking equilateral triangle is?
Right.
Are you how many angles? Time out. How many angles are there in a triangle?
3.
Okay. What is the total amount the angles add up to?
180.
Divide that by 3.
What is 180 divided by 3, you fucking moron?
Well, I know, fucking I'm dyslexic. Fuck knows.
You don't know? You don't know? Are you fucking mental? He doesn't fucking know. Lord Jesus Christ! The man doesn't know, but he knows the Earth is fucking flat. You're a fucking dipshit.
Yeah.
Next question.
Question 2. What do you get if you divide 5 by 0?
Undefined.
Oh my
Might
God,
have to ask Riley that one.
No, hold on.
Might have to phone a friend. Find Riley.
Come on, Victor. What do you get if you divide 5 by 0?
No, hold on for this.
Divide 5 by 0, can you? 0
So what's the answer? What do you get if you divide 5 by 0?
We'd still have your original 5 or 0.
So 5 divided by 0 is 5 or 0. Is that
No.
your answer?
And
Fuck.
no.
You have your 5 original to start with that
5
you're
or
dividing
0.
by, and you would end up with
Listen,
having 5
Victor, to show that I'm not,
I'm
sure it's
to show
11.
that I'm not, listen, to
19.
show that I'm not a complete
-3.
dickhead, I'm going to give you
It's
10% of
10
a
to the
correct
negative
answer because you
17.
did originally say it. 5 can't be divided by 0. So when something can't be done, it's what?
5.
No. So if I can't snap my fingers, hold on. It's undefined. Okay?
What's the question Division is answering?
It's
Asking.
undefined.
What is the question that Division is asking? I'm asking you to
Don
divide
said
5 by
11.
0. So what am I asking you to do? I'm asking you to separate 5 into 0 groups. You can't do it. The answer is
need to.
undefined. So the answer is undefined, right? 0 out of 2 so far. Let's go for. I've got 2 more. Okay.
No, that's what I was saying. You've got your 5 original, or you'd have 0. So
No. You wouldn't have 5 or 0. The answer is undefined. All right. Moving on to the next one. How do you convert meters?
Oh, the kilometers.
How do you convert kilometers into meters?
They are meters.
What?
They are meters.
They are
1,000
meters.
meters.
Kilometers are meters.
Well,
Oh,
he's kind of
0 out
right.
3.
Kilometers are
Right.
1,000 meters, isn't they? 1,000 meters is a kilometer.
Alright.
All right. Next one.
One
dumb
more.
ass. It's the
One
same
more.
fucking
One more.
metric
I'm doing this
scale.
one. This one's mine.
All right.
This
team,
is mine.
Over to you.
Hold on. My turn. Victor, I've got confidence in you in this one. You seem like a very, what's the word? Astute kind of guy. Okay, so 10 to the negative 17th. Okay? 10 raised to the power of negative 17. Is that a positive or a negative number?
Yes. That's still a positive, yes, because it's not got to 0.
Yeah, I got it! I told you you'd get it.
Well done, Victor. 1 out of 4.
Which means there's still a pressure above us. So it's not a 0 atmosphere, is it? It's not space as space is described as.
Space is described as what? Can you tell us?
Yes, a void, a vacuum of nothing.
Space isn't a perfect vacuum.
No matter.
It's not a perfect vacuum. Space is never described as a perfect
Yes,
vacuum.
so there is still a
It's about
pressure
10 to
there.
the negative 17. But let's talk about vacuums and the fact
watched
that
a few
you can
debunking
have...
Pressure differential would be astronomical, though.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, because there's a gradient, right? So there's not a pressurized atmosphere next to the vacuum of space. There's not 14.7 psi, then the vacuum of space. Do you know what's next to the 10 to the negative 17 torr of space? A 10 to the negative 16 torr. And then next to that, there's a 10 to negative 15 torr. Then 10 to negative 14 torr. It doesn't go 14.7 psi to nothing. There's a gradient. But that doesn't disprove the fact that you can have a high pressure system right next to a vacuum without a physical barrier. And you know this because we've been talking about it.
So what just stops it all fucking off into space?
Energy.
Oh my god.
The fact that the gas...
The same reason. Hold on. This is a great question. There's a great question. Victor, hold on. Victor, what you asked was a great
Because
question.
I've got a week-long ticket, and I wanted to stay there for the whole week.
But Victor, hold on one second, okay? I want to explain a few things because the question you asked is a very good and
This was
valid
a good
question.
holiday.
Okay?
I might stay
if
a
you
bit
put a
longer.
marble in your hand and you throw it up into the air, why does it come back down to the earth?
Because you've thrown it out of equilibrium. And it wants
That
to
doesn't
go
make any
back
sense.
It wants to go back to its original position.
No, because if I throw it up and to the right, it continues going to the right. It doesn't come back to my hand. If I throw it
Yes, because that
directly
is the
above my hand,
direction
it comes
you
back
have
directly
moved
into
it.
my hand. But hold on.
There's still a direction
There's a
downwards.
barrier there, is there not? Is there? But hold on. Is there a barrier there? Is there an energy barrier? Whether you think it's fucking the natural oscillation position, whatever, or I say it's gravity, both of us can agree that if we throw it a little harder, it will exceed that barrier, the limit as to how high it could have gone. It will now exceed that limit, correct?
Yeah, Cricky Blind is about to as well.
Nice.
Yes or no?
Yeah, so there's a
Okay,
barrier.
so as we see, yes. So to get the marble higher and higher and higher and higher, it requires more and more and more energy. If we don't give it enough energy to put it into space, it will never make it to space. It has to have that energy to begin with. That's what we're telling you. Gravity is that barrier. As you go up, the barrier, every new height is an energy barrier that's defined by the strength of gravity. Okay? So when you toss something up, it has to get above that barrier.
And the less medium you're in, the more you've got to
No,
press
there's no medium you need.
press against.
There's no medium. There's no medium because we can do this experiment inside of a gas chamber, even if it's a small one. We can.
You just said there is still a positive pressure plus torque.
No,
even though there's minus.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm saying I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you by saying that we don't need a medium.
There's still an atmosphere
That's all.
pushing on. If you've got no atmosphere at all, there's nothing to push on, so you wouldn't be able to change your course of momentum. You'd be in a fixed course of momentum.
A fixed course of momentum? You mean the first law of motion that you didn't understand?
I tried.
Yeah, I know you tried. Now, right, the basics of this, the basics of this, Victor, is that there is a barrier holding the atmosphere on. The barrier is the energy that the gas molecules need to escape gravity. That is the barrier. Whether you believe in gravity or not, there is a downward acceleration that everything on Earth experiences. That gravitational acceleration, by the way, is slightly different depending on your position on Earth. Did you know that the gravitational acceleration at the poles is more than it is at the equator? Because the poles don't have centrifugal acceleration and they're slightly closer to the center of the Earth. Meaning that at the poles, you weigh 0.5% more than you do at the equator. And that is only explained by our model. No reason for that at all on a flat Earth. Yeah, you do. That's an absolute fact. That's why scales have to be calibrated locally. You weigh 0.5% less at the equator than you do at the poles. And that is an absolute fact.
No, the reason you have to calibrate fucking scales in different places because of the difference in air pressure and the density.
The air pressure at ground level all around the world is 14.7 psi. That doesn't change.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's a little bit wrong. We do have an equatorial. Hold on, we do. Hold on. I'm going to explain. No, fight is right. Fight is right. Except we do have anomalies like around the equator where we do have an equatorial bulge of atmosphere, meaning more atmosphere above your head, meaning a slightly higher pressure at the surface near the equator and a slightly lower pressure at the surface near the poles, because of centrifugal force.
Yeah, and that goes against what he's saying because if you use that logic, then you should weigh more at the equators, but you don't. You weigh less at the equators than you do at the poles. So the pressure argument that you just came up with actually is the other way round to what the fact of the matter is.
Yeah, it's backwards.
The reason you weigh more at the poles is because you don't have that centrifugal acceleration caused by the 1,000-mile-an-hour tangential velocity, and because of the 46-mile equatorial bulge, you are slightly closer to the center of the Earth if you're at the poles than you are at the equator.
Well, have you already watched this, have you?
There is no explanation as to why you get that on a flat, non-rotating Earth. It's impossible on a flat, non-rotating Earth.
There's so many gems in here.
I asked, have you seen this, and you said no.
I'm sorry that we're destroying your reality so bad.
That wasn't me. I've seen this one.
Trying to help you out here, Vic.
I'm not. I'm just having fun.
Nah, we're having fun, but here's the thing. I want you to understand something, Vic. When we get done with this, I want you to go back and watch this and look.
Say image, and it will be a manipulation of an image.
This picture I'm showing you right now, Victor. Do you see it? Look at your phone.
My new avatar. You got to show the people my new avatar real quick. This is We're talking.
Yeah, that was
Vic
made
here.
in Photoshop.
Yes.
That's
okay.
the blue marble print.
That's
No,
Vic.
again, right. So this was taken in 1972, way before
Which was
Photoshop
fake.
existed. This was taken with
That's a painting.
Now listen.
Yeah.
This was taken with a physical Hasselblad camera with a 70mm film, and then developed in a dark room. It was not a painting. It is taken with a physical camera. Okay? There is a picture of the entire Earth.
Lens.
No.
That isn't the entire Earth.
It was taken with a Hasselblad camera with a 70mm lens. No fisheye lens is going to make that happen. With a fucking clear Terminator line on the left of it there. The only thing they did to this
Fight,
image...
will you put up...
1 sec.
Fight, will you do me a favor? Will you... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just 1 sec. The only thing they did to this image when they showed it to the public was flip it round so that it was the right way that people were used to. But when Eugene Cernan took it, this was the image that he got. This way. Right? The Earth is not flat. There is a physical photo. End of story. Now, what were you saying, team? Oh.
I was going to say, because he has... will you put that up on screen for his picture, please? Just use my video. This is who we're talking to, guys. Thank you, Vishanti, for reminding me that this existed.
Yeah, so...
He has one too many stars. If you'd like, Vic, I'll Photoshop one of those stars out to make it more, accurate to your stupidity.
So, how can we have a physical photo that's taken with a physical camera, developed in a dark room, if the Earth is flat? Doesn't make sense.
It's not.
You can deny it all you want, but it's right there in front of you.
The manipulated photo, I can see it.
It's not a manipulated photo, though. You can see it. You can tell just by looking at that it's a manipulated photo, can you?
I can see it!
Fuck me.
Wow, Vic, you're stupid.
Well, no, he is actually right. It is manipulated.
Right. I just want to get this
How many fucking hardcore drugs have you done today?
180 degrees.
I want to get this clear with you right now, Vic. Are you saying that you can, by eye, tell if a photo is fake? Is that your claim?
Here we go.
That looks manipulated, yes.
So, I just want a yes or no answer here. Can you, with your naked eye, tell if a photo is fake?
More or less, yeah.
Cool. Should we test that?
Yeah.
Right, awesome. Let me just get the page up.
Big mistake.
Oops, wrong one.
This Victor guy thinks he's going to use stuff like NASA photos and stuff like that. He's not.
That's the one.
Yeah. Sorry about the ambulance going by.
We're going to do a little test here live to test that claim. Because you have amazing abilities to just tell if things are fake or not. So, welcome to Fake or Photo. You see the screen? Because it's very important you can see the screen right now.
Yeah.
Right, let's go. We're going to start. Is that fake? Or is it CGI?
No, that's real. That's a lighter.
Okay. Photo. Is that fake? Or is it a photo?
Photo.
Is that fake? Or is it a photo?
There's a photo of wood rings, yeah.
Is this fake? Or is it a photo?
That looks real, yeah. But the guy in the uniform probably isn't.
Right. Is this fake? Or is it a
The
photo?
background's not real, that's all.
Yeah, that's a photo.
Oh, God. Is this fake? Or is it a photo?
That was fake.
That looks CGI'd.
Okay.
That's a real photo.
This lovely lion, is it fake or is it a photo?
CGI.
I don't know. That could probably be an artist rendition. I don't know.
No, go with CGI. Fake or photo?
That's real.
I think there's two more. Fake or photo?
That's probably fake.
I think it's the last one.
I think he's just
Fake
guessing.
or photo?
He's just guessing.
CGI. And this photo is definitely
That looks like
CGI.
a photo, yeah.
That room one
Okay.
was
How
well
did
done
you
if it was
do?
this guy.
50%. So you got 50% right.
He guessed.
And you pretty
Yeah,
much guessed most
that
of
is
them.
what you would get if you guessed it. No, well, hold on. That's what you would get if you guessed it. If you were completely just A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B all the way down, you should expect to get 50%. Victor, you don't know shit, bud. Okay?
Right.
You don't know shit.
So I am going to dismiss the claim that you
You're
can
not
tell.
a 4-star general.
Yeah, I'm going to dismiss the claim that you can tell that's fake because you got half of them wrong. All right?
It's a shame he didn't do the results to see which one was what.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I
you
might
have just
do.
demonstrated that you don't have the ability to say
No
that.
depth or clarity to
I was
it.
yelling at my
That's what make
screen
it look
for him to
fake.
do it.
It was taken in 1972.
Vic, do you accept that you are only 50? You only have a 50% chance of being right with that claim. Do you accept that fact?
You know, there's a program where you can procedurally generate
Okay,
islands.
so what happens
and
if
they
you
look
find out it's wrong?
photorealistic.
Hang on, put
And
that
I bet
picture
he
back
wouldn't
on
be
a
able to
minute,
tell.
just so I can see that one more time.
For me, it's just the lighting that is the hardest to render.
Do you want to see it the right way up?
Yeah.
Maybe that'll help you.
Lighting and reflections.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
There you
do. I don't even try and do photorealistic rendering. That's why I have a camera.
Oh yeah. Yeah, nah.
Well, no, this was just a program for
What you
random
thinking, Victor?
artwork.
Yeah.
So you
Gold.
can make islands and ocean, and it looks so incredibly photorealistic.
Still
Gold
there?
is really
Yeah,
hard to
I mean-
render. I know that much.
You know,
Gold.
you can
As
go
long
to
as you've got
Crisis
You saw the
enough
photo, by the
computing
way.
power, it's not that.
on max
It's not that
settings,
bad these days.
and he wouldn't be able to tell.
Victor, you still there? Oh,
Oh
I think
yeah,
he's
I
coming
mean,
back.
photorealistic is based off real-world photos and the pixel of the color
Oh,
and
man.
then overlaid as UV.
This has
but
been brilliant.
Yeah,
Still
and,
though.
and many
Oh,
alpha,
I expected nothing
many,
less
many
than what's
alpha
happened
layers,
after speaking
too.
to him earlier.
yeah, exactly.
It says he's sending his reply to initiate call. Whilst he is attempting to do that,
Crisis 1 on full settings. he
oh,
would
put
not
the
be
general
able to
back on
tell
your thing, team. I've got
real
that up
from
for him.
fake.
No.
I guarantee it.
Oh, I was just making that my whatever
and
it's
he's
called,
silent now
my
because he
avatar
is
or my
brain stumped.
output for my camera, so that way you could use it for him because
was
that's
given
way
the benefit
fucking
of the
better.
doubt, that's
Oh
the
wait,
thing
it's the
here.
wrong one. It's supposed to be this
Yeah.
one.
Okay. All right, where did we
I
get
have
to
to
with
say, when
the
it comes
super
to the
chats last
1972
time? Oh, there we go. Right.
Marvel photo,
Jeff Roberts for $4.99 US
I
dollars.
could-
Team Skeptic, you get a tip for
I
your
could,
question to
with a
Victor.
decent
Another one
artist,
next time you stream.
now quite comfortably fake
More likes and more views.
the Blue Marble 72 Blue
Because we
Marble
know
photo
the Earth
onto
has 50%
film.
in daylight and 50% in
Yeah.
nighttime, right?
Yeah, using the technology of the day.
Well,
so
if
you
the Earth
can't
is
say
flat, that means
because it was
that
on that
those red
film,
lines
it's
of
not
light have to travel
necessarily
less
fake.
than those yellow lines
Yeah,
of
Just
light.
you
burned
fake
on
it
the
in a
film.
different way.
Yeah.
Why would it be doing that?
Well,
Why
so
would
that
the
was
light
a
just
60.
randomly
Can you
stop?
see? Can you see where I've circled
were
round
doing
Okay,
that?
you're
lots
just
of,
ignoring me, right? Okay. Yes, I
They
can
were
see
doing
that,
lots of
and it doesn't say anything.
Compositing.
There's some letters
well
across
before we
there.
had,
No, there isn't.
There is.
electronic means
It
of doing
looks like
Well,
there
yeah, you
is,
do film over
kind of,
film.
maybe, possibly, but it's really not. It's just cloud patterns that look a bit like things. Again,
Not written out in letters.
again,
He thinks he
NASA
sees
are not
letters
going
now.
to put out a video a photo to fool the world and have fucking letters in it.
Yes, they will.
No, they wouldn't, because
they
that would be
will.
fucking stupid.
I'll
Let me
bet
show
that
everyone
Victor thinks
the
that,
letters,
he knows when he crosses the equator because he
just
expects
so
to
everyone
a
can
big
see how
dotted
dumb you
line.
are. Here we go.
There is no greater. Why? I didn't see
Yeah,
the
so apparently
line.
there's letters there, guys.
Yeah. We didn't
Rather
have the
than
equator,
just
there's-
cloud
We
patterns.
know it because there'll be a big dotted line.
Of course it is. No, NASA aren't going to
words in
leave
a
little
cloud.
clues
He
around.
sees letters in there somewhere.
Simply wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
see
if I look at that, I can
FTFE,
kind of
that's what I
see
see.
Levi. Are Levi jeans like advertising there? Or is it just patterns that maybe look a little bit like something? because
I don't
pareidolia
see the
is a
Levi.
thing.
Oh yeah, I see the Levi now.
Let's
I
get
don't
back to
see the
impossibilities on the flat Earth, shall we?
It's really out of. It's all capitals in the middle.
Right, you paying attention?
So crazy.
You there, Victor?
Yeah.
Right, look at the picture on screen. Right, the black line shows the exact position of the terminator, the division of day and night on the equinoxes. Flat Earthers claim the reason we have nighttime is because the sun is too far away to see, not because it sets. The red lines indicating the distance from Tokyo and Boston to the sun are shorter than the yellow lines indicating the distances from Perth and Buenos Aires to the sun. Yet it is night in Tokyo and Boston, while it is day in Perth and Buenos Aires.
Classic.
Well, and then he tried to.
How is that
he tried
possible?
To come in with stolen valor. Like
Why
this
doesn't
would
the
give him any
sun,
credibility?
the sun's rays travel the same distance?
I mean, every
Please
angle is
explain,
stupid.
because this is an
Whatever
impossibility on the flat Earth.
Maybe he does believe that he met the queen and she's, you know what I mean, like on a crazy drug trip.
It should be a problem for the fucking globe as well.
It's not a problem for the globe though, because the Terminator line is the point where the sun, the Earth is no longer facing the sun.
Exactly.
That works perfectly on the globe, but is completely impossible on a flat Earth with a small and local sun. Flat Earth is dead. Earth is not flat. It is impossible.
Earth is flat.
Fantasy run away with
Then
it.
explain this to me.
That's why he has a Boy Scout uniform and thinks he's military.
Come on, if Earth is flat, explain this to me.
It's very strange.
You can, because the Earth isn't flat. That works perfectly on a
Plenty
globe,
of time to talk
with the
here
sun
because
being 93 million miles away and much bigger. It doesn't work at all on a flat Earth.
He still doesn't believe that there's no letters in the clouds.
Impossible.
Yeah. He's probably
Earth's not
still
flat.
looking at it. He's
Game over, dude.
trying to look for something.
It's fucking flat.
Didn't help that.
Then explain what you are seeing.
I mean, how detached he is.
If the Earth is flat,
Notice
explain
how detached he
what's
is.
happening, because
He
it's
came in-
impossible.
He came
See
in
that
so confident.
diagram I've just posted you?
Oh, he thought it was going to come in guns blazing and just destroy
Yeah,
him.
what's that supposed to be?
And he immediately hit way heavy artillery. He came in with a spoon and somebody
I'm
got
back,
him with
by
a
the way.
howitzer.
Hey, dude, how you doing?
Yeah.
Right.
And it blew him away.
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't answered my question. We'll get to your diagram in a second, but please
Just
explain
like a
this to
burnt
me.
match, just blake-
How is this
blake-
possible if
xylophone
the Earth
blake.
is flat?
Yeah. He didn't know what happened.
Actually, it's more like he's
How
looking with a broadside.
can the sun illuminate exactly half of the Earth with a perfectly straight Terminator line?
He got on the Acme rocket. He was going to catch the Roadrunner, and the Acme rocket just blew up.
You're
Right
saying
under
it's
him.
perfectly straight.
Well, it is, because this is the exact Terminator line on the equinoxes. Exactly. This is reality. Half of the Earth is in day, half of the Earth is in night.
On your own
Definition of
map.
an equinox.
It's
On
not
his
possible,
own map,
Victor.
too.
Earth's not flat.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I love it when they're
Right, now tell me what you think you're seeing
So
here.
how does the moon get
observation.
seen when it's in the
See,
sky,
that's a
like,
steel
in
man
the sky
argument right
view
there.
of Australia?
Say again?
From America in the American rocket launches, when it's in the same sky in America and the rocket launches live on TV.
You're going to have to clarify what you're
Yet the
saying there.
moon can
That's
be
just...
seen in Australia, the other side.
Yeah, the moon is a quarter of a million miles away and really quite far away from the Earth, meaning that two different points can... But it's not when you actually... I'm sure you showed me that on...
When it's in the northern sky above America and it's fucking seen south in Australia, yeah? Fucking muppet.
Yeah, now put that on a globe and the people on the globe seeing what you see.
Yeah, muppet.
It's 3D. We live in the 3D world and the moon is quarter of a million miles away. Everyone that is one side of the... Everyone... Wait, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. If you look at where the Terminator line is and the angles that you're looking towards the moon, you will see that that is absolutely perfectly possible. Because the moon is so far away. Right? Now, what is this picture that you are talking about? You sent me a diagram on Discord. Please explain.
Yes. Why is that in the Joy of Knowledge book of space?
Why is what in the Joy of Knowledge book in space?
That flat Earth picture and map.
There is no flat Earth picture and map there.
Yeah. Do you see a flat Earth picture or map there? Where exactly is Australia on that?
looking down
Or
from the
how about
North Pole.
Argentina?
Yeah.
It's just.
You see those curving lines?
Come on,
what'd you time him
Victor.
out for?
Come on, Victor.
You do know that all maps are a projection of a globe, right?
Also, where's the measurement?
You didn't write 4.
No. All maps are a projection of a globe.
It's not that bad. I'm a Kiwi.
Map's a fucking projection of a globe.
Yeah, that's fine. You are
Well,
a Kiwi.
Yeah.
You just made a mistake.
No.
Cut them 300 seconds.
All maps are projections of a globe
Victor's a wee-wee.
put on a 2D plane. But cartographers' maps, if you put all the cartographers' maps together, you would actually get a globe. You wouldn't get a flat thing. You would have to like bend the paper up and stuff for it to actually match what reality is. All maps that you see, like this map, for instance, the azimuthal equidistant map, right, are a projection of a globe. Like, do you think this map is what the Earth is? Are you? Yeah.
No,
Is that what you...
I don't have a fucking. I don't have a map or a layout. I just know it's flat.
So you don't have any maps or anything.
I don't have a
you
model
don't have
to
any
go by,
science
no.
to back up what you're saying. You've got no evidence, but you know it's flat. You realise how retarded that sounds, right?
It is flat.
Then why is there no evidence? Just saying it is
You're
flat
a pro, dude.
is no. I think he is this dumb, dude. Honestly,
I'm not fucking dumb, you fucking spastic.
no. You really are dumb, and that's me being nice.
Citation fucking needed. Yeah, citation needed on the not dumb claim.
Yeah, like me calling you dumb is literally me being nice to you. There is so much worse that I could call you. And it's not even being nasty, it's just a statement of fact. Victor, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know basic physics. You don't know the second law of thermodynamics. You don't know Newton's laws of motion. You don't know the internal angles of an equilateral triangle. You don't know enough to determine yourself what shape the Earth is.
I do.
You really don't.
I really fucking do.
Now, you wanted to talk about level. What does the word level mean, Victor?
Flat.
No, level doesn't mean flat. What's the adjective of level, Victor? Wait, do you know what an adjective is?
Smooth.
No, do you know what an adjective is?
I'm not getting into semantics of it.
No, I'm not talking about semantics. It's kind of important. An adjective is a physical description of something. It's a word that physically describes something. Do you know what the Do you know what the adjective of level is?
Along of datum.
No. The adjective of level, and this is according to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, standard since 1824. The adjective of the word level is conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. That is the actual definition of the word level.
But water doesn't curve.
It absolutely does.
It's flat.
No, it absolutely does curve.
Yes, it does sit flat.
Here is water curving.
I've been out in the fucking sea when the sea's fucking glass flat, mate.
Yeah, but you cannot see past the
literally
horizon.
Glass flat.
You cannot see past the horizon because it's not flat.
You can see past the horizon.
Look, I'm showing you a picture now of water curving.
You can see past your own eye visual horizon if you fucking get out a telescope or a camera and see further.
No, zooming in
Yes.
on something does not... Do you want me to disprove that? Where's the video? I'm sure I've got that saved, bugger. No, all right, I'll grab it. So are you claiming that zooming in on something brings it back above the horizon? Yeah?
No, if you put your visual range and put a magnifying glass or a camera with a different aperture size for your eyes, you can zoom in a lot further.
Yeah. And what does that mean for things that don't come back into view?
Well, that optics has a fucking visual horizon that's further than your own eyes limit.
Eyes don't have a limit as to what they can see.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Light travels in straight
They
lines.
do.
No, we see light. We don't see distance. We see light, and light comes towards us. That there is no visual limit. That because we just see light. That's how we can see stars that are millions and millions of light years away.
Prove they are. They're intangible.
Stellar parallax and spectroscopy proves that quite well.
No.
Yes.
A video that I filmed just the other.
No, because
Yes.
it's not a sterile
Yes.
environment,
Yes.
and you do not know
Yes.
any of the fucking matter between the fucking
Yes.
detector and the fucking
Yes,
source
we do.
of light.
That's what
No, you do
spectroscopy
not.
is.
You just
That's what
fucking
spectroscopy
speculating.
is. No, that's what
No,
spectroscopy is. Do some
spectroscopy
fucking
is
homework,
the
you
fucking
crayon munching
scientific
moron.
thing which is used in a fucking vacuum chamber in a scientific lab under set conditions.
No, it's not.
The one that you're on about is fucking used in the open on a fucking stupid telescope in a foreign country.
Okay, irrelevant. So,
No, not irrelevant. You
Yeah,
don't know the fucking composition of the atmosphere between you and the object.
yes, you do. It's called space.
No, you don't.
You can tell. Like, they can actually tell based on what type of light is reaching them if it has gone through an atmosphere. This is a lot of the way that they are actually looking at the composition of planets that are orbiting
No,
the
they
stars.
can't. They don't know.
Stop
if
talking
it's
to me.
gone through
Stop.
red shift
Stop
or fucking
talking.
blue shift or fucking what colour it is or fucking how
Well,
far away it is or nothing.
They do. Now, the way
No,
one
because
of the
it's
ways that they can tell what composition of atmosphere planets have that are orbiting distant stars is by looking at the wavelength of light that comes to us when those planets go in front of stars, and then we can tell what the light has gone through a certain atmosphere of a certain composition, do spectroscopy to see what wavelengths of light we are receiving to deduce what we are seeing. So we absolutely do know what composition and stuff the light has come through. You just saying no doesn't prove it. Now,
You don't know if there's a fucking cloud of mystical gas in the middle of it all. That's fucking.
I mean, if you want to claim there's a cloud of mystical gas, that's cool, but I don't believe in magic. Now, just to show you that zooming in on something does not bring it back above the horizon or allow you to see any further, it just makes the angular size of what is there bigger. All right? Another of your dumbass claims has been disproven. Any more stupid things you want to say? The Earth's not flat, Victor. There's no evidence. There's things that are
Why
impossible.
does the P1000 zoom?
This is the P1000, you fucking moron. This is the P1000, you fucking idiot.
Yes, but it will zoom in further on the horizon than what your eye can visually see.
No, it won't zoom in further. It will increase the angular resolution, and the P1000 isn't the only camera that increases angular resolution. Every camera that has a zoom does that. But you cannot see things once they've gone past the horizon. Where's the rest of that boat, Victor? Where is that boat sinking? Should we call help? Team, quick, call someone. That boat's sinking.
Who says
hold on
there's
one
not a
second.
high swelling? That's in a trough.
Hold on, I'm calling fucking 911 for the sinking
Who
boat,
says there's
Vic.
not
Chill
surely?
out, man.
Who
People
says
are
there's
gonna
not
die and
surely?
shit. Hold on.
He's calling
Hold
911 to
on.
help
Be
people on
swelled
that
up
boat.
on a fucking sandbank, flying over the top of a sandbank there. You don't know. I don't
You
know
do,
the layer of
because,
the water.
you know...
Hi. Is this the mental health? Yeah, we have a retard on a live stream with us. He is claiming boats are not, the Earth's flat and these boats are sinking, but the people don't need help. The retard does.
Hey, Dumbo.
Sorry, I just typed a bunch of numbers into my phone.
Where's the bottom of that oil rig? Is that oil rig sinking now? Is that oil rig sinking?
Swell on that day.
It's due to swell. It's due to swell on that day.
Yes.
That's probably sea state 1 there.
No.
Yeah, you're talking to
No,
ex-Royal
because-
Navy. You've never been military, so you wouldn't know.
There is shoaling up on shorelines. Where
There's-
the water
there's
rises
no- there's no
past-
You can tell he's
shorelines.
not military. If somebody
Creating
if somebody told
false
me that, I'd be
horizons
like,
of
"Fuck
US
you!"
still
And
on
I
the
was only
shore.
in for a few fucking years. This guy was supposedly a 4-star general, and he just allows people to
But
tell
why
him he
is
went in
there
the
a
military
view-
without. This guy is not a
Why is there
fucking
a view of
military
that
guy
same
right here.
observation
You are
on a
not in
different
the
day where
military.
you can see the shoreline in the background?
You can't
which
see
I
the-
have a photo of.
Why are you lying about being in the
this one?
military?
That one.
How about
Yeah,
answer that?
Now, what you're seeing here is a positive coefficient of refraction. Tell me one thing. That crane on the left, what did they have an accident? No,
I'm not
you're
talking about the crane.
You're
am I?
seeing
I'm
a
talking-
you're seeing a clear refractive index here, a positive coefficient of refraction, probably caused to some kind
Am I
of
fucked?
thermal inversion duct. Because the thing about refraction is it's been quantified.
Welcome to flat Earth. You're using refraction. Metric horizon.
Refraction
Bye.
only really works
I'm
on a
going
globe.
now.
Hey,
You're
hold
running
on,
away.
hold on. I have a
You're running
question.
away.
I
Come
have
on.
a question. I have a question.
running
Victor,
away.
Victor, I have a question for you. Oh, is he fucking?
No, he's
poor
still
little
there right
baby?
now.
Baby gotta go sleep.
Victor, you got-
Victor, answer my question, dude. I have a question for you. Did he go bitch made in real life?
Victor, are you there?
IRL bitch made.
No, call disconnected. Well, that makes my rage quit counter go up to 5. What a fucking... This is one of the dumbest people I've had on.
Dun. This was probably one of my funner because I just kind of like.
Stephen York for $7.99 Australian dollars. He reminds me of the dullard characters in the Derek and Clive sketch about the bull bearing business. Mr. Victory for $5 says, hurt his feelings, lol, burst his bubble, lol, what a chump Victor is. That's 4-star General Victor to you.
Yeah.
Beach 8 is a new member. Welcome.
Yeah, I think we'll finish it there. I think that's about the rest of the video. It's just Craig just winding down.
Yeah, the rest of the
How
video
long
is
is the
just
How
Steven
long is the Simon
FTFE.
Dan video?
Oh, I can't do any more tonight. Getting on to 8:30.
It's only 25 past 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not
Sheeple.
for us. It's getting on to half past 8.
Hey,
yeah.
hang on. Sheeple. Can I just say at the top of my screen at the moment it says we've been going for 10 hours and 7 minutes.
That's right, exactly.
I joined this stream, participated, went to bed, woke up, had breakfast, come back again.
Same here, farmers. Had 5 hours sleep.
You started at about, it was about 11 o'clock our time last night when we all sort of wound up. Sean G and bailed out of his hangout and came in here.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I stuck it out for a good couple of hours and said, look, it's no good, I'm going to bed. I've gone to bed, slept, got up, had breakfast downstairs, come up here, logged in, and here we are. So, yeah, 10 hours. I think if there's anything else, save it for the next one.
Fair enough. All right, well, we're going to go and talk about Terry's 400.
Yeah, I'm just winding things
Well,
up.
hey, this is actually, see, he hit 400. So this is sort of like the 400 stream almost.
No,
That's
this
10
was the
hours.
pre-stream. This was the
pre-stream.
pre-400 stream. That's what actually got it to 400.
And say it carefully, it's the pre-stream.
Yeah.
So that's the one you're embarrassed about, right?
Yeah, no, it's the one that gets you ready for later on.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
Oh, I tell you what.
Just to wet the whistle.
Are you out of internet, Terry? Oh, shots fired.
Or no, it's all right. We've put.
Oh, Terry, the Kiwi again. The Kiwi's giving up. It's a bit rough.
Oh, yeah.
And for our next check, will be a 12-hour stream.
Hey, you know, I started on Sensible stream today, and once that ended, I came here, and I've been here all the way, all today.
Yeah, but remember, if you go for more than a 12-hour stream, bloody YouTube chops it off at 11 hours 50 something minutes.
Yeah, you can't quite do 12 hours.
It
No.
it won't
I've
save
seen
anything
streams go on
off the
for
end of it.
1,000.
Well,
I've seen-
there is a trick. There is a trick to that, though, Alan.
So restart the stream.
Yeah, at 11. Oh, sorry, at 10 hours 30. So just before, well, sorry, 10 hours 59 or something around that time. You start a new stream. You just keep going, but you just start a new stream.
I've seen streams that have gone for over 2,500 hours.
Oh, it keeps streaming, but it's just YouTube only records the first 11 hours something or other minutes of it.
One downvote, Terry, right at the end. Somebody
Oh,
downvoted.
no.
That's a shame.
Well, thanks, guys, for hanging in there, for the ones that did stay for the whole duration. I don't know who actually did. Who actually stuck here the whole from start to finish without dropping
I
or
did,
anything?
except for when I went down the shops to get tea for the kids.
You're not counted then, or Alan, or Big Blue.
I was still listening on my phone.
No, Big Blue's been here the whole time.
He's been pushing Z's out.
Yeah, Big Blue's been
he
here.
fell
Huey
asleep a
dropped
long
in
time ago.
halfway. Sheepy dropped in.
I
Kip
dropped in.
Farmer dropped in late. Alan went to sleep.
I was only a couple hours late.
I was going to say I was somewhat late because I did something stupid yesterday. I went and got my second autism shot. Make me autistic, apparently. Because that's what happens when you get. Because that's what happens when you get an MMR injection.
Okay, so I'll see you over on Discord for coffee and biscuits, and hopefully we'll see everyone tomorrow evening. I'm not sure if I might start a bit earlier in the afternoon, about 4:30. Might be better. Okay, so I'll see you all then.
Well, whoever put that downvote, please take it away. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
and
say bye, Peanuts.
Yeah.
Bye, Peanuts.
Bye, Peanuts.